In an instant, the world transformed into an apocalyptic realm, where zombies and mutated beasts roamed freely, leaving humanity to struggle for survival. Yue Zhong, too, fought valiantly amidst this chaos, finding even the simplest desire to live exceedingly challenging. After enduring numerous trials alongside his team, they managed to reclaim the nation from the clutches of the undead and the mutant creatures, only to realize with horror that this was merely the first hurdle they had overcome. The world, rife with nuclear radiation, mutated beings, and scarce resources, was further plagued by ancient creatures and intelligent dinosaur-like beings that ruled with formidable powers, far surpassing humans in strength and resilience. In a domain where humanity was reduced to an absolute disadvantage, Yue Zhong pressed on, striving to evolve and thrive. Yunhua University, situated within the university town of Lijiang City, was considered a second-tier institution nationally. In a male dormitory room, Yue Zhong arranged his belongings and adjusted his attire in front of the mirror. As he tidied himself, he pondered quietly, "I wonder what challenge that mischievous little spirit will present to me this time." It was a Sunday afternoon, and in the dormitory furnished with 6 iron bunk beds, he was the sole occupant, as his roommates had long departed to enjoy their leisurely weekend. Yue Zhong planned to venture out for tutoring, hoping to earn some pocket money. "Insignificant mortals, I am a deity. I detest witnessing your feeble lives of tranquility and peace. From this moment forth, I shall cast you into a hellish realm of divine and demonic trials. Struggle, strive to strengthen yourselves, and let your efforts entertain me. Only through relentless growth can you hope to survive. Otherwise, perish. The countdown begins now." 5. A mysterious voice echoed in Yue Zhong's mind. As the voice resonated, his vision blurred. Time seemed to freeze, and everything around him slowed to an agonizing crawl, leaving his thoughts consumed solely by that voice. 4. 1. The game officially commences. Insignificant beings struggle to survive. With the conclusion of that ominous proclamation, Yue Zhong snapped back to reality. What is happening? Fear surged within him as he observed a 1-meter-long wooden stick that had mysteriously materialized in his hand, a tangible reminder that his recent experiences were not merely figments of his imagination. Beginner's wooden stick, starter equipment. Level 1 weapon. Attack, 0.5. Durability, 100,100. Please use this weapon wisely to survive. Yue Zhong Male. Level 1. Class, none. Title, none. Strength, 910. Agility, 1010. Vitality, 910. Stamina, 8810. Spirit, 1210. Intensity, 1010. As Yue Zhong concentrated, an unusual wave of information flooded his mind. Gazing at the wooden stick, an unsettling premonition gripped him. He dashed to the door of his dormitory and locked it securely. Then he swiftly opened his roommate's cabinet and retrieved a pair of binoculars. Directly across from his dormitory was the girls' dormitory, leading to several rooms being equipped with telescopes. Holding the wooden stick in one hand, he approached the window and peered outside. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the university students were either out on dates or napping in their rooms, with few people traversing the deserted streets. "Help!" A piercing scream shattered the stillness outside, prompting Yue Zhong to direct his gaze toward the source of the cry, only to be met with a horrifying scene. A girl clad in a white t-shirt was surrounded by 8 others, who were savagely tearing at her flesh, blood staining her attire. The girl struggled and screamed, but could not escape the encircling predators. What is happening? A tempest of dread surged within Yue Zhong as he observed the gruesome spectacle. He immediately raised the binoculars for a closer look. Through the lenses, he discerned the chilling reality. The 8 girls attacking the one in white had vacant, glazed eyes, resembling wild beasts as they voraciously feasted on her body, tearing away chunks of flesh and swallowing them whole. The grotesque sight turned Yue Zhong's stomach while instilling a profound sense of terror. Suppressing his fear, Yue Zhong continued to observe. Once the 8 girls had reduced the white t-shirt to tatters, leaving gaping wounds, they ceased their assault and aimlessly wandered away, their movements sluggish, slower than an average person. However, their collective presence posed an insurmountable threat. Being surrounded meant certain doom. Could this be a bioweapon outbreak? Yue Zhong's heart raced as he contemplated the horrific scene, recognizing their resemblance to the zombies from a video game. Quickly, his fears were confirmed when the once vibrant girl, now unrecognizable and devoid of life, slowly rose to her feet, her eyes blank as she aimlessly wandered the street. This is disastrous. Zombies! A chill ran down Yue Zhong's spine. If his suspicions were correct, the entire campus was likely infested with such creatures, making survival nearly impossible. Suddenly, loud banging reverberated at his door. Danger! It's a zombie! Instinctively, Yue Zhong pushed a wooden computer desk against the door, barricading it. With a resounding crack, the flimsy wooden door splintered, and two clawed hands pierced through the opening. What strength! Yue Zhong recoiled in horror. The dormitory doors were thin, yet even an average person would struggle to breach one with bare hands. The strength of these zombies exceeded his wildest imagination. As the claws flailed wildly, the door rattled violently. Summoning his courage, Yue Zhong dashed to the door and swung the wooden stick with all his might at the outstretched claws. It took him over a dozen strikes to sever the zombie's arms, which fell limp at its sides. In that moment, the door gave way, as a head crashed through the opening, a familiar face twisted into a grotesque visage. Su Zhong. Yue Zhong recognized the zombie before him as a fellow classmate, a key player on their school's soccer team. Just 20 minutes prior, they had shared a conversation, and now, he had become one of the undead. I'm sorry, but I must survive. A complex emotion flickered in Yue Zhong's eyes as he raised the wooden stick high, summoning all his strength for a decisive blow to the zombie's head. With a single, forceful strike, Su Zhong's head twisted grotesquely, rendered unrecognizable. Almost simultaneously, a small black book and a black coin burst forth from Su Zhong's body, landing near his lifeless form. A glimmering white essence, invisible to the naked eye, flowed from Su Zhong and entered Yue Zhong. Quickly, Yue Zhong stepped forward to collect the black book and coin, retreating a few steps. Level 3 Skill Book, Summon Special Skeleton. Skill Description. Consume 10 points of mental energy to summon a special skeleton from the world of the deceased to fight for you. The special skeleton starts at level 1, with initial attributes of 10, 10, 10, 1010, 10, 180, 180. Skill cooldown, 10 days. Would you like to learn this skill? Upon grasping the black book, a wave of strange information surged into Yue Zhong's mind, leading him to make a swift decision. Learn immediately. You can only learn a total of 3 active skills before reaching level 30. Are you certain you wish to learn the skill Summon Special Skeleton? Yes. Yue Zhong affirmed without hesitation. His sole focus was survival. The future could wait. In this perilous situation, every ounce of strength mattered. The zombies possessed immense power, capable of demolishing his wooden door. Even hiding in the dormitory was no guarantee of safety. Yue Zhong needed to acquire the strength to endure. The rest could be addressed later. As the incantation escaped Yue Zhong's lips, the 3rd-level skill book, Summon Special Skeleton, vanished, transforming into a black luminescence that surged into his brow. Yue Zhong then perceived an additional bronze-hued skeletal rune within his sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, he reached out to this peculiar rune, and a voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish to summon the special skeleton? This will require a consumption of 10 points of mental energy. Indeed, with a focused thought, Yue Zhong promptly activated the skill to summon the special skeleton. In the next moment, a series of enigmatic incantations flowed from his mouth, and a vast cavern materialized in the void, exuding an inexhaustible aura of death. Merely being brushed by this chilling essence instilled a profound sense of dread within Yue Zhong. Simultaneously, he felt a slight pain in his head as a mysterious force drained his mental energy, leaving him in a state of lightheadedness. From the depths of the cavern emerged a humanoid skeleton, its form comprised solely of bones, enveloped in swirling black mist, with 2 flickering orbs of soul fire igniting its eye sockets. The moment this extraordinary skeleton stepped forth from the realm of death, Yue Zhong experienced an inexplicable connection of spirit with it. Special Skeleton, Level 1. Strength, 1010. Agility, 1010. Muscle Vitality, 1010. Stamina, 1010. Mental, 1010. Intensity, 510. Skills, Bone Utilization Technique. The special skeleton cast a glance at Yue Zhong before advancing towards the corpse of the zombie he had vanquished, its skeletal claws piercing into the lifeless body with a decisive thrust. Chapter 2. The Dawn of Evolution. A dark ray of light flickered, lasting for approximately 30 seconds, during which a specialized skeleton forcibly extracted a 1.2-meter-long bone axe from the body of a zombie. Once the bone axe was withdrawn, the zombie collapsed to the ground like a heap of mush, oozing foul, black pus. Yue Zhong gazed at the specialized skeleton and commanded it, pointing at a wooden computer desk nearby. Chop this desk. The specialized skeleton wielded the bone axe and swung it down upon the wooden desk. With a crack, the desk was cleaved in two. Impressive. Witnessing the desk split apart, Yue Zhong felt a surge of joy. With such a formidable undead creature as his protector, his chances of survival had increased significantly. After testing the destructive power of the specialized skeleton, Yue Zhong picked up a black coin and examined it closely. 1 point of survival currency. He noted that this coin only yielded such information. Although he was uncertain about the coin's purpose, he tucked it into his pocket. Just then, a series of violent crashes erupted outside his dormitory door. As claws punctured the thin wooden barrier, within mere breaths, the door shattered, and 4 zombies, their eyes glazed over, clawed their way inside. With a loud crash, a glass window also shattered as a zombie squeezed through. Attempting to enter, Yue Zhong, observing the broken door, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The school should save on everything, but not on dormitory doors. What a shoddy construction. He turned to the summoned specialized skeleton and ordered. Bone, eliminate those intruding zombies. The skeleton obeyed, lunging forward and delivering a powerful chop to a zombie's skull, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Almost simultaneously, 3 zombies lunged at the skeleton, clawing and biting at it. The skeleton's bones were gradually torn from its body, its vitality dwindling under their assault point. One of the zombies firmly grasped its right arm, preventing it from moving. Seeing this, Yue Zhong rushed forward, wielding all his strength to strike one of the zombies on the head. Dislocating its skull, a burst of white light erupted from the fallen zombie and flowed into Yue Zhong's body. With its right arm freed, the skeleton swung its axe once more, decapitating the zombie that had been clinging to it. As if sensing the presence of the living, the remaining zombie turned its attention towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong took a step back, appalled by the sight of the zombie, its eyes clouded, flesh hanging in tatters, and mouth dripping with blood. These creatures were exceedingly dangerous. Engaging them in close combat could lead to a wound that would turn him into one of them, if it could be avoided. He had no desire to battle these monsters up close. At that moment, the zombie that had broken through the window staggered into the dormitory, advancing clumsily towards Yue Zhong. Outside the door, 2 more zombies crawled through the breach. Sensing Yue Zhong's peril, the skeleton, now pinned to the ground by a zombie, reached out and seized it. The zombie that had been inching toward Yue Zhong collapsed to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong raised his wooden stick high and struck down upon the zombie, twisting its head at an unnatural angle. Another burst of white light surged into Yue Zhong's body. You have survived and vanquished a monster. The Demon God system will reward you with a basic skill. Please make your selection. Skill 1. Eye of Perception, which allows you to glimpse the attributes of monsters below level 5. Skill 2. Linguistic Mastery, enabling you to effortlessly master any foreign language with no barriers in listening, speaking, or writing. This skill does not occupy one of your 3 active skill slots. Without hesitation, Yue Zhong made his choice. I choose the Eye of Perception. A flash of light coalesced in his mind, forming a bronze rune inscribed with an eye symbol. Activating the Eye of Perception, he gazed at the zombies. Level 1 Basic Infected. These are primary infected beings. Ravaged by a virus, driven solely by a thirst for flesh. Possessing the skill Virus Infection, any life form sustaining skin damage will succumb to infection within 3 to 10 minutes. Depending on their constitution. Given the medical standards of this world, there is no cure for a decade, except for level 3 healing fluid. Indeed. Yue Zhong's gaze sharpened, his wariness towards the zombies intensifying. The remaining 2 zombies staggered towards him. The skeleton swung its bone axe, decapitating one zombie effortlessly. The other lunged at the skeleton, ferociously tearing away a bone from its front. Seizing the moment, Yue Zhong stepped forward and struck down upon the remaining zombie's head, displacing it with a powerful blow. What is this? After upgrading the Eye of Perception, Yue Zhong could clearly see a burst of white light escaping from the zombie's body, merging with his own. Could this be the substance that grants me strength and upgrades? He pondered, furrowing his brow. Without any further information, he set aside his curiosity and looked towards the specialized skeleton he had summoned. Specialized Skeleton, Bone, Level 2. Strength, 11, 10, Agility, 11, 10, Muscle Activity, 11, 10, Stamina, 9, 11, 10, Spirit, 11, 10, Toughness, 6, 10, Skill, Bone Utilization Technique. How remarkable! Yue Zhong was elated as he examined Bone's attributes. The skeleton's growth far surpassed his own. With a single upgrade, it had gained 6 points in attributes, elevating its average quality above that of an ordinary human by 10. With such a powerful ally, his chances of survival in this world had increased considerably. Without further hesitation, Yue Zhong braved the foul stench emitted by the zombies and began barricading the door and windows with the computer desk, blankets, and pillows. Although these items could not withstand a full assault from the zombies, they would at least delay their advance. The level 1 zombies, despite their formidable strength, possessed a significant weakness: their sluggishness. If confronted by multiple zombies, an ordinary person with a long weapon could still fend them off. However, being surrounded by dozens of zombies would spell certain doom. Once the door was secured, Yue Zhong was able to take a moment to breathe in the stench-filled room. Cluttered with corpses, the previous experience was difficult to accept. If he had not acquired the skill to summon bone, he would likely have become a zombie himself by now. Faced with a single zombie in such close quarters, he had struggled. 3 at once would have been insurmountable. After catching his breath, Yue Zhong began to rummage through the dormitory for useful resources. He soon discovered a bundle of climbing rope, a backpack, 4 packets of instant noodles, and half a bag of egg yolk pastries. Given the cramped layout of the dormitory, utilizing the terrain effectively would allow him and Bone to manage the zombies together. However, a critical issue loomed. The male dormitory building had 8 floors, each containing 20 rooms, with 12 residents per room, totaling 1,920 male students. Although many had gone out due to it being Sunday, over 600 still remained. If a third of them turned into zombies, it would be utterly terrifying. Moreover, food and clean water were in short supply in this dormitory. Yue Zhong was unsure if the tap water had been contaminated. Aside from clean water, he dared not consume anything else. He swiftly tied a secure knot with the climbing rope to a wooden bunk bed and tossed it out the window. Satisfied to see the rope land safely, he pulled up a stool to sit by the window, taking out binoculars to survey the situation outside. Bone remained by his side, keeping watch. At this moment, the entire school seemed to be engulfed in chaos. Some students burst forth from the dormitory building, pursued by staggering zombies. Many of them clutched at various parts of their bodies, their faces contorted in agony. Clearly injured. One boy, in his frantic flight, failed to watch his step. As he ran past a corpse, it suddenly reached out, grabbing his calf and tripping him. He fell to the ground, shouting, "Zhang Ming, help me!" in sheer terror toward his friend ahead. Zhang Ming glanced back, his eyes filled with dread as he saw the approaching zombies, and he fled without a backward glance. "Zhang Ming, Zhou Feng, help, save me!" the boy cried out in despair. Zhou Feng, towering at 6 feet tall, hesitated upon hearing the boy's pleas. He turned to look back and saw that the fallen student was already beset by 8 zombie students, who were ravenously gnawing at him, leaving only his anguished cries behind. Terrified, Zhou Feng's legs weakened, and he too fled without looking back. The boy's cries soon faded as the zombies devoured him, while the remaining students frantically escaped. The campus was in complete disarray, with students fleeing in terror and zombies shambling after them. Once quiet paths were suddenly crowded with panicked students and a horde of zombies. Occasionally, a student would convulse and collapse, only to rise again as a zombie. An atmosphere of dread pervaded the campus. Yue Zhong watched the chaos unfold below, a chill running through him. The roads were now teeming with zombies drawn by the commotion, blocking access to the campus supermarket as well as the exit. On the road leading to the supermarket stood 20 zombies, completely obstructing the path. As 6 boys burst from the dormitory, they halted in their tracks at the sight of the zombies barricading the entrance. The zombies, sensing the presence of the living, turned and advanced toward them. The path to the school gate was narrow, nearly blocked by the 6 zombies, leaving only a scant opening. Behind the boys, 8 recently fed zombies also staggered toward them. The zombies at the gate and those coming from behind formed a deadly encirclement. In this dire moment, 2 boys, faces pale with fear, shouted and charged at the zombies. One wielded a makeshift wooden club, striking a zombie and knocking it down. The other seized the opportunity to slip through the narrow gap. The remaining boy hesitated, and as he tried to escape, a large hand reached out, grasping his arm firmly. "No! Help! Help!" he screamed in terror, swinging his club wildly at the zombie that held him, managing to break its arm. But 3 other zombies seized the chance and lunged at him, sinking their teeth into his neck. "Ah, help!" he shrieked, his cries piercing the air. The 3 zombies quickly overwhelmed him, beginning their gruesome feast. The other 2 zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, pounced on him as well, tearing into his flesh. The boy who had just escaped the encirclement ran a short distance before being surrounded by the zombies in the path. Swallowed up by the horde, his cries fading into despair. The remaining 4 students watched in horror, their eyes wide with fear. "It's over," one murmured, paralyzed by terror. "Climb a tree," shouted a tall boy, maintaining his composure. He quickly surveyed the area and deftly ascended a nearby tree. In the main campus of Yunhua University, trees were planted throughout for environmental beautification. The other 2 boys followed suit, scrambling up the large tree. "Help me, Qin Gang!" "Give me a hand," the paralyzed boy yelled, driven by instinct to survive. He climbed trees. Attracted by his cries, the nearby zombies trembled slightly and began to move toward him. The horde of zombies was enough to crush any resistance within the university. The first boy to reach the tree, Chen Gang, hesitated upon hearing the cries below, in that brief moment of indecision. A zombie clawed at the boy's body and bit into his neck. He cried out in a tragic wail, quickly overwhelmed by 5 zombies that pinned him to the ground. His screams echoed hauntingly in the area, sending shivers down the spine. Seeing this, the 3 who had climbed the tree dared not linger, hastily scrambling higher to hide, their fearful gazes fixed on the 3 zombies below. Dozens of zombies surrounded the tree, forming a terrifying cluster that blocked the escape route to the outside world. This is troublesome, Yue Zhong thought, furrowing his brows as he observed the situation outside. The only path to safety was completely blocked, making escape seem nearly impossible. The zombies' heads were their weak points, yet they possessed immense strength. A single scratch could prove fatal, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with if it weren't for their sluggish movements. Even elite special forces would find it challenging to confront them without firearms. Just then, a loud commotion erupted at the dormitory door as 2 zombies squeezed inside. The skeletal figure known as Baigu guarded the entrance, swinging an axe that severed a zombie's head cleanly. Yue Zhong kept his eyes on Baigu, noticing a burst of white light emanating from the fallen zombie and merging with Baigu's form. After dispatching one zombie, another struggled to enter the dormitory, only to have its head chopped off by Baigu's axe, dark blood pooling on the ground. Once again, a white glow entered Baigu's body. Yue Zhong frowned, realizing that the monsters slain by his summoned beast only served to strengthen it, not himself. If he wished to grow stronger, he would need to hunt monsters himself. This revelation shattered his initial plan to use Baigu's immunity to zombie venom to eliminate the undead safely and level up. Unless Yue Zhong personally engaged in battle, he would never have the opportunity for evolution. He had no idea what the future world would look like, but he understood that it would surely become exceedingly brutal. If he did not grow stronger, survival would be a daunting challenge. If drawn by the sounds, 3 zombies staggered over and squeezed through the broken wooden door. Baigu, deal with the 2 on the left, Yue Zhong commanded. Following his orders, Baigu stepped forward and swung the axe, decapitating one zombie with a splatter of blood. The other 2 zombies, undeterred, continued to push through. Debris piled at the entrance caused one zombie to stumble and fall. Baigu swiftly dispatched it, while another, its face mangled and eyes dull, crawled through the opening toward Yue Zhong. Overcoming his fear, Yue Zhong lunged forward, raising his wooden club and striking the zombie's head with force, sending its skull reeling to one side. A burst of white light escaping from its body and entering Yue Zhong. Without hesitation, he commanded Baigu to sever the heads of the fallen zombies. Before he could catch his breath, more zombies approached, attempting to invade through the windows and doorways. Too many zombies, Yue Zhong gasped as he witnessed the frenzied horde pressing into the room, at least 10 zombies crowding outside his door. The sight of those lifeless eyes filled him with dread. Close quarters combat was exhausting, and even a minor scratch could be life-threatening. The pressure from over 10 zombies was vastly different from that of a single one. Fortunately, the entrance to the dormitory was relatively narrow, limiting the number of zombies that could push in at once to 3.1 more was trying to enter through the window. The remaining zombies jostled outside, their relentless movements instilling a sense of helplessness. Baigu, take care of the 3 at the door. Yue Zhong issued his command and swiftly advanced towards the window where a zombie was trapped. His eyes shone with a calm intensity as he struck the creature's head with a mighty blow, causing its skull to tilt awkwardly. The skeleton, having upgraded, exhibited a newfound agility, stepping over the corpses of other zombies littering the dormitory as it approached the door. With a decisive swing, it cleaved another zombie's head clean off. The remaining 2 zombies squeezed through the entrance, pushed by their relentless companions. As they stumbled in, they tripped over debris at the threshold. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong struck one of them on the head, knocking it askew. With a powerful swing of his bone axe, he dispatched another zombie with ease. Before he could catch his breath, more zombies appeared, emerging from both the door and the window. Gritting his teeth, Yue Zhong lunged towards a zombie whose eyes had been gnawed away, delivering a brutal blow to its head. Causing its skull to crack, a surge of white light enveloped him. The skeleton expertly blocked the doorway, swinging its massive axe to bisect another zombie, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, the entrance was nearly barricaded by the bodies and debris. Yet the zombies continued to surge forward into the small opening, with the 2 remaining zombies struggling to break free from the pile. Taking advantage of the situation, Yue Zhong moved swiftly, dispatching each of the two zombies with a blow. Their bodies adding to the gruesome pile at the door, blood pooling and the stench overwhelming, as the horde outside pressed in. 3 more zombies were forced into the dormitory, with 2 additional ones following closely behind. As the new arrivals peeked through, Yue Zhong stepped forward, striking one down with a swift blow, while the skeleton similarly dealt with the other. After eliminating the creature, another white light flowed into Yue Zhong, and a voice echoed in his mind. You have leveled up to level 3. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. Strength and stamina. Yue Zhong gasped, selecting his enhancements. The combat had taken a toll on his energy, and without sufficient strength, he found himself expending more effort to deliver lethal blows. As the warm energy coursed through him, reinforcing his physique, he felt himself grow stronger. Meanwhile, the skeleton, having effortlessly dispatched another zombie, was enveloped in a faint glow, forming a palm-sized bone armor on its chest. It too had leveled up. Yue Zhong marveled at the skeleton's rapid growth. Each level up strengthened all 6 attributes. Whereas he could only enhance 2, the disparity in their growth was staggering. With its newfound power, the skeleton wielded its axe with ease, swiftly eliminating the remaining zombies and breaking the siege. Once the last of the undead lay still, Yue Zhong finally caught his breath, enduring the foul odor as he donned gloves to sift through the corpses for black survival points. Although currently useless, he suspected they would prove valuable in the future. Having completed his task, Yue Zhong returned to the window to rest and recover his energy. This place was no longer safe. Observing the dormitory's grim state, he frowned slightly. The small room was filled with dismembered corpses, blood everywhere, and a stench that was unbearable. The intense battle had left him parched and desperate for water, yet he hesitated to drink from the tap, uncertain if it harbored any viruses. Remaining here would only lead to doom. After a quiet 10 minutes of rest, his energy slowly replenished from 4 to 7 points. 20 minutes later, he reached 8 points. It seemed the recovery rate depended on his maximum capacity, rather than being a fixed value. The longer he waited, the harder it became to fully restore his strength. Yue Zhong stood and looked outside again. The campus had mostly returned to a semblance of calm. The few students and staff members not infected had likely found hiding places, leaving zombies wandering throughout the grounds. Most of the zombies around the boys' dormitory had been drawn away by Chen Gang and his group, leaving a wide area devoid of threats. In this space, only a handful of zombies stood aimlessly. Descend. Yue Zhong commanded the skeleton, who swiftly sheathed its axe and climbed down the rope with agility. Upon landing, the skeleton made a noise that shattered the silence, causing the nearby zombies to turn and stagger towards it. Yue Zhong, with his heavy backpack, descended quickly, and as the zombies approached, the skeleton lunged forward, severing one zombie's head with a single swing. Yue Zhong quickly maneuvered behind another, delivering a decisive blow to its neck. In open space, one-on-one combat was manageable. As long as one was not fearful of the viral threat, even an ordinary person could defeat a zombie. The zombie's sluggishness was their greatest weakness. As the remaining 2 zombies closed in, the skeleton dispatched them effortlessly. After 2 upgrades, the skeleton could easily handle solitary zombies unless overwhelmed by a horde. Charged towards that direction, Yue Zhong pointed to a small supermarket as he commanded the skeleton. Sprinting toward it, the skeleton obeyed, charging ahead with its axe in hand. Yue Zhong strained to keep pace, but the difference in their attributes became evident. With agility at 12 points, the skeleton outpaced him significantly. Their clamor attracted the attention of surrounding zombies, which began to stagger towards them. Although the zombies' speed was slow, the sheer number of them created a palpable sense of pressure. If surrounded, Yue Zhong knew he would not survive. For zombies wandered near the school supermarket, drawn by the commotion. The skeleton charged one, cleaving its head from its shoulders. 2 others lunged at the skeleton, clawing wildly, but the skeleton dispatched them with ease. By the time Yue Zhong reached the supermarket, the area was clear of threats. Impressive, he thought, admiring the dismembered corpses strewn before the skeleton. As an undead entity, the skeleton was impervious to the toxins of the zombies. Yue Zhong realized that had he been surrounded by 4 zombies, he would not have fared as well. Though his wooden club was sturdy, it lacked the sharpness of the skeleton's axe. What is that? Yue Zhong's gaze sharpened as he spotted a bright red apple among the corpses, wrapped in a bag, standing out against the bloodied ground. He quickly retrieved the apple and 4 survival coins. Dashing into the supermarket. An energy apple. Consuming it would restore 4 points of stamina within 5 minutes, and it could be sold for 15 survival coins. Yue Zhong marveled at the find, a wave of information flooding his mind. A valuable item. He tucked the apple away and rushed into the supermarket. Inside, he found that 2 staff members had already become zombies, dispatched by the skeleton. Scanning the area quickly upon entering, he noticed no immediate threats and hurried to the shelves, sweeping up candies, chocolates, and other high-calorie items into his backpack. These foods required little to provide a day's worth of energy. After clearing out the candies, chocolates, and biscuits, he stuffed several packs of instant noodles and 3 large bottles of purified water into his pack. Filling it to the brim, "Heavy," Yue Zhong remarked, weighing his backpack and grimacing slightly as he unloaded 2/3 of its contents onto the floor. This small supermarket was not a defensible position. Its ordinary glass walls would offer no protection against the zombies' brute strength. Only larger supermarkets might withstand such a siege. Yue Zhong understood that sufficient physical strength was essential for his escape from the school. Carrying excessive supplies would hinder his stamina. Since upgrading, he had consistently focused on enhancing his strength and endurance, all in preparation for reaching a safe haven. Seizing a bottle of pure water, he took several deep gulps before tossing it aside and sprinting towards freedom. Outside, the skeletal figure stood guard as 20 zombies staggered forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Observing the clustering of these 20 undead, Yue Zhong furrowed his brow. Their formation completely obstructed his path, making a forced advance impossible. "Help! Please save us." At that moment, Cheng Gang's voice rang out from atop a large tree. Drawn by Cheng Gang's call, 10 of the zombies diverted their attention towards his location. Beside Cheng Gang, a boy named Sun Yu complained, "Cheng Gang, have you lost your mind? You've brought those monsters here." "I am not insane," Cheng Gang retorted. "With so many zombies below, how long can we remain up in this tree without assistance? Do you think you can escape their encirclement?" Sun Yu fell silent. The zombies moved sluggishly, yet their sheer numbers filled the campus pathways, making escape nearly impossible. The dread was palpable. Most understood that even the slightest scratch from a zombie could lead to infection, transforming one into a mindless creature with no remedy in sight. Once the 10 zombies separated, Yue Zhong felt a significant reduction in pressure. The skeletal figure lunged forward, swinging its axe to decapitate the leading zombie. Yue Zhong followed closely behind, commanding, "Sever their left arms, Bone." Yue Zhong could only gain enhancements by personally slaying zombies. The kills made by Bone would not yield any benefits for him. Receiving the order, Bone stepped forward and struck, cleaving off a zombie's left arm. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong swung his novice wooden stick, delivering a powerful blow to the zombie's head, knocking it askew. Impressive. Cheng Gang, hidden in the tree, observed the coordinated effort between Yue Zhong and Bone with admiration. Retreat. After dispatching the 2 zombies, Yue Zhong shouted at Bone. The remaining 8 zombies were slowly closing in. If surrounded, Yue Zhong would be in grave danger. Following his command, both retreated swiftly from the encircling undead. The 8 zombies continued their unsteady advance towards them. As they moved, the zombies exhibited a mix of speeds, with one lunging forward. Now, its left arm. Yue Zhong commanded fiercely. Bone rushed forward, severing the zombie's left arm, allowing Yue Zhong to capitalize on the moment and strike its head, causing it to tilt awkwardly. After eliminating this zombie, they once again distanced themselves from the remaining horde. One by one, the zombies fell to the combined efforts of Yue Zhong and Bone, until finally, the last of the small group was defeated. A notification chimed in Yue Zhong's ears. "You have leveled up to level 4. Please allocate 2 enhancement points." After dispatching the final zombie, he felt the exhilarating rush of leveling up. Enhanced strength and stamina. Yue Zhong panted, having expended considerable energy in the fight, leaving him with only 3 points of stamina remaining. The kite-flying strategy drained far too much energy. Warm currents coursed through Yue Zhong's body as he felt the enhancements take effect. Bone had already reached level 4, and his overall capabilities surpassed that of an average adult human by 30. The commotion from Yue Zhong's battle attracted the attention of 3 stray zombies, who staggered towards him. "Eliminate them, then return to stand guard," he ordered Bone, who swiftly complied, dispatching the 3 zombies with ease. "What's that?" After the last zombie fell, a 30-centimeter white box erupted from its body, resting quietly beside it. Yue Zhong approached, picking it up. A white treasure chest. It may contain valuable items, or perhaps nothing at all. Test your luck. Upon lifting the box, information flooded his mind. Without hesitation, he opened it, and a burst of white light revealed a level 1 protective suit. This suit can withstand 3 attacks from level 5 or lower primary infected entities, but cannot defend against those above level 5. Additional effects include 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 vitality, 1 stamina, 1 spirit, and 1 toughness. Durability, 3. Selling to the system store yields 50 survival coins. Excellent. Yue Zhong donned the level 1 protective suit, which enhanced his physical attributes by 10 and provided an extra layer of protection akin to 3 additional lives. In close combat with zombies, even a one-on-one encounter required utmost vigilance. A single misstep could lead to infection. With this suit, as long as he avoided being surrounded, he felt invulnerable. The protective attire fit him perfectly. After equipping the suit, Yue Zhong gave a thumbs up to Qin Gang atop the tree before retreating into the small supermarket to rest. What does he mean? Why has he gone back inside? Sun Yu asked, puzzled. Qin Gang speculated, perhaps he is exhausted from the effort. The kite-flying tactic is immensely draining and cannot be sustained for long. Once inside, Yue Zhong remained vigilant while resting. The zombies around the small supermarket had been cleared, leaving only 16 lingering near the tree. With the protective suit, his stamina cap had risen to 13 points. After a brief 5-minute rest, his stamina recovered from 4 to 7 points. However, after a further 20-minute respite, there was no increase. Is my body too fatigued from extended combat? Yue Zhong pondered, furrowing his brow. Having engaged in high-intensity battles today, his enhancements could not restore his stamina indefinitely. I must resort to this apple. He retrieved a vitality apple and took a bite. Sweet juice flowed into his mouth, revitalizing him. After consuming the apple, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, gradually alleviating his fatigue, bringing his stamina up to 12 points. Once refreshed, Yue Zhong exited the small supermarket alongside Bone. "PS out," Sun Yu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he turned to Qin Gang. Qin Gang watched Yue Zhong with a mixture of enthusiasm and concern. If Yue Zhong chose to escape alone, they would be powerless. Yue Zhong surveyed the 16 zombies gathered beneath the tree and tossed a can of beer to the ground. The sound echoed in the area, causing the zombies to turn and stagger towards him. "Onward, Bone," Yue Zhong commanded, brandishing his wooden stick. Responding promptly, Bone charged at the group of 16 zombies. Within 10 seconds, Bone stood before a zombie, swinging his axe to decapitate it effortlessly. As 3 more zombies lunged towards Bone, Yue Zhong stepped in, delivering a powerful blow to one zombie's head, knocking it askew, and then kicked another to the ground. With the protective suit bolstering his confidence, he knew he could engage without fear. A single misstep could be fatal without it. Bone cleaved off another zombie's head with his axe. After leveling up to 4, Bone's overall strength increased by 30, significantly enhancing its combat capability, with its reactions noticeably sharper. Yue Zhong lunged forward, striking another zombie's head forcefully, and in mere moments, 4 zombies lay defeated at their feet. After vanquishing these foes, they retreated swiftly, circling the remaining 12 zombies before launching a coordinated assault that felled 3 more. Time and again, the slow-moving remnants of the horde fell to their combined prowess. Remarkable. Unbeknownst to us, our school concealed such formidable individuals. Observing Yue Zhong and the skeletal warrior effortlessly slay the zombies, Qin Gang, perched in a tree, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Sun Yu and another student, Wang Shuang, nodded in agreement. After dispatching that small wave of undead, Yue Zhong's stamina had only diminished by 3 points, leaving him with 9. His strength and endurance, having been enhanced, allowed him to sustain longer in battle. Once the area was cleared, Yue Zhong swiftly gathered the survival coins that had fallen to the ground amidst the corpses. Noticing that the zombies around the large tree had been eradicated, Qin Gang and the 2 boys nimbly descended from the tree. "Hello, classmate. I am Qin Gang, a third-year student in the School of Management." He introduced himself warmly upon reaching Yue Zhong. "I am Sun Yu, also from the School of Management," added Sun Yu. "And I am Wang Shuang, a third year as well," Wang Shuang chimed in, joining them. Yue Zhong expressed his gratitude. "I am Yue Zhong, thank you for your assistance earlier." Qin Gang had diverted a portion of the zombies, allowing Yue Zhong to vanquish the initial wave. Otherwise, he would have been left fleeing for his life, unable to eliminate them so easily. The true terror of zombies lay not in their individual strength, but in their infectious nature and overwhelming numbers. Once their ranks swelled beyond 20, they became exceedingly difficult to confront. Even if one were to defeat them, the toll on stamina and energy would be staggering. "Do not mention it. I have yet to thank you for saving us." Qin Gang laughed heartily, then pointed at the skeletal warrior beside Yue Zhong, asking, "What is the origin of this creature?" Sun Yu and Wang Shuang gazed at the special skeleton with envy, having witnessed its formidable prowess as it effortlessly cleaved a zombie in 2 with its axe. "Let us discuss this inside," Yue Zhong suggested, gesturing toward a nearby convenience store. The zombies in the vicinity had already been dealt with, yet within the school, the number of zombies likely exceeded 1,000. They were not yet safe. Qin Gang and the others nodded in agreement, quickly following Yue Zhong into the store. As they entered, Sun Yu immediately grabbed a can of beer, popped the tab, and gulped it down, exclaiming, "Ah, I can finally breathe again. I thought I would die of thirst." Yue Zhong shot him a glance, frowning slightly. It was not a safe time for frivolities, and he preferred silence except for necessary exchanges. After taking a sip of water, Qin Gang approached Yue Zhong again, pointing at the skeletal warrior. "How did you acquire this creature? Could you enlighten us?" Sun Yu and Wang Shuang's eyes were filled with longing, aware that strength was the only means to survive in this chaotic world overrun by zombies. Yue Zhong fixed his gaze on Qin Gang, asking solemnly, "Did you hear the voice that called itself a god?" "I did," Qin Gang replied. "So did I," echoed Sun Yu and Wang Shuang. Yue Zhong continued, "After defeating a zombie, I obtained a skill book from it. After using the book, I was able to summon this skeleton." There was no reason to conceal this information. In their quest to escape, any additional strength would be beneficial. As Yue Zhong finished speaking, Sun Yu eagerly inquired, "After slaying so many zombies, do you have any extra skill books? If you give us one, we can assist you in killing zombies." "I do not," Yue Zhong replied, casting a dismissive glance at Sun Yu. Not wanting to dwell on the matter further, he added, "By using the novice wooden stick to kill a certain number of zombies, one can enhance their physical attributes." He then looked at the three empty-handed boys and asked, "What happened to your novice wooden sticks?" "I dropped it while fleeing," Qin Gang admitted sheepishly. Sun Yu and Wang Shuang shared a similar sense of regret. The 1-meter-long wooden stick was cumbersome during their escape, and none would wish to carry it. Hearing that they could have gained enhancements by using the sticks, the three felt remorse for abandoning them. "Can any of you drive?" Yue Zhong inquired. There were over 30 zombies wandering near the exit to the school, and while he and the skeletal warrior could slowly eliminate them, the exertion would be considerable. Only by commandeering a school bus could they hope to break free from the encirclement of zombies. "I can drive." Qin Gang and Sun Yu both shook their heads, but Wang Shuang suddenly spoke up. Yue Zhong focused on Wang Shuang, pressing, "Can you drive a school bus?" Wang Shuang replied, "I've only driven a sedan, I've never operated a school bus, but I believe the mechanics are similar." Yue Zhong contemplated for a moment and said, "It seems that is our only option then. Let us seize a school bus." Sun Yu voiced his concern, "That seems too dangerous. The outside is swarming with zombies. We should stay here instead. Look, we have water and food, and the immediate area is clear of zombies. If we remain here, we need not worry about sustenance. The zombies are merely resilient. Against a modern army, they would stand no chance. We could simply wait here for government rescue." "Couldn't we?" Despite having leveled up 3 times, Yue Zhong did not feel invincible against the zombies. Even facing a dozen, he would need to tread carefully. The number of zombies on campus was likely in the thousands, and any misstep could be fatal. Sun Yu was not keen on taking such risks. Qin Gang and Wang Shuang fell silent, as human nature often favors comfort over peril. The small convenience store provided water and food, and with the surrounding zombies cleared, it was indeed an ideal refuge. "Very well, if you choose to stay, I will go alone," Yue Zhong declared, casting a glance at the three before shouldering his backpack and striding toward the exit. Although he had saved Qin Gang and the others, he had no authority to command them. If they were unwilling to join him, he would not force them. Yue Zhong and the skeletal warrior exited the convenience store. A wave of fear washed over Qin Gang and the others. Without the protection of a strong ally in this world teeming with zombies, they felt lost regarding their fate. "Had I known this would happen, I would have learned to drive," Yue Zhong mused, gazing at the distant school bus with a bittersweet smile. Coming from a modest background, he had never had the means to learn. It appeared he would have to attempt it himself. He hoped the keys were still in the ignition. Drawing a deep breath, Yue Zhong sprinted up a slope where the school bus awaited. The buses at Yunhua University were of superior quality, capable of easily plowing through zombies, unlike ordinary cars. At the top of the slope, 8 zombies were loitering. Upon hearing Yue Zhong and the skeletal warrior approach, they turned and stumbled toward him. The skeletal warrior charged ahead, swiftly cleaving one zombie in 2 with its axe. Yue Zhong was equally adept, rapidly advancing and delivering a powerful blow to another zombie's skull with his novice wooden stick, causing its head to tilt at an awkward angle. His strength had increased by 4 points, surpassing a 40% improvement from before. Slaying zombies had become remarkably effortless. Together, Yue Zhong and the skeletal warrior swiftly dispatched the 8 zombies, consuming only 1 point of stamina in the process. A melodic notification chimed. "You have reached level 5. Please allocate 2 enhancement points." After eliminating the 8 zombies, Yue Zhong promptly chose to enhance his stamina by 2 points. Without adequate stamina, he could not engage in prolonged combat. Ample stamina was essential for both slaying enemies and fleeing. Any depletion would leave him drained after just a brief skirmish. The warm sensation coursed through Yue Zhong's body, restoring his stamina and slightly augmenting it. The school bus was positioned near the basketball court, where dozens of male students had transformed into zombies. As Yue Zhong and the skeletal warrior battled the 8 zombies beside the bus. The commotion attracted more zombies from the surrounding area. Yue Zhong glanced at the horde of male zombies before assessing the bus and discovering it was empty. Rushing onto the bus, he was met with dismay upon realizing there were no keys in the ignition. After searching the vehicle, he quickly exited, only to find dozens of zombies staggering toward him. In addition to the basketball court, several zombies from the nearby residential area were drawn by the noise. Moving in to encircle him, he contemplated retreating, realizing that he could not eliminate so many zombies using a kite-flying strategy before exhausting his stamina. Just then, a girl with long black hair, clad in jeans and wielding a novice wooden stick, rushed toward him from the side. The young woman in jeans moved like a whirlwind, her swordsmanship exquisite as she struck the heads of the zombies with her wooden stick, sending their skulls askew. One by one, the zombies fell like weeds before her onslaught, none able to touch her. "Quick, follow me!" she exclaimed as she rushed to Yue Zhong's side. Ji Qingwu, how could it be her? Yue Zhong thought, recognizing her as he followed Ji Qingwu out. Together with Baigu, they fought their way to a gazebo by the artificial lake. The gazebo had only a narrow passage, surrounded by water, making it a fortress difficult for zombies to breach. Baigu stood guard at the entrance, effortlessly dispatching the approaching zombies with swift strikes of his axe. Ji Qingwu glanced at Yue Zhong and asked in a voice tinged with magnetism. "Hello, I am Ji Qingwu, a fellow student. May I know your name?" Yue Zhong smiled slightly and replied, "Senior Ji, I am Yue Zhong. Few in our school would not recognize you." Before him stood Ji Qingwu, with sleek black hair cascading to her shoulders, a strikingly handsome face, and a tall, curvaceous figure. Her eyes were distinctly black and white, and her skin was as pale as jade, making her the most beautiful girl at Yunhua University. A year ago, her solo sword dance at the New Year's Gala had captivated nearly everyone at the university, establishing her as the dream girl for many. It was said that even wealthy suitors from other schools would arrive in luxury cars seeking her attention. Though Yue Zhong had not paid much attention to such matters, he had been struck by her stunning performance at the gala. He had not expected the enchanting Ji Qingwu to possess such courage to engage in close combat with zombies. Nor such skill. Ji Qingwu eyed Baigu and directly inquired, "Is that your acquired ability?" "Indeed." Yue Zhong nodded. Ji Qingwu fixed her penetrating gaze on him and earnestly said, "I need your help. Please accompany me to the girls' dormitory. My friend is trapped inside." The girls' dormitory was similarly infested with zombies. Despite Ji Qingwu's prowess, she could not single-handedly defeat the multitude of zombies to rescue her friend. Yue Zhong nodded and made a request. "No problem, however, Senior Ji. I also have a close friend I need to save. Once things stabilize here, I hope you can assist me in rescuing him." Ji Qingwu's abilities were unknown to him, but her remarkable swordsmanship made her an invaluable ally in this transformed world. "All right," she affirmed. "Are you ready? If there are no issues, let us move. 10 minutes later, Ji Qingwu asked Yue Zhong, "Are you set?" Yue Zhong stood up, declaring, "I'm ready. Let's go." His stamina had recovered sufficiently, allowing him to continue fighting. Ji Qingwu, gripping her wooden stick, strode forward confidently. The passage was littered with the decapitated corpses of zombies. The dozen that had been drawn to Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu had already been slain by Baigu, who had leveled up to level 6, enhancing his attributes once more. Ji Qingwu smiled at Baigu, noting, "Your ability is quite useful. As an undead creature, Baigu exhibited formidable combat prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary humans like Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu in terms of sustained fighting capability." "Indeed," Yue Zhong chuckled, moving into the mass of corpses to collect survival coins and check for treasures. "Skill book." Yue Zhong's eyes lit up as he spotted a book lying among the bodies. He quickly stepped forward to retrieve it. It was a level 1 skill book. Small fireball, capable of launching a small fireball to attack enemies. Non-mage practitioners could only use it once every 3 days until upgraded to level 2. With a price of 100 survival coins. "This skill is not suitable for me," he thought as he tucked the skill book away. Ji Qingwu approached, glancing at it curiously. "What skill book is that?" Yue Zhong held it up and replied, "A level 1 spell skill book. Small fireball. Do you need it?" Ji Qingwu examined the book closely before shaking her head. "No need. Let us go." Yue Zhong stowed the skill book in his bag, adjusted his gear, and followed Ji Qingwu outside. Not long after they left the gazebo, a horde of zombies that had been wandering nearby began to converge toward them. "Charge!" Ji Qingwu cried, rushing forward like a tempest into the zombies blocking their path. They needed to break through the 12 zombies ahead to reach the girls' dormitory. Ji Qingwu's speed was remarkable, creating distance between herself and Yue Zhong. "Baigu, go!" Yue Zhong commanded. Responding swiftly, Bai Gu's eyes gleamed with determination as he charged into the fray. Moving ahead of Ji Qinggu, swinging his axe and sending a whirlwind crashing into a zombie's head, sending it flying amidst a spray of blood. How impressive! Ji Qinggu marveled as Bai Gu surpassed her, quickly following suit to strike down a zombie with her wooden stick. Yue Zhong soon joined the fray, using his stick to bludgeon the heads of the oncoming zombies. Together, they swiftly dispatched 8 of the 12 zombies blocking their path. Hurry! Ji Qinggu only cast a glance at the fallen zombies before pressing onward. The surrounding horde was closing in. If they were surrounded, all 3 would perish. Vitality apple? A valuable find. Just as Yue Zhong was about to leave, he spotted a vitality apple on the ground beside the corpses. He bent down to pick it up before hastily pursuing Ji Qinggu. The trio overcame the wave of zombies and continued on, eliminating 6 more stragglers before finally reaching the girls' dormitory. There, 10 zombies outside turned to stagger toward them. What a pity! Yue Zhong lamented as he regarded the 10 female zombies, their once youthful and vibrant faces now ravaged and grotesque. These girls should have been enjoying their youth, yet they had succumbed to a mindless existence, reduced to mere zombies. Bai Gu, however, felt no such sympathy. He charged forward, swinging his axe to decapitate one of the female zombies. Ji Qinggu, like a whirlwind, dashed into the fray, her wooden stick striking deftly at the undead, while Yue Zhong cleanly dispatched the zombies around him. United, the 3 swiftly eliminated all the zombies within the girls' dormitory courtyard. Yue Zhong rushed into the security room adjacent to the dormitory, grabbing a set of keys and a large lock before running to secure the entrance. Outside, nearly 100 zombies ambled toward them, drawn by Yue Zhong and Ji Qinggu's earlier commotion. Unlike the boys' dormitory, the girls' dormitory at Yunhua University was constructed with sturdier and more elegant materials. While the boys' dormitory doors were flimsy wooden planks, the girls' dormitory had aluminum alloy doors designed for better security. This was a precaution implemented after a particularly heinous incident occurred in the past, aimed at ensuring the safety of the female students. Inside the girls' dormitory, zombies began to emerge, swaying toward the noise from their rooms, while others continuously hurled themselves against closed doors. Despite the lockdown during the afternoon rest period, over 20 zombies staggered out from various rooms. Outside, the encroaching horde of nearly 100 zombies threatened to overwhelm them, creating a dire situation. If surrounded by those zombies, all 3 of them, Yue Zhong, Bai Gu, and Ji Qinggu, would surely perish in their jaws. Follow me! Ji Qinggu glanced at the approaching horde of zombies and swiftly dashed towards the staircase. Yue Zhong and Bai Gu closely trailed behind her, ascending with urgency. At the staircase, a few zombies lingered, but the trio pressed forward, dispatching the undead as they emerged. Just as Ji Qinggu reached the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory, 4 zombies suddenly appeared in the stairwell, lunging at her. They completely blocked her escape, leaving her with no option for evasion. With ferocity, Ji Qinggu swung her makeshift wooden stick like a viper, striking one zombie squarely on the head, causing its skull to twist grotesquely. Yet, the remaining 3 zombies continued their relentless assault. Just as they were about to seize Ji Qinggu, Bai Gu brandished his axe, unleashing a whirlwind that obliterated one of the zombies' heads into a pulpy mess. Yue Zhong then sprang forward, delivering a powerful blow to another zombie's skull, sending it reeling while colliding into Ji Qinggu, knocking her to the ground. The last remaining zombie clawed viciously at Yue Zhong's left arm, tearing his clothing and nearly shattering the bone with its immense strength. The foul stench emanating from the female zombie, with its grotesquely mangled face, sent a chill down Yue Zhong's spine. He had no desire to meet such a fate. With a forceful kick, he struck the female zombie in the abdomen, propelled by his enhanced strength, sending her flying 2 meters. Bai Gu stepped forward, executing a decisive strike with his axe, slaying the female zombie. In the moment of her death, a white treasure chest appeared beside her corpse. Ji Qinggu quickly rose from the floor, pale but determined, and approached Yue Zhong, casting a worried glance at his injured arm. Yue Zhong, are you all right? The most terrifying aspect of battling zombies was the risk of infection. Any injury could lead to a transformation into one of the undead, with no hope of salvation. I am fine, I'm wearing protective gear that can withstand 3 zombie attacks, Yue Zhong replied slowly, his complexion ashen. This was the most perilous moment he had ever faced. Without the protective gear, he would have already succumbed to infection. Ji Qinggu gazed at him with clear eyes and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Yue Zhong, I will find a way to repay this kindness in the future. Quickly find your friends. We have no time to lose. Yue Zhong surveyed the surroundings and swiftly tucked the white treasure chest under his arm. Behind them, a throng of zombies staggered forward. From the rooms on the third floor, more female zombies stumbled out. Without hesitation, Ji Qingwu charged forward, dispatching 2 more zombies before reaching the door of room 304. Qin Yao. It's Ji Qingwu. I've come to rescue you. Open the door. Qingwu, is that you? You really came. Quickly, move the obstacles. A voice of joy echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of hurriedly shifting objects. At that moment, more and more zombies emerged, staggering onto their floor. I'll hold them off. You guard the door, Yue Zhong said, his expression grave as he observed the increasing number of zombies. If they did not eliminate some now, it would become much more difficult later. Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled with determination as she moved beside Yue Zhong. Smiling, I'll go with you. All right. Yue Zhong nodded, and alongside Baigu, they charged at the oncoming horde. Ji Qingwu kept pace with them, and the trio fought their way through the zombies on the third floor. So impressive. A round-faced girl peered out the window, watching in envy as Ji Qingwu, Yue Zhong, and Baigu took down the relentless zombies. The number of zombies on the third floor exceeded 100. And after a vigorous battle, Yue Zhong and his companions began to feel their energy depleting, their bodies growing heavier. Despite his enhanced stamina, Yue Zhong felt the strain. Ji Qingwu, however, was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, her vigor waning, and she narrowly avoided being caught by zombies several times. Qingwu, come here. At that critical moment, the door to Qin Yao's room finally opened, and she leaned out, calling out to Ji Qingwu. Retreat! Yue Zhong urged, leading Ji Qingwu swiftly toward the door. They quickly entered the dormitory, and the door was hastily shut behind them. Once inside, the 4 girls immediately barricaded the door with desks and boxes. Ji Qingwu collapsed onto a bed, gasping for air, sweat dripping like pearls onto the floor. The fierce battle had nearly exhausted her strength. Without Yue Zhong's assistance, she would never have made it to the girls' dormitory. Yue Zhong also slumped onto a nearby bed, closing his eyes as sweat poured off him. Although his stamina exceeded Ji Qingwu's, the prolonged confrontation with the zombies had drained him significantly, leaving him with only 4 points of energy in the dormitory. Aside from Ji Qingwu, there were 4 other girls, all curiously observing Yue Zhong and Baigu. The image of the two charging into the horde of zombies remained vivid in their minds. At that moment, a vibrant girl with long hair, clad in jeans and a white t-shirt, approached with a fragrant breeze, offering Yue Zhong a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Qin Yao. May I ask your name? Yue Zhong looked up at her and replied slowly, I am Yue Zhong. Qin Yao is also a well-known figure at Yunhua University, renowned for her beauty and talents, one of the campus flowers. Her sweet smile had captivated many handsome students at the university. Thank you for coming to rescue us with Qingwu, she said with gratitude. No need for thanks. Yue Zhong replied coolly. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian. A fair-skinned girl with a doll-like face introduced herself. Hi, I'm Kai Xiao. A short-haired, capable-looking girl chimed in. A tall, glamorous girl with striking makeup and stylish attire flashed a sweet smile at Yue Zhong. Hello, Yue Zhong. I'm Wang Feng. You're truly impressive to have fought those zombies head-on. Yue Zhong smiled wryly. There's nothing impressive about it. It's all out of necessity. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid close combat with zombies, as it was the most perilous situation. Any minor injury could lead to infection. After saying this, Yue Zhong opened his backpack, revealing an assortment of chocolates, candies, and drinks. He grabbed a bottle of purified water and drank deeply, needing to replenish fluids after the intense battle. Even in the direst of circumstances, he had not discarded the backpack filled with supplies. With the resources in it, he could maintain his combat effectiveness even if trapped for 3 days. The sight of the chocolates and drinks gleamed in the eyes of the 4 girls, who were weary and hungry after the day's events. Yet, being the pampered girls they were, none of them dared to ask Yue Zhong for supplies. Water? Chocolate? Ji Qingwu boldly demanded from Yue Zhong. Without hesitation, he tossed a can of soda and 4 chocolate bars to her. Ji Qingwu was a crucial asset in this world, and every bit of fighting strength counted. Qin Yao, being outgoing, directly asked Yue Zhong, we're thirsty too. Could you spare us some water? After a moment of hesitation, Yue Zhong retrieved another can of soda and 4 chocolate bars, handing them to Qin Yao. Make it last. My supplies are limited. Thank you, Qin Yao responded politely, taking the soda and chocolates to share with the other 3 girls. In her heart, she recognized that Ji Qingwu was far more important to Yue Zhong. As she nibbled on the chocolate, Qin Yao studied Yue Zhong, quietly reflecting on his priorities regarding the girls in the dormitory. Typically, high-calorie foods like chocolate were rare treats for them, but they understood that in these times, having anything to eat was a blessing. Just then, the door to the girls' dormitory rattled violently as zombies began to pound against it, shaking the entire door with each impact. With the suppression of Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu gone, The zombies in the girls' dormitory had congregated, beginning their assault on the building, intent on breaking in. The four girls huddled closer to Yue Zhong and Baigu, their anxiety palpable. Although the dormitory was fortified with steel doors, there was no telling when those relentless zombies might breach them. Ji Qingwu, despite her formidable strength, could not instill the same sense of security as Yue Zhong and Baigu. After all, she was merely one person, and her stamina was no match for Yue Zhong, who had undergone extensive physical enhancements. What should we do, Qingwu? Zhang Xian, with her doll-like face, timidly inquired, casting a glance at Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brow slightly and strode purposefully toward the dormitory entrance. Peering out the window, outside, a throng of zombies had completely blocked the door, numbering no fewer than 30, leaving no room for maneuver. In such an environment, facing the undead spelled certain doom. Yue Zhong, do you have any good ideas? Ji Qingwu turned to him, her voice laced with urgency. Yue Zhong approached the door, gazing out at the mass of zombies. The sheer density of the undead maximized their numerical advantage, and even Baigu, the strongest among them, would be overwhelmed if he ventured out. Yue Zhong swiftly shifted his attention to the window at the back of the girls' dormitory. There, only a few zombies lingered aimlessly. After evaluating the terrain, he returned to the group, addressing the girls. It won't be difficult to escape from here, but the real challenge lies in getting out of the school and surviving beyond these walls. I fear that the world outside is teeming with zombies. Without a secure refuge, we might be better off staying put. Oh, you have a safe place outside, he continued, like a standalone villa or an apartment in a less populated area? Qin Yao spoke up. I have a house nearby in the Shangshi Garden community, and I have the key to it. Would that be suitable? Absolutely, Yue Zhong nodded. The Shangshi Garden community was situated close to Yunhua University, an area densely populated by students, thus making it an ideal hiding spot. Yue Zhong surveyed the four girls in the room and asked in a grave tone, who among you can drive? I can. Qin Yao stood up, affirming her capability. I can drive as well, Wang Feng added, eager to showcase her skills. She understood that in such dire circumstances, demonstrating one's worth was crucial for survival. Is there any issue with driving the school bus? Yue Zhong pressed on, seeking someone to assist him with the vehicle. Qin Yao replied confidently, no problem. Do you know where the keys are? Without the keys, finding the bus would be futile, Yue Zhong pointed out. Qin Yao quickly explained, the bus driver, Zhang Xiao, is usually at the Academic Affairs Office or the General Affairs Office during this time. If all goes well, he should be at one of those locations. As a member of the Student Council, Qin Yao frequently interacted with school officials and often used the bus, so she was well aware of Zhang Xiao's whereabouts. Yue Zhong rummaged through his bag and retrieved a white box, opening it to reveal a gleaming replica Tang sword. Level 1 replica Tang sword. Attack 5-8. This exquisite blade was capable of effortlessly severing bone, a perfect weapon against the infected. With this sword, slaying zombies will become significantly easier. Yue Zhong mused, feeling the cold, metallic touch of the weapon. The recoil from using his makeshift wooden club was considerable, but with the replica Tang sword, he could hunt the undead with greater efficiency. He took out a skill book titled Fireball Technique and addressed Qin Yao earnestly. You must have heard that voice. I have additional intel. If you slay a certain number of zombies, you will level up and gain enhancements. Baigu is a manifestation of my ability. This is a level 1 skill book, detailing the effects of the fireball technique. I can give it to you. But I hope you will promise to help me rescue my close friend once we are safe, Yue Zhong. The fireball technique was merely a trinket, but he was willing to share it to bolster the group's strength. His sole desire was to escape and locate his friend. Though Qin Yao appeared delicate and lacked combat prowess, she was astute and knowledgeable. Yue Zhong hoped she would prove to be a valuable ally. Without hesitation, Qin Yao accepted the skill book amid the envious and jealous gazes of the other girls. All right, I promise to help you find your friend once we are safe. A flash of light enveloped the skill book as it merged into Qin Yao's being. How astonishing! Zhang Xian exclaimed, envy evident in her eyes. It was her first time witnessing someone acquire a skill book. Why does she always get the good stuff? The heavens must favor her, Wang Feng thought, her jealousy growing. Qin Yao was not only beautiful but also came from a respectable family, making her a sought-after figure among the male students. Although Wang Feng was also remarkable, she felt overshadowed by Qin Yao's fortune, especially now that the world was crumbling around them. Qin Yao, show us a spell, Zhang Xian urged, curiosity piqued. Qin Yao was eager to test her newfound powers, but Yue Zhong interjected, no. In your current state, you can only cast one fireball a day. It must be reserved for a critical moment. That single fireball could be the difference between life and death for us. Qin Yao quickly regained her composure. Nodding in understanding, Yue Zhong turned to Ji Qingwu. Qingwu, how is your stamina? Without hesitation, Ji Qingwu replied, it's at SIXM, Y maximum is 12, and recovery is proving difficult. My body feels utterly fatigued. Then stay here and guard them. I'll rest briefly and head out to find the keys. Qingwu, call me in 5 minutes, Yue Zhong instructed before consuming a vitality apple and lying down, closing his eyes to recuperate. As he lay there, Zhang Xian blushed faintly, murmuring, that's my bed. Exhausted, Yue Zhong quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Outside, the zombies continued to pound against the dormitory door. Apart from Ji Qingwu, the other girls huddled close to Yue Zhong. Trembling in fear, uncertain of when the door would give way. 5 minutes later, Ji Qingwu gently nudged Yue Zhong. Wake up. It's been 5 minutes. Has it already? Time flies, Yue Zhong replied, his eyes opening with a faint smile. After an afternoon of intense combat, even with the vitality apple's effects, he had only managed to restore his stamina to 11 points. He swiftly rose, retrieved climbing rope from his bag, and secured it before lowering it from the window. If things become unbearable, you can escape through here, he instructed the girls, then climbed down the rope. Baigu adeptly followed him down. Upon reaching the ground, for nearby zombies staggered towards him, armed with the Tang sword. Yue Zhong quickly charged forward, delivering a powerful strike that severed the head of the nearest zombie, blood splattering everywhere. Good blade, he thought, impressed. The replica Tang sword required significantly less effort to slay a zombie compared to before, allowing him to conserve energy while dispatching more of the undead. After swiftly eliminating the 4 zombies alongside Baigu, Yue Zhong raced towards the Academic Affairs Office and the General Affairs Office. As he moved, more zombies began to converge in pursuit of him. The scene was densely populated with an overwhelming number of zombies, striking fear into the heart of Yue Zhong. He dared not linger even for a moment. Charging forward alongside his skeletal companion, relentlessly slaying every zombie that obstructed their path. There was no time to collect the survival coins dropped by the fallen foes. You have leveled up to level 6. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. After dispatching a blocking zombie with a swift strike, a clear voice resonated within Yue Zhong's mind. Without hesitation, he decided to enhance his stamina by 2 points. At that moment, his speed surpassed that of the zombies, and he realized that stamina was his most pressing need in combat. A gentle flow surged within him, granting him renewed strength. After catching his breath, he continued his dash toward the school's administrative building. Leading the charge, the skeletal figure cleaved through the scattered zombies, forging a path for Yue Zhong. The primary force within the school comprised students, and as they approached the administrative building, the number of zombies diminished significantly. Upon entering the building, 3 unsteady zombies staggered toward him. With a flourish of his long knife, Yue Zhong sent one zombie's head flying. The skeleton swiftly followed suit, dispatching the remaining 2 with ease. As the last zombie fell, a pair of white shoes tumbled out, landing beside its body. Yue Zhong quickly retrieved the shoes. Level 1 enhanced shoes, agility 3. Wearing these enhanced shoes will increase your agility. Durability 2020. Upon sensing the shoes' properties, he promptly donned them. As he slipped into the white enhanced shoes, he felt as if his body had become lighter. His agility now reached 14 points. Exceeding the average by 40, with his new footwear, Yue Zhong and the skeleton surged forward. Help! Save us! As Yue Zhong passed the finance office, he heard cries for assistance. Peering inside, he saw 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. Trust me and follow my lead, he instructed. Continuing toward the General Affairs Office, he noted that the remaining zombies on this floor were primarily the office staff, posing little threat to those following him. What's the plan, Zhaozhen? A bespectacled boy asked a handsome student clad in brand-name attire, who wielded a new wooden stick. Zhaozhen glanced at Yue Zhong, his eyes flickering with consideration before decisively stating, let us follow him. Staying here is a dead end without help. Zhaozhen, known for his decisiveness, swiftly opened the locked door of the finance office and stepped outside. Impressive. Upon exiting, Zhaozhen witnessed Yue Zhong effortlessly slaying 2 zombies in mere moments. The others quickly followed him outside, trailing in Yue Zhong's wake. Extraordinary. Is there really such a formidable individual in our school? Zhaozhen marveled at Yue Zhong's fluid movements as he dispatched the zombies. As the president of the student council at Yunhua University, Zhaozhen had encountered many notable figures, yet he had never seen anyone like Yue Zhong. Remarkable. The others felt a surge of hope at the sight of Yue Zhong's effortless prowess, realizing that their chances of survival had significantly increased by staying close to such a powerhouse. Reaching the General Affairs Office, Yue Zhong instructed the skeleton to continue eliminating the zombies ahead while he entered the office. Inside, a slightly plump zombie, its body marred by bites, staggered toward him. I found you. Yue Zhong's heart leaped as he recognized the zombie as the school bus driver, Zhang Xiao. He stepped forward and, with a swift, cold gleam of his blade, severed the zombie's head. After dispatching Zhang Xiao, Yue Zhong donned a pair of gloves and quickly searched the body, retrieving 3 keys. With the keys in hand, he dashed out of the room, eager to escape. Meanwhile, the skeleton had cleared the floor of zombies. Zhao Zhan and his companions remained huddled nearby, silently observing the scene. Yue Zhong glanced at them and said in a low voice, "I am heading to the girls' dormitory. What are your plans?" Though only a few hundred meters separated the administrative building from the girls' dormitory, numerous zombies lurked along the way. While Yue Zhong could manage alone, he feared the safety of so many companions would be compromised. "Hello, my name is Zhao Zhan, president of the student council at Yunhua University. May I ask your name?" Zhao Zhan inquired, his tone warm. "I am Yue Zhong," he replied. "Why do you wish to go to the girls' dormitory? Do you have friends there?" Zhao Zhan probed. "Indeed," Yue Zhong admitted slowly. "The path to the dormitory is fraught with zombies, and I cannot ensure your safety if I bring you all along." With 5 individuals lacking combat skills, a rush toward the girls' dormitory would likely result in casualties. Zhao Zhan responded quickly. "Understood that we will hold our ground and await rescue. Yue Zhong, I believe you intend to leave this school. Before you do, I hope you can return to help us escape. If you assist us, I promise you will be generously rewarded." Yue Zhong nodded. "If I have the strength, I will return. Lastly, let me share a piece of information. Defeating zombies to a certain extent allows for evolution and enhancement of oneself. If you have the courage to fight, you will grow stronger. I must take my leave now." After his parting words, Yue Zhong dashed outside. "Zhao Zhan, can we trust his words?" the bespectacled boy asked after Yue Zhong had departed. Zhao Zhan pondered while observing his wooden stick. "It seems credible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful." After hearing Zhao Zhan's comments, the 5 felt a stir of hope, yet the thought of engaging in close combat with zombies silenced them. Close quarters fighting was perilous. A single scratch could lead to infection and death. Unlike in video games, life had only one chance, and there was no resurrection here. "Let us head back," Zhao Zhan finally said after much hesitation, making his way back into the finance office. Even with knowledge of how to become stronger, it was a gamble with their lives, and Zhao Zhan was not ready for that. The others, after a moment's hesitation, followed him inside. Few would willingly choose the treacherous path to strength unless cornered with no other options. Once outside the finance office, Yue Zhong sprinted toward the girls' dormitory, where hordes of zombies lurked. Armed with a replica of a tang knife, he plunged into the fray. Despite lacking formal martial training, his enhanced agility and strength allowed him to overpower the zombies. None could withstand him for even a moment. With the skeleton's assistance, Yue Zhong felled 7 zombies and broke through the encirclement, reaching the rear of the girls' dormitory. Skillfully, he climbed up a rope into the dormitory. "Yue Zhong, you're back." Upon seeing him, the adorable girl with a doll-like face, Zhang Xian, sprang up with a joyful expression. Aside from Ji Qingwu, the other girls also exhaled in relief. Though Yue Zhong had only been gone a brief time, the looming threat of zombies had left them feeling utterly unsafe. His return brought a slight sense of security. Ji Qingwu also approached Yue Zhong, her strikingly beautiful eyes locking onto him. "Did you get the car keys?" "I have them," Yue Zhong replied, collapsing onto a nearby bed and taking a long drink of water. The brief time away had been filled with intense battles and relentless running, leaving him quite fatigued. "Let us go." Once his stamina reached 9 points, Yue Zhong stood and addressed the 5 girls in the dormitory. "Once we get downstairs, stay close behind me and Ji Qingwu, don't scatter or shove. I'll make it clear. If you run off, I cannot save you." Outside, the number of zombies was overwhelming, and if the girls panicked and strayed into the horde, Yue Zhong would be unable to rescue them. "Understood." The 4 girls nodded obediently, recognizing that disobedience could only lead to death in their current predicament. With instructions given, Yue Zhong quickly descended the rope, reaching the ground in no time. Zhang Xian approached the rope, peering down hesitantly. She was not particularly fond of physical activities, and even with the rope, descending from the 3rd floor seemed daunting. "If you won't go down, let me do it, don't waste time." "Zhang Xian?" Wang Feng urged, pushing Zhang Xian aside, swiftly descending the rope. Although a bit unsteady, Wang Feng gritted her teeth and made it to the ground. Following her, Chen Yao adeptly climbed down the rope, even more effortlessly than Wang Feng. "Well done," Yue Zhong praised, noting that it was uncommon for girls to descend so nimbly from a building. Chen Yao, who appeared delicate and fragile, surprised everyone with her agility. She flashed a confident smile at Yue Zhong, saying, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite the athletic girl and regularly work out. Of course, I can't compare to Qingwu." Yue Zhong chuckled, choosing not to comment further. The short-haired, capable girl, Kai Xiao, quickly descended the rope as well. Finally, it was Zhang Xian's turn again. With determination, she grasped the rope and wobbled her way down. Below, Wang Feng urged, "Hurry! You're the last one." Although the back of the girls' dormitory was relatively free of zombies, stepping outside exposed them to the encroaching horde, where one misstep could lead to being surrounded and devoured. Pressured by Wang Feng, Zhang Xian felt a surge of anxiety and quickened her pace. Suddenly, her grip slipped, and she fell from the second floor. This is it. As the wind rushed around her, despair engulfed Zhang Xian. In this world, even a fall could drastically reduce one's chances of survival. Just then, Yue Zhong lunged forward, swiftly catching her as she plummeted. The weight of nearly 100 pounds from the second floor knocked the breath out of him slightly. Zhang Xian wriggled out of Yue Zhong's embrace, a blush creeping to her cheeks as she thanked him. "Thank you for saving me, Yue Zhong." Wang Feng watched the scene with a twinge of jealousy, thinking, this girl is quite clever. Once all 4 girls were down, Ji Qingwu quickly descended the climbing rope. As Yue Zhong and the others prepared to leave, a girl at the 4th floor window suddenly stuck her head out, raising a white sheet with black ink scrawled across it. "SOS? Please save us. What should we do? Should we rescue them?" Zhang Xian asked Yue Zhong, her gaze filled with concern, mirrored by the other girls. They felt torn. If they chose not to help, their consciences would weigh heavily upon them. Yet rushing to save those survivors could endanger their own lives. Yue Zhong shook his head firmly, declaring, "No, we can barely protect ourselves right now. We must find a secure location first, establish a base. And only then can we spare the resources to save them." It would already be challenging for him and Ji Qingwu to safeguard Chen Yao and the other 3 girls. Adding more would complicate matters further. "Stay here for now. I'll come back to rescue you when I can. Until then, you must protect yourselves," he called up to the girls above, then turned to Ji Qingwu and the others, saying, "Let us go. Qingwu, I'll take the lead with Baigu, and you handle the rest." With that, Yue Zhong and Baigu charged forward towards the school bus. "Hurry!" Ji Qingwu urged the 4 girls. Everyone understood the urgency of the situation, and the girls closely followed Yue Zhong as they sprinted ahead. Ji Qingwu maneuvered alongside them, safeguarding their journey. Inside the 4th floor dormitory, a girl watched as Yue Zhong protected Chen Yao and her friends, tears streaming down her face as she covered her mouth, stifling her sobs. The commotion caused by Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu entering the dormitory had stirred hope among the survivors, hope for escape from the zombie-infested building. Yue Zhong's departure felt like the withdrawal of their last chance for salvation, leaving the girl overwhelmed. Had circumstances allowed, she would have cried out in despair. "Chi-Chi, stop crying. Didn't he say he would come back?" A long-haired girl comforted the weeping Lin Qi. Lin Qi whispered, "Zhongli, but it's so dangerous here." "What if he leaves and never returns?" Zhongli reassured her. "Don't worry. That boy, Yue Zhong, is reliable. If he says he will come back, he surely will. We just need to wait for him." Lin Qi, curious, asked, "Do you really know about him, Zhongli?" Zhongli smiled gently. "Of course, I've helped him with his part-time jobs." "Then tell me more about him," Lin Qi implored, seeking a distraction from their perilous situation. "All right," Zhongli replied, quietly sharing what she knew about Yue Zhong. As soon as they exited the girls' dormitory, Yue Zhong and Baigu pressed forward without pause towards the school bus, with Chen Yao and the other girls closely trailing behind. And no sooner had they emerged than zombies from all directions began to stagger towards them, facing the grotesque, torn bodies of the undead. Chen Yao and her friends felt their legs weaken, slowing their pace. Not everyone could maintain composure in such a dire situation. Had Yue Zhong not already dispatched numerous zombies, he too would have struggled to remain calm. "Run! Don't stop!" Ji Qingwu commanded in her compelling voice. With the zombies ahead dispersed by Yue Zhong, Ji Qingwu faced even greater pressure, as protecting the 4 girls was no simple task. Should even one zombie breach their defenses, the girls, unaccustomed to fighting, would be in grave danger. Under Ji Qingwu's commanding shout, the 4 girls dared not slow their pace and continued to sprint forward. Suddenly, Zhang Xian stumbled over a small rock and fell to the ground. Wang Feng quickly maneuvered around her, chasing after Yue Zhong. Surrounded by zombies, she did not want to endanger herself for Zhang Xian. "Help me, please!" Zhang Xian cried, struggling to rise as tears streamed down her face. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yao exchanged glances with Kai Xiao, and the 2 girls rushed to Zhang Xian's side, helping her up as they trudged forward. Thank you, Chen Yao, Kai Xiao." Zhang Xian sniffed, tears falling. It was in times of crisis that true friendship revealed itself, distinguishing genuine support from mere pretense. Zhang Xian weighed nearly 100 pounds. And with Chun Yao and Kai Xiao supporting her, their pace slowed significantly. After covering just a few meters, they were already panting heavily. "I'll take over. Keep following my lead," Yue Zhong called back, seamlessly transitioning from Chen Yao and Kai Xiao to support Zhang Xian. "Be careful." Chen Yao and Kai Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for Yue Zhong's assistance as they hurried to catch up with Baigu. "Climb on my back, then hurry," Yue Zhong instructed as he tossed his backpack to Zhang Xian while turning away from her. Zhang Xian grasped the backpack and clambered onto Yue Zhong's sturdy back. The moment she settled, Yue Zhong felt the weight shift, but his enhanced strength allowed him to carry her and the supplies without faltering. "Hold on tight if you fall. I won't be able to help you," he cautioned, taking a deep breath and charging toward the school bus without looking back. Zhang Xian clung tightly to Yue Zhong, resting against his warm, broad back, a wave of safety washing over her. "If only he were my boyfriend." Meanwhile, Baigu had reached level 7, boasting physical abilities far beyond the norm, cleaving through the scattered zombies blocking their path with ease. Yue Zhong, having undergone several enhancements himself, matched the girls' pace as they rapidly approached the school bus. Once inside, Yue Zhong gently set Zhang Xian aside and tossed the bus keys to Chen Yao. "Quickly, start the engine." Upon stepping down from Yue Zhong's back, a sense of loss washed over Zhang Xian. "Got it." Chen Yao deftly inserted the keys and ignited the bus. "You two, take care of her," Yue Zhong instructed Kai Xiao and Wang Feng before collapsing onto a seat, exhaling deeply. The intense battle had drained his stamina to a mere 6 points. He needed every moment to recuperate for the potential fights ahead. Kai Xiao nodded and moved to Zhang Xian's side, while Wang Feng, feeling awkward, recalled her earlier choice to abandon her friend in favor of escape. Ji Qingwu settled across from Yue Zhong, extending her delicate hand toward him. "Water." Yue Zhong managed a wry smile as he quickly rummaged through his backpack, tossing her a can of soda. "Where to now? Are we heading to my place?" After starting the school bus, Chen Yao turned to Yue Zhong and said, "No. First, let us head to the small supermarket to replenish our supplies. Without resources, we simply cannot endure. Wang Feng, please come over and explain the driving process to me." Yue Zhong approached Chen Yao and spoke to Wang Feng. He needed to learn how to operate the vehicle, ensuring that even if he were alone, he would not be stranded without transportation. "All right," Wang Feng replied enthusiastically, moving closer to Yue Zhong to begin explaining the functions of the various instruments. In truth, the most challenging aspect of learning to drive lay in understanding traffic rules. Starting, stopping, accelerating, and braking the car were relatively simple, as Wang Feng elaborated. Yue Zhong grasped many concepts quickly. Of course, given Yue Zhong's current driving skills, he would be akin to a menace on the road. Nevertheless, he swiftly memorized how to start, stop, and brake. The school bus raced ahead, scattering the zombies that obstructed its path. It seemed that the power of the vehicle did not grant any enhancements. It was clear that understanding the rules of enhancement was essential. As Yue Zhong observed the zombies being knocked aside, some even rendered incapacitated with shattered skulls, he noted with a furrowed brow that no ethereal light emerged from their fallen forms. Originally, Yue Zhong had planned to seek powerful vehicles, such as Hummers or road rollers, to trample zombies for upgrades. However, this strategy now appeared somewhat unreliable. The speeding school bus soon halted in front of the small supermarket. "Chen Yao, wait here and be ready to start the engine at any moment. Wang Feng, Kai Xiao, you two, get down and start moving supplies. Ji Qingwu and I will keep watch." Yue Zhong swiftly made arrangements before leaping down from the bus. Ji Qingwu also elegantly jumped down from the vehicle. Wang Feng and Kai Xiao exchanged glances and jumped off the bus, rushing towards the supermarket. "Yue Zhong, the supermarket is blocked." Upon reaching the small supermarket, Wang Feng and Kai Xiao discovered that the front entrance had been obstructed by various items from within. "Baigu, destroy this." Yue Zhong merely glanced at the supermarket and pointed to a corner, commanding Baigu. With a powerful swing of his axe, Baigu struck the corner of the supermarket. The sound of shattering glass echoed as a large hole was revealed. The supermarket, surrounded by glass, could not withstand significant destruction, which was why Yue Zhong had not chosen it as a stronghold for waiting for rescue. After a few more powerful blows, the glass shattered, exposing the interior of the supermarket to their view. "Yue Zhong, is that you?" At that moment, Chen Gang's voice came from inside the supermarket, followed shortly by the emergence of Chen Gang. "Sun Yu?" And Wang Shuang. Ji Qingwu. "Hello, Ji Qingwu, I'm Sun Yu, a third-year student in the management department." Sun Yu excitedly introduced himself upon seeing Ji Qingwu. She glanced at him and replied coolly, "Hello." Chen Gang approached Yue Zhong, gazing at the bus with admiration. "Yue Zhong, you're incredible. You actually managed to get the school bus. This significantly increases our chances of escaping the school." Yue Zhong ignored Chen Gang and sternly ordered Wang Feng and Kai Xiao, go and move supplies, prioritizing water and food. Wang Feng and Kai Xiao quickly entered the supermarket to begin transporting the supplies. Observing Yue Zhong's orders, Sun Yu stepped forward and criticized, "Yue Zhong, you lack gentlemanly conduct. How can you let the girls do such heavy work? Shouldn't you, as a man, take the initiative to help move supplies? You resting while they work hard. Don't you think that is unbecoming?" Wang Feng and Kai Xiao halted, turning to look at Yue Zhong. He glanced at them and replied coolly, "This is our small team's matter. As an outsider, you should keep your mouth shut. If they find my actions inappropriate, they can leave right now. I want to stop them. Wang Feng, Kai Xiao, if you think I'm wrong, you can stay here and join them. I want to stop you." Kai Xiao shot Sun Yu a disdainful glance and retorted, "Sun Yu, be quiet. Yue Zhong has no idea how many zombies he has killed to save us. He is human too and gets tired. We can handle logistics while avoiding direct confrontation with the zombies. If you're capable, go kill some zombies yourself." With that, Kai Xiao boldly entered the supermarket to continue moving supplies. Wang Feng also glared at Sun Yu with disdain before striding into the supermarket. Believing that he was a spoiled child whose worldview had yet to adapt to the harsh reality and would not survive long. Chen Gang's expression paled as he stared at Yue Zhong and asked, "Yue Zhong, are you saying you want to take us with you?" Yue Zhong looked at Chen Gang coldly and replied, "Of course not. Initially, I asked if you wanted to join me in seizing the school bus or stay here waiting for rescue. You chose to wait for government assistance, didn't you? Then you can continue waiting. I believe the government will send help for you survivors. The My vehicle is small. I cannot accommodate too many people." He detested those who wished to share in the fruits of others' labor without contributing effort or taking risks, especially Sun Yu, who was a spoiled child and utterly oblivious. Sun Yu's face turned white as he shouted, "How can you be so selfish? Shouldn't we be in this together? If I want to board the bus, what can you do? This school bus is yours. It's public property." With that, Sun Yu rushed towards the bus in an instant. Yue Zhong stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Sun Yu's face, knocking him to the ground with a swollen cheek. Yue Zhong glared at him with disgust and firmly stated, "There's another bus parked over there. If you want a bus, go seize it from the zombies. I took this bus from them, and you haven't lifted a finger. I want to let you on. Get lost." As Yue Zhong spoke, Bai Gu stepped forward with a swift strike of his axe, sending a powerful gust of wind that frightened Sun Yu. Chen Gang, Wang Shuang, and Sun Yu dared not utter another word. Recognizing the changed world, the police station's phone lines were dead, and they could not obtain any other help. Ji Qingwu, keep an eye on them. I'll go take care of some zombies. Tell them to hurry. We don't have much time. Yue Zhong glanced at Chen Gang and the others before addressing Ji Qingwu. That moment, hordes of zombies were drawn to the sound of the bus engine. Staggering towards them from the school gate and the premises, Ji Qingwu waved her wooden stick and said to Chen Gang and the others, "I'll handle this. You stay safe." With that, Yue Zhong and Bai Gu dashed towards the back of the bus. Upon plunging into the horde, Yue Zhong became like a fierce tiger, wielding his replica Tang Dao with a gleaming blade that struck down the zombies with precision. Bai Gu swung his axe, mowing down the undead as if reaping chives, moving effortlessly through the throng. Waves of ethereal light flowed into their bodies. How impressive! He has grown stronger. Chen Gang observed astutely, noticing that Yue Zhong had indeed become more formidable compared to just a few hours earlier. Spotting a vitality apple after slaying 5 zombies, Yue Zhong joyfully collected it. After dispatching 2 more zombies, he and Bai Gu retreated from the fray. The number of zombies was overwhelming. They could not possibly kill them all. Despite their strength, Yue Zhong and Bai Gu were too few to hold back the horde for long. Is it done? Yue Zhong quickly returned to the bus and inquired of Ji Qingwu. She pointed to Chen Gang and the others, saying, "It's done. I had these 3 boys help move supplies, and in exchange, we'll take them to a relatively safe place." Yue Zhong glanced at Chen Gang and the others, who were now huddled in a corner of the bus, laden with supplies. Upon seeing Yue Zhong return, they merely looked at him, too intimidated to speak further. The bus was already filled with large bags of various supplies. Wang Feng and Kai Xiao, both panting heavily, sat in their seats, clearly unaccustomed to such strenuous labor. "Drive quickly," Yue Zhong commanded loudly. Chen Yao pressed the accelerator, and the school bus surged forward, crashing through the zombies that stood in its way. As the bus burst from the campus, everyone beheld the chaotic scene on the street. Zombies shuffled about, with cars either parked haphazardly or crashing into nearby shops. Some eateries were ablaze, flames licking the sky. Just after the bus exited the campus, hordes of zombies approached slowly, drawn by the roar of the engine. Chen Yao's eyes glimmered a peculiar light as she fiercely drove the school bus towards the horde of zombies, sending them flying with every impact. Yue Zhong observed the throngs of zombies on the street and thought to himself, It was fortunate to have acquired a school bus. Otherwise, they would have been utterly immobilized. The streets were teeming with wandering zombies, making it impossible for even Yue Zhong and Baigu to navigate through such peril. Qinggang and his companions were filled with dread as they beheld the densely packed zombies. It felt as if the world had been bereft of any living souls, save for the undead. Once bustling with life, the street now resembled a ghostly realm dominated by the undead. As Chen Yao navigated the school bus at breakneck speed. She plowed through countless obstacles, ultimately crashing into the Shengshi Garden. The cataclysm had unfolded in the afternoon, a time when most residents of Shengshi Garden were away from their homes. Even those present were huddled within their units, seldom venturing outside. Upon entering the community, Chen Yao collided with several zombies before halting in front of an apartment building. The moment the doors swung open, Baigu leapt out and swung his axe, decapitating a zombie in one fell swoop. Yue Zhong followed suit, swiftly dismounting and wielding his replica Tang sword to dispatch another undead creature. "Get out," Ji Qingwu called out to the students on the bus before making a swift descent herself. The 4 girls led by Chen Yao and the 3 boys, including Qinggang, quickly emerged from the vehicle. Outside the complex, only a handful of zombies remained, which were soon vanquished by Yue Zhong, Baigu, and Ji Qingwu. Chen Yao and her companions stood by, observing the ease with which the trio dispatched the undead. "Hand me the keys," Yue Zhong commanded as he approached Chen Yao. Without hesitation, she produced a key from her pocket and handed it over. After receiving the key, Yue Zhong swiftly unlocked the steel door of the apartment. As the door creaked open, 4 zombies staggered forth towards them. The sight of the disheveled creatures sent Chen Yao and her companions retreating in fear. They were all too aware of the consequences of being bitten and had no desire to join the ranks of the undead. With the fury of a tempest, Baigu swung his axe, cleaving through the clustered zombies with lethal precision. Yue Zhong bent slightly, executing a swift upward strike to decapitate another. "Move inside," he instructed, and without hesitation, he and Baigu charged into the building. "Gather supplies and head upstairs. I'll clear the path." "Hurry, no time to waste, Ji Qingwu, their safety depends on you." "Use the stairs." "Understood," Ji Qingwu replied with a nod. Chen Yao's apartment was on the 5th floor, and as Yue Zhong and Baigu ascended the stairs, they quickly dispatched any zombies they encountered. It was not until they had slain 12 zombies that they had cleared the way. Upon reaching Chen Yao's door, Yue Zhong ordered Baigu, "Go upstairs and eliminate any zombies you find on each level." Heeding Yue Zhong's command, Baigu brandished his axe and dashed upstairs to cleanse the building of the undead. Meanwhile, Yue Zhong entered the room, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath as he sought respite. After an arduous day of battle, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he might not have endured. His stamina had plummeted to 4 points, and at that moment, he felt utterly drained. One by one, Chen Yao and her companions hurriedly transported supplies from the school bus into the apartment. Yue Zhong merely glanced at their efforts, too exhausted to muster any semblance of chivalry. Soon, with the collective efforts of Chen Yao and her 6 friends, the room was filled to the brim with various provisions. As twilight descended, they finally completed the task of moving all the supplies from the bus. With the security door firmly shut, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. "I'm going to search this building," Yue Zhong announced once his energy had replenished to 7 points. "Be careful," Ji Qingwu cautioned, her own fatigue evident. "Stay safe," Zhang Xian added with concern. Yue Zhong nodded and swiftly exited the room. As he stepped out, he pondered the lack of survival coins. What could this mean? Do items that do not belong to this world simply vanish over time? Ascending the stairs, he encountered a plethora of zombie corpses, but none bore the coveted black survival coins, causing his brow to furrow. After a moment's hesitation, he dropped the black survival coin onto the ground and watched intently. 20 minutes later, the coin dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. "Just as I suspected. Items not of this realm will vanish 20 minutes after being separated from their owner," Yue Zhong mused. Continuing his inspection, he noted the numerous corpses of zombies, all eliminated by Baigu. The building stood 8 stories tall, and despite his thorough search, he found no straggling zombies. Baigu had done his work well, having leveled up to level 8, surpassing the average human in physical prowess by 70%. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Yue Zhong knocked on a door. "Is anyone inside? If so, please respond. I will leave immediately." Receiving no answer, he declared, "I will assume there is no one home and shall proceed to break down the door." The silence persisted. "Baigu, do it," he commanded. With a resounding crash, Baigu swung his axe, splintering the lock and leaving a deep gash in the wood. A few powerful blows later, the door fell open, revealing a small girl zombie, a middle-aged man zombie, and a beautiful woman zombie staggering towards them. Charge them, Yue Zhong shouted, swiftly severing the head of the middle-aged zombie with a precise strike. Bai Gu barreled into the girl and woman zombies like a tank, toppling them to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong lunged forward and decapitated the girl zombie. Subdue her, Bai Gu, ready to strike the woman zombie, received the order and restrained her arms. Yue Zhong then executed a swift blow. Severing the woman's head, as her head fell, a white treasure box erupted forth. Yue Zhong's eyes lit up as he quickly retrieved the box and opened it. A radiant white light emerged, revealing a pair of white gloves adorned with peculiar runes. Level 1 item. White leather gloves. Upon equipping, Strength 2. Capable of withstanding attacks from monsters up to level 5. Durability 10/10. He promptly donned the gloves, feeling a gentle warmth coursing through his body. Enhancing his strength once more. After ensuring the room was free of zombies, he proceeded to the next room, methodically dispatching the undead within. Is anyone inside? If so, please respond. I will leave immediately. When no answer came, he warned, if there is no response, I will assume no one is home and will force my way in. Someone is here. Please do not damage my door. I urge you to leave immediately. A voice echoed from a fourth-floor apartment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Zhong turned and descended. In this 8-story building, he discovered 6 households still lived, but all were wary of strangers. The world had changed overnight. Only their homes felt safe, and instinctively, everyone was on high alert around unfamiliar faces. After thoroughly clearing the vacant rooms of zombies, Yue Zhong's level increased to 7. You have leveled up to level 7. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. As he dispatched the last of the zombies on the 6th floor, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided, 1 point to stamina, 1 point to agility. Once he had eliminated every zombie in the building, Yue Zhong returned to Chen Yao's apartment, his body weary. Yue Zhong, you're back. The girls greeted him with joyful smiles, their concern for his safety palpable. Yue Zhong, I've prepared dinner for you, Chen Yao said, approaching him with a steaming bowl of instant noodles topped with luncheon meat and sausages, smiling as she presented it to him. A bowl of instant noodles, laden with vibrant red oil and topped with luncheon meat and ham sausage, presented an irresistible allure to the ravenous Yue Zhong. Is this water tap water? He inquired, taking the bowl from Chen Yao and suppressing his hunger. Chen Yao quickly reassured him, no, it's purified water. Yue Zhong began devouring the noodles voraciously, his hunger overwhelming him. The instant noodles, a type of junk food he had previously shunned, now tasted exquisite. As Wang Feng observed Yue Zhong. Regret washed over her. She lamented. Why didn't I think of that? If I had cooked for him, perhaps I could have garnered his favor. Ji Qingwu, do you intend to incorporate these individuals into your team? After a brief respite post-dinner, Yue Zhong cast a glance at Chen Gang and the others before questioning Ji Qingwu. The 4 girls, including Chen Yao, were already a burden, and adding the 3 inept boys would only complicate matters. Even if Ji Qingwu was exceptionally skilled, she could not possibly safeguard them all. Yue Zhong had numerous responsibilities to attend to. The 3 boys, Chen Gang and his companions, tensed, their gazes fixed on Ji Qingwu. In a world such as this, survival without a strong protector was nearly impossible. Ji Qingwu fell silent, deep in contemplation. Chen Gang earnestly addressed her, Ji Qingwu, with the world in such disarray, shouldn't we unite and face these challenges together? Please let us stay. We will protect you. Ji Qingwu did not respond directly. Instead, she turned to Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, why do you wish to eliminate the zombies confined in the apartment? The others in the room focused their attention on Yue Zhong. He replied slowly, I suspect these zombies may evolve. Currently, they are only at level 1, but I believe they will not remain in this state indefinitely. If they continue to evolve, they will become increasingly dangerous. If their capabilities remain limited, humanity will easily eradicate them and restore order. Sun Yu, pale-faced, retorted, that's impossible. Aren't the zombies on television like that? How could they possibly evolve? Having witnessed the dire state of the world, with zombies rampant and few survivors, he feared that if the zombies evolved, humanity's struggle to reclaim order would become even more arduous. Yue Zhong glanced at Sun Yu and replied nonchalantly, I am merely expressing my hypothesis. It is not necessarily the truth. Chen Yao suddenly interjected, anxiously asking, Yue Zhong, are you planning to leave us? All the girls turned their attention to him, concern etched on their faces. They had witnessed Yue Zhong's formidable strength, and without his protection, their futures appeared bleak. Despite the abundance of supplies in the house, they knew these resources would eventually deplete. If Yue Zhong departed, they were uncertain of what lay ahead. Yue Zhong met Chen Yao's gaze and stated earnestly, I must search for my close friend. After I locate him, I plan to return home. Our time together will likely be limited to just a few days. The girls in the dormitory were undeniably attractive, especially Qin Yao and Ji Qingwu, who were both stunning beauties. However, for Yue Zhong, his closest friends and parents held paramount importance. He could not remain solely to protect these girls. Upon hearing his words, the other girls, apart from Ji Qingwu, appeared disheartened, shadows of despair clouding their eyes. At that moment, Wang Shuang, who had been silent until now, exclaimed, Yue Zhong, let me accompany you. I wish to follow you. Whether in search of your friend or back home, you will need someone to help drive, and I am capable of handling various heavy labor tasks. Yue Zhong regarded Wang Shuang intently, asking, are you certain you want to follow me? My home is in Nanning, which is quite far, and we may encounter numerous dangers along the way. I have mentioned that if my suspicions are correct, those zombies will evolve, and we may face unforeseen risks. The girls contemplating leaving with Yue Zhong fell silent, realizing the distance to Nanning was considerable. The world had transformed into an unpredictable realm, and the dangers of a long journey weighed heavily upon them. Wang Shuang declared resolutely, I have made my decision. I will go with you. Yue Zhong nodded in agreement, welcoming Wang Shuang into his newly formed team. All right. He needed assistance driving and transporting supplies, allowing him to focus solely on combat. What about the two of them? He asked, gesturing to Chen Gang and Sun Yu. Addressing Ji Qingwu, Ji Qingwu cast a discerning glance at Chen Gang and Sun Yu, her voice firm and resonant. Chen Gang, Sun Yu, it is now safe here. Please collect your belongings and leave. The presence of additional individuals would only heighten the strain on their limited resources. Furthermore, Ji Qingwu was acutely aware that, in this crumbling world devoid of order, the behavior of these boys was unpredictable. Sun Yu's face paled as he protested, how can you do this? My father is Sun Jilin, the district chief of Jiangnan district. The others frowned, disapproving of the privileged Sun Yu. Wang Fong smirked disdainfully, retorting, if your father is so powerful, why doesn't he send someone to rescue you? Let us go, Sun Yu, Qin Gang urged, shaking his head as he pulled Sun Yu along. Both of them grabbing 2 large bags of supplies and striding towards the exit, unwilling to remain and endure further humiliation. Yue Zhong's thoughts shifted as he commanded the skeletal warrior. Bai Gu, guard the door and ensure no one enters this room. After issuing the order, he collapsed onto the large bed, falling into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Chen Yao, noticing Yue Zhong had flopped onto her pristine bed without changing, felt a flicker of irritation due to her mild germophobia. However, upon seeing Bai Gu approach, she wisely exited the room in the presence of such an inhuman entity. No one aside from Ji Qingwu felt unperturbed. The following morning at 7, Yue Zhong awoke promptly, routine established for his studies and exercises. Sleep truly served as the most effective means of restoring one's strength. He opened his eyes to find his energy fully replenished. Stepping out into the living room, he noticed Wang Shuang peacefully napping on the sofa. Rise and shine. I have matters to discuss, he called out, knocking on the doors of the other 2 bedrooms. With Yue Zhong's urging, the 4 girls, with weary expressions, finally emerged from their rooms, gathering in the living room. Yue Zhong fixed his gaze on Ji Qingwu and stated solemnly, Ji Qingwu, this area is temporarily safe. According to our agreement, please accompany me today to find my friend. Ji Qingwu responded calmly, all right. Yue Zhong turned his attention to the others, asking, what about you? Will you remain here? Or will you join me in battle? I must warn you that today's confrontation may be even more intense than yesterday's. The girls, except for Wang Shuang, fell silent. The thought of battling zombies was daunting. Even a minor scratch could lead to infection and transformation into a zombie. Few men could muster the courage to confront such threats, let alone the girls. At that moment, Chen Yao's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared, I will fight alongside you. I too wish to evolve. Despite her fear, she understood that in this new world, self-reliance was paramount. If she sought to depend on a strong ally, she must first prove her worth. Wang Fong, glancing back and forth, said, I will stay here to care for Zhang Xian. She still needs assistance. Even if I were to go, I would merely be a burden. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Xiao spoke up, I will stay here to take care of Zhang Xian. Yue Zhong replied, very well. You must secure the door tightly. No one else is to be allowed in except for us. With that, Yue Zhong strode out of the room, followed by Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, and Wang Shuang. As the engine roared to life, Chen Yao drove the school bus swiftly into the street. The area was teeming with wandering zombies, and as the bus burst onto the road, they staggered toward it. The moment the zombies approached, they were sent flying by the bus, which resembled a tank in its might. While driving, Chen Yao informed Yue Zhong, the bus has only half a tank of fuel left. Yue Zhong inquired, can it reach Zhonghai University and then the gas station in Jiangnan district? After a quick calculation, Chen Yao assured him, "No problem," Yue Zhong promptly declared, "Then let us head to Zhonghai University." Chen Yao nodded and steered the bus toward Zhonghai University. Unlike Yunhua University, Zhonghai University is a prestigious institution in the country, having produced numerous renowned figures, and is the most famous university in Leijiang University town. The area surrounding Zhonghai University is bustling with life, always filled with people. Consequently, the number of zombies here is several times greater than in other regions. As Chen Yao drove into the area, she was met with a dense horde of zombies surrounding abandoned vehicles. The sound of the bus engine. The zombies staggered toward them. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yao accelerated into the horde. The zombies were knocked aside, and the bus shuddered with each impact. Had it been an ordinary car, it would have been overwhelmed and devoured by the zombies. After dispatching countless zombies, the bus finally broke through into Zhonghai University. Ji Qingwu glanced at Yue Zhong and asked, "Where's your friend?" "Zhonghai University is vast. Do you know where he might be?" Yue Zhong replied swiftly, "Library, swimming pool, boys' dormitory, gym, supermarket. If he is still alive, he should be in one of those places." Wang Shuang curiously inquired, "What is your friend's name?" The presence of numerous zombies at Zhonghai University was incomparable to Yunhua University, making Yue Zhong's venture here exceedingly perilous. Wang Shuang envied Yue Zhong's friend, who had someone like him risking their life to rescue him. Yue Zhong smiled and replied, "His name is Qi Yang, one of my closest friends." As they spoke, Chen Yao parked the bus in front of a small supermarket. "You all wait here, I will check inside," Yue Zhong said, swiftly leaping from the bus with Baigu. Around the supermarket, there were a dozen zombies that quickly converged on the two. Yue Zhong, no longer the ordinary boy paralyzed by fear at the sight of a single zombie, charged forward with Baigu, ready to confront the horde. Having undergone continuous battles and enhancements, Yue Zhong's strength had significantly increased. As he and Baigu plunged into the mass of zombies, they began to cleave through them with ease. A flash of flowing black hair swept by as Ji Qingwu darted into the fray, hunting zombies alongside them. The trio swiftly dispatched the sluggish zombies. Yue Zhong glanced at Ji Qingwu and said, "Thank you. No need for gratitude, I will handle this area. You go find your friend," Ji Qingwu replied, then charged toward another group of zombies. Chen Yao drove the bus, sending a multitude of zombies flying. Yet more continued to approach from the non-vehicular path, necessitating Ji Qingwu to clear the area around the bus lest they be surrounded. Yue Zhong entered the supermarket, calling out loudly, "Is anyone inside? If you can hear me, respond." A voice of surprise echoed back, "There are people here. Are you here to rescue us?" Yue Zhong raised his voice again, "Qi Yang, are you in there? This is Yue Zhong." After calling twice without a response, the supermarket door opened, revealing 4 men and 3 women. A bespectacled young man, appearing quite refined, asked Yue Zhong, "Are you here to rescue us?" Yue Zhong surveyed the group and replied, "I apologize for disappointing you. I am here to find my friend, Qi Yang. If you wish to leave, I can take you, but from here on, your survival is your responsibility. Outside, the streets are crawling with zombies. While you remain here, you have water and supplies, but if you leave, even securing food will drive you mad." Yue Zhong felt the struggle to survive in this apocalyptic world was already quite taxing. Adding burdens would only exacerbate the challenges he faced. The 7 appeared bewildered and confused by Yue Zhong's harsh words. A short-haired girl suddenly spoke up, "I know where Qi Yang is, I can tell you. But you must take me with you." Yue Zhong regarded the short-haired girl and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Chen Qing," she replied quickly. "Very well, I will take you with me." "Where is Qi Yang?" Yue Zhong pressed. "He is at the girls' dormitory. When the outbreak occurred, he protected Wang Qian while Zhang Xian retreated to the girls' dormitory," Chen Qing explained. "All right, follow me." With the information about Qi Yang, Yue Zhong swiftly exited the supermarket, with Chen Qing closely behind. Hesitating briefly, the bespectacled young man and the others chose not to follow, having understood Yue Zhong's reluctance to protect them indefinitely. As Yue Zhong and Chen Qing left the supermarket, he frowned upon seeing Ji Qingwu engaged in combat with 8 zombies. Among them was a towering 2-meter-tall creature, moving with the speed of an ordinary human, exhibiting none of the typical sluggishness of a zombie. It was a level 10 strength evolution infected, possessing immense power and skin as tough as steel, capable of infecting living beings. "Not good." Yue Zhong called out to Ji Qingwu, "Be careful, that creature is a level 10 powerhouse." Ji Qingwu swung her wooden stick like a serpent, striking the heads of the zombies, and soon closed in on the level 10 infected. She struck fiercely at its neck, but the blow only caused the creature to sway slightly. The hulking monster then reached out with a massive hand to grasp Ji Qingwu. The distance between them was too close for Ji Qingwu to evade, and just as she seemed poised to meet her end, she suddenly leaped back, doubling her speed and narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. This must have been a skill she acquired. Yue Zhong rushed toward the formidable creature. Ji Qingwu continued to strike at the level 10 infected. Her blows failed to inflict any damage, while the creature's claws remained unable to catch her. Just then, Baigu lunged forward, wielding a large axe that whirled through the air towards the level 10 infected. The creature raised its right arm to block, but Baigu's strength far surpassed Ji Qingwu's. The axe cleaved through the infected's arm, but did not sever it entirely. With its vital spot wounded, the creature became enraged and delivered a punishing blow to Baigu's arm, shattering it as if it were a mere twig. What tremendous power! Yue Zhong thought, alarmed. Baigu, having undergone significant enhancements, had a sturdy physique. Yet the level 10 infected was able to break Baigu's arm with one hand. Such a strike would undoubtedly kill any human. Subdue it, Yue Zhong commanded Baigu. Baigu charged forward, grasping for the axe with his left arm. Without a weapon, even Baigu would struggle against the level 10 infected. Just then, Ji Qingwu charged in, striking the infected's head with her wooden stick, causing it to stagger and miss its punch. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong dashed forward, raising his replica Tang Dao and delivering a powerful slash to the infected's neck. With a sound reminiscent of metal scraping, the replica Tang Dao swung under Yue Zhong's command, forcefully severing L1's head from its body. As the head fell to the ground, a surge of ethereal light erupted from L1's corpse, merging into Yue Zhong's form. You have leveled up to level 8. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. The moment the light entered his body, a melodious voice resonated in Yue Zhong's mind, announcing his upgrade. Enhance 1 point in strength, 1 point in agility, Yue Zhong commanded. Strength would enable him to endure longer in battle, while agility would grant him swifter reactions and increased speed. For every powerful zombie, there would inevitably be an agile counterpart. Yue Zhong required sufficient agility to contend with potential future agile evolved zombies. Once the enhancements were completed, Yue Zhong's gaze fell upon L1's corpse, where a skill book and a bronze chest, along with 2 white chests and a black survival coin worth 100, lay scattered. He swiftly seized the skill book nearby. Level 1 skill, Strength Enhancement. Upon activation, it increases strength by 10 points for 30 seconds, consuming 5 stamina points with no cooldown. Without hesitation, Yue Zhong gathered all the treasures into his embrace and rushed onto the school bus. Ji Qingwu, Baigu, and Chen Qing followed closely behind him onto the bus. Chen Qing, take the passenger seat and guide Chen Yao, Yue Zhong instructed. Chen Qing complied, making his way to the front to assist Chen Yao. Ji Qingwu approached Yue Zhong and inquired, "What is that skill book?" Yue Zhong tossed the strength enhancement book to her, asking, "Do you need this?" During the previous battle, Ji Qingwu had also played a role in restraining L1, and Yue Zhong was not one to hoard spoils from his comrades. After a glance at the skill book, Ji Qingwu returned it to Yue Zhong, saying, "I need a good knife. This skill is not suitable for me." The stamina cost of the strength enhancement skill was too burdensome for Ji Qingwu, who preferred to find a suitable weapon. Her inability to deal with L1 earlier was solely due to her inadequate weaponry. Yue Zhong wasted no time and opened the bronze chest, his first encounter with such a chest. As it opened, a bronze light flickered, revealing a white protective suit without a helmet. Level 2 protective suit, 5 to all attributes. Capable of withstanding small caliber bullet shots and enduring up to 20 attacks from infected beings below level 20. Durability, 2020. Upon seeing the attributes of the protective suit, Yue Zhong's eyes lit up. "I want this equipment." Ji Qingwu glanced at the level 2 protective suit, offering no objections. The effort to defeat L1 had primarily been made by Yue Zhong and Baigu. Ji Qingwu did not wish to conflict with Yue Zhong over a piece of protective gear. Yue Zhong opened another white chest, and a flash of white light appeared, but the chest vanished without leaving anything behind. Frowning, Yue Zhong pondered quietly. Without hesitation, he opened another white chest, and a replica Tang Dao materialized before him. Upon seeing the replica Tang Dao, Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped it. Enamored, "I want this replica Tang Dao." She had long envied Yue Zhong's weapon. With an appropriate weapon, she could have effectively dealt with L1. All right. Yue Zhong agreed without any hesitation. With Ji Qingwu's unparalleled swordsmanship, the replica Tang Dao would undoubtedly enhance her combat prowess significantly. Ji Qingwu caressed the replica Tang Dao, disregarding the survival coin and skill book entirely. "I only want this replica Tang Dao. The rest are yours." Yue Zhong unceremoniously tucked the other items into his backpack and promptly donned the level 2 protective suit. "We're here," Chen Yao shouted as the bus halted before the female dormitory of Zhonghai University. "Let us go." Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Zhong, alongside Baigu, dashed out through the open door. As soon as Yue Zhong stepped off the bus, Over 20 zombies in the courtyard of the female dormitory staggered toward him. Baigu charged ahead, wielding his bone axe like a whirlwind, cleaving through the horde with ease, severing heads with each swing. After donning the level 2 protective suit, Yue Zhong's attributes rivaled Baigu's, and he too plunged into the fray, darting through the zombies with a ghostly grace, decapitating them effortlessly. Incredible. He is so much stronger than yesterday, Qin Yao thought, watching Yue Zhong from the bus in astonishment. When will I become that strong? Wang Shuang observed Yue Zhong slashing through the zombies with envy. Ji Qingwu quickly joined the battle, and soon, the 20 or so zombies occupying the female dormitory courtyard were vanquished. Qiyang, which dormitory are you in? This is Yue Zhong. After eliminating all the zombies, Yue Zhong shouted toward the female dormitory. I in room 206. A tall and strikingly handsome man heard Yue Zhong's voice and brightened, rushing to the door and calling out, Yue Zhong, I'm in 206, Ji Qingwu, I leave the rest to you. Yue Zhong declared before rushing toward the dormitory with Baigu. The bus was quite loud, attracting nearby zombies. Without someone to guard, the bus would quickly be surrounded by the undead. Leaving Ji Qingwu behind, Yue Zhong and Baigu ascended the stairs. After dispatching 6 zombies blocking their path, they reached the second floor. Just then, a small, gray-skinned zombie lunged at Yue Zhong like a specter. Clawing toward him, with all his might, Yue Zhong recoiled and tumbled down the stairs. Such speed! He sprang back to his feet, astonished. The zombie's speed could rival his, even with multiple enhancements and clad in a level 2 protective suit. If not for the suit, Yue Zhong would have been caught completely off guard. Level 10 Strength Evolved Infected S1 possesses terrifying speed and the skill Virus Infection, capable of transforming living beings into infected entities. With a forceful strike, the S1 pushed Yue Zhong back, engaging Baigu in a fierce struggle. The S1's speed was astonishing, its claws tearing through Baigu's flesh, dismantling his bones piece by piece. Baigu's body, composed of bones and lacking any protective armor, was exceedingly vulnerable. Though Baigu swung his axe, he could not land a hit on the agile S1. Yue Zhong swiftly darted forward, charging at the S1. In a few swift movements, he reached the S1, delivering a decisive blow with a cold flash of his blade. The S1 slightly leaned to the right, evading Yue Zhong's lethal strike, then clawed viciously at him. Yue Zhong's eyes glinted as he delivered a powerful kick to the S1, sending it flying several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Baigu lunged forward, aiming to strike the S1 with his axe. The S1, like a monkey, swiftly twisted its body, evading Baigu's blow. Yue Zhong took advantage of the moment. Slashing at the S1 once more, the S1, mid-air and unable to escape, had its head severed, blood splattering everywhere. After slaying the S1, Yue Zhong exhaled deeply. Had it not been for the level 2 protective suit, facing the S1 directly would have likely resulted in his infection after just one encounter. Upon defeating the S1, a surge of white ethereal light erupted from its body, merging into Yue Zhong. Simultaneously, a skill book and 2 white chests appeared on the ground. You have leveled up to level 9. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. The influx of white light prompted a pleasant voice to chime in. Enhance 1 point in agility, 1 point in stamina. Yue Zhong swiftly made his allocations. Level 2 skill book, Shadow Step. Activating Shadow Step increases agility by 30 for 30 seconds, consuming 15 stamina points with no cooldown. This skill suits me perfectly. Without hesitation, Yue Zhong focused, and the skill book transformed into a black light, entering his body and coalescing into a shadowy rune swirling with dark mist in his mind. He placed the remaining 2 white chests into his backpack and continued his ascent to the second floor. Zhonghai University is a prestigious institution with student dormitories featuring standard 4-person rooms. The number of zombies on each floor was minimal, so they were quickly eradicated by Yue Zhong and Baigu. Qiyang, I've arrived. Open the door. After eliminating all the zombies, Yue Zhong reached room 206 and called out loudly. Soon, the dormitory door swung open, and Qiyang stepped out, wielding a novice wooden stick. Yangzi, you are indeed alive, Yue Zhong exclaimed, a smile gracing his face as he approached and playfully punched Qiyang on the shoulder. Qiyang looked at Yue Zhong, a hint of a smile breaking through his otherwise aloof and handsome demeanor. Zhong, thank you. Is that you, Yue Zhong? It has been a long time. I am Zhang Xian. Do you remember me? At that moment, a striking girl with long black hair and an oval face emerged from the girls' dormitory, smiling warmly at Yue Zhong. He glanced at Zhang Xian and replied coolly, Hello, Zhang Xian. Qiyang, with his handsome features, excellent academic performance, and athletic prowess, had always been the object of affection for many girls during his high school years. As Yue Zhong knew, 10 girls had once confessed their feelings to Qiyang. with 2 of them following him to university in Zhong, one of whom was Zhang Xian. Even in university, Qi Yang's charm did not wane. However, as Qi Yang's close friend, Yue Zhong was aware that Qi Yang had never developed feelings for any of the girls around him. Before long, 5 more girls emerged from the dormitory. Hurry! This is not a place for idle chatter, Yue Zhong urged, quickly dashing down the stairs. Qi Yang stayed back to protect the 6 girls. Yue Zhong and Baigu rushed downstairs and saw Ji Qingwu single-handedly battling the zombies attempting to approach the school bus. The number of zombies that had perished beneath her imitation Tang sword exceeded 10, yet more zombies continued to advance, instilling a sense of helplessness as if they were endless. Under the pressure of the advancing horde, Ji Qingwu fought off the zombies while retreating, trading space for time. Observing this, Yue Zhong and Baigu charged forward, fiercely slaying the encroaching zombies to momentarily halt the horde's advance. Meanwhile, Qi Yang led the 6 girls from the dormitory swiftly into the school bus. All aboard, Zhong, Qi Yang shouted to Yue Zhong once everyone was inside. Retreat. Yue Zhong called out to Ji Qingwu before he and Baigu made a beeline for the bus. Ji Qingwu swiftly dispatched another zombie before leaping onto the bus. Chun Yao immediately started the engine, racing towards the school's exit, crushing zombies beneath the wheels and causing the bus to jolt violently. Where do we go next? Chun Yao asked, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. To the gas station in Changhu District, Yue Zhong replied urgently, glancing at Qi Yang. What level are you at, Qi Yang? The eye of perception could reveal the details of monsters 5 levels higher than oneself, but could not discern information about humans. Level 4, Qi Yang responded promptly. Yue Zhong tossed him a level 1 skill book for strength enhancement. See if you can make use of this. Qi Yang glanced at the skill book and promptly returned it to Yue Zhong. Not suitable. Yue Zhong then handed him a level 1 protective suit. Then wear this. The items dropped from slain zombies were adaptive, automatically adjusting to the physique of the wearer. Qi Yang quickly donned the protective suit previously worn by Yue Zhong, significantly enhancing his capabilities. While Qi Yang changed, Yue Zhong hurriedly opened 2 white treasure chests. One transformed into a flash of white light and vanished, while the other revealed a silver shield. Level 1 white shield. Capable of withstanding attacks from monsters up to level 15. Strength 1. Durability 2020. Yue Zhong seized the shield, noting its lightweight, perfect for defense. Qi Yang, take this shield. He tossed it to Qi Yang, who accepted it without further comment. A man of few words, but Yue Zhong's most trusted ally in their reckless youth. Qi Yang and Yue Zhong had once confronted 8 delinquents with nothing but iron rods. That encounter had been one of their most perilous battles. Had it not been for Ning Qingqing's tearful call to the police, both might have faced dire consequences. Yue Zhong glanced at the 6 girls and quietly asked Qi Yang, which of these girls is your soulmate? Though his voice was low, the 6 girls who had followed Qi Yang from the dormitory perked up, their ears attuned to the conversation. Among them, Zhang Xian and Wang Qian were the most beautiful, both vying for Qi Yang's affection. In a one, Qi Yang declared firmly. He had never been one to mince words. Upon hearing this, the girls' expressions dimmed slightly. The school bus sped on, barreling through countless zombies until it reached the Changhu gas station, which was eerily devoid of vehicles, with only a few wandering zombies nearby. Yue Zhong and the group quickly disembarked to clear the area of zombies. Clad in protective gear, Qi Yang calmly wielded the novice wooden stick and the white shield, methodically hunting down the undead. After refueling, they swiftly returned to the bus. Where to next? Qin Yao asked as she started the engine again, running over the zombies. Tio Jinhul Road. Huayuan Community. Yue Zhong instructed. The bus sped forward, crashing through more zombies until it arrived at Jinhul Road, a bustling thoroughfare swarmed by hordes of zombies. As the bus entered, countless zombies surged towards them. The bus plowed into the horde, sending zombies flying. But suddenly, 3 diminutive S1 zombies leaped onto the speeding bus. There are 3 S1s here. Yue Zhong's heart raced as he shouted, everyone, be careful. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash echoed as the bus's windows shattered, and 3 green figures leapt inside. Shadow Step, activate. In that instant, Yue Zhong's eyes gleamed as he activated his level 2 skill, vanishing before one S1 and delivering a decisive blow, severing its head cleanly. The other 2 S1s, having broken in, lunged, one towards Chen Yao and the other towards the group of girls. Ji Qingwu, seated beside Chen Yao, swiftly activated her high-speed skill and slashed, cleaving the S1 in 2 with a spray of blood. The remaining S1 crashed into the girls, causing chaos, as the 6 screamed and scattered in panic. One S1 seized a petite girl, sinking its teeth into her neck. Help me! Save me! The girl's eyes were wide with terror as her piercing screams filled the air. The other girls, witnessing this horror, fled while shrieking in fear. After biting the captured girl, the S1 darted towards a round-faced, adorable girl, who screamed for help, desperately trying to escape within the cramped bus. All the girls recoiled, distancing themselves from her, except for Qi Yang, who remained composed, brandishing his wooden stick and advancing toward the S1. Seeing Qi Yang approach, the S1 abandoned the defenseless girl, leaping at him like a cheetah. Its claw aimed at his head. The S1's speed was too swift, and Qi Yang's abilities too meager to evade its strike. With a flash in his eyes, he swung the wooden stick at the S1's body just as it was about to strike. At that critical moment, a shadow darted past, and a cold blade of light sliced through the air, severing the S1's head and sending blood splattering. Yue Zhong followed up with a kick, sending the S1's lifeless body crashing against the bus wall. Having defeated the three invading S1s, the bus suddenly careened into a nearby clothing store. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as the bus jolted to a stop, startled by the chaos. Chen Yao lost control of the vehicle as the S1 lunged at her. The sudden impact caused everyone on board to lose their balance, and three girls fainted upon colliding with their seats. "Drive, Chen Yao!" Yue Zhong shouted, knowing that if the bus was surrounded on this zombie-infested street, they would all face certain doom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Yao endured the discomfort from the collision and quickly maneuvered the bus out of the clothing store, speeding towards Huayuan community. Meanwhile, Yue Zhong rummaged through his backpack for rope, swiftly reaching the injured girl who had been bitten by the S1, expertly binding her to prevent further chaos. The girl cried out in terror. "Yue Zhong, what are you doing? Why are you binding me? It hurts so much. Please save me." Those in the vehicle who had not succumbed to unconsciousness gazed at the girl, whose neck had been savagely bitten. With pity, Yue Zhong looked at her and said slowly, "Everyone who has been bitten by those infected will become a zombie. You have only 20 minutes left. The grim reality of fighting zombies is that those infected cannot be cured. Even the slightest scratch can lead to one's transformation into a zombie. This is precisely why people fear battling the undead. The most rational course of action is to execute the infected immediately." However, with the world having just changed, Yue Zhong could not bring himself to kill a human who had not yet turned. The girl, upon hearing this, pleaded desperately, "Save me. Please, I don't want to die." Watching her cry out, the other girls were filled with fear and sympathy, yet none dared to approach her. Yue Zhong said softly, "I'm sorry. I cannot help you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The knowledge that she would perish in 20 minutes shattered the girl's spirit completely. She cried out, repeating those words. Yue Zhong turned and walked toward the three S1 corpses. They had yielded a skill book, 7 white treasure chests, and 3 survival coins worth 50 each. The first level skill, Heal Minor Wounds, could mend minor external injuries inflicted on the caster. It required 4 points of mental energy for each use. Yue Zhong hesitated as he held the healing skill book. In this desolate hospital environment, even a minor injury could be fatal. Possessing the Heal Minor Wounds skill would allow him to handle more emergencies. However, it would come at the cost of a powerful combat skill. Ultimately, he tossed the skill book to Ji Qingwu, saying, "Ji Qingwu, do you want this skill book?" She glanced at it and promptly returned it to him, saying, "No." The others looked at Yue Zhong with hopeful eyes, fully aware that a skill book represented a form of ability. Although the world had changed, one thing remained the same. Those with abilities could gain more, while those without struggled to safeguard their own lives. Under their watchful gaze, Yue Zhong placed the healing skill book back into his backpack. Each skill book was exceedingly precious. He would only share them with those he deemed worthy of partnership. He then began to open the white treasure chests. A flash of white light illuminated the contents, revealing that 5 out of the 7 chests were empty, while the remaining 2 coincidentally produced 2 pairs of agility, 3 level 1 enhanced shoes. These shoes were given to Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu. The school bus soon barreled into Huayuan community. Although many people were present in the community, most remained in their rooms, and there were not many zombies outside. "Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, those zombies are yours to handle," Yue Zhong stated before swiftly rushing toward the upper floors. Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu escorted the girl bitten by the S1 down the bus and began hunting the wandering zombies in the community. Yue Zhong and Bai Gu entered an apartment building, slaying 7 zombies in their path before arriving at room 604. He knocked repeatedly on the door, calling out, "Lu Wan, are you still alive? It's Yue Zhong." "I am here, soon," a girl's surprised voice echoed from within. "Brother Yue Zhong, don't leave." After a sound of movement, the door swung open, revealing a cute girl of about 15 or 16 with a single black ponytail, full of youthful energy. Upon seeing Yue Zhong, Lu Wan leaped into his arms, crying, "Brother Yue Zhong, I knew you would come to save me." Yue Zhong gently patted her back and asked, "What about Auntie and Uncle Lu?" "Lu Wan, who was Yue Zhong's tutoring student, usually mischievous, now appeared utterly vulnerable. Her parents had always treated Yue Zhong well, ensuring his steady income and allowing him to enjoy a peaceful college life without the need to work multiple jobs. Lu Wen lifted her tear-streaked face and said, "I called them, but no one answered." Alone in her home, watching people outside being devoured by zombies, she felt utterly helpless and terrified when her calls went unanswered. Seeing Yue Zhong brought her a measure of relief. "You need to come with me immediately. This is not a safe place," Yue Zhong urged. "Wait for me. I'll be right back." Lu Wen quickly dashed into her room, grabbed a backpack, donned a baseball cap, and put on her sneakers before returning to Yue Zhong's side. "Let us go." Without further ado, Yue Zhong led Lu Wen downstairs. They swiftly reached the ground floor and boarded the school bus, where he instructed Qin Yao, "Leave here immediately. Head home." By the time Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu returned to the bus after clearing the zombies in the community, Qin Yao wasted no time starting the vehicle, charging forward and crashing through countless zombies on their way to her home. Upon entering the bus, Yue Zhong glanced around but did not see the girl who had been bitten by the S1. She had evidently already transformed into a zombie, presumably eliminated by either Qi Yang or Ji Qingwu. The journey back was uneventful, and the group returned to Qin Yao's home without incident. Good news! Longhai City has established a survivor gathering point, inviting nearby survivors to come. Upon their return, Wang Feng excitedly announced to Yue Zhong and the others, "This is wonderful. We are saved." Wang Feng's words dispelled the clouds of despair that had hung over everyone, filling their hearts with joy, Yue Zhong included. After the world had changed, everyone felt lost about the future, with fear and anxiety permeating their hearts. Although they often complained about the government, hearing official news in such despair was undeniably uplifting. A strong organization could maintain order, allowing them to lead a peaceful life rather than one fraught with uncertainty. After a moment of joy, Yue Zhong immediately inquired, "How did you come by this information?" Wang Feng proudly brandished a radio, exclaiming, "I heard it on the broadcast." It was impressive that Longhai City could respond so quickly, only 2 days after the outbreak. The mayor truly had capabilities, Yue Zhong thought to himself. The efficiency of the government was evident to all, stabilizing the populace and preparing for the gathering of survivors within just 2 days of the catastrophe showcased the mayor's exceptional abilities, exceeding Yue Zhong's expectations. Wang Feng looked at Yue Zhong with eager anticipation, saying, "Shall we head to Longhai City now, Yue Zhong?" Upon hearing her words, all eyes in the room turned to Yue Zhong. Without his help, their chances of reaching Longhai City safely were slim. Most of them wished to depart immediately for Longhai City. Yue Zhong frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, "No, while going to Longhai City is not an issue. I need to make some preparations first. Weapons, supplies, and vehicles are all essential. I will not head to Longhai City unprepared. Anyone who wishes to go can do so on their own. I will not hinder you." Ji Qingwu glanced around at the others and calmly stated, "Yue Zhong is correct. Without adequate preparation, reaching Longhai City will be exceedingly challenging." The school bus, having sustained multiple collisions, now bore numerous scars and could fail at any moment. Furthermore, while Yue Zhong could handle one S1, encountering several at once, or other special zombies, would undoubtedly overwhelm their convoy. Wang Feng forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. "I was just making a suggestion. If you feel it isn't suitable, then so be it." Yue Zhong then produced the Heal Minor Wounds skill book from his pocket and handed it to Lu Wen. "Lu Wen, you should learn this skill book immediately." "Okay." Lu Wen obediently nodded. Accepting the skill book, with a thought, the book transformed into a beam of white light that entered her body. Yue Zhong asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Lu Wen nodded. Yue Zhong then guided her to Zhang Xian's side, saying, "Please help Zhang Xian with her injuries." Zhang Xian rolled up her pant leg, exposing her swollen calf. Lu Wen reached out to touch Zhang Xian's inflamed leg, and a white light emerged from her hand, enveloping Zhang Xian's calf. Under the light's influence, the swelling visibly receded. Once the glow faded, Lu Wen returned to Yue Zhong's side, displaying a sweet smile. "All done. But I'm feeling quite tired." Yue Zhong directly retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Lu Wen, saying, "Have some candy." Lu Wen accepted the lollipop and playfully smiled at Yue Zhong, teasing, "Brother Yue Zhong, you look just like a creepy uncle in this safe haven." Lu Wen's true personality began to emerge, and Yue Zhong, observing her lively demeanor, felt a slight alleviation of the immense pressure he had been under since the world's transformation began. The fear of the unknown compelled him to constantly strive for strength, as it was the only way to gain a semblance of security. Yue Zhong approached Zhang Xian and inquired, "How's the effect?" Zhang Xian rubbed her foot, then suddenly stood up, her eyes gleaming with joy as she exclaimed, "It's all better. My injury has completely healed." Witnessing Zhang Xian's delight brought a glimmer of happiness to Yue Zhong's eyes. The efficacy of the light healing skill exceeded his expectations. Future battles would undoubtedly be more daunting, and the uncertainties that lay ahead were unknown to all. However, with the ability to heal minor injuries, Yue Zhong's team would undoubtedly be better equipped for the challenges to come. Yue Zhong glanced at Ji Qingwu and spoke in a serious tone. Ji Qingwu, I need to head to the police station to procure some weapons. Are you coming? Their relationship was one of collaboration, and with his close friend Qi Yang already rescued by their combined efforts, Ji Qingwu owed him nothing. Despite having gained numerous enhancements, firearms remained essential for Yue Zhong, whether facing zombies or humans, as they held tremendous utility. Let's go. Ji Qingwu turned to Chen Yao and said, Yao Yao, you should come too. Chen Yao, exuding an unexpected assertiveness that belied her delicate appearance, nodded affirmatively. All right. Yue Zhong quickly called out, Wang Shuang, Wanwan, Qi Yang, let's move. Just then, Zhang Xian mustered her courage and declared, I want to go too. Yue Zhong regarded her thoughtfully before responding, you stay behind. This mission is too dangerous for you. This undertaking was crucial for acquiring firearms, requiring swift execution, and Zhang Xian's lack of combat abilities would only serve as a liability. Disappointment washed over Zhang Xian as she silently returned to her seat. The group quickly boarded the school bus and sped towards the police station. As they drove along Xinyang Road, Yue Zhong spotted a group of over a dozen oddly dressed men on modified motorcycles wielding baseball bats and machetes. Their hair dyed yellow, roaring past them. The world had changed drastically in the afternoon, and during this time, the foot traffic on Xinyang Road was sparse, resulting in few zombies. The street was devoid of any undead. Upon spotting the school bus, the gang quickly maneuvered their motorcycles to block its path. Stop, pull over. Others shouted as they surrounded the bus, striking its sides with bats and knives while hurling insults. Yue Zhong noticed Chen Yao slowing down and furrowed his brow, commanding, don't stop, plow through them. Knock them out of the way. Chen Yao vehemently protested. No, that would kill them. They are alive, not zombies. I refuse to become a murderer. With that, she slammed on the brakes, bringing the bus to a halt. Only 2 days had passed since the world altered, and Chen Yao's mindset had yet to adapt. She had not yet grasped the brutality of their new reality, nor understood that the old order had crumbled. She could unhesitatingly run over zombies, but could not bring herself to harm living humans. Seeing her stop, Yue Zhong frowned, and with a thought, he covered the skeletons with a large tarp. Just as the bus came to a standstill, the modified motorcycles encircled it, and 7 young men with machetes approached. Boss, these 3 girls are quite attractive. One rebellious youth, sporting yellow hair and piercings, leered at Lu Wan, Ji Qingwu, and Chen Yao, his eyes glinting with lust as he licked his lips and addressed a hefty man with a machete. The leader coldly surveyed the group and declared, I am Wang Zhiguang, the leader of the motorcycle gang. Lower your weapons and step out of the vehicle. I have something to discuss with you. Yue Zhong and Qi Yang exchanged glances, then looked at Chen Yao before silently placing their weapons back in their bags. They stepped out of the bus, with Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu following suit. Upon exiting, the gang members surrounded the 6 of them, the roar of motorcycle engines echoing around them as the gang members brazenly scrutinized the group. Laughing heartily, that girl is stunning. Looks like we're in for a fun time. One of them remarked, damn it, that little white-collar worker from yesterday was a waste. I barely had my fun before she jumped off. Which one do you like? The young one. She looks so delicate. The gang members leered unabashedly at Chen Yao and the others, sending chills down their spines. Lu1, sensing the malice in their gazes, instinctively shrank behind Yue Zhong. Though she was mischievous, she understood the gravity of the situation. A dozen armed thugs were not to be trifled with. Yue Zhong and Qi Yang remained silent, quietly assessing the escalating situation. What are you planning? Chen Yao finally spoke, her voice trembling under the oppressive silence. One of the gang members leered. We just want to have some fun with you, sweetheart. Laughter erupted at his crude remark, and Chen Yao's face flushed with indignation as she shouted, pervert. You're all nothing but thugs. The gang's taunts continued, unrestrained by any sense of order or morality. Yue Zhong shot a cold glance at Chen Yao, saying, understand that these are the people you wish to protect. Chen Yao felt a pang of guilt at his words, tears brimming in her eyes as they fell like pearls to the ground. Wang Zhiguang's eyes glinted with desire as he bellowed, you 3 girls, strip, now, strip, strip. The gang members chanted, their eyes crazed with lust. In the midst of their shouts, Lu Wan and Chen Yao were gripped by fear. Lu Wan clung tightly to Yue Zhong's clothing, having never encountered such madness before. Will you strip or not? If you make us angry, we'll have our fun and then feed you to the zombies. A young thug with bloodshot eyes shouted viciously. These gang members had already taken lives in this lawless world, and their madness and brutality were on full display. "Brother Yue Zhong," Lu Wen whimpered. Fear evident in her eyes. "Don't worry," Yue Zhong reassured her. "As long as I'm here, they won't lay a finger on you. I'm sorry, Yue Zhong, I was wrong." Chen Yao cried, regretful tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the thuggish gang. Wang Zhiguang shot her a glance, his brow furrowing as he barked at Yue Zhong. "You three guys, throw your bags over here, or I'll kill you," at his command. The gang members aimed their weapons at Yue Zhong and the others. The tension palpable, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them as the gang stood together, wielding their weapons menacingly. A glint of cold light flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes as he calmly stated, "Drop your weapons and leave now." "Damn it! Everyone rush them. Kill those three brats," Wang Zhiguang shouted, a murderous glint in his eyes as he charged toward Yue Zhong, machete in hand. With Wang Zhiguang leading, the rest of the gang followed suit. Their eyes wild and feral. "You're finished." Yue Zhong unsheathed a replica Tang sword from his back, stepping forward with a swift motion, slashing at Wang Zhiguang with a speed reminiscent of a shooting star. Yue Zhong's agility and strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Wang Zhiguang barely had time to react before his head was severed, blood splattering as his headless body stumbled forward before collapsing to the ground. The blood of humanity stained Yue Zhong. He had killed his first human. Time seemed to stand still as the assailants gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Wang Zhiguang had risen to become the leader of the motorcycle gang solely due to his formidable prowess and ruthless nature. Even a horde of 4 or 5 zombies posed no threat to Wang Zhiguang. It was precisely for this reason that the gang members followed him. They had never anticipated that Wang Zhiguang would be unable to withstand a single strike from Yue Zhong. With one swift blow, he dispatched Wang Zhiguang, and stepping forward, Yue Zhong wielded his replica Tang Dao with lethal precision, severing the arms of 2 gang members in a spray of blood. At that moment, from within the school bus, the special skeleton, hidden beneath the canvas, surged forth, swinging an axe that instantly decapitated one of the assailants, blood gushing forth. Run for your lives. The gang members, witnessing Yue Zhong's ferocity, scattered in panic. They were merely an untrained rabble, and with the death of their leader, their will to fight evaporated. "Don't flee. Everyone, attack together. Avenge our leader," one assailant shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yue Zhong's gaze turned icy. He advanced with a swift step and cleaved the shouting assailant's head from his shoulders, blood splattering as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. With the death of their comrade, the remaining gang members chose to flee, unwilling to confront Yue Zhong. "Damn it, die!" 2 loyal followers of Wang Zhiguang mounted their motorcycles and barreled toward Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu. As the motorcycles hurtled toward her, terror filled Chen Yao's eyes, paralyzing her in fear. Just as one motorcycle struck her, Ji Qingwu collided into her, pushing her aside and narrowly avoiding the impact. However, Ji Qingwu was violently struck by the other motorcycle, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. "Qingwu!" Chen Yao let out a heart-wrenching wail, crawling toward Ji Qingwu, who lay motionless. Meanwhile, Bai Gu, following Yue Zhong's orders, rushed over, swinging his axe to cleave the assailant on the motorcycle in half, blood and entrails scattering across the ground. The severed assailant, not yet dead, lay on the ground, issuing a pitiful cry. Witnessing this gruesome scene, none of the remaining assailants dared to confront Yue Zhong and hastily fled. On the sidelines, Lu Wen watched in horror, her face pale as she retched violently. Though she prided herself as a little witch, she had never witnessed such brutality. The slaughter of zombies had already sickened her. Now it was the killing of humans. Qi Yang, observing the carnage, also turned pale, though his resolute spirit remained unshaken. After vanquishing the motorcycle gang, Yue Zhong approached Ji Qingwu's side. Chen Yao, helpless, grasped Yue Zhong's arm, tears streaming down her face. "Wah, Yue Zhong, please, save Qingwu. I beg you, save her. Wah, it's all my fault. I'm the one who caused her to be like this." "Silence," Yue Zhong commanded, his brow furrowing. Chen Yao immediately covered her mouth, sobbing quietly. Yue Zhong gently checked Ji Qingwu's delicate nose and declared, "She is still alive. Wanwen, come here and heal her wounds." Lu1, pale-faced, approached and placed her hands on Ji Qingwu, white light emanating from her palms and enveloping Ji Qingwu's body. After a considerable time, Ji Qingwu slowly opened her eyes, albeit still pale. "Thank goodness. Qingwu, I'm so relieved you're all right." Upon seeing Ji Qingwu awaken, Chen Yao embraced her, weeping loudly. Ji Qingwu, gazing at Chen Yao, whose embrace softened her previously sharp demeanor. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and said, "Chen Yao, quiet down. I have questions for Ji Qingwu." Chunyao obediently ceased her weeping but remained clinging to Ji Qingwu. Yue Zhong looked at Ji Qingwu intently and asked in a low voice, "How severe are your injuries? Can you still fight? Did Wenwen's skills fully heal you?" Ji Qingwu stirred slightly, her beautiful brows knitting together as she replied calmly, "My injuries are serious. I suspect I have several fractured bones. Without a doctor, I fear I won't be able to fight for at least a month." Upon hearing Ji Qingwu's words, an inexplicable fear gripped Chunyao. Without Ji Qingwu's protection, she truly had no idea how she would survive in this brutal world. The motorcycle gang had shown her the harsh realities of this existence. After Ji Qingwu spoke, she quietly observed Yue Zhong, eager to see his reaction. In this apocalyptic world, no one wished to carry a burden. Chunyao stood beside Yue Zhong, determination etched on her face. "I will fight in place of Qingwu. I can drive and cook. That I will obey whatever you say. Please don't abandon us." "Who said I would abandon you? I merely seek clarity to make an informed decision. Now, hurry and drive." Yue Zhong's brow slightly furrowed as he picked up Ji Qingwu and carried her onto the school bus. Chunyao let out a sigh of relief, wiping her tears as she swiftly took her seat in the driver's cabin. Yue Zhong commanded, "Head to the police station." Chunyao promptly started the bus, steering toward the police station. Yue Zhong instructed Qiyang, "Stay here and protect them. I will go inside to search for weapons. If anything seems off, call for me immediately." With Ji Qingwu, the skilled fighter who had slain S1, incapacitated due to her injuries, Yue Zhong had no choice but to leave Qiyang behind to guard Ji Qingwu and the others. Qiyang picked up Ji Qingwu's replica Tang Dao, assuring Yue Zhong, "You can trust me." After relaying his orders, Yue Zhong, Baigu, and Qiyang quickly disembarked from the vehicle, fiercely slashing at the zombies that swarmed around the school bus. Once they had cleared the area of the dozen or so zombies, Yue Zhong and Baigu rushed into the police station. Upon entering, they were met by 5 zombies, their faces mangled from bites and dressed in police uniforms, making their way toward Yue Zhong and Baigu. With a swift advance, Yue Zhong's blade flashed as he dispatched 3 of the zombies, while Baigu effortlessly eliminated the remaining 2. After dealing with the 5 zombies, Yue Zhong approached them, donning gloves to remove their sidearms. Among the fallen, 3 possessed handguns, and Yue Zhong acquired 3 54-style pistols along with 15 rounds of ammunition. He stowed the firearms and ammunition in his backpack, finding the replica Tang Dao far more reliable for dispatching zombies than his questionable marksmanship. Continuing his search, he soon arrived at the armory. The armory and ammunition room were critical defenses within the police station, each secured by iron doors. Before Yue Zhong lay a tightly shut iron gate. He glanced at it and commanded Baigu, "Break down this door." Following Yue Zhong's order, Baigu swung his axe with all his might, striking the iron door. Now at level 9, Baigu's physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary humans by 80%, and his full-strength strike was tremendously powerful. With a resounding crash, the iron door was dented significantly, revealing a deep axe mark. After 8 powerful strikes, Baigu managed to force the lock open and push the iron door aside. "Freeze! Raise your hands!" The moment the door swung open, a sharp voice called out from within. Yue Zhong focused his gaze and saw a stunningly beautiful female officer, approximately 25 or 26 years old. Clad in a police uniform, brandishing a 54-style pistol aimed directly at him. While Yue Zhong assessed the female officer, she scrutinized him in turn. When she caught sight of Baigu, her eyes widened in disbelief. The skeletal soldier was a being one would only expect to encounter in fantasy tales, not in reality. "Baigu, seize her." Yue Zhong dodged to the side and instructed Baigu. Baigu complied, charging toward the female officer, his right claw darting toward her with meteoric speed. Bang, bang. The sharp sound of gunfire rang out as the female officer fired multiple rounds at Baigu without hesitation. The bullets struck Baigu, embedding themselves in his bones. Baigu merely shuddered, then swiftly grasped the female officer's right hand, wrenching the handgun from her grip and overpowering her to the ground. Once the gunfire ceased, Yue Zhong stepped through the entrance. "Who are you?" "This is the police station's armory. Your unauthorized entry constitutes a crime." The female officer glared at Yue Zhong from the floor. Yue Zhong approached her, waving his hand, and Baigu released the subdued officer. "My name is Yue Zhong. I apologize, but the world has changed, and I require weapons to arm myself and survive better." "I mean no harm. May I ask your name, officer?" "My name is Su Rushue." "What is this creature?" After Su Rushue stood up, she pointed to the special skeleton beside Yue Zhong and inquired, "Did you hear that voice claiming to be divine?" "I did," Yue Zhong replied. "You heard it too?" Su Rushue's expression shifted. She had thought that peculiar voice was hers alone. Yue Zhong explained, "This skeleton represents one of the abilities, or skills, I acquired within the divine demonic system." A fervent glimmer sparked in Su Rushue's eyes as she pressed, "How can I acquire such power?" The The special skeleton was impervious to bullets and possessed extraordinary combat prowess. She yearned for such miraculous abilities. Yue Zhong casually stated, if you dare to hunt zombies and acquire the corresponding skill books, you can learn the skills. Are you the armory keeper? Yue Zhong asked Su Rushue. She shook her head. No. Could you return the gun to me? No. Yue Zhong firmly refused. He could not allow someone unfamiliar with weapons to wield something that could threaten him. The level 2 protective suit could withstand small caliber bullets, but it offered no protection against a headshot. One bullet to the head could mean death. Destroy that safe. Yue Zhong commanded the skeleton, casting a glance at the gun safe in the room. The skeleton swung its axe, striking repeatedly at the lock until, after 3 blows, it shattered the lock. As Yue Zhong opened the safe, a row of firearms was revealed. The Type 54 pistol, the Type 79 submachine gun, and the Type 85 sniper rifle, truly splendid items. Yue Zhong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the array of weaponry. Firearms signified power. Possessing great strength was essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. After several enhancements, Yue Zhong was no longer fearful of ordinary zombies, yet he understood that his strength was still limited. Close combat drained tremendous stamina, and only with firearms could he hope to survive more effectively. He quickly packed the weapons, carrying some himself while asking the skeleton to carry others. Turning to Su Rushue, he queried, do you intend to stay here alone, or will you come with me? I will go with you. Su Rushue replied without hesitation. Staying behind meant certain death, and she was not ready to die. With the weapons secured, Yue Zhong and the skeleton swiftly returned to the school bus, where Lu Wen eagerly rushed over. Captivated by the pile of guns, Wang Shuang's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he surveyed the firearms. The old world order had collapsed, until a new one was established. Possessing guns equated to having power. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu also gazed at the weapons, their eyes sparkling with excitement. What about the bullets? Qi Yang asked, picking up a Type 79 submachine gun to examine. Not yet. We can't carry that many at once. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her touch the guns. I'll find the bullets, Yue Zhong instructed before rushing out with the skeleton. Soon, he located the police station's ammunition storage room. After the skeleton smashed the lock with its axe, a decayed zombie clad in a police uniform staggered towards Yue Zhong. With a swift stroke, he severed the zombie's head, absorbing a surge of essence into his body. Congratulations! You have reached level 10 and earned 2 enhancement points. Please allocate them. 1 point to strength, 1 point to agility. Yue Zhong swiftly decided. Congratulations! You have reached level 10 and received 1 skill enhancement point. Please select a skill to enhance or retain it. Skill enhancement points. Yue Zhong's eyes brightened as he promptly chose. Enhanced the special skeleton skill immediately. As he focused, white ethereal light surged within him, merging into the skeleton rune. The rune absorbed the essence and underwent a transformation, intricate symbols materializing upon it. Once the new skeleton rune formed, a beam of black light shot from Yue Zhong's forehead to the special skeleton. Absorbing this black light, the skeleton began to evolve, its bones shifting from pure white to a pale azure. Your special skeleton has begun to evolve and has gained a new skill. Please select a new skill for it to master. Skill 1. Bone Reinforcement. This skill enhances the skeleton's bones, making them more resilient to damage. Skill 2. Bone Manipulation. This skill allows the skeleton to freely manipulate its bones, rendering its attacks more unpredictable. Yue Zhong pondered briefly and chose Skill 1, Bone Reinforcement. At this moment, he lacked a robust shield. The skeleton's bones were not particularly durable, and if surrounded by a horde, they could easily be shattered, rendering it powerless. Upon making his choice, black light flickered as mysterious symbols were inscribed upon the skeleton's armor. The moment the symbols materialized, its bones gleamed with a peculiar metallic luster. Special Skeleton, Bone, Level 9. Strength, 23, 10, Agility, 23, 10, Muscle Activity, 23, 10, Stamina, 16, 23, 10, Spirit, 23, 23, 10, Strength, 35, 10, Skills. 1. Bone Manipulation Technique. 2. Bone Reinforcement. With the skill upgrade, the special skeleton not only mastered bone reinforcement, but also received an additional enhancement of 5 to all 6 attributes, elevating its basic stats to double that of a normal human. After the enhancement, the voice in Yue Zhong's mind continued. You have reached level 10 and a new beginner quest has been issued. Quest Summary. Find the beginner village. The world has mutated. To evolve better, the system has established a beginner village in every city. The beginner village is a safe zone, free from mutated monsters, and possesses a powerful job transfer system. Having a profession will make you stronger. If you are the first to enter the beginner village, you will receive a generous system reward. Messages resonated in Yue Zhong's mind. A beginner village. It seems my journey must change. He had initially planned to secure the guns from the police station and then head to the gathering in Longhai City. However, the emergence of the beginner village quest shifted his intentions. Only those who adapt swiftly to this world can seize the best opportunities. All he wished for now was to survive, to thrive. Casting a glance at the fallen zombie, he donned gloves and searched its body, discovering a set of keys. Taking the keys, he tested each one on the ammunition safe until he successfully opened it, revealing neatly arranged boxes of various ammunition. This time, he struck gold. Yue Zhong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he surveyed the boxes of ammo. With this supply, he would be better equipped to survive in this world. He and the skeleton transported the ammo back to the school bus several times. Qiyang and Yue Zhong each carried a Type 79 submachine gun, adorned with magazines resembling armed militants from the television. Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Lu Wen each received a Type 54 pistol for self-defense, while Wang Shuang also acquired a Type 54 pistol along with 10 rounds. Please return my pistol. I am a police officer. I won't harm you, Su Rushue said, frowning slightly as she addressed Yue Zhong and the others. Without a gun, she felt vulnerable. Luan tugged at Yue Zhong's arm, playfully pleading, Yue Zhong, give it back. Sister Su isn't a bad person. What if she encounters a zombie without a weapon? Yue Zhong regarded Su Rushue and replied, Officer Su, I can return your gun, but let me make this clear. If you aim it at us, we will not hesitate to retaliate. Su Rushue responded resolutely, as long as you do not engage in unlawful activities, I will never point my weapon at you. Yue Zhong shook his head but ultimately tossed the pistol to Su Rushue. In the original world, she would have undoubtedly been a commendable police officer. However, in this chaotic apocalypse, someone so principled would struggle to survive without formidable protection. Where shall we go next? Chen Yao inquired of Yue Zhong. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly replied, back to the school. I promised the survivors in the girls' dormitory that if I had the means, I would rescue them. All right. Chen Yao promptly started the school bus, heading toward the school. Along the way, the bus plowed through wave after wave of zombies, sustaining damage to its front from multiple collisions. We need to find a more reliable vehicle soon, Yue Zhong remarked. Frowning at the battered bus, if this relentless collision continues, the school bus will soon be rendered useless. After all, it is a school bus, not a tank, and the sturdiness of Chinese school buses pales in comparison to their American counterparts. Chapter 30. Rescuing lives. The school bus sped down the road, and Yue Zhong pulled out 2 cakes from his backpack, sharing one with Qiyang as they devoured them hungrily. After a fierce battle throughout the morning, both were exhausted and famished. Road One approached Yue Zhong and said, Brother Yue Zhong, I'm hungry. Could I have a cake too? Yue Zhong handed her one from his bag, and she sat beside him, eating heartily. Watching them indulge in their provisions, Su Rushue swallowed hard. It had been over a day since she had eaten. After a moment's hesitation, she addressed Yue Zhong, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in over a day. Yue Zhong glanced at Su Rushue and tossed her a can of 8 treasure porridge from his backpack. Thank you, she politely exclaimed, immediately opening the can and consuming it voraciously, savoring it as the most delicious food she had ever tasted. The school bus rushed toward Yunhua University, and the sound of the vehicle attracted the zombies outside, who began to converge toward it. After colliding with dozens of zombies, the bus came to a halt before the girls' dormitory. The zombies surrounding the dormitory swayed and stumbled toward them. Yue Zhong and Qiyang readied their Type 79 submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the approaching undead. Under the relentless fire from their assault rifles, the zombies fell to the ground. However, as the gunfire ceased, those that had been knocked down began to rise again, swaying as they crawled or stood, closing in on Yue Zhong and Qiyang. It was clear that only a headshot could truly eliminate them. Despite firing hundreds of rounds, they had only managed to dispatch 5 zombies. Their marksmanship could not compare to that of seasoned soldiers, and using firearms to defeat the enemy did not yield any rewards. Seeing the zombies rise again, Yue Zhong furrowed his brow. Though he had managed to penetrate the skulls of 2 zombies with concentrated fire, he felt no surge of power within him. Moreover, the zombies he had dispatched yielded no spoils, not even a survival coin. Each time he dispatched a zombie with his novice wooden stick or replica tang knife, at least 1 survival coin worth 1 unit would drop. Cease fire. Qiyang, let us go, Yue Zhong commanded, halting his shooting. Qiyang nodded, seizing the replica tang knife as they charged into the horde. The reinforced skeleton, fearsome and relentless, surged ahead, wielding a massive axe that whirled like a tempest among the zombies, causing limbs and heads to splatter. A monster. How terrifying! Su Rushue gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the formidable skeleton. How did Yue Zhong's skeleton become so powerful? Chen Yao, observing from the bus, was struck by disbelief, having witnessed the skeleton's prowess before, yet now it exhibited strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. The zombies encircling the girls' dormitory were swiftly vanquished by the trio of Yue Zhong, Qiyang, and the skeleton, with the latter alone dispatching over 20. The remaining zombies were eliminated by Yue Zhong and Qiyang. The scant offerings from the zombies amounted to only a few survival coins and a vitality apple. Leaving Qiyang to guard the bus, Yue Zhong charged toward the girls' dormitory on the 4th floor. A dormitory door was barricaded with heavy objects, for girls huddled on a bed, their eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. The atmosphere was stiflingly silent, as if no life remained within. The girls understood that the zombies outside could sense their presence through sound, making them reluctant to speak. "Zhongli, I'm hungry. Is there anything left to eat?" One girl, Chuning, whispered. Zhongli responded with a wry smile. "We just shared the last piece of chocolate this morning." "Do you think we're going to die?" Linchi suddenly asked Zhongli weakly, her heart filled with dread. "Don't worry. We'll be rescued soon. Didn't Yue Zhong promise to come back for us? We must believe in him," Zhongli assured, though she held little hope herself, aware of the dire state of the world now. "If anyone comes to save me, I'll be their girlfriend," declared Yuaning, a stunning girl from the music academy, known for her beauty and high standards. "Whoever becomes our swan princess's boyfriend must be exceptionally lucky," Zhongli teased. Just then, the suffocating atmosphere of the dormitory was shattered, and the girls momentarily forgot their fear, sharing a soft laugh. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as zombies began to slam against the dormitory door, silencing their laughter and filling their eyes with terror. They huddled together, trembling in fear of the door being breached. As the sound of the school bus engine roared outside, the crashing ceased. "Someone is coming to rescue us." The girls rushed to the window, their hearts swelling with joy as they recognized Yue Zhong's figure in the bus. Tears of relief streamed down Zhongli's face as she exclaimed, "He is back to save us." Chapter 31. The Dead. "This is wonderful. We are saved," Yuaning cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Trapped in the dormitory, devoid of hope for the future, the prospect of starvation or being devoured by zombies loomed large. Without the mutual encouragement of the girls, they might have succumbed to despair. "Help is on the way." Zhangqi and Channing embraced, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. At that moment, the zombies outside intensified their assault. Slamming against the door, the 4 girls fell silent, their expressions filled with dread as they stood together, watching the door that represented their only hope. After a relentless pounding, the sound abruptly ceased, and just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, the dormitory door was suddenly thrust open, along with a pile of debris, revealing a towering, grotesque L1 with darkened skin and a menacing presence. The barricade had proved futile against this evolved monster, and the girls' faces drained of color as they realized their dire predicament. Chuning, trembling in terror, collapsed to the floor. Ordinary zombies lacked sight and relied on instinct, sound, and smell to locate their prey. However, the evolved L1 had regained its vision. Its fierce gaze paralyzed the girls with fear. "We must fight. If we can just hold it off for a moment, Yue Zhong will come to save us," Zhongli urged, grabbing a nearby metal bucket and hurling it at the L1. The creature continued its advance, unfazed by the incoming projectile, which ricocheted harmlessly off its body. The girls' fear intensified as Yuan Ying and Lin Qi threw soap and shampoo at the L1. But their efforts were in vain. The L1 approached, seizing the trembling Chuning, and with a savage bite, tore into her neck, blood gushing forth. Her eyes widened in agony as she writhed in its grasp. Witnessing this horrific scene, the girls' will to fight evaporated, and they rushed toward the window. "Let us jump. Even if we die, it's better than being eaten alive," Zhongli, with a resolute expression, exclaimed loudly. Lin Qi and Yuaning glanced out the window with trepidation. Hesitating to jump, the L1, after biting off several chunks of flesh from Chen Ying's throat, stood up and coldly fixed its gaze on the 3 women. The sight of the L1, its mouth smeared with blood, sent chills of despair through Zhongli and the others. Just then, Yue Zhong finally appeared before the dormitory, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah as he charged towards the L1, his blade striking like lightning. His speed far surpassed that of the L1, which was unable to react before its head was severed. The image of Yue Zhong slaying the L1 was indelibly etched in the minds of Yuan Ying and the others. At that moment, covered in blood, Yue Zhong appeared remarkably heroic in their eyes. "Follow me," he commanded, casting a glance at the 3 women. Collecting the survival coins and 3 white treasure boxes scattered on the ground, he swiftly raced outside. He still needed to search for survivors in the female dormitory, having promised to return for them. Yuan Ying and the others nodded hurriedly, quickly trailing behind him. Yuan Ying had something to say, but Yue Zhong did not spare her even a glance. Ever since the world had mutated, Yue Zhong had been in a state of heightened tension, his nerves taut as he forced himself to prepare for various contingencies. He harbored a profound sense of fear and urgency regarding the future. As the three women exited the dormitory, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. The corridor was littered with headless zombie corpses and dismembered heads. The grotesque sight filled them with nausea. Wait, hold on. Yuan Ying called out loudly as she saw Yue Zhong hastily ascending to the fourth floor. This was their only glimmer of hope, and she was unwilling to give up. Yue Zhong glanced back at the three women. Frowning slightly, "Hurry up," he urged. Yuan Ying felt a pang of grievance at his reprimand. Tears welled up in her eyes. Having grown up in a nurturing environment, she was accustomed to being cherished and admired. And this was the first time she had been so harshly scolded. Just then, Zhongli approached and asked him, "Yue Zhong, do you remember me?" Yue Zhong regarded her thoughtfully, his expression softening as a smile crept onto his face. "Senior Zhongli, I truly appreciate your help in introducing me to that tutoring job." The tutoring position for Lu Wen had been facilitated by Zhongli, for which Yue Zhong was forever grateful. Without that job, his university life would have been exceedingly arduous. Zhongli sighed in relief, smiling as she replied, "Oh, that was all your own ability. If you hadn't impressed that little witch, I wouldn't have been able to help." "Senior Zhongli, you haven't eaten all day. Here, take this can of 8 treasure porridge and eat a little to tide you over." Yue Zhong quickly retrieved a can of porridge from his backpack and handed it to her. Yuan Ying and Lin Qi stared wide-eyed at the 8 treasure porridge in Zhongli's hands. They had both been hungry for over a day. Zhongli glanced at Yue Zhong, seeking assistance. He opened his backpack again, taking out 2 small loaves of bread and offering them to Yuan Ying and Lin Qi. "You two should eat this for now. We can have a proper meal later." The supplies in his backpack were emergency rations he was reluctant to share. If trapped in a dire situation, these provisions could sustain him for about a week. "Thank you." Yuan Ying and Lin Qi expressed their gratitude as they accepted the small loaves. In her heart, Yuan Ying felt a sense of imbalance, pondering, "Am I not as important as Zhongli?" While eating the bread, she couldn't shake the feeling that Yue Zhong was treating Zhongli with more kindness than her, stirring feelings of jealousy within her. Within this female dormitory, aside from Yuan Ying and her companions, Yue Zhong also discovered 9 other girls from 2 additional dorms. In this dormitory designed for hundreds, only 12 had survived. The rest had either turned into zombies at the first opportunity or been devoured by them. After escorting the 12 survivors back to the school bus, Yue Zhong settled in and instructed Chen Yao to the administration building. Without further inquiry, Chen Yao started the bus, speeding towards their destination. The area around the administration building had relatively fewer zombies, allowing Yue Zhong to reach it swiftly. Upon disembarking, he made his way to the finance office, where the doors stood firmly shut, devoid of any sound. "I am Yue Zhong. Zhao Zhen, are you still in there?" he called out. "I am." A voice responded from within, followed by the door swinging open to reveal Zhao Zhen, who looked at Yue Zhong with astonishment. He had never anticipated Yue Zhong would come to rescue him, as they had previously had no interaction. "Yue Zhong, I truly appreciate your help," Zhao Zhen expressed his gratitude. Yue Zhong, however, did not waste time on pleasantries and urged, "Let's go." Zhao Zhen promptly agreed, swiftly leading his group to follow Yue Zhong down the stairs and onto the bus. After Zhao Zhen and his group boarded, Chen Yao turned to Yue Zhong and inquired, "Shall we head back?" "No, to the small supermarket at the intersection. We must replenish our supplies." The bus soon halted before the small supermarket. The sound of the engine attracted nearby zombies, who staggered towards them, numbering in the dozens. Zhao Zhen's eyes widened with fear as he observed the horde. "Are we really stopping here? There are so many zombies." Chen Yi, the bespectacled man, echoed his concern. "Indeed, let's find supplies some other time. This place is too dangerous." "Chen Yao, drive. We need to leave." Chen Yao, however, disregarded Qian Ye's words and turned her gaze to Yue Zhong, fully aware of who was indispensable in their group. Chen Yi, realizing his comments had gone unheeded, felt somewhat awkward. Yue Zhong frowned slightly and simply stated, "Open the door." Chen Yao promptly complied, and Yue Zhong directed Bai Gu, "Take care of them." Receiving his command, Bai Gu charged alone toward the throng of zombies. Yue Zhong surveyed the others in the bus and ordered, "Everyone, except for Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Lu Wen, get out and start moving supplies." Wang Shuang immediately complied. Leaping from the bus towards the convenience store, he understood Yue Zhong's character well. Those who did not contribute would be the first to be abandoned. The rest remained silent, hesitant to leave the safety of the bus amidst the surrounding danger. Yue Zhong's brow furrowed as he glanced at Zhongli, his voice chilling, "If you don't help move the supplies, fine. But those who don't participate today will not eat I in the future. Find your own supplies and don't come to meet I in this post-apocalyptic world. Even Yue Zhong found it challenging to survive on his own. He could not bear the burden of supporting others who contributed nothing. Zhongli, being astute, was the first to respond. Let us go. Ing, Chi, let us gather supplies. With that, Zhongli nimbly jumped off the bus and dashed towards the supermarket. Yuaning pouted, casting a glance at Chen Yao. Ji Qingwu and Lu Wan, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she followed suit. She knew this was not the time to oppose Yue Zhong. Everyone, let us pitch in. We must unite to survive in this harsh reality. Zhaozhen encouraged his small team, leading them off the bus to assist in moving supplies. Under the leadership of Zhongli and Zhao Zhan, the remaining girls hesitated briefly before also disembarking to join in the effort. Yue Zhong instructed Qi Yang to guard the weapons in the bus, while he took position outside to remain vigilant. Incredible, Zhaozhen thought as he stole a glance at Baigu, who was effortlessly dispatching zombies with his massive axe as if mowing grass, swiftly eliminating each one without fail. If only I possessed such abilities. Observing Baigu's prowess, Zhaozhen felt a surge of admiration. As the president of the student council, he was no fool. He understood that in this transformed world, strength was essential for survival. Yet, the thought of battling zombies to gain such power filled him with trepidation. Through their collective efforts, most of the supplies from the small supermarket were soon loaded onto the bus. Time to head back, Yue Zhong announced, and once everyone was aboard, he instructed Chen Yao to drive home. The journey was uneventful, and they returned to Chen Yao's residence without incident. After transporting all the supplies to Chen Yao's residence, the group began their meal under her arrangement. The various firearms and ammunition that Yue Zhong had brought back from the police station were piled in his room. Guarded by Baigu, Zhaozhen approached Yue Zhong with a can of 8 treasure porridge, eagerly inquiring, Yue Zhong, what do you plan to do next? Should we head straight to the gathering point in Longhai City? Zhaozhen had already learned about the situation in Longhai City from others. Upon hearing Zhaozhen's words, the eyes of all the survivors in the room turned toward Yue Zhong, filled with anticipation. Most of them longed to reach the government-organized gathering point in Longhai City rather than remain in this zombie-infested area. After quickly consuming an invigorating apple, Yue Zhong replied nonchalantly, no, I intend to stay in Lijiang City for a while longer. How can you say that? Because of you, we all have to remain in this zombie-ridden Lijiang City? The girl beside Zhaozhen, Li Mani, who was bespectacled and quite charming, expressed her dissatisfaction, raising her hand first. Let's vote on whether to stay in Lijiang or head to Longhai City based on the principle of majority rule. Those in favor of leaving, raise your hands. In the room, aside from Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu, Lu Wan, Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, Zhang Xian, Wang Feng, and Kai Xiao, everyone else raised their hands. Few wished to remain. Seeing so many hands raised in support of her suggestion, Li Mani cast a triumphant glance at Yue Zhong and declared, we have a majority in favor of leaving immediately. The proposal passes. All right, Yue Zhong nodded. The supporters felt a wave of relief wash over them, but his next words sent their spirits plummeting. You may leave if you wish. I will not stop you. You can take 5 days' worth of supplies and depart. Yue Zhong had intervened to save these individuals because he had once promised to do so. However, he was wary of the treachery that often accompanied human nature. Especially in such dire circumstances, he had no desire to struggle through the apocalypse burdened by those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, the expressions of the others turned ashen. The outside world was teeming with zombies, and as ordinary individuals without enhancements, they would struggle to survive, let alone scavenge for supplies. Zhaozhen stepped forward to defend Li Mani, saying, Yue Zhong, you jest. Mani meant no harm. She merely wished for you to hear the opinions of everyone. I am not joking that I seized this opportunity to clarify matters with you. Yue Zhong shot a glance at the group, his expression stern. Those who wish to leave, I will not impede. You may take your 5 days' worth of supplies and find your own way. If you choose to stay, the men must obey my commands and participate in battles against the zombies, while the women must handle logistics, such as transporting supplies, cooking, and cleaning that if necessary, the women may also need to fight. Our team does not require those who contribute nothing. Yue Zhong continued, I have already cleared the zombies from this building. If you decide to leave, you may choose a room to stay in. However, let me make this clear. I have been more than generous. If you come to me for supplies in the future, I will not give them to you for free. A petite and beautiful girl. Zhang Xian furrowed her brows and remarked, isn't it a man's duty to protect women? You are being too stingy. You do not resemble a true man. Have you not heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility? Zhang Xian was an only child, spoiled since childhood, and feeling emboldened in this moment of safety. Yue Zhong regarded Zhang Xian coolly and retorted, tell me, Are the many refugees in Africa not pitiable? Indeed, they are, Zhang Xian responded, taken aback. Yue Zhong continued to question her relentlessly. If they are so pitiful, why do you not donate all your wealth to them? In the past, you could have saved hundreds or thousands of African lives by donating your entire fortune. You have the means to help them yet do nothing. What does that make you? Your bottle of cosmetics costs hundreds. How much rice could that buy, and how many African lives could it save? Why do you not help? Not to mention, there are still many in our rural areas who struggle to afford education. If you are so noble, why not donate half of your living expenses to help them? Perhaps the cost of a single meal could allow a student to attend school. Zhang Xian was caught off guard, overwhelmed by Yue Zhong's barrage of questions. He stated flatly, in the end, you are just a hypocrite. You cannot do it yourself, so what right do you have to demand it from others? I admit I cannot do that either. I am merely an ordinary person, not noble enough to dedicate everything to others. I was a stranger to you before. Why should I be obligated to protect you without recompense after saving you? You can seek those who are willing to sacrifice everything for others. I am not that person. Zhang Xian fell silent, unable to counter Yue Zhong's unwavering stance. Zhao Zhen pondered for a moment before looking up at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, could you provide us with some firearms and ammunition? If you give us some, we can fend for ourselves. Yuan shot Zhao Zhen a disdainful glance. You really have some nerve. Those weapons and ammunition were obtained through our hard work. Why should we share them with you? Zhao Zhen remained silent, merely staring at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong resolutely replied, no, I cannot give you any firearms or ammunition. Without firearms and ammunition, how can we survive out there? Are you trying to send us to our deaths? Exclaimed Yun Yi, a bespectacled young man accompanying Zhao Zhen. Yue Zhong spoke firmly, hunting zombies can lead to enhancements. I have already informed you of this. If you muster the courage to fight zombies, you too can gain strength. I have said all I need to. Please make your choice. Will you stay or leave? Yun Yi, Li Mani, and the other student council members cast their eyes upon Zhao Zhen. Compared to the one who saved them, they were more inclined to trust Zhao Zhen as a comrade. Zhao Zhen's expression shifted rapidly. Soon he stood up, gazing around passionately. Yue Zhong, thank you for saving me. However, I cannot agree with your philosophy. Men are born to protect women. Ladies, I will be leaving for Longhai City. If any of you wish to accompany me, I promise to protect your safety with my life and ensure you all reach Longhai City safely. I will not abandon any of you. Zhao Zhen's words were deeply moving, and combined with his handsome appearance and position as the student council president, he had once been a prominent figure at Yunhai University. Several girls gazed at him with admiration. The 12 girls in the dormitory quickly divided in two, with 6 expressing their desire to follow Zhao Zhen, while 6 chose to stay with Yue Zhong. They were reluctant to remain even a day longer, as Yue Zhong did not seem as amiable or gentlemanly as Zhao Zhen. The world had changed little time ago, and their innocence had yet to be eroded by the harsh realities of this new existence. Having gathered 5 days' worth of supplies, Zhao Zhen led his group away. Why did you stay? Yue Zhong asked Zhang Xian with curiosity. He had expected her to leave with Zhao Zhen, given her earlier confrontation. Zhang Xian shot Yue Zhong an incredulous glance, analyzing, if Zhao Zhen dared to confront zombies alone, he would not be here now. They have no weapons or strength. Following them would be tantamount to seeking death. Only those infatuated by Zhao Zhen would believe his empty promises. Enough, Yue Zhong swiftly commanded. Now, Chen Yao, Lu Wan, Wang Shuang, Zhang Xian, Wang Feng, and Kai Xiao, come with me. The rest of you stay here and follow Qi Yang's instructions. Yuan anxiously inquired, where are you going? Yes, Yue Zhong, where are we headed? Wang Feng asked nervously, reluctant to leave the safety of their small sanctuary. Yue Zhong replied, we are going to assist you in gaining enhancements. It was already afternoon, yet Yue Zhong did not wish to waste a moment. He sensed that the zombies were evolving under some unseen force and could not afford to delay. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, those he had named felt a spark of excitement ignite within them. Almost everyone desired enhancements, wishing to become strong like Yue Zhong, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang, so they could better survive in this apocalyptic world. Yuaning immediately exclaimed, I want to go too. The other girls chimed in eagerly, I want to go. Take me for enhancements, Yue Zhong. Silence. Yue Zhong frowned, raising his voice. The girls fell silent at once. Yue Zhong surveyed them and said, I cannot protect so many people alone. If you choose to accompany me, that is acceptable. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall not be held responsible. The other girls immediately quieted, fully aware of the perilous nature of battling zombies. Without Yue Zhong's protection, their chances of survival were slim, let alone any hope of enhancement. With the plan set, Yue Zhong led Wang Shuang and the others downstairs to the school bus, which swiftly departed. Where are we headed? Chen Yao inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Yue Zhong replied, to Xingyun Avenue. The number of zombies there should be relatively low. Xingyun Avenue was a commercial street, albeit one that had not developed fully, surrounded by dilapidated buildings and a sparse population. As the school bus entered this area, they observed only a handful of zombies wandering the streets, with various wrecked cars scattered about, having crashed into the guardrails. One disembark. Upon halting the bus, Yue Zhong and the skeleton leapt out. Lu1, placing her complete trust in Yue Zhong, followed suit without hesitation. Meanwhile, Wang Fong cast a jealous glance at Lu1, pondering the nature of their relationship. In a world transformed by calamity, where dangers lurked at every turn, the weak struggled to survive without the protection of the strong. Wang Fong's jealousy towards Lu1 stemmed from this very realization. Attracted by the sound of the bus engine, the zombies began to stagger toward them. Yue Zhong commanded the skeleton, sever their limbs. Heeding the order, the skeleton wielded its massive bone axe and charged forward, dispatching the zombies with whirlwind-like efficiency. Reinforced by bone enhancement, the skeleton's body proved exceptionally resilient. Ordinary zombies could not even dislodge its bones, possessing qualities equivalent to that of an adult male human at twice the norm. It was effortless for the skeleton to eliminate the average zombie. Before long, all the zombies were rendered limbless and lay powerless on the ground. Yue Zhong handed Lu1 a level 1 protective suit, saying, "Go, decapitate those zombies, and you shall gain enhancement. This is a protective suit. Wear it." Upon receiving the suit, Lu1 sensed its attributes and felt a surge of courage. "All right, I need to change. Could you turn around?" She looked at Yue Zhong, her voice playful, feeling shy about changing in his presence. Yue Zhong, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "You are aware of the dangers here. If I turn away, an accident could occur while you are changing. We are not yet certain of the capabilities of the evolved zombies. Are you sure you want me to look away? You could simply put it on directly." Lu1 shook her head. "Brother Yue Zhong, you truly do not understand a girl's feelings. No wonder you have no girlfriend. Forget it. Discussing this with you is futile." After a moment's hesitation, she complied with Yue Zhong's advice and donned the protective suit outside. Armed with the imitation Tang sword, Lu1 approached the nearest limbless zombie. Although it had been incapacitated, the zombie began to thrash violently as she approached, its decayed face contorting grotesquely. Startled, Lu1 stumbled back a few steps. Her face drained of color. The horrific sight of the zombie instilled deep fear in her, and the knowledge that a bite meant certain death made everyone wary of the undead. Few could muster the courage to engage zombies in close combat. Had Yue Zhong not been driven to desperation, he too would have found it difficult to confront them. After a considerable pause, Lu1 recalled that her protective suit could withstand zombie attacks, which somewhat eased her fears. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward again, bringing her sword down upon the zombie. The blade struck its shoulder, embedding itself in the bone. The zombie writhed in response, nearly causing Lu1 to drop the sword and flee. Quickly withdrawing the blade, she felt a sense of relief when the zombie did not pursue her. Having never harmed even a chicken before, she found the task of killing a zombie daunting. Taking a deep breath, Lu1 raised her sword again, striking at the zombie's head repeatedly. After 6 strikes, she finally severed its head, and a burst of white light emerged from the corpse, entering her body. "Brother Yue Zhong, I killed a zombie," she exclaimed, her complexion pale yet infused with pride. "Remarkable, Wun, splendid work," Yue Zhong praised, ruffling her hair. The sweetness of his compliment made Lu1 beam, dispelling her accumulated negative emotions. "Why didn't I gain enhancement?" she asked curiously. Yue Zhong replied, "Continue to slay zombies. You must defeat more before you can gain enhancement." "Understood. I will go kill more." Lu1 nodded enthusiastically, brandishing her imitation Tang sword as she approached the fallen zombies. Having slain her first zombie, her fear began to dissipate, instilling her with the courage to continue fighting. The hardest part was always the beginning. Once she had taken the first step, the rest would follow. As she wielded her sword and dispatched more zombies, her excitement grew. After slaying her 12th zombie, her face lit up in surprise. "Brother Yue Zhong, I leveled up and gained enhancement points." Yue Zhong, observing her progress, silently mused. "Is the number of monsters required for advancement 4 times greater when aided by others?" Having said that, Lu1 approached Yue Zhong and asked, "Brother Yue Zhong, which attribute should I enhance?" "Quickly, focus on mentality. Your primary role will be to provide support from the rear, while I handle the frontline combat." Yue Zhong instructed Lu1 was not suited for direct combat, and he intended to cultivate her as a healer. Only one woman, Ji Qingwu, had shown the courage to engage zombies in close quarters. In a world where doctors and medicines were scarce, a medical professional could significantly enhance a team's chances of survival. Understood. Lu Wen promptly selected mentality for enhancement. She had no desire to engage in close combat with the repulsive zombies, as that was the most perilous undertaking. You must be tired. Go rest now? Hand the sword to Wang Shuang and let him come down, Yue Zhong said. Got it. Lu Wen dashed back to the bus. Did you gain enhancement? Wang Fong immediately inquired as Lu Wen entered. With a hint of pride, she replied, yes. Zhang Xian, Kai Xiao, Wang Shuang, and Wang Fong exchanged envious glances, all yearning for enhancement. Without it, they felt inferior. Chun Yao fared better. Having learned a spell akin to a fireball technique, she felt somewhat enhanced. Wang Shuang, brother wants you to come down. Lu Wen handed the imitation Tang sword to Wang Shuang, who accepted it with a gleam of joy and hastily exited the bus. Eager to gain enhancement and become as strong as Yue Zhong, Wang Fong, eyeing the protective suit Lu Wen wore, said, Lu Wen, could I borrow that protective suit for a while? Wang Fong, ever astute, noticed that Yue Zhong had worn the suit, followed by Qi Yang, and now Lu Wen, clearly indicating its exceptional nature. After a brief hesitation, Lu Wen removed the suit and handed it over. This is truly a remarkable piece. It can withstand 2 attacks from zombies, effectively giving me 2 extra lives, Wang Fong thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Let me and Zhang Xian try it on, Kai Xiao chimed in. Wang Fong glanced at Kai Xiao and Zhang Xian, recalling their harrowing escape, and felt a pang of guilt. She quickly took off the suit and handed it to Kai Xiao. This is indeed a remarkable piece, they both thought as they tried it on. Eliminating the limbless zombies was not overly difficult. The psychological pressure was vastly different from slaying ordinary zombies. With Yue Zhong's assistance, Wang Shuang swiftly dispatched 12 zombies and leveled up. After gaining enhancement, he promptly asked Yue Zhong, what should I choose for my enhancement? Agility. You must focus all your enhancement points on agility. Once it surpasses 13, shift your focus to strength and stamina, Yue Zhong advised. In the battle against zombies, reaction speed is of utmost importance. As long as one is not touched by the undead, they pose no threat to us. Wang Shuang is among the key combatants currently being cultivated by Yue Zhong. Within Yue Zhong's team, only he, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu possess genuine combat prowess against zombies, rendering their collective strength rather feeble. Without hesitation, Wang Shuang opted for agility enhancement. His stamina far surpassed that of Lu Wen. Leading Wang Shuang, Yue Zhong dispatched numerous zombies, allowing Wang Shuang to evolve to level 3 before ceasing the hunt. Decapitating zombies is a labor-intensive task, especially for someone like Wang Shuang, who requires increasingly more undead to slay in order to level up. Once Wang Shuang reached level 3, Yue Zhong instructed him to return to the school bus. Zhang Xian, Kai Xiao, and Wang Fong also ascended to level 2 with Yue Zhong's assistance, receiving guidance to enhance either agility or stamina. Chen Yao, another key focus of Yue Zhong's training, evolved to level 2 as well, strengthening her mental fortitude entirely as per Yue Zhong's advice. As night descended, Yue Zhong refrained from hunting zombies in the darkness. Swiftly retreating home, we're back. Come eat. Upon their return, Yuan Ying and Zhang Li greeted them with smiles, enthusiastically inviting Yue Zhong and his companions inside. The girls promptly entered the kitchen, emerging with plates of dishes. Dinner consisted of stir-fried vegetables, white rice, canned beef and potatoes, stir-fried ham, and tomato scrambled eggs. A group gathered around the table, heartily consuming the meal. Typically, the girls had modest appetites, and the spread was not particularly lavish by previous standards. Yet each girl devoured more than 3 bowls of rice before finally putting down their chopsticks. For survivors like Zhang Li and Yuan Ying, confined to the girls' dormitory, the 2 days since the world's upheaval felt interminably long. After dinner, Zhang Li swiftly began to clear the dishes. Yuan Ying and Lin Qi hesitated momentarily but then joined her in the effort. The other girls soon realized what was happening and scrambled to assist. Ji Qingwu observed the commotion and calmly suggested, let's take turns. This time, it's Zhang Li, Yuan Ying, and Lin Qi. Next time, we'll switch. Following her directive, the other girls paused and gathered around Lu Wen and Wang Fong, inquiring about the day's evolution process. Seated on the sofa, Qi Yang held a sports drink and asked Yue Zhong, are you going out tonight? Qi Yang understood Yue Zhong well. He was acutely aware of potential dangers and would not waste a moment. Yue Zhong interlaced his fingers, pondering for a moment before replying, it's too perilous outside at night. I have no idea what mutations have occurred in the world. A sudden ambush in the dark could lead to unforeseen consequences. Despite his stamina being more than double that of an average person due to continuous enhancement, and feeling far from fatigued compared to the first day, the dangers of the night streets remained formidable. Encountering multiple S1 zombies simultaneously could result in injury. Qiang remarked, though it is indeed dangerous for us to take the initiative, wouldn't it minimize the risk if we let them come to us instead? Yue Zhong's face brightened with understanding. Yangzi, you've articulated that perfectly. Let us don our protective gear and set off immediately. Eager to seize the moment, Yue Zhong was determined to continue fighting and evolving for as long as he had the energy. This initial phase of mutation was invaluable. As the zombies grew stronger, the risks associated with hunting them would escalate dramatically. Qiyang nodded silently, slipping into his protective gear. Where are you two headed? Chen Yao inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed Yue Zhong and Qiyang preparing to leave. The other girls shared her concern. Losing these two pivotal figures would leave them at a loss in this apocalyptic world. With a serious expression, Yue Zhong cautioned Chen Yao, we're going out to hunt zombies. Stay here, lock the doors, and don't let anyone in but us. Chen Yao's brow furrowed with worry as she urged, it's far too dangerous to go out at this hour. What if you encounter a few of those S1 zombies? The swiftness and agility of the S1 had left a lasting impression on her. Without Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu, a single S1 could easily decimate everyone in the room. Zhang Xian added her voice of concern, yes, Yue Zhong, let us wait until tomorrow. Yue Zhong resolutely declined, thank you for your concern. But I must go. His mind was made up, and the protests of the others fell on deaf ears. Soon, Yue Zhong and Qiyang departed the safety of their small abode, stepping into the enveloping darkness. The night had descended, casting a shroud over the earth. Though the power supply remained uninterrupted, not a single room was illuminated, as if the entire city had succumbed to death. The only solace lay in the moonlight, which bathed the dark world in a faint glow. Yue Zhong gazed up at the moon, reminiscing. Yangzi, how long has it been since we fought side by side like this? Qiyang replied succinctly. 2 years. After 2 years of heedlessly squandering their high school days, a significant event had jolted Yue Zhong into a different person, compelling him to prepare for college entrance examinations. A hint of melancholy flickered in Yue Zhong's eyes as he sighed. Has it really been 2 years? 2 years ago, on a similarly moonlit night, the girl with the captivating eyes and round face, whom I had admired, walked away with another boy simply because he was wealthy and privileged. I had worked tirelessly for a month to gift her something special, hoping to throw her a proper birthday party. Qiyang frowned. Yue Zhong, forget her. She is not worth your time, she's not a good girl. After a brief silence, Yue Zhong smiled at Qiyang. I've long forgotten her. The priority now is survival. I can distinguish between what truly matters. Qiyang scrutinized Yue Zhong for a moment, but chose not to press further. Once outside the residential area, both men fell into silence, choosing not to speak. Upon reaching the sales office outside the community, Yue Zhong pointed towards it and commanded, destroy it. Upon receiving the order, the skeletal warrior swung its massive axe, shattering the glass doors of the sales office. The sound of breaking glass pierced the stillness of the night, causing the hidden zombies within to stagger towards the noise. Numerous zombies, drawn by the sound of the school bus engine, began to converge at the shattered glass. Soon, over 100 zombies were swaying and shuffling toward Yue Zhong and Qiyang. This is troublesome. Yue Zhong frowned at the overwhelming mass of zombies. A tightly packed formation of the undead was the most challenging to confront. Scattered zombies could be dealt with through strategic maneuvering, but a clustered group posed a significant risk. To the stairs, Yue Zhong directed Qiyang. They swiftly retreated to the steps leading into the community. Navigating the stairs proved difficult for the zombies. Many stumbled and fell, while others clambered over their fallen comrades. For every step, numerous zombies tumbled down, taking a while to regain their footing. Inside the community, the narrow pathways allowed only 4 individuals to walk side by side. Once the zombies entered, they either formed a crowd or were tripped by obstacles. Take them down. Observing the dwindling horde, Yue Zhong commanded the skeletal warrior. Following the order, the skeletal warrior lunged forward, its axe whirling like a tempest as it effortlessly dispatched the approaching undead. Yue Zhong and Qiyang flanked the skeletal warrior, eliminating any stragglers. As an undead creature, the skeletal warrior was immune to the zombie virus, but Yue Zhong and Qiyang were not. Despite their protective gear, caution was paramount. They fought and retreated, battling for over an hour under the skeletal warrior's cover until all the zombies were vanquished. Yue Zhong finally leveled up to level 11, while Qiyang ascended to level 7. Yue Zhong opted to enhance his agility and stamina by 1 point each. The horde of over 100 zombies had been miserly, yielding only 200 survival coins and 3 vitality apples. After decapitating the last zombie, Yue Zhong exhaled deeply. Let us head back. The exertion from the intense battle had drained his stamina significantly, leaving him with only 7 points. Qiyang, drenched in sweat, merely nodded. He too was nearly spent and could fight no longer. Upon returning home, Zhongli approached them, saying, "You're back." the bathwater is already heated. The other girls cast envious glances at Yue Zhong and Qi Yang. The cause of the world's mutation remains unclear, and no one dares to drink tap water. Bathing, once a simple task, has now become a luxury, as one can only safely bathe with the scarce bottled water that must be heated. Within this group, only the main fighters, Ji Qingwu, Yue Zhong, and Qi Yang, are entitled to bathe, given their status as the primary combatants. Yue Zhong nodded and entered the bathroom alongside Qi Yang. How delightful! Yue Zhong exclaimed in bliss as the long-awaited hot water cascaded over him. After a fierce battle, indulging in a hot shower was a rare pleasure, especially in these times of water scarcity. Qi Yang squatted before a bucket of hot water, a rare smile of nostalgia gracing his face. We used to do this in junior high. Yue Zhong and Qi Yang had attended a boarding school where, during summer, a group of boys would gather around the pool, bathing without shirts. Come winter, they would fetch hot water in buckets to warm themselves for a bath. After a moment of silence, Yue Zhong said slowly, I wonder how Leopard is doing now. Leopard was one of Yue Zhong's closest friends. After the college entrance examination, their small gang had gone their separate ways. Don't worry. They're tough cookies. They won't go down easily. Qi Yang reassured him. After Yue Zhong and Qi Yang finished bathing, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. In a small room, Yuanning suddenly said, Zhongli, I've taken a liking to Yue Zhong. I want him to be my boyfriend. You will support me, won't you? Zhongli paused, the image of Yue Zhong slaying zombies flashing through her mind. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, yes, I'll help you. Yuanning pressed Lin Qi, who was nearby. Lin Qi, you will support me too, right? If Yue Zhong becomes my boyfriend, I'll ensure he protects you. Lin Qi fell silent. She harbored some fondness for Yue Zhong, although it didn't reach the level of love, and she was reluctant to easily relinquish her claim. Yet, her timid and meek nature made it difficult for her to refuse others. How unseemly, Yuanning. If you like Yue Zhong, then win his heart with your own merits. What use is it to say this now? Are you hoping to deter your friends and reduce the competition? At that moment, Zhang Xian opened her eyes and mockingly addressed Yuanning. Yuanning, blushing with embarrassment, retorted, this is our affair. What business is it of yours? Deep down, Yuanning did harbor thoughts of diminishing her competition. She was a strikingly beautiful girl with grace, but Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu were far more exquisite and poised. Lacking confidence to outshine these remarkable girls, even the girls around Qi Yang, Wang Qian and Zhang Xian were no less impressive. Zhang Xian had an endearing demeanor, which only heightened Yuanying's sense of crisis. Zhang Xian coldly remarked, this matter has nothing to do with me. I simply disapprove of your approach. You don't truly like Yue Zhong. You merely seek a protector. Your calculations are rather shrewd. Fuming, Yuanning retorted, you speak nonsense. Zhongli hurriedly intervened, stop arguing. Let's rest. Tomorrow, it's likely our turn to hunt zombies. If we don't rest well, we won't have the strength to do so. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Yuanning and Zhang Xian ceased their quarrel, each coldly snorting before retreating to sleep. After midnight, the door of Unit 208 opened, and Zhao Zhan and his group stealthily emerged from their room, swiftly making their way to the school bus. Once aboard, Zhao Zhan produced a set of keys from his pocket, selecting one to insert into the ignition. Yun Yi took the driver's seat and started the engine. With a roar, the bus sped out of the community. What sound was that? Just as the bus's engine roared to life, Yue Zhong and the others were startled awake. Clad only in pajamas, Yue Zhong rushed to the balcony, witnessing the bus speeding away, his expression darkening. Chen Yao approached, also dressed in pajamas, and asked anxiously, what happened? Yue Zhong, his face ashen, replied, our vehicle has been taken. Yuanying's face turned pale. What do we do now? How will we get to Longhai City? All eyes in the room fell upon Yue Zhong. Except for Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu, the others were filled with trepidation. Without a reliable mode of transportation, reaching Longhai City, 100 miles away, seemed nearly impossible. Do not worry. Tomorrow I will seek another means of transport. Everyone, return to your rooms and rest, Yue Zhong said calmly. Seeing his demeanor, the others hesitated before retreating to their rooms. The bus had already been stolen. Their urgency would yield no results. How unpredictable human nature is. Yue Zhong sighed, gazing outside. He could hardly fathom that those he had saved earlier had now stolen the vehicle he had worked so hard to obtain. Qi Yang approached Yue Zhong, offering comfort. Don't be upset. The vehicle is gone, but we can find another one tomorrow. Yes, Yue Zhong quickly adjusted his mood and returned to his room to rest. Zhao Zhan and his group drove the bus out of the community toward Longhai City. After traveling some distance, Li Manny hesitantly spoke. Zhao Zhan, are we really going to do this? After all, Yue Zhong saved us. Upon hearing Li Manny's words, a hint of shame surfaced among the passengers. The world had just recently mutated, and their sense of shame had not yet been eroded. Zhao Zhan reassured them, to reach Longhai City, we have no choice but to proceed this way. If we don't, we won't be able to get there. Manny, don't worry. Yue Zhong is quite capable. He will easily find another vehicle. Another boy, Ji Yun, indignantly added, exactly, Manny, look at Yue Zhong. He saved us, yet he acts so superior, making us follow his orders. Who does he think he is? He has no class at all. Indeed, the others chimed in. Belittling Yue Zhong allowed them to alleviate their guilt. At that moment, the bus reached Qingyun district, one of the most bustling areas of Lijiang City, where cars were strewn about, having collided in chaos. Zombies roamed freely, like phantoms. Yuni suddenly slowed the bus, shouting, Zhao Zhan, there's a traffic jam ahead. What should we do? A series of car crashes blocked their path. Zhao Zhan's heart raced, and he immediately shouted, reverse. We must retreat. The bus cannot stop. If it did, they would be surrounded by zombies, and none among them could contend with them. Just then, a loud crash resounded as two S1 zombies shattered the bus windows and leaped inside. One S1 clawed at a girl and bit through her throat, blood gushing forth and splattering the creature. The other S1 easily slashed another girl, leaving a long gash across her body. Help! Help! The bus erupted into chaos. The remaining girls screaming as they rushed toward Zhao Zhan. Within this small group, Zhao Zhan was their leader and their anchor. After killing one girl, the S1 lunged forward, pouncing on another girl like a leopard, its foul maw sinking into her neck, severing her windpipe. The other S1 also brought down its prey, biting through yet another girl's throat. In mere moments, 3 girls had perished aboard the bus, their eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. Had they chosen to stay with Yue Zhong, they would still be alive. Zhao Zhan recognized the formidable nature of the two S1s, far surpassing ordinary zombies, and he shouted, Stop! Stop! Trusting Zhao Zhan, Yuni slammed on the brakes. The inertia flung the two S1s forward, and they quickly regained their footing, charging toward the group. At that moment, Zhao Zhan, wielding a wooden stick, leaped through the side window, abandoning everyone as he fled into the distance. He had concluded that even if they all banded together, their unenhanced strength would not suffice to defeat the two S1s, and he, as the primary combatant, would inevitably be infected. Seeing Zhao Zhan flee, the others in the bus were taken aback. Just moments ago, he had vowed to protect them with his life, yet when danger struck, he was the first to escape. This shattered the trust they had placed in him. Li Manny was the first to react. Gritting her teeth, she jumped through a nearby window and ran off into the darkness. Though she had no idea where she would end up, it was better than waiting to die inside the bus. As the others awakened to the chaos, they hastily leaped toward the car windows. Yuni quickly vacated the driver's seat, intent on escaping, when one of the S1 creatures lunged at him, knocking him to the ground and severing his throat with its gaping maw. Another S1 pounced on a boy attempting to flee, similarly biting through his neck. After eliminating all living souls aboard the school bus, the two S1s did not pursue the remaining survivors, but rather feasted upon the fresh corpses, tearing them apart with ravenous bites. At that moment, 7 lifeless bodies lay strewn across the bus, providing ample sustenance for the two S1. In the darkness, a horde of zombies was drawn toward the fleeing individuals by their cries. The following morning, Yue Zhong roused the others. He swiftly inquired of Lu Wen, how is your mental energy recovering? Lu Wen smiled and replied, I have completely regained it. Yue Zhong commanded, immediately heal Ji Qingwu. Understood. Lu Wen nodded, placing her hands upon Ji Qingwu, from which 2 orbs of white light emanated, merging into Ji Qingwu's body. Yuan Ying and the others gathered around, witnessing for the first time a person utilizing skills to heal. A magical ability they had never encountered before. As the light flickered, Ji Qingwu's previously pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color. Yue Zhong asked, Is it better? Ji Qingwu moved slightly, a glimmer of joy in her eyes as she looked up at Yue Zhong and said, I feel significantly better. Yue Zhong instructed Lu Wen, continue the treatment. Lu Wen activated her skill once more, sending 2 additional orbs of white light into Ji Qingwu's body. As the healing light dissipated, Yue Zhong asked with concern, Is it all right now? Ji Qingwu stood up from the sofa, commencing some preparatory exercises to stretch her exquisite form. Her well-toned physique, coupled with her strikingly handsome face and commanding aura, rendered her utterly captivating. Yue Zhong found himself momentarily entranced by Ji Qingwu's alluring movements. Once she finished her stretches, Ji Qingwu turned to Yue Zhong and declared, I am mostly recovered and ready for battle. Excellent. Today, the team searching for transportation will consist of myself, Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, and Wang Shuang. The others will remain behind, with Chen Yao in charge. Yue Zhong regarded Chen Yao with a serious expression and said, Chen Yao, remember my words. No matter how others plead, do not let anyone inside. If they force their way in, shoot them immediately. Understood? I understand. Chen Yao had come to grasp the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world after the assault by marauders, and she nodded resolutely. After issuing his instructions, Yue Zhong led Ji Qingwu and the group swiftly out of the community. Upon exiting, Wang Shuang inquired, where to now? Yue Zhong, having already devised a plan, replied, to Luyin Avenue in the Jiangnan district. The foot traffic is sparse there, and they sell large vehicles. Ordinary cars would break down after colliding with a few zombies. Only larger trucks and SUVs could withstand repeated impacts without damage. Without the protection of the school bus, Yue Zhong had to carefully navigate around densely populated areas, avoiding hordes of zombies as they stealthily made their way toward Jiangnan district. Walking along relatively deserted paths, the group easily dispatched the scattered zombies they encountered. With Yue Zhong's assistance, Wang Shuang even managed to take down a zombie, gaining the courage to engage in close combat. After meticulously eliminating dozens of scattered zombies, they finally reached Luyin Avenue. This area had transitioned to the outskirts, where zombies were fewer, allowing Yue Zhong and his companions to approach a shop selling dongfeng trucks with ease. Before the store, 3 blue dongfeng trucks were lined up neatly. After swiftly beheading a uniformed zombie, Yue Zhong promptly retrieved a set of keys from the creature's pocket. Should we take all 3 vehicles? Qiyang inquired. Having successfully located the keys, Yue Zhong shook his head, saying, we lack sufficient drivers. We can only take one once inside. Wang Shuang, seated in the driver's seat, asked Yue Zhong, where to now? After a moment of contemplation, Yue Zhong answered solemnly, to the Leijiang Bridge on Xingning Road. Wang Shuang's expression turned to shock as he realized, the Leijiang Bridge on Xingning Road. Beyond that lies Zhongshan Road, which is teeming with zombies. Are we really heading there? Indeed, Yue Zhong affirmed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Shuang gritted his teeth and turned the vehicle toward the bridge. Upon arrival at Leijiang Bridge, they encountered a scene of chaos. With wrecked vehicles littering the area, and even the bridge's railings were damaged in multiple places, rendering the entire structure impassable. A multitude of zombies roamed the lanes, in bustling commercial districts. Abandoned vehicles often created blockades, leaving only lesser traffic streets accessible. During the initial outbreak, many individuals had found themselves trapped in their vehicles, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of zombies. On the other side of Leijiang Bridge lay the city's most vibrant commercial area, a place that once attracted thousands on weekends. Now, that former hub of activity had transformed into the most perilous zone in the city. As Yue Zhong's group approached the bridge, the zombies atop it began to stagger toward them. From the vehicle, Yue Zhong gazed toward the far end of Leijiang Bridge, where an extraordinary sight awaited. A series of photon gates stood ominously. Guarding these gates were 4 grotesque, humanoid entities, each 2 meters tall. With black-brown skin and a menacing appearance, level 20 boss, Hunter Type 1. These creatures had evolved into a different form due to the viral infection, driven solely by their predatory instincts, with formidable combat abilities and no apparent weaknesses. They possessed the skill of viral infection, if alerted by the sound of the engine. The hunters abandoned their meal of zombies and swiftly approached the group. The 4 hunters moved with astounding agility, resembling leopards as they navigated the wreckage, closing in at an alarming pace. Retreat! Yue Zhong exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Wang Shuang wasted no time, turning the vehicle around and flooring the accelerator, speeding away from danger. The dongfeng truck barreled through the zombies in its path as they fled. After exiting the bridge, 2 hunters halted their pursuit, one returning to guard the photon gates while the other remained at the bridge's entrance. The remaining 2 hunters, however, pursued Yue Zhong's group with relentless determination, their speed surpassing that of the dongfeng truck, which could only reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Gradually, the 2 hunters drew closer. What do we do, Yue Zhong? Wang Shuang, pale and drenched in cold sweat, asked as he glanced nervously in the rearview mirror at the approaching beasts. This was the first time he had encountered monsters capable of outrunning a vehicle, and he instinctively understood the terror they embodied. Hit the highway, Yue Zhong commanded. Wang Shuang nodded, steering the truck toward the expressway. However, as they neared the highway, Wang Shuang's face drained of color at the sight before him. The expressway was congested with an array of vehicles, completely impassable. It was evident that when the outbreak occurred, many had attempted to escape via the highway only to become ensnared. The dongfeng truck could not navigate the gridlock. A glint of determination flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes as he ordered, "Stop. Prepare for battle." Aware that fleeing from such speedy predators was futile, Wang Shuang grit his teeth and brought the vehicle to a halt. "Use your guns. No wooden sticks," Yue Zhong shouted, unstrapping his 79-style submachine gun and leaping from the vehicle. Engaging in close combat with the level 20 boss using makeshift weapons was tantamount to suicide. Each member of the team was equipped with a 79-style submachine gun and 6 magazines during this perilous venture. At this critical juncture, even the typically timid Wang Shuang seized his weapon and joined Yue Zhong, seeking the courage that proximity to him provided. Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu quickly followed suit, jumping from the truck and gripping their firearms tightly. The two hunters, moving with blinding speed, closed the distance to within 50 meters of the group. Fire! Yue Zhong let out a furious roar, releasing all his pent-up fear in that single cry, while simultaneously pulling the trigger and unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the two hunters. At the same moment, Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu also squeezed their triggers, directing their frantic shots at the hunters. Bullets flew through the air. Despite the poor shooting skills of Yue Zhong and his companions, some bullets managed to pierce the bodies of the hunters, creating gaping wounds from which dark blood flowed. The hunters, moving at incredible speed, evaded some of the shots, with bullets passing through their bodies and flying outward. If they had been ordinary creatures, they would have surely collapsed from such injuries. Yet the two hunters remained agile, leaping towards the group, displaying a level of evasion that set them apart from typical, mindless zombies. They swiftly dodged, moving unpredictably to avoid the onslaught. Even if their brains were struck and damaged, they would perish. Likewise, any damage to their joints would hinder their mobility. Given the hunters' rapid maneuvers, Yue Zhong and his companions struggled to land any hits with their meager shooting skills. A magazine of 20 bullets was quickly expended, and as the four reloaded, the hunters lunged at them with the swiftness of cheetahs. Without hesitation, Yue Zhong activated his level 2 skill, Shadow Step, experiencing a sudden surge in speed. He dashed forward, aiming a strike at one of the hunters. With an increase of 30 agility points, Yue Zhong moved with terrifying swiftness, his blade appearing before the hunter's head in an instant. Just then, a tongue shot forth like a bullet, colliding with Yue Zhong's imitation Tang sword and deflecting his strike. The blade instead struck the hunter's shoulder, producing a harsh metallic scraping sound as it embedded into its bone. The hunter, wounded, opened its gaping maw, and its tongue, propelled like a cannonball, surged towards Yue Zhong's face. At that moment, Baigu rushed in, swinging his axe like a whirlwind, cleaving the hunter's tongue in two, blood spraying in all directions. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu activated her level 2 skill, high-speed movement, rushing in to deliver a blow to the hunter already injured by Yue Zhong. The sharp Tang sword sliced through the hunter's flesh and struck bone, yet could not sever it entirely. With a roar, Yue Zhong summoned all his strength and pressed down, the blade finally severing the hunter's right paw. In retaliation, the hunter's tail swung violently, striking Qi Yang squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against a truck, blood spewing forth as several ribs broke, rendering him incapable of further combat. The second hunter lunged at Yue Zhong, its claw moving like lightning towards him. The creature's speed was astounding, forcing Yue Zhong to abandon his weapon and grasp the hunter's right paw with his hand. The hunter's claws closed around him with terrifying force, causing his bones to crack audibly. Were it not for the level 2 protective gear he wore, he would surely have been infected. Seizing the moment when Yue Zhong restrained the hunter's attack, Baigu swung his axe with the fury of a tempest, striking the hunter's head. Blood sprayed as the hunter's head was severed, its decapitated body collapsing to the ground, erupting into a blue treasure chest. 3 white treasure chests, a precious skill book, and a survival coin worth 200. A surge of ethereal energy flooded into Baigu, prompting an immediate upgrade. Just as Yue Zhong dispatched one of the hunters, the remaining one-armed hunter swiped its claw towards his heart die in the midst of his shadow step state. Yue Zhong barely managed to twist his body in time, the hunter's claw crashing into his chest. The force of the blow warped his protective suit, preventing a fatal injury, but several of Yue Zhong's ribs shattered under the impact, sending him sprawling several meters away. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu drew her blade and struck once more at the hunter's head. The hunter, unfazed, countered with its tail, slamming into Ji Qingwu's body and sending her flying 6 or 7 meters, as if struck by a speeding truck, blood erupting from her mouth as she fell. Unconscious, Yue Zhong, now, at that moment, Wang Shuang tossed a freshly reloaded Type 79 submachine gun to Yue Zhong, knowing full well he was no match for the hunters and could only rely on Yue Zhong. The hunter, recognizing Yue Zhong as its primary threat, lunged at him, aiming a claw at his head. Just then, Baigu appeared before the hunter, swinging his axe fiercely. The hunter ducked, evading Baigu's attack, but its tail whipped around like a war hammer, sending Baigu hurtling several meters away. Die! Just as the hunter broke through by Gu's defense, Yue Zhong, gritting his teeth against the pain, spat out blood and unleashed a torrent of gunfire at the hunter. Despite his poor marksmanship, the distance of merely 2 meters made it nearly impossible to miss. 20 bullets tore through the hunter's body, creating multiple wounds. 2 bullets fortuitously shattered its spine, causing the creature to drop helplessly to the ground. Gasping for breath, Yue Zhong swiftly picked up the imitation Tang sword and, with all his might, struck down, severing the hunter's head. As the head hit the ground, a blue treasure chest, a skill book, and 3 white treasure chests, along with a survival coin worth 200, exploded forth. A wave of white ethereal light surged from the hunter's corpse into Yue Zhong, accompanied by the melodic sound of leveling up. Congratulations, you have reached level 12, gaining 2 enhancement points. Congratulations, you have reached level 13, gaining 2 enhancement points. In an instant, Yue Zhong heard the delightful chimes of 2 level-ups in his mind. Despite the pain, he resolutely chose to enhance his vitality by 4 points. Vitality determined muscle strength and recovery speed. It was this very attribute that allowed him to remain standing and fighting after the hunter's brutal attack, thanks to the protective gear absorbing most of the force and his muscle strength exceeding Ji Qingwu's and Qi Yang's by 50. With no thought for future development, he chose to enhance his vitality, hoping for a quicker recovery from his broken bones. A surge of energy coursed through him, and he felt slightly better. Qi Yang. Without pausing, Yue Zhong rushed to his bloodied companion's side, relieved to find a pulse. Qi Yang was his most important ally. He then checked Ji Qingwu's condition, discovering she still breathed, before hastily gathering the treasures dropped by the hunters into his backpack. He instructed Bai Gu to carry Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang to the safety of the truck. Wang Shuang drove back at breakneck speed to their community. Upon his arrival, the girls in the room rushed out to see Yue Zhong. Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang, all bloodied and battered, disbelief flashing in their eyes, particularly at the sight of Yue Zhong. They could scarcely comprehend what could have inflicted such grievous injuries on a man capable of fighting his way through hordes of zombies. As they reached the ground floor, Lu Wan, seeing Yue Zhong's bloodied visage, felt tears welling in her eyes. Yue Zhong, how could you be so hurt? Wait, I'll treat your wounds. After nearly a morning of rest, Lu Wan had regained some of her strength. No, treat Qi Yang first. Yue Zhong coughed, blood spilling from his lips as he fiercely grasped Lu Wan's hands. I can hold on. Chun Yao rushed forward, pleading, Yue Zhong, please save Qingwu first. I beg you, she is gravely injured. The strength of the hunters far exceeded that of an L1, and their blows had severely wounded Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang. Without immediate medical attention, both would perish. Lu1, I am begging you on my knees. Please, save Qingwu. Chen Yao grasped Lu Wen's pant leg, crying as she knelt before her, imploring. Ji Qingwu risked her life to rescue Chen Yao from the girls' dormitory, highlighting the closeness of their relationship. Chen Yao was also willing to exert her utmost effort for Ji Qingwu. Luan glanced at Yue Zhong, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yue Zhong wiped the blood from his mouth and, gasping for breath, commanded, first, use your healing skill on Qi Yang, then on Ji Qingwu. Hurry. Just as Yue Zhong spoke, the skeletal figure suddenly seized Chen Yao's small hand, pulling her away from Lu Wan, with tears streaming down her face. Chen Yao pleaded with Yue Zhong, please, Yue Zhong, save Qingwu first. I will listen to you from now on. I beg you, save Qingwu. Lu Wan possessed healing abilities, but her spiritual power was too low. After a morning's recovery, she could only cast a minor healing spell, perhaps saving just one person. She approached Qi Yang and cast the healing spell, 2 orbs of white light merging into his body, restoring a hint of color to his previously pale face. Thank you, Wang Qian, standing beside Qi Yang, expressed her gratitude to Lu Wan. Nodding slightly, Lu Wan, weary, returned to Yue Zhong's side and worriedly glanced at Ji Qingwu, saying, Brother Yue, my spiritual power is insufficient. I cannot heal Sister Qingwu. Upon hearing Lu Wen's words, despair flickered in Chen Yao's eyes, and her face turned ashen. In her desperation, she cried out, Yue Zhong, you bastard. I won't let you off. Why aren't you saving Qingwu? Why? Put on this protective suit. Go heal her. Yue Zhong, enduring the pain of his fractured bones, removed his second-level protective suit and handed it to Lu Wan. This suit provided a 5 boost to all attributes, granting Lu Wan the necessary 4 points of spiritual power to cast the minor healing spell. Once she donned the suit, Lu Wan felt a significant enhancement to her physical capabilities. She quickly approached Ji Qingwu and cast the healing spell. Under the effects of Lu Wen's healing magic, Ji Qingwu, who had been gravely injured and coughing blood, gradually regained her composure, evidently out of danger. After Yue Zhong removed the second-level protective suit, He felt the weight of its 5 points of vitality. While wearing it, he could still move, but once it was off, even breathing became agonizing. "Let us go home," he grit his teeth and commanded, allowing the skeletal figure to carry him home. Chen Yao cradled the unconscious Ji Qingwu, while Wang Qian and Zhang Xian supported the unconscious Qi Yang, and the group cautiously returned home. "What on earth happened? How did it come to this?" Zhang Li inquired as she approached the only unscathed Wang Shuang. The others turned their attention, eager to understand what force had managed to severely injure a powerful figure like Yue Zhong. With a bitter smile, Wang Shuang recounted the events. "After we found a means of transportation, Yue Zhong suddenly insisted on checking out the Leijiang Bridge. Everyone gasped, realizing that the hunter had incapacitated Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, and the skeletal figure with a single strike. They had witnessed Yue Zhong and his companion's formidable strength. Had they encountered that hunter, they would likely have been defeated in an instant. The outside world was perilous, filled with monsters even Yue Zhong could not overcome. Within the room, a shadow of gloom enveloped everyone. During the 3 days of upheaval, Yue Zhong had sustained no injuries until now. This was his first serious wound, rendering him unable to walk. Worry permeated the hearts of those present regarding the uncertain future. In the master bedroom, Lu Wen gazed at Yue Zhong, who was intermittently coughing blood and writhing in pain, and said tenderly, "Brother Yue, please put the protective suit back on. No. You must not remove the suit until you have restored 6 points of spiritual power. Cough. If you do, you will suffer a backlash." Yue Zhong coughed painfully, struggling for breath. Once he removed the protective suit, he became so weak that he could barely breathe, feeling utterly miserable. As evening approached, after Lu Wen restored some of her spiritual power and cast a minor healing spell on Yue Zhong, he finally felt a bit better and slipped into a deep sleep. That night, drawn by the aroma of food, Yue Zhong awakened to find Chen Yao entering with a large bowl of rice. The bowl contained steaming hot rice topped with 4 slices of luncheon meat and a layer of stir-fried vegetables, a sight that whetted his appetite. Seeing Yue Zhong awake, Chen Yao, filled with remorse, said, "You're awake? I'm sorry, Yue Zhong. I shouldn't have scolded you today." As the leader of their impromptu team, Yue Zhong had taken on the most dangerous tasks without coercing the girls into doing anything unsavory. Chen Yao had always noticed this and felt guilty for her actions earlier in the day. "It's all right," Yue Zhong responded nonchalantly. He understood Chen Yao's feelings. Had their positions been reversed, he would likely have reacted even more vehemently. Yue Zhong reached for the bowl of rice, but the slightest movement sent sharp pain coursing through his chest, distorting his face. Lu Wen, seated nearby, empathetically took the bowl from Chen Yao and said, "Let me feed you, brother Yue." Having cared for him throughout the afternoon, Lu Wen had remained by his side while he slept. If her parents saw her caring for someone so diligently, they would be utterly astonished. Before the world changed, Lu Wen had been a rebellious and whimsical girl, often outsmarting even Yue Zhong. "Then I'll leave it to you," Yue Zhong replied, not insisting further. His right hand had been crushed by the hunter. Its bones shattered, and without Lu Wen's healing magic and a doctor's intervention, it would take months to heal. Lu Wen sat beside him, carefully breaking up the luncheon meat with chopsticks, then spooning it along with rice into Yue Zhong's mouth. As Chen Yao watched Lu Wen attend to Yue Zhong, a peculiar expression crossed her face. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Yue Zhong and asked, "Yue Zhong, why didn't you save Qingwu first?" Yue Zhong met her gaze with unwavering resolve, stating emphatically, "In my heart, Qi Yang is far more important than Ji Qingwu. If given another chance, I would make the same choice." An unusual atmosphere settled in the room. After a brief silence, Chen Yao responded quietly, "Yue Zhong, you should rest well with that." She turned and left the room. Lu Wen, with her bright eyes sparkling, smiled and said, "Brother Yue, you really don't know how to speak. If you had said you would choose to save Sister Chen Yao, she might have agreed to be your girlfriend. Sister Chen Yao is so beautiful. Things aren't that simple. Chen Yao is remarkable. How could she possibly be interested in me?" Yue Zhong replied blandly. "Moreover, I don't wish to deceive her. That would be meaningless." Lu Wen blinked and suddenly asked, "By the way, brother Yue, are you and Qi Yang close? How could you not be moved by such a beautiful and outstanding girl like Sister Chen Yao?" Yue Zhong was taken aback by this question, pinching Lu Wen's cheek and gritting his teeth. "You little rascal, what on earth is going on in that head of yours?" Lu Wen, unable to resist, pouted and said, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Yue Zhong released her cheek, chuckling helplessly. "I have no such inclinations. Are you satisfied now? In today's information-rich society, young people are far more knowledgeable and curious than before." Lu Wen, having absorbed vast amounts of information, was a clever and whimsical little girl. When Yue Zhong served as her tutor, he had often been taken aback by her astonishing remarks. Lu Wen widened her beautiful, clear eyes and earnestly asked Yue Zhong, "Would you let me be your girlfriend?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became delicate. It was then that Yue Zhong scrutinized Lu Wen closely. She had her hair tied in a single ponytail, and her figure was notably curvaceous for her age. The C-cup of her petite chest strained against her white t-shirt. Her skin a healthy wheat color from her love for exercise. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled against her youthful yet exquisitely beautiful face, embodying the vibrant essence of a modern young lady. Lu Wen was indeed a girl full of femininity. Yue Zhong regarded her with an appreciative gaze, and his heart involuntarily stirred. Until this moment, he had always viewed Lu Wen as a sister and had never harbored any romantic feelings towards her. Leaning slightly forward, Lu Wen's cheeks flushed as she pressed Yue Zhong. "What's your answer? If you're a man, answer me directly." Yue Zhong leaned back slightly, his confidence wavering. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "If you become my girlfriend, wouldn't that make me a criminal?" Lu Wen chuckled lightly. "Brother Yue Zhong, how could that be? I am 15 this year, and in a few months, I will turn 16. By then, I will be of legal age in Japan. One can marry and have children at 16. Moreover, the world has changed. Who would concern themselves with such matters, even if we were to consider the past? My voluntary willingness to be your girlfriend wouldn't constitute a crime." Yue Zhong hesitated, suddenly finding it difficult to clarify his feelings for Lu Wen. After all, he had never thought of her in any other way until now. Lu Wen glanced at Yue Zhong and playfully said while offering him a spoonful of food, "If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Eat up, the food is getting cold." As Yue Zhong looked at Lu Wen, memories of her anxious concern when she saw him injured, and her attentive care for him warmed his heart, initiating a subtle shift in his feelings. The next day, Yue Zhong, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang were severely injured while battling hunters and could only lie at home to recuperate. Once Lu Wen regained her mental energy, she utilized her healing skills on Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, and Yue Zhong. With Lu Wen's assistance, their injuries were stabilized, allowing them to begin recovery. The exploration of the world and the search for supplies halted abruptly after the injuries. Although Wang Shuang had leveled up to level 3, he dared not confront the zombies without Yue Zhong by his side. The other girls were even more hesitant to engage in battle with the undead. "White Bone, bring me my bag," Yue Zhong commanded his summoned creature. White Bone, while lying in bed. The straight-standing summoned creature's soul fire flickered as it picked up Yue Zhong's backpack and handed it to him. Throughout the day, White Bone vigilantly guarded Yue Zhong and his bag, which contained treasures and skill books dropped by 2 hunters. Each item was exceedingly precious in this mutated world. If it weren't for acquiring a healing skill earlier, Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang would not have survived without a doctor. And Yue Zhong would likely be bedridden for months before healing naturally to Lu Wen deftly opened the backpack as Yue Zhong reached in with his left hand, retrieving 2 skill books. Level 3 skill, Blade Enhancement. Skill description, consumes 2 mental power and 2 physical strength to enhance a blade, making it sharper. While in the blade enhancement state, it consumes 1 mental power and 1 physical strength every 10 seconds. The enhancement effect depends on the caster's physical attributes. If the caster possesses 10 times the physical attributes of an ordinary person, using this skill allows them to inflict harm with a mere flick of their hand. Level 3 skill, Body Enhancement. Skill description. This is a passive skill. Upon learning this skill, the body gains a permanent enhancement of 5 strength and 3 vitality. Upon transitioning to a warrior class, additional enhancements of 5 strength and 3 vitality are granted. Yue Zhong gazed at the 2 level 3 skills with a spark of fervor in his eyes. Both were immensely powerful and beneficial to him. The higher the physical strength, the greater the impact he could withstand, and increased vitality would enhance his recovery rate. He had previously refrained from enhancing his physical strength and vitality, as being injured by a zombie would lead to infection and death. Regardless of how high those attributes were, it was not that these attributes lacked utility. Rather, Yue Zhong had urgently needed to enhance attributes critical for combat, such as stamina, agility, and strength. After pondering for a moment, he did not immediately learn these 2 precious and powerful level 3 skills, but instead pulled out 2 azure treasure boxes that had dropped. He had only seen these azure boxes drop from evolved zombies like L1 and S1. Ordinary zombies only dropped white boxes. Opening one azure box, a blue light flickered, coalescing into a silver revolver with a thick barrel, level 3 item. Venomous Spike Pistol. Item description. This pistol was crafted using technology 20 years beyond current Earth capabilities. Caliber, 17.5 mm, magazine capacity, 3 rounds. It can kill a large beast with a single shot and automatically generates 1 specialized venomous bullet each day. Drawback. Significant recoil, good item. Yue Zhong thought to himself as he gazed at the venomous spike pistol. The largest caliber handgun in the world is the Smith Wesson M500 revolver from the United States, which has a caliber of 12.7 millimeters and can take down a lion or tiger with one shot. This venomous spike pistol boasts a caliber of 17.5 mm, approaching artillery levels, indicating its formidable power. Yue Zhong eagerly opened the other azure box, which shimmered with blue light, forming a ring engraved with ancient patterns. Level 3 Secret Treasure, Earth Spike Ring. Once equipped, it grants 6 mental power. Accompanying skill, Earth Spike. Skill description. The caster can summon a 3-meter-high earth spike to attack enemies from underground within a 50-meter radius at their discretion. Cooldown, 24 hours. Anyone can equip it. Having opened both azure treasure boxes to reveal excellent treasures, Yue Zhong continued to open the remaining 6 white boxes. Among the 6 white boxes, 4 were empty, while the other 2 yielded 2 imitation tang swords. One, wear this ring and help me heal, Yue Zhong said, handing the earth spike ring to Lu Wen. Is this a proposal ring? Hee. Lu Wen grinned as she accepted the earth spike ring, placing it on her right ring finger and admiring the beautiful ring. The intricate patterns and mysterious runes made it exceptionally attractive. Yue Zhong chuckled. This is just for you to wear temporarily. Once I recover, I will wear it for battle. The earth spike ring's accompanying skill possesses formidable destructive capabilities and could potentially save his life in dire situations. As the main combatant, Yue Zhong naturally had to equip such a secret treasure himself. Greedy, Lu Wen pouted, placing her hands over Yue Zhong's right hand and activating her healing skill. Under the white healing light, Yue Zhong's severely injured right hand began to heal gradually. Watching Lu Wen concentrate on healing him filled Yue Zhong with warmth. The healing skill was not omnipotent. Given the severity of their injuries, it took a full 10 days under Lu Wen's care for Ji Qingwu, Yue Zhong, and Qi Yang to fully recover. Yue Zhong laid out the spoils obtained from slaying the 2 hunters before Ji Qingwu and inquired. These are the rewards from hunting the 2 hunters. This level 3 skill book, blade enhancement, an imitation tang sword, and a 200 survival coin for you. The rest will belong to me and Qi Yang. Do you have any objections? The distribution of spoils is critical for any team. Unfair distribution could lead to its collapse. Despite his significant contributions, Yue Zhong would not hoard all the rewards. No objections. Ji Qingwu examined the treasures dropped by the hunters and nodded with satisfaction. She was exceptionally skilled, and what she lacked most was powerful destructive force. The blade enhancement skill would greatly enhance her combat capabilities, and she had no objections to Yue Zhong's distribution. Yue Zhong then addressed Qi Yang, the earth spike ring, the other imitation tang sword, and the 200 survival coins belong to you. I will take the body enhancement and the venomous spike pistol. The venomous spike pistol's immense power would likely come with considerable recoil, and only Yue Zhong, who had undergone multiple strength enhancements and possessed ample strength equipment, could wield it effectively. Understood. Qi Yang responded without hesitation. Yue Zhong spoke solemnly. Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, Wang Shuang, Chen Yao, Lu Wen. The 6 of us will go to clear the zombies in the area of Xingning Road. Yue Zhong, do you still want to provoke those monsters? Wang Shuang expressed his concerns, recalling the terror of the 2 hunters that had nearly led to their team's annihilation. Ji Qingwu furrowed her brow and suggested, Yue Zhong, I believe we should elevate our levels before confronting those 2 hunters again. Our current enhancement levels are too low. Aside from you, the rest of us lack the strength to even engage them. Ji Qingwu's personal experience had shown her the formidable nature of the hunters. Despite acquiring a level 3 skill enhancement, she realized she could not compete with a single hunter. Among the 3 primary combatants of their team, only Yue Zhong stood a chance against one of them. I understand, Yue Zhong replied. This time, I will focus on clearing the zombies in the area leading to Xingning Road. Allowing you all to level up, I have no intentions of provoking the 2 hunters guarding the Leijiang Bridge. Upon hearing that they would not engage the hunters, Ji Qingwu did not oppose Yue Zhong's plan. With no objections, the group quickly drove their Dongfeng trucks to the vehicle selling area on Greenshade Avenue in Jiangnan District. Chen Yao, as the driver, took another Dongfeng truck, providing them with 2 means of transport. As they arrived at Xingning Road, the sound of the trucks attracted the zombies within, creating a daunting horde that approached the vehicles. Although Xingning Road was less bustling than the other side of the Leijiang Bridge, it was still teeming with countless zombies. Hundreds of them were drawn to the trucks, a sight that was chilling. Among these zombies, 10 grayish-blue S1s charged forward with agility, reminiscent of monkeys. It was terrifying to see that only 6 days had passed since their last encounter, yet so many S1s had evolved. Yue Zhong was taken aback. When he had last been here, there had been far fewer zombies and no S1s at all. If the evolution rate of zombies was this swift, humanity would have no chance of survival. Retreat, Yue Zhong decisively commanded. Besides the 10 S1s, He also spotted L1 zombies among the hundreds. Following Yue Zhong's order, Chun Yao and Wang Shuang immediately drove the two Dongfeng trucks away. The S1s were fast, but they could not catch up with the trucks, and soon Yue Zhong's group managed to shake them off. Upon reaching a secluded and safe street, Wang Shuang inquired, "What now? Where do we go from here?" After a moment of contemplation, Yue Zhong responded, "Chun Yao, drive back immediately. Ji Qingwu, Lu Wan, and you will stay here to support us. Qiyang and I will assess the situation at Xingning Road." Yue Zhong then exited the vehicle. Sharing his thoughts with Ji Qingwu, she frowned slightly. "Only the two of you? That seems too dangerous." The presence of both S1s and L1s among the horde posed a significant threat beyond that of a typical swarm of hundreds of zombies. Yue Zhong and Qiyang were still too vulnerable. "There's no need for concern," Yue Zhong reassured with a smile. "If the situation turns dire, we will retreat immediately. Just ensure our escape route remains secure." With that, Yue Zhong and Qiyang stealthily made their way towards Xingning Road. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies, which they dispatched effortlessly. Unattracted by the noise of the engines, the zombies dispersed, forming smaller groups that roamed the streets. As they cautiously approached Xingning Road, a small horde of 13 zombies was drawn by the sound of their footsteps. Yue Zhong swiftly advanced, slicing the head off one zombie. Two others approached him, but his companion, Baigu, dispatched them with a powerful blow, splattering blood everywhere. Qiyang, wielding a replica Tang sword, also moved in to eliminate another zombie. The trio, having undergone multiple enhancements, quickly eradicated the small horde. The commotion attracted more zombies, who shuffled toward them, merging into a larger horde. Among them, the 10 grayish-blue S1s swiftly converged on Yue Zhong and Baigu. To the left, Yue Zhong shouted, noticing an S1 charging toward them. In mere moments, he was in front of it, dodging its agile pounce and delivering a beautifully arced strike that sent the S1 reeling, blood splattering. Just as he dispatched one S1, two others lunged at him. Baigu, ever the shadow at Yue Zhong's side, leapt forward with a swift blow, cleaving one S1 in half. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong struck at another S1, which managed to evade the blade but lost its right claw in the process. Qiyang then capitalized on the distraction, striking down the S1 from behind. With 3 S1s defeated, Qiyang absorbed the essence and leveled up to level 8, while the 3 S1s yielded 3 white treasure chests and 30 survival coins. Observing how easily Yue Zhong's group dispatched the S1s, the remaining 7 charged forward without fear. Although the S1s had evolved with agility surpassing that of ordinary humans, they lacked the instinct of fear. "Fall back," Yue Zhong commanded, retreating first, with Qiyang and Baigu following closely. The trio moved faster than the ordinary zombies, creating distance between themselves and the massive horde. However, the 7 S1s maintained their relentless pursuit, quickly closing the gap. Moments later, the leading 5 S1s were within 10 meters of them. "Earth Spike," Yue Zhong declared. Qiyang pointed toward the 5 S1s, and a gray light shot from his Earth Spike ring into the ground before them. As the S1s passed, a 3-meter-tall sharp spike erupted from the earth, impaling one of the S1s. Baigu charged in first, cleaving another S1 in half in a single stroke. In an instant, the 3 remaining S1s clawed at Baigu. But thanks to the skeletal enhancement skill, Baigu's body withstood their attacks, only sustaining superficial scratches. Seizing the moment, Yue Zhong advanced and decapitated one S1, while Qiyang followed suit, eliminating another. The last S1 was caught off guard and met the same fate at Baigu's hands. Its body cleaved in two, guts and blood spilling everywhere. Despite the loss, the remaining 2 S1s surged toward Yue Zhong and his companions. Facing 2 S1s lightened Yue Zhong's burden significantly, while 5 posed a formidable challenge. 2 were manageable for someone clad in level 2 protective gear and enhanced multiple times. Baigu stepped forward, delivering a decisive blow that split one S1 in half. Yue Zhong drew his toxic spike, stepped forward, and pressed the weapon against the last S1's head, pulling the trigger. A thunderous blast echoed as the S1's head exploded, resembling a cannon strike, showering the vicinity with blackened brain matter and blood. "What a powerful handgun," Yue Zhong mused, realizing that with this weapon, even a hunter struck in the head would be obliterated. Even if he missed the head, any hit would severely injure the hunter. Moreover, the recoil was far less severe than he had anticipated, comparable to that of a standard 54 handgun. "You have leveled up to level 14 and gained 2 enhancement points. Please allocate your points." A single shot shattered the cranium of the S1, a melodious sound resonating in Yue Zhong's mind. 2 points of agility were enhanced. Yue Zhong promptly made his decision. During the mutation, he had consistently reinforced his strength and stamina. As wielding a novice wooden stick to eliminate zombies demanded immense effort, he needed to maintain sufficient strength and stamina to contend with the horde of the undead. Now, facing the evolved zombies, particularly the level 20 hunter, possessing firearms made agility his utmost priority. 7s1s were vanquished by Yue Zhong, yielding a skill book, 6 white treasure chests, and 70 survival coins. He swiftly gathered all that lay on the ground and retreated alongside Qiyang. After slaying 10s1s, the remaining zombies posed no threat to Yue Zhong and Qiyang. Ordinary zombies moved at a sluggish pace, even slower than an average person, while the evolved strength-type zombies, L1s, were merely on par with regular humans and could not catch up with the enhanced Yue Zhong and Qiyang. With the skeletal warrior bone at the forefront, they methodically dispatched the L1s while retreating. Cleaving through the ordinary zombies, the reinforced skeletal warrior truly exhibited its ferocity in such combat. Ordinary zombies posed no harm to Bone, who swung its axe with ease, decimating the undead, without Bone acting as a shield to draw the zombies' attacks. Yue Zhong and Qiyang could not have endured the battle for long. The kite-flying tactic was immensely taxing on stamina. After slaying over 150 zombies, they hastily withdrew towards the direction of Ji Qingwu. Fighting a horde of zombies consumed stamina far more than battling isolated ones. Despite having slain hundreds with his reinforced body, Yue Zhong felt fatigued after dispatching merely 60 from the 300-strong horde. Unable to sustain the effort to eliminate them all, rushing back, they soon reached Ji Qingwu's location. Upon returning to safety, Yue Zhong and Qiyang each consumed a vitality apple to recuperate. Ji Qingwu approached Yue Zhong and inquired, "How did it go?" Yue Zhong replied solemnly, "The special evolved zombies have been cleared. There are still about 200 ordinary zombies remaining. The residents of Xingning Road numbered well over 300. However, during the world's upheaval, the time was around 2 in the afternoon, and most people had gathered on the other side of the Leijiang Bridge, in the commercial district. As the survivors fled, they inadvertently led some zombies to other locations. Simultaneously, a mysterious force enveloped the Leijiang Bridge, preventing the zombies on the other side from crossing, which accounted for the scarcity of zombies in the Xingning Road area. Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she gazed at Yue Zhong, saying, "Shall we proceed to clear them out now?" In her previous life, Ji Qingwu was a master swordswoman, harboring a profound desire for strength. The days spent bedridden had been stifling. Although she could not contend with 200 ordinary zombies alone, with the assistance of Yue Zhong, Qiyang, and Bone, they could surely dispatch them all with a little time. Yue Zhong nodded in agreement. After resting for over 2 hours, the four once again set foot on Xingning Road. Upon arrival, they swiftly began to eliminate the scattered zombies congregating there. Each of them was no weakling, and after considerable effort, they managed to clear Xingning Road of its undead. The zombies they encountered were merely a fraction of those on Xingning Road. The majority remained trapped within various apartment complexes, office buildings, and shops. After dispatching over 200 zombies, Ji Qingwu and Qiyang were utterly exhausted and could fight no longer. Yue Zhong did not press them, leading the two back home on the 4th day after Yue Zhong collapsed onto the sickbed. The power supply system in Leijiang City officially collapsed, plunging their apartment building into darkness. Thus, by afternoon, they had to retreat back inside. After dinner, Yue Zhong settled on the sofa and quietly perused the skill book he had acquired. Level 1 skill, Power Strike. Upon activation, this skill consumes 7 stamina points and doubles the damage of the next attack. Damage from equipment destruction is excluded. Yue Zhong scrutinized the skill book, his brow furrowing slightly. While the skill possessed considerable power, its practicality paled in comparison to higher-level skills. The consumption of 7 stamina points was not something Yue Zhong, even after numerous enhancements, could afford to squander. With the venomous stinger at his disposal, the Power Strike skill appeared somewhat redundant. "Is anyone there? Please, I beg you, open the door." A woman's pleading voice echoed from outside the security door, accompanied by persistent knocks. Chen Yao glanced at Yue Zhong, seeking his counsel. Given that the primary combat strength of their small team was present, and with firearms in hand, no threats loomed within the building at that moment. Seeing Yue Zhong nod slightly, Chen Yao approached the security door and peered through the peephole. Through it, she discerned a plump woman dressed modestly and elegantly, accompanied by a boy of 11 or 12 years. A woman and a child. Having experienced the assault from the marauders, Chen Yao had grown wary. Before opening the door, she reported back to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow thoughtfully for a moment before slowly saying, "Let them in." Chen Yao opened the security door. "Hello, Miss Zhaoli. Could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten in 2 days," Zhaoli implored, gripping Chen Yao's hand with desperation. Just then, Wang Feng approached, munching on a biscuit, curiosity evident in her gaze as she observed Zhao Li and the boy. "Mom, I'm hungry.
I want a biscuit. I want a biscuit. The boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuit in Wang Feng's hand, tugging at Zhao Li's clothing and creating a commotion. Zhao Li's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks as she produced a bundle of bright red yuan notes from her bosom, offering it to Chen Yao. Miss, I implore you, please give us some food. I can pay you 10,000 yuan for it. We're on the brink of starvation. Upon seeing the stack of 10,000 yuan in Zhao Li's hands, Wang Feng's eyes widened. Coming from an ordinary family, she had seldom encountered such a sum. Chen Yao, being a kind-hearted girl, despite her experience with the marauders, could not extinguish her compassion. Sister, please don't do this. Wait a moment. I'll fetch you some food. Wang Feng interjected sternly. Wait. Chen Yao, our food supplies are already limited. How can you just give it away to strangers? Within Chen Yao's modest three-room apartment, over a dozen people resided. The consumption of food by these mouths was considerable, particularly with Yue Zhong, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang, three high-level enhancers. Their appetites were significant. After raiding two small supermarkets, their supplies had dwindled considerably. If they continued consuming resources without restraint, they would be lucky to last 5 or 6 more days. Upon hearing this, the other residents gathered, and Chen Yao's face flushed with anger as she retorted to Wang Feng. Wang Feng, how can you say that? They've both been starving for 2 days. Do you want to stand by and watch them suffer? Wang Feng replied harshly, that's just their side of the story. Chen Yao, we all worked hard for these supplies. Have you consulted everyone before giving food away? You know our food reserves are limited. We can only last 5 more days. Do you really want to starve us by giving away our provisions? Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the other girls who initially intended to support Chen Yao fell silent. They too feared depleting their food supplies, unsure of what to do if that happened. Deep down, they were reluctant to share their food, yet they felt guilty for siding with Wang Feng, leaving them to choose silence instead. Since the world had only recently transformed, they had not yet endured the most harrowing of hardships, and thus their conscience remained intact. Witnessing the other girl's silence, Zhao Li's eyes filled with dread. She and her child had indeed been starving for 2 whole days. Had they not reached a point of desperation? She would not have dared to step out of their safe room. At tea that moment, Yue Zhong approached with 2 bags of instant noodles and, under the gaze of all, handed them to Zhao Li, stating solemnly, take this. Now go. Seeing it was Yue Zhong, Wang Feng refrained from further objections, for she was a woman who knew the importance of timing and did not wish to be ousted from the group. Zhao Li accepted the 2 packets of noodles, tears flooding her eyes as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. You're truly a good person. Come, Xiao Bao, quickly thank the brother. With careful rationing, the 2 packets of instant noodles would sustain Zhao Li and the boy for some time. The 11-year-old boy glanced up at Yue Zhong and, with his still unbroken voice, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, brother. After profuse thanks, Zhao Li forcefully shoved a bundle of 10,000 yuan into Chen Yao's hands and swiftly led her son, Xiao Bao, upstairs. Witnessing Zhao Li's demeanor deeply moved the girls in the room. Under the protection of Yue Zhong, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu, they had been living comfortably for the past 10 days. The sight of Zhao Li humbly pleading for 2 bags of instant noodles struck a profound chord within them. What shall we do with this money? Chen Yao inquired, holding the stack of renminbi towards Yue Zhong. Coming from a well-off family, she regarded this sum with indifference. Yue Zhong did not even spare a glance at the wad of cash. Whatever, whoever wants it can take it in this world of upheaval. Money no longer held value. To Yue Zhong, that wad of renminbi was merely fit for wiping, too hard to be of any use. It was akin to scrap paper. Wang Feng eagerly exclaimed, I want it. Give it to me. Chen Yao glanced at Wang Feng and tossed the money into her hands. Wang Feng surveyed the others with a smirk, a bunch of fools. The government had established survivor bases, and once they arrived there, they would understand the agony of being broke. Renminbi represented governmental credit. Without the government, it was merely worthless paper. However, with the government's existence, the currency would retain some purchasing power. Albeit in question of its extent, Ji Qingwu approached Yue Zhong, asking, our food reserves are indeed dwindling. When shall we search for supplies? Without hesitation, Yue Zhong replied, tomorrow. The following morning, Yue Zhong gathered everyone in the house. After leaving Zhang Li, Lin Qi, and Su Ruxue to guard the home, he led the others out in 2 Dongfeng trucks. They were off again. On the 6th floor, Zhao Li peered out the window, watching enviously as Yue Zhong and his group drove away in the trucks. She lacked the capability to venture into the hordes of zombies to scavenge for supplies. With 2 Dongfeng trucks, Yue Zhong's group cleared the nearby convenience stores of zombies and evacuated all edible supplies back home. This time, no one complained. Besides Chen Yao, Lu Wan, and Ji Qingwu, Every girl participated in transporting the goods, none daring to utter a word of grievance. Compared to Zhaoli, they felt fortunate not to worry about food. Upon returning home, the girls diligently transported the supplies up to the 5th floor while Yue Zhong merely stood by, slaying any zombies that obstructed them without assisting in the labor. These girls, too timid to confront the zombies, were only capable of carrying supplies. Once everything was delivered back home, Yue Zhong took Qinyao, Lu Wan, Wang Shuang, and Qi Yang to drive one of the dongfeng trucks beyond the community. They first arrived at a gas station to fill both vehicles, then loaded up on gasoline and diesel, filling numerous bottles with fuel. Observing Yue Zhong's peculiar actions, Ji Qingwu frowned and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Yue Zhong solemnly replied, "I intend to eliminate those 2 hunters today." "Why?" "Our current strength level is still relatively low, and confronting those hunters would be perilous," Ji Qingwu cautioned. After yesterday's battle, she had also evolved to level 8, but she was acutely aware of the hunter's terrifying prowess. Even with her skill to move rapidly, she could not match the speed of one of those hunters. Yue Zhong explained, "The zombies are evolving too rapidly. The city will become increasingly perilous. We must leave here as soon as possible. Even a minute earlier is better." Currently, Yue Zhong and his companions could navigate through the zombie hordes due to their enhancements, far surpassing ordinary zombies. However, he had been observing the zombie masses and could see their continuous evolution. In less than a month since the world's upheaval, zombies had already evolved into special types like S1 and L1. Along with terrifying hunters. In this city of Leijiang, the zombie population numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Should a mutated zombie capable of commanding others emerge, they would all meet their end. Furthermore, the reward for the quest of searching the novice village had been enticing Yue Zhong, prompting him to desire to claim that reward before swiftly evacuating from Leijiang. Even the usually quiet Qi Yang stepped forward, stating, "I concur with Yue Zhong. We are currently surrounded by zombies. It seems secure, but if an intelligent zombie evolves, our conspicuous hunting of its companions will surely lead to our elimination." Ji Qingwu pondered for a moment, then said to Yue Zhong, "Very well. Please share your plan with me." The dongfeng trucks made their way to the vicinity of the Leijiang Bridge, where the thunderous mechanical sounds attracted the attention of the 2 hunters remaining on the bridge. Like cheetahs, they charged toward the dongfeng trucks. As the hunters moved, the truck sped away in a frenzy. Yue Zhong, seated at the back of the truck, observed quietly. The hunters abandoned their post on the bridge, but turned back when they had covered a distance of 500 meters. Clearly, safeguarding the bridge was of greater importance than pursuing their adversaries. Seeing the hunters retreat, Yue Zhong commanded, "Return." The truck, driven by Wang Shuang, turned back toward the bridge. Upon seeing the truck's return, the hunters charged once more. Yue Zhong, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang began pouring barrels of gasoline and diesel onto the ground while Lu Wen and Qinyao tossed out filled bottles. The truck, under Wang Shuang's control, fled once again. This time, under Yue Zhong's orders, the truck came dangerously close to the bridge's edge, prompting the hunters to rush toward them. As the hunters sprinted through the gasoline and diesel-soaked ground, splashes of fuel erupted around them. Watching as the hunters reached a distance of 200 meters, Yue Zhong ignited a makeshift torch and hurled it in their direction. The torch landed and ignited immediately, flames spreading along the road and soon engulfing the hunters. The flames consumed them, and bottles filled with gasoline and diesel began to explode, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. "Are they dead?" Yue Zhong stared intently at the inferno, hoping the hunters would perish in the flames. Soon, from the raging fire and continuous explosions, the 2 scorched hunters emerged, their skin charred and bodies ablaze. Unlike ordinary zombies, hunters had evolved senses, sight, smell, and pain. While they could not die from bullets, they could feel pain, making them more adept at avoiding lethal injuries compared to ordinary zombies, which merely stood passively as their heads were decapitated. Lu1, witnessing the burning hunters, was filled with astonishment. How can this be? They are still alive. If an ordinary person were caught in such a blaze, they would likely be reduced to cinders. Wang Shuang, anxious, pressed the accelerator to the floor. "Chen Yao, activate your skill and attack that hunter." Yue Zhong pointed at one of the hunters. Chen Yao, slightly nervous, nodded and pointed at the hunter, reciting an arcane incantation she barely understood. Her incantation lasted a full 20 seconds, and after that duration, a magical array engulfed in peculiar flames materialized before her fingertip. The next moment, a fist-sized crimson fireball shot toward one of the hunters. The fireball traveled with such speed that the hunter could only slightly shift its body before the fireball struck. It was akin to being hit by a rocket. The hunter's right shoulder was obliterated, and it was sent sprawling to the ground. Such formidable magic, Yue Zhong thought, slightly taken aback. The power of the spell Chen Yao unleashed exceeded his expectations. Yet its drawbacks were equally evident. Its casting time was excessively long, and Chen Yao had a limited number of spells she could cast. After executing the fireball spell, she appeared somewhat fatigued. "Stop," Yue Zhong commanded sternly. Wang Shuang slammed on the brakes, bringing the Dongfeng truck to a halt. As the truck stopped, Yue Zhong, Qi Yang, and Ji Qingwu, the main combatants armed with 79-type submachine guns, swiftly leaped out from the back of the vehicle. The hunter approached within 40 meters of them. They immediately began to unleash a barrage of gunfire at the hunter. Amidst the relentless hail of bullets, the body of the hunter was riddled with gaping wounds, prompting it to swiftly change direction. With remarkable speed, the hunter materialized before Yue Zhong, claws poised to strike. In that critical moment, Yue Zhong activated his skill, Shadow Step, significantly enhancing his agility to match that of the hunter. He raised his poisoned spear and aimed at the hunter, now within arm's reach, and fired. The hunter, with an acute sense of impending danger, twisted its body just in time. The powerful shot blasted away its right shoulder along with its arm. Had it not been for the preemptive maneuver, the bullet would have shattered its skull. The force of the impact sent the hunter hurtling backward, its mouth agape, tongue darting towards Yue Zhong like a lethal arrow. Standing resolutely beside Yue Zhong, the skeletal warrior lunged forward, blocking the attack. The hunter's tongue pierced through the reinforced bones of the skeletal warrior. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu activated her secondary skill, high-speed movement, and her third skill, blade reinforcement, causing her imitation Tang Dao to glow with the cerulean light. As a martial arts expert, she accurately anticipated the trajectory of the airborne hunter and struck at its legs with precision. The hunter, mid-air, swung its tail towards Ji Qingwu's head, a blow that could have crushed her skull in a moment of crisis. Ji Qingwu bent slightly, her blade twisting to intercept the hunter's tail. The enhanced Tang Dao sliced through the hunter's tail and bone with ease, splattering Ji Qingwu with vile blood. At that moment, Qi Yang had reloaded his Type 79 submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the wounded hunter, emptying the 20-round magazine. Most bullets missed their mark, with only a few grazing the hunter, inflicting minimal damage. The skeletal warrior seized the opportunity, gripping the hunter's tongue and forcefully pulling it towards Yue Zhong. Standing still, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Yue Zhong remained composed. As the hunter was dragged closer, he swiftly pressed the poisoned spear to its head and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the hunter's head was obliterated, blood splattering everywhere, while a surge of ethereal light entered Yue Zhong's body. Beside the lifeless form of the hunter lay a skill book, a red gem, 4 white treasure chests, and 200 survival coins. You have leveled up to level 15. You have leveled up to level 16. The delightful chimes of leveling echoed in Yue Zhong's mind. All points were allocated to enhance agility. After hastily boosting his agility with 4 points, he charged forward. The hunter, its right shoulder shattered by Chen Yao's earlier attack, surged forward like a cheetah. Qi Yang pointed at the hunter, and his ring glowed with a radiant light, conjuring a 3-meter-long spike from the ground, aimed at the hunter. The hunter reacted with astonishing speed, coiling its tail around the spike to evade the lethal thrust. With a swift flick of its tail, it leapt gracefully from the spike. Yue Zhong transformed into a streak of lightning, reaching the hunter in an instant, extending his poisoned spear to fire once more. Having experienced the spear's potency before, the hunter propelled itself away mid-air. The thunderous shot left a gaping hole in its right side, blood gushing forth, bones shattered, and organs ruptured. While ordinary creatures would have perished from such grievous wounds, the hunter remained defiant, using its tail to launch itself at Yue Zhong, claw aimed at his heart. Just then, the skeletal warrior swung its massive axe, a whirlwind of force cleaving the hunter in two. Blood and entrails splattering Yue Zhong, a surge of ethereal light enveloped the skeletal warrior, causing it to level up twice. Surrounding the fallen hunter were a green treasure chest, a skill book for white chests, and another 200 survival coins. After vanquishing the 2 hunters, Yue Zhong and his companions exhaled heavily, having exhausted all their means. Failure would spell their doom. Yue Zhong gathered the spoils from the hunters. Tier 3 item, magic gem. A gem brimming with magical energy, essential for weapon upgrades. Tier 3 skill, magic flame. Consumes 5 stamina and 5 mental energy to activate, with a subsequent drain of 2 stamina and 2 mental energy every 10 seconds. The power of magic flame is contingent upon your mental energy, stamina, strength, and vitality. Tier 3 skill, plant manipulation. Consumes 3 stamina and 3 mental energy to activate, with a subsequent drain of 1 stamina and 1 mental energy per second. The potency of plant manipulation depends on the plants you control and your mental energy and stamina. Yue Zhong opened the green treasure chest, revealing a swirling azure light that coalesced into a 2-meter-long spear. Adorned with intricate patterns, Tier 3 item, Azure Demon Spear. This spear is exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through gold and jade. Yue Zhong proceeded to open the white treasure chests, but only 2 imitation Tang Daos materialized from the 8, while the rest disintegrated into nothingness. Contemplating the 4 treasures dropped by the hunters, he opted for the magic flame skill and the magic gem. I will take the magic flame skill and the magic gem. The treasures dropped by the hunters were extraordinary, and after careful consideration, Yue Zhong made his choice. Qiang glanced at the skill book and the Azure Demon Spear. Addressing Ji Qingwu, you may choose first. Ji Qingwu pondered between the Azure Demon Spear and plant manipulation, ultimately glancing at Chun Yao before claiming the plant manipulation skill book. I will take this. The rest are yours. Qiang sheathed the imitation Tang Dao on his back and quietly accepted the Azure Demon Spear. Yue Zhong's gaze shifted to the 2 photon gates on the bridge, a fervent determination igniting within him. I must go over there to complete my task. Please wait for me with that. Yue Zhong and the skeletal warrior darted towards the direction of the Leijiang Bridge. Upon reaching the Leijiang Bridge, they encountered the wreckage of countless vehicles and shattered guardrails. The bridge was stained with blood. Yet no corpses of zombies were in sight, not even within the abandoned vehicles. As Yue Zhong sped along, he pondered the oddity. Could it be that the 2 hunters devoured all the zombies? Without lingering on the thought, he swiftly approached the opposite end of the bridge. Behind the 2 photon gates, he beheld a seemingly endless sea of zombies, their sheer numbers far surpassing that of mere hundreds. Even Yue Zhong, a seasoned warrior, felt a sense of helplessness in the face of such overwhelming odds. The vast horde remained shrouded in a mysterious force, ignoring Yue Zhong's presence entirely. Otherwise, he would not have been able to approach the photon gate at all. As he stepped into the photon gate, his form vanished before the eyes of his companions. Blinding white light enveloped him, and he found himself in a realm adorned with bizarre runes and fantastical architecture. Congratulations on completing the quest to locate the newbie village of Leijiang City. You have earned a reward of 1,000 survival coins. As the first to discover the existence of the newbie village, you will receive a treasure lottery opportunity. This is the prize wheel, featuring treasures ranging from level 2 to level 6. With a voice resonating in his mind, a radiant wheel emerged before him, inscribed with numerous golden squares, each marked with a number from 1 to 999. Please choose your desired number. An automatic message floated in Yue Zhong's consciousness. After scrutinizing the wheel without discernible clues, he randomly selected the number 536, a square marked with 536 detached from the golden grid, emitting a brilliant light that coalesced into a ring adorned with ancient and mystical runes, which automatically landed in Yue Zhong's palm. Level 6 item, storage ring, mental 15. This ring, forged with spatial technology, harbors a 3x3x3 storage space, allowing its bearer to conveniently store personal belongings. What a marvelous treasure! Yue Zhong adorned his hand with the ring, his eyes glimmering with delight as he beheld the storage ring. With this ring, he could accumulate numerous treasures and resources. As soon as it fell into his grasp, the golden wheel vanished into the earth. Despite its disappearance, the notification remained. Due to your completion of the Novice Village discovery task within the first month, the system rewards you with a level 3 protective suit and grants you the title of Discoverer of Leijiang Novice Village. The title of Discoverer of Leijiang Novice Village conferred additional effects: Strength 1, Agility 1, Vitality 1, Endurance 1, Spirit 1, and Power 1. The level 3 protective suit could withstand 50 attacks from entities below level 30 and defend against bullets of caliber up to 12.7 mm. Its additional effects included Strength 10, Agility 10, Vitality 10, Endurance 10, Spirit 10, and Power 10. It could be worn in conjunction with other protective suits within the Divine and Demonic system without cumulative effect bonuses. The suit had a durability of 50-50 and could be sold to the system store for 1,000 survival coins. As Yue Zhong surveyed the attributes of the level 3 protective suit, astonishment filled his gaze. This suit is formidable. It can withstand bullets of caliber up to 12.7 mm, making it impervious even to heavy machine gun fire. He removed his level 2 protective suit and donned the level 3 suit. Feeling significantly more agile than before in this enigmatic realm, the sky resembled that of Earth, with rays of sunlight cascading down upon the land. The ground was paved with polished marble, and beneath his feet lay a colossal magical array. Towering throughout this mysterious area were buildings imbued with an air of enchantment. Yue Zhong found himself in an expansive plaza, where a peculiar crystal ball hung above, surrounded by flames that formed the number 24. The streets were desolate, devoid of any human presence, save for Yue Zhong himself. He glanced around and entered a nearby bar, which felt like a different world altogether. Inside, the atmosphere was electrified with metallic rock music, vibrant neon lights, bartenders skillfully mixing drinks, and dancers clad in little more than lingerie performing energetically on stage. The audience, rugged and boisterous, embodied the essence of mercenaries, downing beers with gusto. The bar exuded an eccentric and surreal ambience. And upon Yue Zhong's entrance, most patrons merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning to their activities, indifferent to his presence. At that moment, the skeletal figure closely trailing Yue Zhong swung its massive axe. Cleaving a hunter in two, splattering blood and entrails upon Yue Zhong, a surge of ethereal light entered the skeleton's body, elevating it by 2 levels. Surrounding the fallen hunter lay a green treasure chest. A skill book, for white treasure chests, and 200 survival coins. After vanquishing the 2 hunters, Yue Zhong and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief, having exhausted their options. Failure would have meant certain death. Yue Zhong meticulously gathered the items dropped by the hunters. Among the level 3 items was a magic gem, a gemstone infused with magical energy vital for weapon upgrades. The level 3 skill, Magic Flame, consumed 5 points of stamina and 5 points of spirit to activate, subsequently depleting 2 points of each every 10 seconds. Its potency depended on one's spirit, stamina, strength, and vitality. Another level 3 skill, Plant Manipulation, required 3 points of stamina and spirit to initiate, consuming 1 point of each per second thereafter. Its effectiveness hinged on the manipulated plants and the user's spirit and stamina. Yue Zhong opened the green treasure chest, and a swirl of azure light coalesced into a 2-meter-long spear adorned with intricate patterns, a level 3 item. The Azure Demon Spear, renowned for its razor-sharp edge capable of slicing through gold and jade. Upon opening the white treasure chests, however, only 2 replicas of Tang knives emerged, while the rest disintegrated into nothingness. Contemplating the spoils from the fallen hunters, Yue Zhong opted for the Magic Flame skill and the Magic Gem. Recognizing their exceptional value, Pu Yang glanced at the skill book and Azure Demon Spear, suggesting to Ji Qingwu, "You should choose first." Ji Qingwu deliberated between the spear and the plant manipulation skill book before ultimately selecting the latter, stating, "I'll take this, the rest are yours." Pu Yang silently equipped the replica Tang knife, claiming the Azure Demon Spear. Yue Zhong gazed toward the 2 photon gates on the far side of the bridge, a fiery determination igniting within him. "I must go over there to complete the task. Wait for me here." With that, he and the skeletal figure darted toward the Leijiang Bridge. The bridge was strewn with the wreckage of various vehicles, battered guardrails and splattered with blood yet devoid of any corpses. As he raced forward, Yue Zhong pondered the bizarre scene. Had the hunters devoured all the zombies? He dismissed the thought and surged toward the opposite end of the bridge. There, behind the 2 photon gates, he beheld a seemingly endless mass of zombies, akin to an ocean, their sheer number far exceeding mere hundreds. Even a seasoned warrior like Yue Zhong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him at the sight of such an overwhelming horde. This vast, zombie-infested expanse was shrouded in a mysterious force, seemingly oblivious to Yue Zhong's proximity. Otherwise, he would not have been able to approach the gates at all. Upon stepping through the photon gate, Yue Zhong's form abruptly vanished before the eyes of those present. A series of white lights flickered, and he materialized in a realm adorned with fantastical architecture inscribed with peculiar runes. Congratulations on completing the task of locating Leijiang City's novice village. You have received a reward of 1,000 survival coins. As the first to discover Leijiang City's novice village, you are entitled to a treasure lottery reward. Accompanied by a voice resonating in Yue Zhong's mind, a radiant wheel materialized before him, its surface etched with densely packed golden squares, each inscribed with a number from 1 to 999. Please select your desired number. An automatic message floated in Yue Zhong's consciousness. Examining the wheel closely without perceiving any discernible patterns, he randomly chose the number 536. From the golden square marked 536, a radiant light burst forth, coalescing into a black, ancient, and enigmatic ring, which gently settled into Yue Zhong's palm. Level 6 item, Storage Ring, Spirit 15. This ring, crafted using spatial technology, possesses a 3x3x3 storage space. With it, you can better organize your personal belongings. What a remarkable treasure, Yue Zhong exclaimed, slipping the ring onto his finger, his eyes sparkling with joy. With this storage ring, he could now gather numerous treasures and resources. As it settled into his possession, the golden wheel promptly sank into the earth, disappearing from view. Yet the notification persisted. Due to your completion of the Novice Village Discovery task within the first month, the system rewards you with a Level 3 protective suit and confers upon you the title of Discoverer of Lejong Novice Village. The title brought with it additional effects: Strength 1, Agility 1, Vitality 1, Endurance 1, Spirit 1, and Power 1. The Level 3 protective suit could withstand 50 attacks from entities below Level 30 and defend against bullets of caliber up to 12.7 mm. Its additional effects included Strength 10, Agility 10, Vitality 10, Endurance 10, Spirit 10, and Power 10. It could be worn alongside other protective suits within the Divine and Demonic system without cumulative effect bonuses. The suit had a durability of 50-50 and could be sold to the system store for 1,000 survival coins. Yue Zhong gazed at the attributes of the Level 3 protective suit, his eyes filled with wonder. This suit is extraordinary, capable of withstanding bullets of caliber up to 12.7 mm. It could even resist the fire of a heavy machine gun. He removed his Level 2 protective suit and donned the Level 3 suit, feeling significantly lighter and more agile than before. In this mysterious realm, the sky remained reminiscent of Earth, with rays of sunlight cascading down upon the land. Upon the Earth, the ground was entirely paved with marble, gleaming and resplendent. Beneath Yue Zhong's feet lay an immense magic circle. In this enigmatic realm stood towering structures brimming with an aura of enchantment. Yue Zhong found himself in a spacious plaza, where a peculiar crystal orb hung suspended overhead, a flame swirling above it, forming the number 24. The streets were desolate, devoid of any human presence. Only Yue Zhong was there. He glanced around and entered a bar situated at the edge of the square. Inside, the bar was a world apart, filled with the metallic resonance of rock music, vibrant neon lights, bartenders expertly mixing drinks, and dancers clad only in bras and panties performing provocatively on stage, while a raucous crowd of burly men, exuding a mercenary vibe, roared in delight. The bar was suffused with an atmosphere of the unconventional and the extraordinary. Upon entering, most patrons merely cast a fleeting glance at Yue Zhong before returning to their pursuits, indifferent to his presence. Yue Zhong made his way directly to the bar counter and took a seat. A middle-aged man donned in a bartender's uniform approached him, handing him a menu with a smile. "Welcome to Lejong Bar, young man. Here is our menu." Yue Zhong examined the menu closely. It was filled with an array of exquisite wines from the real world. Legendary vintages like the 1966 Lafite and the 1956 Mutai, valued at millions, were available for the mere price of 1 survival coin per generous glass. Beyond these renowned wines, the final page of the menu listed 2 unassuming beverages: stamina recovery juice and mental recovery juice. The stamina recovery juice restored 15 stamina points within 5 minutes for 20 survival coins per cup, while the mental recovery juice offered the same for the same price. Lacking interest in the prestigious wines, Yue Zhong inquired about the juices. "Can these juices be packaged for takeaway?" The bartender chuckled. "Of course not. You can only enjoy them here. However, for other alcoholic beverages, you may take them away if you can pay the necessary survival coins. We operate on a pay-first basis." Yue Zhong retrieved a 20-value survival coin from his backpack and tossed it to the bartender. "1 cup of stamina recovery juice, please." The bartender accepted the coin and soon returned with a glass of green drink. Yue Zhong cautiously took a sip, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor that spread across his palate. He then downed the entire drink in one go, feeling a gentle warmth coursing through his body as he sensed his vitality replenishing. Turning to the bartender, Yue Zhong asked, "Are you human?" With a smile, the bartender replied, "Of course, I am human." Yue Zhong pressed further, "Are you from this world?" The bartender's gaze slightly narrowed, yet he maintained his smile. "You have a keen eye. I am not from your world." Curiosity piqued, Yue Zhong asked, "Which world do you hail from?" The bartender offered a wry smile. "System restrictions prevent me from disclosing that." Yue Zhong continued to probe. "Have you encountered the entities that created the god and demon system?" The bartender sighed. "In the presence of such beings, we are naught but ants. How could we possibly meet them?" After a moment of contemplation, Yue Zhong frowned. "Why do you come to our world? Your strength is formidable." With a bittersweet smile, the bartender replied, "The living conditions in our world are tenfold harsher than here, with enemies far more terrifying. Even with my strength, I must struggle daily for a single meal, always fearing enslavement. Though I now exist as a system subordinate, akin to NPCs in your online games, life is 100 times better than before. I am quite satisfied with this existence." Hearing the bartender's words instilled a sense of urgency in Yue Zhong. The bartender's overwhelming power far surpassed his own, and yet such a strong individual willingly accepted the role of an NPC under the god and demon system, illustrating the cruelty and terror of their world. Yue Zhong inquired, What does the flame number on the crystal orb in the plaza signify? The bartender extended his hand. Information costs 5 survival coins. Any valuable information you wish to obtain from me requires corresponding payment. This is a system regulation. Yue Zhong retrieved 5 survival coins from his backpack and handed them to the bartender. That signifies the end of your time limit. Since you have found the novice village, the zombie hordes confined within the bustling commercial district of Lijiang will be released from the system's restrictions in 24 hours, roaming freely as their instincts dictate. Various types of zombie evolution will also be unlocked, making it tenfold more dangerous to hunt zombies in Lijiang than before. Chilled by the bartender's words, Yue Zhong realized how terrifying the current zombies were. Even without the evolution restrictions. Once those limitations were lifted, he could only imagine the horrors that would emerge. He furrowed his brow and slowly asked, "Is it because of me that the restrictions on those zombies will be lifted?" The bartender shook his head. No, the system originally planned for a month-long period. After 1 month, restrictions on zombies everywhere will be lifted, and the quest to find the novice village will conclude. Any novice villages not discovered will vanish, leaving those in that area without the opportunity to transition or purchase technology that surpasses this world's capabilities. Relieved by the bartender's clarification, Yue Zhong continued, "What is the pattern for the appearance of novice villages?" 10 survival coins. Yue Zhong handed over the coins. The bartender explained, "A novice village will manifest in the most prosperous commercial district of any city with a population exceeding 1 million. Yue Zhong then asked, "How much for information on zombie evolution?" The bartender shook his head. Such information cannot be sold by the system. Yue Zhong persistently pursued various crucial questions, but the bartender consistently replied with the same line, resembling an NPC in a game, lacking the nuance of a sentient being. Finally, Yue Zhong pushed 10 survival coins forward. "Lastly, I seek your advice. Do you have any recommendations?" After accepting the coins, the bartender solemnly advised, "You have reached level 10. Quickly transition your class, purchase essential supplies with all your survival coins, and flee Lijiang immediately. The evolved zombie horde will be beyond your current capabilities. Transitioning is imperative, as it grants you a class-specific skill, and you can use survival coins at the profession center to acquire another skill pertinent to your class. You should be aware of the power skills hold. Having more skills translates to greater abilities and strategies. Generally, individuals can only learn 3 active skills before level 30, yet acquiring skills specific to your class has no limitations." Yue Zhong nodded in understanding, promptly rising from his seat and striding towards the exit. Upon exiting the bar, he walked along the street until he arrived at the imposing and magnificent class transition tower. "Welcome. I am the receptionist, Xiao Mei. You have reached the standard for your first class transition at level 10. What profession do you wish to transition into?" As Yue Zhong entered the tower, a strikingly beautiful woman in business attire approached him with a professional smile. Yue Zhong regarded her briefly and replied, "Please list the professions available for my transition." "Certainly." Xiao Mei smiled slightly, conjuring a display of white light, which revealed a 3-dimensional projection before Yue Zhong. Within this projection, various professions flashed before him, overwhelming his senses. Doctors, soldiers, assassins, repairmen, blacksmiths, lawyers, translators, warriors, mages, warlocks, summoners, beast tamers, hunters. An eclectic array of professions from both the real and fantastical worlds were laid out before him. Pointing to the doctor profession, the projection swiftly transformed, presenting an overview of the doctor's role. Doctors are indispensable members of any team. While priests can rapidly heal injuries through magic, a doctor's traditional methods yield slower recovery rates. However, doctors are capable of treating viral diseases through various medications and developing new drugs, achieving large-scale treatment of injuries and diseases. After transitioning to the profession of a doctor, one acquires a skill, basic medical techniques. Yue Zhong pointed at the soldier profession, and immediately a holographic projection of the soldier's job description materialized. Soldier introduction. The soldier is one of the fundamental combat professions, not as proficient in close combat as a warrior, yet they excel in the manipulation of firearms and are not weak in hand-to-hand combat either. Upon successful transition, one gains the skill, basic firearm manipulation. Yue Zhong's eyes lit up. This skill was quite beneficial for him as his shooting abilities were exceedingly poor without special training with this skill. His prowess would see a significant enhancement. Yue Zhong did not rush to choose his new profession. Instead, he diligently perused the characteristics of various professions. Each successful transition would grant a unique professional skill, allowing Yue Zhong to transform from an ordinary person into a part of that particular field. He bypassed all auxiliary professions and directly searched for combat professions. While auxiliary professions have their merits, such as mechanics who can repair vehicles, blacksmiths who can forge enchanted weapons, and doctors who can treat illnesses and develop new drugs. The skills bestowed by these professions pale in comparison to those granted by combat professions in terms of combat power. After examining numerous combat professions, Yue Zhong felt that none could rival the skills offered by the soldier profession. The ability to manipulate firearms would enable him, armed with a toxic dart, to possess greater destructive capability. Furthermore, compared to the warriors, sorcerers, and mages of a fantastical world, the soldier profession would allow for better survival in this reality. The casting speed of mages was woefully slow. Before they could complete their spell, they would often be eliminated. As for warriors, while they indeed surpass soldiers in close combat capabilities, a single rocket launcher could spell doom for them. Upon turning to the second page, Yue Zhong encountered a profession radiating with a dark luminescence. He pointed at it, revealing the hidden profession cloaked in black light. Hidden profession, Dark Knight. A fierce knight wielding dark powers. Upon successful transition, one would acquire the skills Fear Induction and Night Enhancement. After glancing at the Dark Knight's job description, Yue Zhong decisively declared, "I choose to transition to Dark Knight." As he made his choice, a black light encircled him from the magic circle beneath his feet, and he promptly vanished from his original position, reappearing in a temple imbued with a mystical aura. Dark forces surged from the magic circle on the ground, entering Yue Zhong's body and in his mind. Two profound runes coalesced. Secondary skill, Fear Induction. An active skill that, when activated, instills fear in creatures with a mental strength lower than yours by 5 points, undermining their combat will. The lower the mental strength, the more susceptible the target is to this effect. This skill can be directed at a single target within 200 meters or indiscriminately at targets within a 20 square meter area. Each activation consumes 3 points of mental strength. Secondary skill, Night Enhancement. A passive skill that grants the ability to see in the dark and perceive farther than during the day. At night, your sensory perception is greatly heightened, and your premonitions of danger become more acute. Upon completing his transition, the dark forces surrounding Yue Zhong dissipated. He contemplated the application of his newfound skills before striding towards the center of the temple. At the heart of the temple stood a dark knight, clad in armor adorned with intricate runes. Exuding a strange metallic sheen, the knight's mere presence radiated an overwhelming pressure. Yue Zhong approached the towering figure and said, "I am Yue Zhong, a newly transitioned dark knight. I wish to purchase skills pertaining to this profession." The Dark Knight regarded Yue Zhong coldly, gesturing into the void, which conjured a holographic projection displaying various Dark Knight skills before Yue Zhong's eyes. There were a total of 9 skills, 3 level 1 skills and 6 level 2 skills. As Yue Zhong perused the skills, he thought to himself, how expensive. Each of the 3 level 1 skills required 300 survival points, while each of the 6 level 2 skills demanded a staggering 1,000 points. Scanning through the level 2 skills, his eyes gleamed with eagerness. Summon Bone Beast, Beast Taming, Shadow Step. Each skill was remarkable. Upon reaching the 6th level 2 skill, his eyes brightened. He quickly pointed at the skill and paid the 1,000 survival points. The skill transformed into tendrils of black light and merged into Yue Zhong's consciousness, coalescing into a dark rune. Level 2 skill, Composite Protective Technique. This skill enables one to merge with summoned undead beings, manifesting them as armor to protect oneself. Activating this skill requires 10 points of mental strength and 10 points of physical strength, with a duration of 15 minutes. Suddenly, Yue Zhong approached the Dark Knight and inquired, "Esteemed one, do you have any advice for me?" The Dark Knight coldly gazed at Yue Zhong and replied, "Be ruthless. A lack of ruthlessness will make survival difficult." With those words, the Dark Knight fell silent, standing like a statue at the center of the temple without uttering another word. Yue Zhong bowed respectfully, then returned to the magic circle. In a flash of light, he vanished from the temple. The Dark Knight silently observed Yue Zhong's departing figure, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, yet he said nothing. Exiting the temple, Yue Zhong entered a nearby equipment upgrade shop. Inside, a burly man with a bearded face, holding a bottle and exhibiting numerous burn scars on his bare torso, sat there. Upon seeing Yue Zhong, the man casually remarked, "Here to upgrade your weapon?" Yue Zhong nodded and asked, "How many survival points are needed to upgrade to a level 3 weapon?" The burly man replied, 500 survival points and 1 magical gemstone. Upon hearing this, Yue Zhong felt a sense of relief. He had been accumulating survival points over the past few days, excluding the 1,000 survival points he gained from rewards. After paying for the Composite Protective Technique, he was left with only 600 survival points. Yue Zhong retrieved 500 survival points, the magical gemstone, and the toxic dart pistol from his bag. Presenting them to the upgrade technician, "Please upgrade it for me." The technician examined the toxic dart pistol with keen interest. This is a fine piece. Young man, acquiring such equipment in these times is no small feat. With a gesture, the toxic dart pistol levitated before him, and he conjured several magic circles. The magical gemstone soared into the magic circle, erupting in a dazzling display of light. In the next moment, the toxic dart pistol was drawn into the magic circle, disassembling in an instant. Delicate beams of light inscribed intricate magic arrays onto the pistol, while simultaneously reconstructing and reconfiguring it. Ultimately, it formed a silver-white 20mm caliber 6-barreled revolver. As soon as the silver firearm was completed, it landed in Yue Zhong's hands. Level 4 weapon. Toxic Dart 2. Possessing even greater destructive power than its predecessor, it will never be destroyed unless subjected to external forces. It automatically generates 2 rounds of ammunition each day. If adequately supplied with ammunition, it can be used to target tanks, provided one has exceptional marksmanship. Yue Zhong gazed at the Toxic Dart 2 in his hands, his eyes brimming with joy. This upgraded version not only boasted enhanced power but also the daily automatic generation of 2 rounds, significantly increasing its value. After expressing his gratitude to the upgrade technician, Yue Zhong exited the shop. Thank you. After leaving the upgrade shop, Yue Zhong turned and entered a nearby equipment store. Upon his arrival, a strikingly beautiful attendant greeted him with a smile. Welcome. Yue Zhong addressed her. I would like to see the equipment list. Certainly. The attendant smiled and gestured into the void, conjuring a list of various equipment. Yue Zhong meticulously examined the list, only to find it disappointingly empty. With not even a single level 1 protective suit available, Toxic Dart 2 specialized ammunition was priced at 50 survival points per round. At the bottom of the equipment list, Yue Zhong spotted an item relevant to him. How expensive! He grimaced at the sight of the Toxic Dart ammunition. It was far beyond his means. Turning to the next page, his eyes brightened. The second page featured a variety of medical potions, some capable of regenerating limbs, others facilitating rapid recovery of stamina, and some able to detoxify various poisons. At the bottom of that page, a 6th level potion was prominently listed. G potion. This potion can treat virus carriers who have not transformed into infected beings. The price was a staggering 50,000 survival points per unit. Yue Zhong gazed longingly at the G potion. It is truly too expensive. I am indeed impoverished. If Yue Zhong had sufficient survival coins, he would undoubtedly purchase a G potion for future emergencies, for no one could predict the formidable foes that lay ahead. As he perused the inventory, he realized that aside from various advanced medical potions, there were no particularly powerful pieces of equipment available. Closing the equipment list, Yue Zhong inquired of the attendant, "Are these the only items available?" The attendant politely replied, "Indeed. Apart from medical potions, you can only purchase equipment once others have sold it to the system." Thanking her, Yue Zhong nodded and departed the shop. Leaving the equipment store, Yue Zhong entered the adjacent quest hall. A stunningly beautiful attendant approached him with a smile, and with a simple gesture, a massive projection of a quest appeared before his eyes. Welcome to the quest hall. Here, various missions are available for you to undertake. The task was to reclaim the fallen city of Beijing, with success measured by reducing the number of zombies within the city's 5th ring to below 100. The timer for the mission would commence upon acceptance, with a duration of 1 year. Upon reclaiming Beijing, the leader of the Liberation Forces would receive a level 5 protective suit, 50,000 survival coins, an increase of 5 levels, 2 additional skill points, and the title of Reclaimer of Beijing. Failure to complete the mission incurred no penalties. The board was filled with missions to reclaim major cities both domestically and internationally. Yue Zhong gazed at the tasks, his heart heavy with disbelief. Had Beijing truly fallen? If so, did that mean the government's command system was paralyzed? Without central governance, he could scarcely fathom how local authorities would devolve in this apocalyptic world. He envisioned warlords emerging, battling fiercely for power across the vast expanse of China. The immense projection weighed on his heart like a stone. This was dire. Another task was to reclaim the fallen city of Nanning, where success would be defined by reducing the zombie count to below 100. The timeline was the same as before. The leader of the Nanning Liberation Forces would receive a level 4 protective suit, 10,000 survival coins, an increase of 3 levels, 1 additional skill point, and the title of Reclaimer of Nanning. The news of Nanning's fall sank Yue Zhong's spirits, for his parents resided there. He yearned to soar back home immediately. Suppressing his concerns, Yue Zhong asked the attendant, "If I reclaim a city without accepting the quest, will I still receive rewards?" The attendant smiled and clarified, "No. You must accept the quest first. Otherwise, no rewards will be granted, even if you complete the task." Yue Zhong continued to quietly browse the quest listings, hoping to find a more favorable mission. In addition to reclaiming major cities domestically, there were also tasks for reclaiming international metropolises. New York, London, Tokyo, Berlin, and Moscow all had completely succumbed to the undead, and no other missions were available. Yue Zhong pressed on. If I accept a quest and fail to complete it, will there be any penalties? It was imperative to clarify this point. The beautiful attendant maintained her sweet smile. No. You will not face any penalties for accepting a quest that remains unfinished. With a smile, Yue Zhong accepted all the tasks on the board. In this enigmatic realm, beyond the job temple, quest hall, equipment store, and upgrade shop, there was also a store for purchasing various survival supplies, where one could acquire a pound of rice for a single survival coin. In the enhancement temple, 1,000 survival coins could enhance one attribute. In the enhancement temple, Yue Zhong chose to augment his agility by 1 point. Aside from these 5 main establishments, other areas were shrouded in a mysterious aura. Repelling Yue Zhong upon his approach, he received a mental notification. Your level is insufficient. You lack the authority to enter this area. After a brief exploration, realizing there was nowhere else he could access, he made his way to the plaza and stepped into the magic circle. In a flash of light, he found himself outside the photon gate of the Lijiang Bridge. Are you all right? Upon his appearance, Qi Yang hurried over, concern etched across his face. Yue Zhong smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Luo Wen also rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Yue Zhong, where have you been? I was so worried. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have rushed in to find you. As others gathered around, Yue Zhong smiled at Luo Wen. Everything's okay. He addressed the group. This place is the novice village, where you can change classes, undertake quests, purchase equipment with survival coins, and upgrade your gear. After changing classes, you can acquire additional skills and buy another one. You should all go in and take a look. Ji Qingwu's eyes lit up as she approached the photon gate, but upon touching it, she was immediately flung back several meters. Frowning, Yue Zhong asked, What happened? Ji Qingwu dusted herself off and stood, disappointment evident in her eyes. I lack the required level to enter the novice village. The others stepped forward to try as well, only to be repelled by the gate, leaving only Qi Yang able to enter. Yue Zhong observed the photon gate, concluding, It seems that only those above level 10 can enter the novice village. Qi Yang had just reached level 10 after the previous battle against the zombies, while Ji Qingwu remained at level 8. The evolved zombies provided far more experience than ordinary ones, and the stronger the evolved zombie, the greater the rewards. Chen Yao, brimming with excitement, suggested, If we can clear out the zombies here for another month, everyone will be able to enter the novice village and change classes. Ji Qingwu handed Chen Yao the skill book for plant manipulation, eager to gain stronger powers. Wang Shuang shared in the excitement, envisioning the bright future of becoming a powerful being after his class changed. No, we must leave Lijiang City today. Yue Zhong's words extinguished their enthusiasm. Ji Qingwu stared at Yue Zhong, questioning, Why? Yue Zhong replied gravely, Once the novice village opens, after 24 hours, the zombie restrictions in Lijiang City will be lifted. Tens of thousands of zombies will be unleashed across the bridge. The evolution limits on zombies will also be removed. It will be far more perilous here than before. We must escape immediately. His words cast a somber silence over the group. Standing before the photon gate, they could clearly see the dense horde of zombies on the other side of the bridge, a sea of undead that could crush them like eggs if they surged forth. Chen Yao gazed longingly at the photon gate of the novice village. Her eyes filled with reluctance. She too wished to become a powerful force. She was no fool. She understood that becoming strong was essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. Approximately an hour later, Qi Yang emerged from the photon gate. As he stepped out, Chen Yao rushed forward, asking, Qi Yang, is it true that the zombie restrictions in Lijiang City are about to be lifted? Qi Yang, perceptive and sharp, fixed his gaze on Chen Yao, his expression turning cold, causing her to feel embarrassed under his scrutiny. There are 21 hours remaining, he said icily before joining Yue Zhong's side. Chen Yao's eyes reddened slightly as she muttered, Why be so harsh? I haven't done anything wrong. Yue Zhong glanced at the group, his voice firm. Let's go. We have no time to waste. With that, he turned to leave, followed closely by Qi Yang, Luo Wen, and Wang Shuang. Ji Qingwu patted Chen Yao's shoulder, encouraging her, Come on. Okay. Chen Yao bit her lip and hurried to catch up. Stop. When the Dongfeng truck arrived in front of a supermarket on Xingning Road, Yue Zhong instructed Wang Shuang to halt before swiftly leaping from the vehicle and rushing into the store. The zombies on Xingning Road had mostly been cleared, leaving the supermarket devoid of life. Save for some dark red stains and dismembered limbs, Yue Zhong made his way to the back of the supermarket, placing his hand adorned with a storage ring upon a bag of instant noodles. With a thought, The bag was drawn into the storage ring. How convenient! After a quick test, he retrieved the bag once more. Without pausing, he continued to gather useful supplies from the supermarket until his storage ring was filled to capacity. Time to head home. After filling the entire storage ring, Yue Zhong finally exited the supermarket with a backpack and sat beside Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang started the truck, heading towards the Shangshi Garden community. Upon returning home, Yue Zhong's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Everyone, immediately transport the supplies and load everything from the house onto the truck." The girls in the room, sensing his grave demeanor, immediately tensed up. Zhongli approached and asked, "What happened, Yue Zhong?" Yue Zhong replied in a deep voice, "We must leave here at once and head to the survivor base in Longhai City." Wang Feng, somewhat reluctant, responded, "Can we go tomorrow instead? Everyone is exhausted from moving the supplies today." Her sentiment echoed that of most girls in the room, who were fatigued after moving 2 Dongfeng trucks worth of supplies upstairs. Yue Zhong's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "Those who are unwilling to leave can stay behind." Seeing his anger, the girls dared not protest further and immediately began moving supplies. Zhao Li glanced out the window and was taken aback to see Yue Zhong and the others transporting the supplies out. Had they decided to leave? After observing them over the past few days, she found Yue Zhong's group to be relatively kind, willing to share some food with her in this apocalyptic world. If they left, she truly did not know how she and her son would survive. Having seen the classic film Resident Evil, Zhao Li understood that the infected outside carried a terrifying virus similar to the zombies in the movie. Even a small scratch could lead to infection. If Yue Zhong's group departed, she would be unable to find food to sustain herself and her child. Gritting her teeth, she quickly dragged a box down the stairs. Her son in tow. Downstairs, Yue Zhong sat quietly, observing the girls as they moved the supplies. Zhao Li approached him, one hand carrying a large box while the other held her son. "Hello, I am Zhao Li. May I ask your name?" Yue Zhong glanced at her and replied coolly, "I am Yue Zhong. What do you need?" Curiously, Lu Wan, who had been resting, approached and asked, "Yue Zhong, does this woman seek your assistance?" Lu Wan, Chen Yao, and Ji Qingwu were among those who did not need to move supplies, as they could contribute fighting and healing abilities to Yue Zhong's team. Chen Yao also came over. Watching Zhao Li with interest, "Please, take my son and me to the Longhai City survivor base. I will give you everything in this box," Zhao Li implored, opening it to reveal neatly stacked bundles of red currency. Chen Yao estimated the amount to be over 1,000,000 RMB and looked at Yue Zhong. Coming from a wealthy family, 1,000,000 was insignificant to her, yet such a sum could tempt many. Yue Zhong glanced at the box of money and replied indifferently, "I have no interest in your money. In this changed world, food is what holds value. Without merchants, this currency is merely good for wiping one's behind." Zhao Li's face paled, and biting her lip, she set the box down and pulled out a small container, revealing 3 gleaming gold bars. She pushed it toward Yue Zhong, pleading, "Take this as well. Please, save us and take us to the Longhai City survivor base. I will repay you. In times of chaos, gold remains a valuable currency." Zhao Li, being astute, recognized that RMB could soon become worthless paper, yet gold would retain its worth as long as there were human organizations. Thus, she had hidden it away and presented it to Yue Zhong as a last resort. Yue Zhong replied coldly, "I do not want your gold either." Zhao Li's face turned white. The gold was her last bargaining chip. If even that did not sway Yue Zhong, she had no idea what else might convince him. Yue Zhong looked at her and stated, "I can take you and your son to the Longhai City survivor base, but you must agree to a few conditions. First, you must obey my orders until we reach the survivor base. Second, you must contribute labor within your capacity. Third, we will provide you with food, but it may not be sufficient. We will allocate food based on your performance. Lastly, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety, but if we encounter insurmountable danger, I will prioritize the safety of my other companions over you too. If you can accept these conditions, you may come with us. If not, I will not force you." Hearing these terms, Zhao Li eagerly nodded, I accept. Yue Zhong commanded, "Go move the supplies. Do not waste time." Zhao Li quickly ascended the stairs with her son. This was a chance to survive, and she would not let it slip away. Chen Yao observed Zhao Li's urgent demeanor with mixed feelings. After 2 hours of collective effort, the girls finally moved all the supplies from upstairs onto the 2 Dongfeng trucks. "Drive." Without hesitation, Yue Zhong ordered. Wang Shuang pressed the accelerator, and the truck sped away into the distance. The next day, as the hordes of zombies in the bustling commercial area of Leijiang City began to stir, they spread out in every direction, enveloping the entire city. Those who had feasted on human flesh began to evolve, with L1, S1, and other types of zombies emerging. In front of a small supermarket, 5 zombies stood idly. From an alley, a nimble survivor wielding a replica Tang knife dashed out, activating a skill to enhance his speed. Resembling a specter as he plunged into the group of 5 zombies, with a flash of his blade, he decapitated them all. After absorbing their essence, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. He had leveled up. However, just as he reveled in his achievement, a red-skinned zombie in an apartment building opened its mouth, launching a fireball that struck the survivor's upper body, creating a gaping hole. The charred corpse crumpled to the ground as 2 agile S1 zombies leaped forth, feasting on him. With the emergence of zombies, Lijiang City transformed into a veritable hunting ground. The roles of hunter and prey began to shift, as even enhanced humans were hunted down by the evolving undead. Lijiang had become a true hell, with the remaining enhanced individuals growing increasingly cautious, their situations growing ever more dire. Once bustling thoroughfares lay desolate, littered with abandoned vehicles and wandering zombies. Amidst this chaos, 2 Dongfeng trucks traversed the road. Yue Zhong, sitting in the passenger seat, gazed out at the desolate landscape and asked Wang Shuang, "How much longer until we reach Longhai City?" Wang Shuang replied with a wry smile, "I'm not entirely sure. I've never driven to Longhai City before, but according to the GPS, we still have half the distance to cover." Nodding slightly, Yue Zhong fell silent, observing the potential dangers outside. Suddenly, a blockade of abandoned cars appeared ahead, completely obstructing the road. "Damn it! Another blockage," Wang Shuang muttered, halting the truck. They had encountered numerous such blockages on their journey, often requiring Yue Zhong to clear the way, allowing them to continue forward. The persistent obstructions had significantly slowed their progress, forcing them to take lengthy detours. As Yue Zhong exited the truck, 6 men, dressed oddly and wielding 81-style rifles, rushed out from either side of the road, aiming their weapons at Yue Zhong and the trucks. One particularly menacing bald man, sporting a long scar across his face, glared at Yue Zhong and shouted, "Don't move, or we will shoot." The girls atop the trucks, witnessing the armed men, were filled with fear and ducked down. Yue Zhong, observing the threatening bald man, furrowed his brow and instantly activated his level 2 skill, Shadow Step, moving towards the 6 men with an unpredictable, ghostly grace. From atop the Dongfeng truck, the skeletal figure leapt forth, resembling a formidable deity, charging towards the 6 bald men. The sight of the rushing skeleton filled the men with dread, prompting them to raise their weapons and fire repeatedly. Each bullet that struck the skeleton merely embedded itself into the bones, leaving it entirely unscathed. Upon activating his Shadow Step, Yue Zhong's speed surged to an extraordinary level, surpassing that of an ordinary human by 5-fold. In mere moments, he reached the scar-faced man, wielding a replica tang knife aimed at the man's head. The scar-faced man, upon seeing Yue Zhong, was filled with terror, momentarily disregarding the approaching skeleton as he swung his gun towards Yue Zhong. Just as he redirected his weapon, Yue Zhong deftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a swift slash aimed at the man's neck. "Stop, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your companion," a confident voice interjected from the side. Yue Zhong glanced over and beheld 20 armed men, equipped with Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns, encircling the 2 Dongfeng trucks from a distance. 2 agricultural tractors blocked the escape route behind them. Among these well-armed men stood a tall, imposing middle-aged man, exuding a fierce aura, who fixed his gaze upon Yue Zhong. "Spare their lives," at Yue Zhong's mental command. The blade of the knife hovered near the scar-faced man's throat as he took a step forward, using the man as a shield, coldly observing the leader of the 26 armed men. The scar-faced man felt the icy touch of the replica tang knife against his neck, sending chills down his spine, rendering him immobile. Following Yue Zhong's directive, the skeleton refrained from wielding its deadly axe and instead unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks, sending 5 armed men flying as it strode confidently to Yue Zhong's side. The middle-aged man among the armed faction, noticing the imposing skeleton, smiled slightly and said, "Brother, you possess remarkable skills. I am Wang Guanghu. You may call me Brother Hu." "What do they call you?" Yue Zhong, fixing his gaze on Wang Guanghu, replied solemnly, "I am Yue Zhong. Brother Hu, may I inquire why you have obstructed our path? We seem to have done you no wrong." The armed men were heavily armed, and should tensions escalate, Yue Zhong's group, aside from himself clad in level 3 protective gear, had little chance of survival. Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang, having undergone extensive enhancements, possessed remarkable physical capabilities, easily dispatching ordinary zombies. Yet, facing heavily armed foes, their fate remained precarious. As for Luo Wan, her defense was virtually non-existent. In the event of conflict, she would likely be the first to perish. Yue Zhong was unwilling to provoke conflict with Wang Guanghu's faction unless absolutely necessary. Wang Guanghu scrutinized Yue Zhong and slowly declared, "Yue Zhong, I shall speak plainly. I am here to scavenge for supplies and search for survivors. You all must accompany me back to Changwang village. My village has excellent protective facilities, and I assure you a life free from concern for food or the zombies outside. Yue Zhong promptly declined. I'm sorry, Brother Hu, we aim to reach the survivor base in Longhai City. Wang Guanghu's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. He smiled at Yue Zhong. Each has their own aspirations. Since you wish to go to Longhai City, I will not hinder you. However, I require supplies from one of your Dongfeng trucks. Yue Zhong's previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly. That's acceptable. As long as no one is harmed, everything can be discussed. Given their capabilities, they should be able to procure supplies carefully. Wang Guanghu gestured, and his subordinates lowered their weapons. Smiling at Yue Zhong, you should release my brother Chen Si now. Yue Zhong eased his grip, withdrawing the replica tang knife from Chen Si's neck. Chen Si rubbed his neck and grinned at Yue Zhong. You re truly formidable, kid. You're the second most impressive person I've seen after Brother Hu. Yue Zhong offered a faint smile. Pardon my rudeness. Chen Si strode towards Wang Guanghu, but the skeleton stepped forward, blocking his path. Chen Si's expression darkened as he turned to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, what is the meaning of this? Yue Zhong replied coolly, it means nothing. You may only leave my side once Brother Hu allows us to depart. Wang Guanghu glanced at Yue Zhong, smiling. Chen Si, you may temporarily stay with Brother Yue Zhong. Chen Si nodded. Yes, Brother Hu. Yue Zhong stated. Brother Hu, I will have my team gather supplies for you now. Wang Guanghu responded. No rush. Our vehicles cannot carry that much. It would be better for you all to accompany me back to Changwang village. I wish to treat you properly. Yue Zhong, I have great admiration for your strength, and I hope we can become friends. You wouldn't deny me this favor, would you? Yue Zhong's gaze narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, we will accompany you for a visit. However, Brother Hu, I must clarify that we intend to proceed to Longhai City's base, and can only stay with you for one day. Wang Guanghu laughed heartily. No problem, you are my good friend. Feel free to come and go as you please. 4 Hummers and 2 agricultural tractors flanked the 2 Dongfeng trucks, surrounded by the 26 armed men as they slowly made their way into a small village. This village was not far from the main highway and was modest in size, housing just over 50 families. At the village entrance, 2 armed men with Type 81 rifles sat idly by. Outside the village, a dozen children, aged between 8 and 13, were digging for wild vegetables, their bodies covered in dirt, resembling little mud monkeys. Brother Hu, as the vehicles entered the village and came to a halt in a square. 6 armed men approached Wang Guanghu, smiling. Wang Guanghu turned to Yue Zhong, saying, Brother Yue Zhong, let your people disembark. To show sincerity. Wang Guanghu moved closer to Yue Zhong to reassure him. Everyone, please step down, Yue Zhong called to those aboard the Dongfeng truck. Only then did they disembark. What a beautiful girl, so fine. Those legs must have great strength. Upon seeing the women disembark from the Dongfeng truck, the armed men leered with lascivious eyes, brazenly commenting on their appearances, instilling fear in the hearts of the women. 1 Scrawny armed man approached Wang Guanghu, fawning, Brother Hu, you're amazing. You've brought back such fine goods this time. We can all enjoy ourselves. Another tall, lanky armed man chimed in, his gaze fixated on Yuan Ying's ample bosom, as if he wished to tear her clothing apart. Indeed, Brother Hu, with so many beautiful items, you must reserve a few for everyone to enjoy. Yuan Ying, Wang Qian, Zhang Xian, Su Ruxue, all were exceptionally graceful and charming. Chen Yao resembled a princess, while Ji Qingwu exuded an enchanting, heroic beauty. Such high-caliber beauties were rare in the eyes of these armed men, who were lustfully captivated by them. Wang Guanghu frowned and sternly commanded, silence. At his utterance, the surrounding armed men fell silent. Wang Guanghu continued, this is my good friend, Brother Yue Zhong. These women belong to him. They are not for you. Now, get back to work, Dogsy. Take a few men to unload half of the supplies from that truck. Halian, arrange for a feast. I wish to treat Brother Yue Zhong to a good meal. Hearing that the beautiful women were off limits, the armed men departed, disappointed. The women breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Guanghu smiled and gestured to Yue Zhong. This way, please. Yue Zhong nodded and followed Wang Guanghu into the most impressive villa in the village. Upon entering, they took their seats, and Wang Guanghu glanced at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang beside Yue Zhong, inquiring, Yue Zhong, who are these 2 brothers? Yue Zhong introduced, this is Qi Yang, and this is Wang Shuang. Wang Guanghu smiled warmly at them. Greetings. Qi Yang replied indifferently, hello. Wang Shuang, somewhat nervous, said, hello, Brother Hu. The imposing figure of Wang Guanghu, a leader commanding over 40 armed men, instilled considerable pressure on Wang Shuang. Wang Guanghu pointed to the 3 men beside him. Introducing, allow me to introduce, this is Zhang Xiang, This is Lei Zhan, and this is Qian Yin. They are all my closest brothers. Zhang Xiang is a towering figure, standing at 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and a face marked by the ruggedness of life. Crowned with a thick beard that adds to his fierce appearance. Lei Zhan, on the other hand, is an imposing presence, reaching nearly 7 feet, resembling a bear in both stature and strength, with hands as thick as tree trunks. Calloused from years of hard training, Chen Yin, a bespectacled youth, exudes an air of refinement and gentility. Together, Zhang Xiang, Lei Zhan, and Chen Yin form the trusted inner circle of Wang Guanghu, wielding power just shy of his own. Yue Zhong greeted the trio. Greetings. Zhang Xiang shot a provocative glance at Yue Zhong, his eyes brimming with challenge. So, you are Yue Zhong. Tiger Brother speaks highly of your prowess. How about a contest between us? Zhang Xiang, the second strongest under Wang Guanghu, felt a twinge of jealousy at the warm reception Yue Zhong received, fearing for his own standing. Wang Guanghu's expression darkened. Zhang Xiang, Yue Zhong is my esteemed guest and friend. Do not act recklessly. Yet Zhang Xiang, undeterred, replied loudly, Tiger Brother, I know you value him and wish to recruit him. You are the leader. When you speak, we will comply. But to earn my respect, he must defeat me first. Qi Yang coldly interjected, if you refuse to face Yue Zhong, I will take your place. Zhang Xiang glanced at Qi Yang's slender frame and laughed. How the times have changed. Even the weak become bold. Yue Zhong, let me warn you. My fists are heavy. If you do not step forward yourself, and I injure your brother, it will be regrettable. Yue Zhong regarded Zhang Xiang with a hint of amusement and said, Qi Yang, show him mercy. Do not take his life. Qi Yang nodded and stepped forward, extending his hand to Zhang Xiang. Please, rest assured, I will not take your life. Yue Zhong and Qi Yang's banter only fueled Zhang Xiang's anger. As he approached Qi Yang, he positioned himself defensively, bending slightly forward and creeping forward like a stalking leopard. In his previous life, he was a master of underground fighting, with 7 lives claimed by his fists. Though brash, he had the talent to back it up. Qi Yang remained still, observing Zhang Xiang without a hint of fear. Wang Guanghu scrutinized Qi Yang for a moment, frowning. Brother Yu, are you certain you wish for Qi Yang to compete against Zhang Xiang? Zhang Xiang's punches can be quite formidable. Wang Guanghu, who had seen countless fighters, could not discern any extraordinary capabilities in Qi Yang. He was determined not to let Zhang Xiang jeopardize his plans to recruit Yue Zhong. Rest assured, let this contest be overseen by you, Tiger Brother, Yue Zhong replied with a faint smile. Qi Yang had reached level 10 and undergone a class change, donning the upgraded armor Yue Zhong had provided. His strength was second only to Yue Zhong within their group, making ordinary individuals no match for him. Seeing Yue Zhong's confidence, Wang Guanghu turned to Zhang Xiang. Very well, let the contest begin, Zhang Xiang. With a menacing grin reminiscent of a hunting leopard, lunged forward with terrifying speed, aiming a powerful punch at Qi Yang's nose. Qi Yang deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow, and retaliated with a fierce strike to Zhang Xiang's abdomen. Unleashing his enhanced strength, Zhang Xiang crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Witnessing Zhang Xiang's swift defeat, Lei Zhan's eyes narrowed. Wang Guanghu observed Qi Yang. A glimmer of admiration crossed his face. Excellent skill, he praised, to which Qi Yang humbly replied, You flatter me, before returning to Yue Zhong's side. Wang Guanghu clapped his hands, summoning a strikingly beautiful woman, around 25 or 26 years old. Wang Ying, assist third master to the back for a rest. Wang Ying hurried to help Zhang Xiang, who, in a fit of rage, slapped her and shouted, Get away! Don't touch me, you wretched harlot! He glared at Yue Zhong and Qi Yang with venom before storming off. Wang Ying, stung but silent, held back tears and quietly left. Wang Guanghu, seemingly indifferent to the scene, coolly instructed, Leave, Wang Ying. Wang Ying complied, Yes, Tiger Brother. Wang Guanghu turned his gaze to the skeletal figure beside Yue Zhong. A flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Yue Zhong, could you enlighten me on the origin of this skeleton? Having witnessed the battle between Yue Zhong and Chen Si, Wang Guanghu was impressed by the skeleton's resilience and agility, which far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yue Zhong smiled, revealing nothing but the truth. This is my ability. It is not a secret worth concealing. Only a fool would fail to deduce its nature. Wang Guanghu pressed on. How can one attain such abilities? Lei Zhan and Chen Yin leaned in, eager to hear the answer. In this apocalyptic world, the stronger one's fists, the better their chances of survival. Everyone yearned for such extraordinary powers. When engaging in close combat with zombies, they occasionally drop skill books. Utilizing these books grants one special abilities. I acquired mine through these means. This was no secret. Everyone in Yue Zhong's group was aware. However, Knowing and doing were two different matters. Few dared to engage zombies in hand-to-hand combat, as even a minor wound could herald one's demise. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, Wang Guanghu, Lei Zhan, and Chen Yin exchanged troubled glances. They had slain many zombies, yet none had dared to engage them in close quarters. After all, with firearms at their disposal, why would anyone choose to fight zombies with sticks? A portly, good-natured middle-aged man approached Wang Guanghu, reporting, "Tiger brother, the meal is ready." Wang Guanghu nodded and smiled at Yue Zhong. "You have traveled far. Let us eat." With another clap, beautiful women adorned in kipeos entered, bearing plates of food. For Yue Zhong, Qi Yang, Wang Guanghu, Lei Zhan, and the others, the table was laden with a rare feast of boiled chicken, stir-fried greens, and rice, a welcome sight in these dire times. In contrast, the table for Ji Qingwu, Lu Wan, Chen Yao, and the other women was filled with a sludgy corn porridge. While Yue Zhong and his companions dined inside, Ji Qingwu and the others were relegated to the courtyard. Zhang Xian, ever the spoiled one, took a sip of the corn porridge, only to be met with a foul taste. Disgusted, she promptly expelled the contents back onto the ground. How can anyone eat this? Is this fit for human consumption? Since being rescued by Yue Zhong, Zhang Xian had never known hunger. Although the food was not as lavish as before, they were never without rice or instant noodles. The other women followed suit, retching at the inedible slop, as they witnessed the children lurking outside. They quickly darted in to scoop up the discarded food, wiping it on their clothes before shoving it into their mouths. A small boy approached Zhang Xian, his large, dark eyes pleading, "Beautiful big sister, if you're not going to eat, can you give us your food? We're hungry." Seeing the desperate children, Zhang Xian handed one a piece of compressed biscuit. "How can you eat this? It's compressed biscuit. Take it." The boy gratefully accepted the biscuit and dashed away, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Beautiful big sister. Please give me some food. I'm hungry." With her kindness evident, more children gathered around Zhang Xian, pleading for food. Overwhelmed, she ultimately gave away her snacks, and the other women followed suit, sharing their meager provisions with the starving children. Watching the children devour the corn porridge brought a pang of compassion to the hearts of the women who had been sheltered by Yue Zhong. Zhang Xian observed the children voraciously devouring corn porridge and foraging for wild vegetables, gritting her teeth in indignation. How despicable! How can the leader here treat children in such a manner? Does he have no humanity? Wang Fong, startled by Zhang Xian's words, immediately rebuked her. "Watch your tongue. We are still on their territory. Do you wish to invite disaster?" Zhang Xian shot a glare at Wang Fong and fell silent. She was not foolish. She was simply overwhelmed with anger. This was indeed the domain of Wang Guanghu, a fact she was acutely aware of. The children from Changguang village exhibited astonishing appetites, leaving not a trace of the large basin of corn porridge and wild vegetables, even licking the bowl clean. Once finished, the children dashed towards the courtyard. Outside, a scruffy man with an AK-47 kicked one child to the ground, scattering the candies and biscuits they had been carrying. "Little monkeys, what a haul! Compressed biscuits, lollipops, ha, good stuff." The armed man laughed menacingly, threatening the remaining children, "Hand over your treasures, or I'll make you regret it." Upon seeing the armed man's arrival, fear flitted across the eyes of all the children. Hesitating for a moment, they reluctantly surrendered the candies and biscuits they had clutched tightly. Former police officer Su Rushue could no longer bear the sight. She rose to confront the armed man, exclaiming, "How can you stoop so low? Stealing from children, do you have no shame?" The armed man leered at Su Rushue, laughing heartily, "Big cow, this is none of your business. If you're willing to let me have my fun here, I might just return their things. Consider it a gift for you." Furious, Su Rushue trembled with rage, shouting, "You scoundrel, you shameless wretch." Educated and refined, her vocabulary for insults was limited to these two phrases. The armed man smirked at her. "You dare to insult me? Ha! You can be as brazen as you like now, but there will come a day when you will grovel at my feet." With that, he turned and left. Once seated again, Su Rushue could not contain her wrath. What kind of place is this, filled with such scum? Chen Yao offered a bitter smile. "This is likely akin to a bandit stronghold. We must have wandered into a den of thieves." Zhang Xian, trembling with fear, voiced her dread. "What will become of us?" In this ruthless environment, children not only went hungry but were also subjected to arbitrary bullying. Zhang Xian was terrified for her future, recognizing that this faction exhibited no regard for gender equality or the concept of chivalry. Their meager rations revealed that the leader had no regard for women as human beings. Eluan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Brother Yue Zhong will find a way. Yuen held unwavering faith in Yue Zhong, convinced he would devise a means for their escape. How reassuring it was to have Yue Zhong as protection. No matter the circumstances, she believed she would remain unharmed. Yuan Ying cast a jealous glance at Lu Wen, having observed throughout their journey how Yue Zhong had looked after her. If trouble arose, those likely to be abandoned would undoubtedly be those with little connection to Yue Zhong. The other women exchanged glances. Apart from Ji Qingwu and Lu Wen, the rest fell into a cloud of despair. Zhao Li, clutching her son, exhibited a glimmer of fear for their future. Among the women, only Zhao Li and Wang Feng had not offered snacks to the children. Witnessing the plight of the Chongguang village children filled Zhao Li with dread for her own and her child's future. At the dining table, Yue Zhong indulged in white-cut chicken, fried snails, and other dishes without reservation. These once ordinary home-cooked meals had become exceedingly rare in the post-apocalyptic world. In Leijiang City, Yue Zhong had subsisted on processed meats and sausages, nearly forgetting the taste of chicken. Soon, the table was cleared, leaving only 3 large steamed buns. 2 women entered, removing the remnants of soup and leaving the buns behind. Wang Guanghu smiled at Yue Zhong and called out to the courtyard. Brother Yue Zhong, to celebrate our acquaintance, allow me to present you with a gift. You all come in. As Wang Guanghu finished speaking, 6 rather attractive women adorned with light makeup emerged from the courtyard, kneeling before Wang Guanghu and Lei Zhan, massaging their feet and legs. Wang Shuang looked on in disbelief at the 6 women attending Wang Guanghu and Lei Zhan. Each of these women possessed notable charm and grace, akin to the swans adored by countless men in the past, yet now they humbly knelt before Wang Guanghu and Lei Zhan, attending to their needs. This sight left Wang Shuang incredulous. Wang Guanghu turned to Yue Zhong with a faint smile and said, Brother Yue Zhong, feel free to choose any of these women. They may not serve much purpose, but they do make for warm company. Yue Zhong glanced at the 6 women kneeling beside Wang Guanghu. Although they were relatively attractive, their expressions were dulled, devoid of any spark, as if hope had long since abandoned them, rendering them little more than lifeless shells. Yue Zhong addressed Wang Guanghu. One must not covet a friend's wife, brother Hu. These women are yours. How could I take what belongs to you? Wang Guanghu chuckled and, as if kicking a dog, nudged the OL uniform-clad woman beside him. I know these women pale in comparison to the exquisite beauties you brought. However, they are obedient. Wang Lan, go and serve Yue Zhong well. From this day forth, he is your master. If you fail to please brother Yue Zhong, you will find yourself in the henhouse. The OL uniform-clad and strikingly beautiful Wang Lan crawled over to Yue Zhong. Bowing her head to kiss the leather of his boot, Yue Zhong frowned and withdrew his foot, feeling uncomfortable with such servitude. As he retracted his foot, Wang Lan's face drained of color, and she turned to Wang Guanghu with a pleading gaze. The henhouse was a place akin to a brothel in Chongguang village, where women were meant to service all armed factions. Moreover, the sustenance provided to those women was even more meager than thin gruel. While serving Wang Guanghu and his cohorts was a life of humiliation, being sent to the henhouse meant a life worse than death. Those who served Wang Guanghu at least had enough to eat. Wang Guanghu's expression darkened, his eyes glinting coldly as he cast a furious glance at Wang Lan. His courteous demeanor towards Yue Zhong stemmed from recognizing his strength, but he showed no mercy to disobedient women. I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, master. Please, let me serve you. I can do anything. Just say the word, and I will fulfill your every desire, I beg you. Allow me to serve you. Wang Lan, terrified by Wang Guanghu's glare, knelt at Yue Zhong's feet, clutching his leg tightly, her soft body brushing against him as she wept and pleaded. Wang Guanghu, glancing at Wang Lan clinging to Yue Zhong's leg, darkened his expression, his voice turning icy. Someone, drag this woman away. 2 armed men carrying submachine guns entered, their greedy eyes roving over Wang Lan before reaching out to seize her. The most beautiful women were typically claimed by the leaders Wang Guanghu. Lei Zhan, Chen Yin, and Zhang Xiang, while the henhouse housed women of average appearance, with few like Wang Lan, whose beauty and grace remained intact. Even those few would soon be ravaged by the harsh environment. Losing their former allure, Wang Lan's entry would afford them a brief respite. No. Please, master, I am willing to do anything. You can do whatever you want with me. Just save me. Save me. Wang Lan clung desperately to Yue Zhong's leg. Sobbing her pleas, Yue Zhong, observing Wang Lan's tear-streaked face, turned to Wang Guanghu. Wait, brother Wang. I accept Wang Lan. Wang Guanghu's expression softened, and he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to retreat with disappointed glances. Wang Lan's heart raced, akin to a roller coaster ride, as she knelt before Yue Zhong, cautiously massaging his legs. Seeing that Yue Zhong had accepted the woman he offered, Wang Guanghu smiled and urged Yue Zhong, join me. The world has changed, and now is our time to rise. In the past, those in power were merely fools and wastrels, relying on their parents' fortunes. What talents did they possess? They ascended to power only because their forebears overthrew the old regime, establishing new ones, allowing them to luxuriate in a life of privilege. The law held no sway over them. They could indulge in the world's most beautiful women, finest wines, and most extravagant vehicles without consequence. Meanwhile, we toiled our lives away, perhaps never able to afford a home. But now, the world is different. In this chaotic world, it is indeed an opportune moment for our rise. If we unite, gather the survivors, and establish a new regime. Once we eradicate the zombies and unify the nation, our descendants will bask in endless prosperity. The gleam of ambition sparkled in Wang Guanghu's eyes as he fervently shared his aspirations with Yue Zhong. Wang Shuang, standing by, was taken aback, never having anticipated such grand ambitions from Wang Guanghu. Yue Zhong, momentarily stunned, merely wished to reach the survivor base in Longhai City, hand over the encumbering women to the government, and seek formidable allies to return home in search of his family. The notion of establishing a new regime was far from his mind. Those who steal a hook are punished. Those who steal a nation are courted. Do princes and ministers not share the same blood? Yue Zhong pondered the historical figures who had risen from humble beginnings. Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty was once a beggar, and Nurhasai of the Qing dynasty hailed from a lowly slave background. If they succeeded, why couldn't educated and civilized individuals like us, armed with firearms, achieve even more? Even if we were to fail in establishing a new regime, possessing considerable power would allow us to align with any faction and live a life of wealth. Consider the historical transitions of power. Those who held authority and willingly submitted to new regimes were often rewarded with riches. Conversely, commoners faced the dire consequences of upheaval. Wang Guanghu continued to incite Yue Zhong, his words resonating with undeniable logic, leaving Yue Zhong in deep contemplation. After a moment, Yue Zhong replied, Brother Hu, have you considered that the government system has not completely collapsed? If the central authority realizes the situation, a single order could summon a battalion, and that would spell disaster. Wang Guanghu had, through unknown means, armed his group with dozens of Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns. Yet, they had not undergone formal training and were merely an unruly mob. A legitimate military force, even a single company, could easily eliminate them. Despite Yue Zhong's exceptional combat prowess bolstered by the supernatural system, he would not dare to claim he could defeat even a single company of PLA soldiers. One rocket could end him. Wang Guanghu laughed heartily. Brother Yu, you are mistaken. The central authority has likely fallen. If it had not, they would have issued a reassuring announcement to calm the populace. It has been over half a month. And aside from the survivor base in Longhai City broadcasting messages of reassurance, there has been no word from the central authority. They must have all turned into zombies. With a promise of recruitment, Wang Guanghu declared, Yue Zhong, if you help me, you shall be our fifth master in Changguang village, ranked beneath me, Zhang Xiang, Lei Zhan, and Qian Yan. Next time we venture out to find survivors, I'll let you choose 3 of the most beautiful women. Yue Zhong hesitated before responding, Brother Hu, I'm sorry, but I must return to Nanning and my parents are there, and I must find them. I fear I cannot assist you. A glint of coldness flashed in Wang Guanghu's eyes. And after a long silence, he sighed, Very well, you are a loyal man. Everyone has their aspirations, and I shall not force you. However, I have one request and hope you can assist me before you leave. Yue Zhong's gaze sharpened as he replied, Brother Hu, speak on. Wang Guanghu smiled at Yue Zhong and revealed a shocking proposition. I know of an arms depot that specializes in collecting discarded military equipment. I need your help to seize that depot. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Zhong asked, Brother Hu, with your firepower, can't you take that depot on your own? Wang Guanghu's contingent, with sufficient ammunition, could easily dispatch ordinary zombies. Yet, Wang Guanghu sought assistance, indicating the situation was far from simple. He confided, to be honest, there are 4 mutated dogs in that depot. They are exceedingly formidable. The last time, I lost 5 brothers without defeating them. This time, seeing your exceptional skills, I dare not attempt it alone. 40%. If I eliminate the mutated dogs, I want 40% of the arms from that depot, Yue Zhong proposed. Wang Guanghu furrowed his brow and replied gravely, 20%, Brother Yu. After we seize the depot, I can offer you 20% of the arms stock. Yue Zhong shook his head, saying, Brother Hu, I risk my life against those 4 mutated dogs. One misstep could lead to my demise or that of my brothers. Were it not for your generosity and valor, I would not settle for such a low offer. Wang Guanghu scrutinized Yue Zhong before calling out, Xiao Yu, come here. a girl with fair skin, cascading black hair, and a doll-like face entered, wearing a white dress that accentuated her curves. Upon her arrival, the beautiful women kneeling at Wang Guanghu, Lei Zhan, and Chen Yan's feet were overshadowed. The girl, named Xiaoyu, exuded an enchanting allure with her youthful beauty. Even Yue Zhong couldn't help but steal glances at her. In this modern age, where nutrition abounds, early maturation among girls is not uncommon. While Lu Wen's physique was commendable among her peers, Xiaoyu surpassed her. The girl timidly addressed Wang Guanghu, "Brother Hu." Wang Guanghu gestured towards Xiaoyu, saying, "Brother Yu, this is Guoyu, the most beautiful virgin in my possession. I present her to you. She is not inferior to the women you brought. Moreover, she is obedient. Did you know? She is the daughter of the mayor of Leijiang City. The daughter of a mayor is worth far more than 20% of discarded arms, don't you think?" Hearing Wang Guanghu treat her like an object, Guoyu's eyes flashed with humiliation, yet she dared not voice her discontent. Wang Guanghu, while respectful to Yue Zhong, showed no mercy towards women. Guoyu had witnessed the fate of a beautiful woman who defied Wang Guanghu, her limbs broken and thrown into a chicken coop to be ravaged, dying within days. Another defiant woman was fed alive to zombies. Her agonized screams echoed in Guoyu's mind, instilling fear. Yue Zhong, after a moment of contemplation, smiled, "Very well. I shall comply with your wishes, Brother Hu." Wang Guanghu beamed, instructing Guoyu, "Xiaoyu, go greet your new master." Guoyu approached Yue Zhong, exuding a fragrant aura, and with a graceful bow, knelt before him, her bright eyes gazing up at him. "I greet my master." Seeing Guoyu kneel, Lei Zhan and Chen Yan's eyes glimmered with jealousy. Each possessed over 4 beautiful women, yet none compared to Guoyu's beauty and figure. Yue Zhong was indeed fortunate. Wang Shuang observed the alluring Guoyu, his eyes burning with desire, whispering to himself. Wang Guanghu, glancing at Guoyu kneeling by Yue Zhong, smiled, "It is getting late, Brother Yu. You must be weary from your long journey. Go wash up and rest." Yue Zhong inquired, "Brother Hu, is the water uncontaminated?" Bathing was a significant waste of resources. Only he, Ji Qingwu, Qi Yang, and Lu Wen could afford such luxury, while others merely wiped themselves cautiously. Wang Guanghu explained, "We draw fresh water from the river. Boiling it for 5 minutes eliminates any issues. However, drinking untreated water may lead to infection or, at times, be safe." Guoyu shivered slightly, knowing that Wang Guanghu had conducted experiments with over 20 individuals, one of whom had turned into a zombie after drinking untreated water. Seeing Yue Zhong accept his explanation, Wang Guanghu called a tall, slender young man, "Lu Shui, take Brother Yu and his companions to rest." Lu Shui nodded and led Yue Zhong and the others outside. Yes. After Yue Zhong's departure, Lei Zhan, who had remained silent, voiced his dissatisfaction. "Brother Hu, why did you give Guoyu to him? I'm aware that you also have a fondness for that girl." "Guoyu, isn't this unfair to others?" Wang Guanghu furrowed his brow as he glanced at Lei Zhan, expressing his disappointment. "Lei, how can you not understand? What use are women beyond mere amusement? What we lack now is weaponry. As long as we possess firearms and artillery, what woman would be beyond our reach? Besides, do you truly lack women? You already have 7. Are you not tired of them? Guoyu is different. She has a voluptuous figure, is merely 13, and her skin is as delicate as fresh water. I have yet to experience such a prime beauty." Lei Zhan continued to lament. Wang Guanghu scowled and interjected, "Enough, do not speak further." Lei Zhan, sulking, turned away in silence. Wang Guanghu, despite his own attraction to women, regarded them as mere tools for venting desires and consolidating power, their value overshadowed by the necessity of amassing strength. Lei Zhan was Wang Guanghu's most trusted subordinate. Although he had a penchant for women, he was loyal and capable, albeit not the sharpest tool in the shed. Chen Yan, ever perceptive, inquired, "Boss Hu, do you truly intend to allocate 20% of the armory to him?" Wang Guanghu countered, "What do you think?" Chen Yan, eager to flatter, responded, "I believe we should prepare for all contingencies. If he emerges unscathed from the confrontation with those 4 mutated dogs, we should honor our agreement and grant him the 20% of the armory, allowing him to depart. Should he perish, however, it would be even better. We could then absorb his followers and armament." Boss Hu, so this is your strategy. Your wisdom is truly commendable. I am in awe." Wang Guanghu displayed a hint of satisfaction. Chen Yan, serving as his chief strategist, not only excelled at flattery but also possessed commendable analytical skills, earning Wang Guanghu's esteem. Lu Shui led Yue Zhong, Guoyu, and Wang Lan to an upper floor of a building. Wang Shuang and Qi Yang each occupied a room adjacent to Yue Zhong. The other women from the convoy were relegated to the first floor, crammed into 3 rooms. In Wang Guanghu's eyes, women were merely instruments for satiating desires and ensnaring the powerful. Concepts of gender equality and chivalry held no sway with him. Yue Zhong's room featured a grand bathtub filled with steaming hot water. Indicative of a lavish lifestyle before the apocalypse, he shed his clothing and stepped into the tub, enveloped in the soothing warmth that enveloped his body, offering him a rare moment of relaxation. Since his recovery, he had been on constant alert, fleeing danger. After 3 days of travel from Lijiang City, he had not enjoyed a proper bath. As he luxuriated, the bathroom door swung open, and 2 women wrapped in towels entered. The youthful Guoyu addressed him, "Master, we have come to attend to your bathing." Yue Zhong frowned, intending to decline, but upon meeting Guoyu's gaze, the words faded unspoken. Guoyu, draped in a pristine towel, appeared enchanting amidst the rising steam, her porcelain face flushed with a charming hue, and her youthful form exuded an irresistible allure. In his silence, both Guoyu and Wang Lan entered the tub. Wang Lan nestled behind Yue Zhong, her voluptuous body embracing him, while Guoyu sat before him, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. As the designated gift from Wang Guanghu to entice powerful allies, Guoyu hesitated to approach Yue Zhong, her innocence untested by men. After a moment of indecision, she tremblingly reached out toward him. Unable to contain himself, Yue Zhong called out, "Wait!" Startled, Guoyu's face paled. Fumbling, she grasped his lower half, her voice quivering, "Master, I will ensure your pleasure. Please do not send me away." Wang Guanghu was ruthless, and Guoyu had witnessed the dire fate of those cast aside. She had no desire to join the ranks of the fallen. "I will not send you away." Yue Zhong gently pushed her hand aside. "I have questions for you." Relieved, Guoyu replied, "Please, master, ask away." In that moment, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Before the apocalypse, she had been a beloved princess. Now reduced to feeling joy and fear based on a man's words, Yue Zhong suddenly inquired, "What is Hu Ji's background, do you know?" After a moment of contemplation, Guoyu began to recount Wang Guanghu's origins. Prior to the apocalypse, he was one of the notorious leaders in Lijiang City. After the catastrophe struck, he and his brothers fled, encountering a convoy of survivors escorted by armed police. Seizing the opportunity, he infiltrated this group, commandeering weapons during the chaos, ultimately leading his entourage to escape to Changguang village. Once there, he actively sought out survivors, incorporating men into his armed forces and claiming beautiful women for his own amusement, discarding the less attractive for others' gratification. Guoyu was fortunate that Wang Guanghu had other interests, sparing her from his advances, but had Yue Zhong not appeared, she would have been used to curry favor with other powerful men. Aside from Guoyu, Wang Guanghu possessed several other attractive virgins, reserved for similar purposes. Having grown weary of innocence, he preferred the company of more experienced women. As Yue Zhong pondered this, he unconsciously caressed Guoyu's supple form. Lost in thought, without realizing it, Guoyu had nestled into his embrace, allowing herself to be held by him. Though Yue Zhong was an ordinary man with a fondness for beauty, he had restrained his desires since the collapse of society, adhering to a moral code that prevented him from taking advantage of the women he protected. Guoyu, youthful and radiant, was presented to him by Wang Guanghu, and her lack of resistance further emboldened his desires. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, a petite figure burst into the room, confronting him with indignation. Yue Zhong looked up to find Lu Wen, her expression a mix of jealousy, anger, and hurt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yue Zhong, can you truly do this to me?" Remaining composed, he replied, "Wen, please wait outside. I need to speak with you." Reluctantly, Lu Wen exited, still fuming. Guoyu, eyeing Lu Wen with a hint of jealousy, wondered why she, as a woman, must humbly serve a man, while Lu Wen could express her emotions freely. Yue Zhong sighed. I do not know. He had always regarded Lu Wen as a sister. After Lu Wen confessed her feelings to him in Lijiang City, he began to regard her with the gaze one might reserve for a woman. Now, he found himself uncertain of his true feelings for Lu Wen. They made their way to Longhai City. Yue Zhong had no time to ponder such matters. With no desire to continue his playful banter with Guoyu, he cleaned himself up and retreated to his room. There, he found Lu Wen sulking on the bed, and upon seeing him approach, she immediately turned her head away in anger. Yue Zhong took a seat across from her, while Guoyu and Wang Lan stood behind him. Looking at Lu Wen, his eyes brimmed with affection. "Wen, you know I have always seen you as a sister. Even now, I regard you as my beloved younger sister. Why don't we just remain siblings? I will always take care of you." As these words left his lips, a weight lifted from his heart. However, Lu Wen's expression shifted dramatically at his words. She leaped into his embrace, weeping, "Brother Yue Zhong, I don't want to be your sister. I want to be your woman. Did I realize my mistakes? I want to be jealous or oppose your interactions with other women anymore. You cannot abandon me. You are my only support now. Without you, I don't know how I will survive." The world had transformed, and Lu Wen had witnessed the brutality and horror of it, especially upon arriving in Changguang village, where the stark realities of a post-apocalyptic world were laid bare. Without Yue Zhong's protection, she could hardly fathom how to navigate such a harsh existence. Yue Zhong, gazing down at the tear-streaked face of Lu Wen in his arms, felt a pang of tenderness. He gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "It's all right. I will not abandon you. One, I merely wish to cherish you as a sister, and truly, I am not as admirable as you think. That I am just an ordinary man, unworthy of such affection." As Yue Zhong comforted Lu Wen, both Guiyu and Wang Lan cast envious glances their way. Clearly, Lu Wen held a special place in Yue Zhong's heart, inspiring such gentle words from him. In contrast, his interest in Guiyu was purely physical, devoid of any deeper feelings or consideration for her thoughts. Within Changguang village, figures like Wang Guanghu viewed women merely as instruments for their desires. Zhang Xiang, in particular, exhibited a twisted penchant for tormenting women, reducing them to mere playthings. All women dreaded falling into his clutches. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a formidable protector like Yue Zhong was a blessing, one that Lu Wen deeply appreciated. With her big, glistening eyes fixed on Yue Zhong, Lu Wen boldly declared, "But I don't want to be your sister. I truly don't. Brother Yue Zhong, I like you. I love you. That I want you to be my man. No one else will do." Before the apocalypse, Lu Wen was a bold and passionate young woman, unafraid to speak her mind. In the aftermath of the world's transformation, free from parental constraints and gripped by the fear of an uncertain future, she found herself emboldened. Certainly, had the world not changed, even her affection for Yue Zhong would not have propelled her to such a fervent declaration. As Yue Zhong held Lu Wen close, he recalled her tender care during his recovery from serious injuries, stirring a softness within him. "All right. From this day forward, you shall be my girlfriend." At that moment, a striking figure flashed through his mind. Lu Wen, her tears replaced with a radiant smile, hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "Hee. Brother Yue Zhong, you said it. From now on, I am your official girlfriend, and no matter how many women you may encounter in the future, they must all call me sister." In a playful glance, Lu Wen shot a look at Guiyu. She was indeed a beauty, her figure more voluptuous than her peers, yet she paled in comparison to Guiyu. Guiyu possessed skin as fair and tender as snow, and her figure was remarkably generous, paired with a cherubic face that exuded youthful charm. Lu Wen felt a pang of pressure in Guiyu's presence. Meanwhile, Wang Lan was completely overlooked by Lu Wen. She sensed no competition there, no threat whatsoever. Feeling Lu Wen's gaze, Guiyu lowered her head. The experiences of the past few days in this new world had forced her to mature rapidly. Had it been before the apocalypse, she would have defiantly returned Lu Wen's stare, ready to confront her. Now, however, she could only bow her head, avoiding the challenge. She was no longer the proud daughter of a mayor, but rather a pitiable woman whose fate was dictated by others. Treated like a mere commodity, Yue Zhong, patting Lu Wen's back in comfort, said, "All right, I will heed your wishes." With that, Lu Wen's tears turned to laughter as she playfully stated, "Tonight, I want to sleep here." Yue Zhong smiled, embracing Lu Wen. "Very well." Content, Lu Wen nestled beside Yue Zhong, while Guiyu lay on his right side, and Wang Lan curled up in the corner of the large bed. The following morning, they gathered in the dining area for breakfast. The men were served packaged milk, steaming white buns, and ham sausages, while the women, including Chen Yao and her companions, had only corn porridge with foraged vegetables. The sight of the porridge made all the women's stomachs churn, and although they had gone hungry all night, none felt inclined to consume such unappetizing fare. At the table, Wang Guanghu glanced at Yue Zhong with a hearty laugh. "Brother Yue Zhong, you must have enjoyed yourself last night." "Ha. Yue Zhong chuckled. "Thanks to Brother Hu, I indeed had a pleasant night." Though he had not engaged in any intimate activities with the three women, simply holding Lu Wen and Guiyu, both vibrant young beauties, throughout the night was a delightful experience. Nearby, Zhang Xiang shot Yue Zhong a venomous glance before lowering his head to devour his bun and ham sausage. Lei Zhan, too, cast a jealous look in Yue Zhong's direction. He had long desired Guiyu but had yet to succeed, and now he seethed with envy at Yue Zhong's apparent triumph. Chen Yin observed Yue Zhong closely, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Yue Zhong turned to Wang Guanghu, asking, "Brother Hu, shall we head to the armory today?" Seeing Yue Zhong's eagerness, Wang Guanghu hesitated before replying, "There's no rush. The brothers have just returned from a mission and need to unwind for a couple of days. After that, we will set out for the armory. For now, take some time to relax here. It was customary in Changguang village for armed personnel to take a couple of days to recuperate after missions. The outside world was fraught with danger, and Wang Guanghu's men were equipped with Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns, sufficient for ordinary zombies, but they would still be vulnerable to evolved zombies like S1. Under such immense pressure, it was essential to allow the armed men some respite to prevent potential rebellion. Indeed, among the survivors Wang Guanghu had gathered, many despaired over the future and chose to take their own lives. Yue Zhong nodded and stood up, intending to step outside. Noticing him rise, Wang Guanghu said, "Brother Yue Zhong, since you are unwilling to join us, from today onward, you and your companions will have to rely on your own supplies for food and drink. We can no longer host you as we have today. In this apocalyptic world, every morsel was precious. With a group of over 10 people, even corn porridge with foraged vegetables would require considerable resources." Wang Guanghu was unwilling to let Yue Zhong's group eat without contributing. "Understood, brother Hu," Yue Zhong replied, departing the hall with Qi Yang and Wang Shuang. He still had supplies from a Dongfeng truck, enough to last them for half a month if used sparingly. Outside the hall, Yue Zhong observed the women surrounding a large pot of corn porridge with foraged vegetables, none of them daring to eat. Guiyu and Wang Lan, as the favored women of Wang Guanghu, had no worries about food and clothing but found it impossible to stomach the rancid porridge. Zhang Xian approached Yue Zhong, her expression pained. "Yue Zhong, let us leave quickly. This place is unbearable." Wang Feng echoed her urgency, asking, "Yes, Yue Zhong, how much longer must we stay here?" The oppressive environment was suffocating for the women, crowded into a small room with meager rations. Their situation was far worse than even that of dogs before the apocalypse. Chenya recalled that her family had once kept a dog, which had been fed better than the current fare. Yue Zhong replied sternly, 3 days. We must stay here for at least 3 more days. He had scoured a police station for firearms, though ammunition was scarce, and he had carefully hoarded it, reluctant to waste any. Once they reached an armory, he would have ample bullets to practice his shooting skills. The more combat skills he acquired, the better his chances of survival in increasingly complex scenarios. Zhang Xian's face paled. 3 days? Can't you take us out of here right now? I don't want to stay in this damned place for another minute. The other women turned their gazes toward Yue Zhong, all equally eager to escape. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow, glancing at Guiyu and Wang Lan standing nearby. He had not anticipated Zhang Xian's foolishness in asking such a question in front of those whose intentions were unknown. Zhang Xian, still somewhat naive and lacking the depth of experience that the apocalypse had instilled in others, remained oblivious to the potential threat posed by Guiyu and Wang Lan. "All right, I can help you escape from here." The words of Yue Zhong initially brought joy to the girls, but his subsequent statement shattered their hopes. "However, aside from me, Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, and Lu Wan, it would be remarkable if even half of you survive." At that moment, a voice filled with desperation echoed from outside. "Stop. Please, don't hit her anymore." Drawn by the sound, Yue Zhong and his companions stepped outside. There, they found Chen Si mercilessly whipping a woman who lay curled up on the ground, clutching her face. Surrounding Chen were 6 or 7 armed men and several ordinary men who appeared pale and frightened. Wang Guanghu possessed a limited supply of firearms and ammunition. The armed men he selected were robust individuals willing to fight against the undead. Among the survivors, there were men who lacked the courage to battle and resorted to foraging for wild vegetables and roots for sustenance. They were the subjects of the lowest form of oppression. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow as he observed the woman on the ground, marked by the whip's cruel stripes, and inquired, "What transpired?" "Nothing," Chen Si replied, handing the whip to one of his subordinates as he approached Yue Zhong with a grin. "This filthy wretch stole a steamed bun from us. Caught red-handed, she was dragged out for punishment, so everyone can witness the consequences of thievery." The woman on the ground, once again struck by the whip, pleaded for mercy in a heart-wrenching voice. The women standing beside Yue Zhong felt a deep sorrow. Guiyu and Wang Lan gazed at the woman, fear flickering in their eyes. They did not wish to become such pitiful beings. Zhang Xian, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "It's just a bun. Is it worth this?" Chen Si raised an eyebrow, glaring at Zhang Xian. "Men speak, and women should keep their mouths shut. Do you want to be slapped?" The murderous aura emanating from Chen Si frightened Zhang Xian, causing her to step back, silenced by his presence. Chen Si turned to Yue Zhong, imparting his philosophy on disciplining women. "Yue Zhong, you possess remarkable skills. However, your ability to discipline women requires improvement. In these times, women must be taught through force to ensure they remain obedient. Otherwise, while we risk our lives scavenging for supplies, they remain at home, nagging incessantly, which is infuriating. One of my women was once a venture capital director. She was haughty and critical of me. After a few beatings and some hunger, she now obediently licks my boots like a dog. The other women, except for Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, and Lu Wan, exchanged troubled glances at Chen Xi's words. In this group, Yue Zhong was a figure of exceptional strength, and Qi Yang was his close ally. If he were to adopt Chen Xi's demeanor, few women would be able to withstand his advances. In this chaotic world, they truly feared what Yue Zhong might become. The girls had always been protected by Yue Zhong, yet they realized that safety in this mutated world relied on the presence of the strong. They were unprepared for the terrifying reality outside, where the darkness hidden in humanity had erupted with the apocalypse. Only Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, who had fought alongside Yue Zhong, were unfazed, having previously encountered violent thugs in Leijiang City, aware that many individuals in this world had succumbed to madness and twisted thoughts. Yue Zhong remained silent, allowing Chen Xi to continue his tirade. Send her to the henhouse. A weary armed man finally ceased his assault, and others jeered. In Changguang village, women were categorized into 5 groups. The first group, the youngest and most beautiful, were claimed by the 4 leaders for their exclusive enjoyment. The second group comprised women owned by the armed men themselves. Those who earned merit might be rewarded with an additional woman from Wangguanghu. These women were considered the private property of the armed men, and even the leaders could not misuse them. The third group consisted of women who foraged for wild vegetables and river fish. Raising chickens and pigs, they received minimal sustenance in return. The armed men could not easily harm these women. The fourth group included the wives of villagers, whom Wangguanghu also forbade the armed men from mistreating. Although villagers were required to pay taxes in the form of wild vegetables, the fifth group, the women in the henhouse, were subject to the whims of the armed men and occupied the lowest status. At that moment, a man in his 30s rushed into the crowd, kneeling before the armed men, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, "Please, please, sirs, have mercy. Don't send my wife to the henhouse. I am here, kneeling before you. She only did it out of extreme hunger. Please, spare my wife." Chen Xi's eyes glinted coldly as he approached the man, kicking him to the ground and coldly stating, "Thieves are sent to the henhouse, and the men lose their hands and are expelled from the village. That's the rule set by Brother Hu. Without rules, there can be no order, Deguzi, even if you crack your head open. It won't change anything." Deguzi crawled toward Chen Xi, his forehead bleeding from the repeated blows, desperately pleading, "Fourth brother, fourth uncle, please, don't send my wife to the henhouse. I promise she won't dare do it again." She won't. Chen Xi pointed his Type 81 rifle at Deguzi's head, growling, "Leave, or die." The woman on the ground, weak and defeated, whispered, "Guzi, you must go." The armed men in Changguang village were ruthless, unyielding in their violence against both the undead and fellow humans. The troublemakers in the village had been executed on the spot. Deguzi, kneeling, wept loudly. I'm so sorry." Chen Xi coldly commanded, "Drag her away." 2 armed men approached the woman on the ground with lewd smiles, and this dismal scene sent chills and sympathy through the hearts of the observing women. These sheltered blossoms had witnessed the cruelty and horror of the apocalypse for the first time. Ji Qingwu's expression changed multiple times, her fists clenched tightly as she instinctively took a step forward. Yue Zhong also stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Ji Qingwu and said, "Hold on." Chen Xi turned to Yue Zhong, his expression darkening. "Yue Zhong, this is an internal matter of our Changguang village. Do you wish to interfere?" The 7 armed men surrounding Chen Xi placed their hands on their weapons, glaring at Yue Zhong. The 6 armed men trailing behind Yue Zhong tensed, retreating a few steps, regarding him as a formidable threat. Yue Zhong's reputation for bravery had spread widely, instilling fear among the armed men, yet they maintained restraint, not aiming their weapons at him. The girls beside Yue Zhong were terrified. If a conflict erupted, they feared that few would survive. Yue Zhong waved, tossing a 6-round 54 Type pistol to Chen Xi. "I have no intention of interfering in your village's affairs. I merely wish to strike a deal. I will purchase this woman. Is this sufficient?" Chen Xi toyed with the 54 pistol for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "That's enough. Let her go." Wangguanghu's forces lacked manpower but were short on firearms and ammunition. The entirety of their arsenal amounted to fewer than 50 guns, making a 54 pistol quite valuable. Trading it for a seemingly worthless woman was exceedingly profitable. With the 54 pistol, Chen Xi could satisfy Wangguanghu and potentially receive additional supplies. 2 armed men immediately released the unfortunate woman. "Ingzi," Deguzi rushed forward, embracing the woman named Ingzi and weeping loudly. Chen Xi approached Yue Zhong with a smile, inquiring, "Yue Zhong, we have dozens of women in the henhouse. Would you like some?" 2 women for a 54 pistol, 4 for a 79 submachine gun, or 20 bullets for the 54 pistol, or 40 for a submachine gun. What do you think? In Changguang village, beautiful women still held some value, while ordinary women were deemed nearly worthless. Yue Zhong flatly rejected the offer. No, his supply of firearms and ammunition was limited, and he could not afford to waste his precious resources on unrelated individuals. Chunsi chuckled, heading toward the hen house. Then feel free to wander around the village. I'm going to relax. This is not a government gathering place. Please restrain your impulses, for they may lead to the deaths of many, including those you cherish, Yue Zhong whispered softly to Ji Qinggu. Leaning close, a delicate fragrance wafted from her, enveloping him in its allure. Ji Qinggu gritted her teeth and shot a glance at Yue Zhong, declaring, I understand. The villager, Deguzi, knelt before Yue Zhong, pulling his wife alongside him, and said, Ingzi, bow to brother Yue, he saved you. Although Deguzi was nearly a decade older than Yue Zhong, in these times, prowess dictated respect. He had seen how everyone in Changguang village referred to armed men as brother, fearing to offend anyone. Ingzi knelt sincerely before Yue Zhong, bowing her head and saying, Thank you, brother Yue. The hen house was a hell for the women of Changguang village. Nearly every day, a woman succumbed to the relentless torment. It was no place for human beings. Ingzi was genuinely grateful to Yue Zhong. He looked at her and saw a woman in her 30s, of average build and appearance, with a somewhat sallow complexion, a typical peasant woman. Rise, Yue Zhong said. Deguzi helped Ingzi to her feet. Yue Zhong then pulled a compressed biscuit from his pocket and tossed it to Deguzi, saying, Show me around the village. Deguzi caught the biscuit, his face lighting up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I know Changguang village well. I will definitely show you around. That single compressed biscuit, when soaked and turned into a porridge with some wild vegetables and roots, would suffice for Deguzi's family for 2 days. Just then, Lu Wen approached, tugging at Yue Zhong's sleeve, saying, Brother Yue, I'm hungry. Let's eat something before we continue. The corn porridge with wild vegetables was hardly fit for consumption, and the girls had gone without food for 2 full meals. All right, Deguzi, wait here for a moment, then meet me at the square, Yue Zhong instructed. Deguzi nodded vigorously, leading his wife back toward their home. Understood, brother Yue. As they walked through the streets of Changguang village, many eyes were upon Yue Zhong and his companions, scrutinizing the newcomers. Zhang Xian and the other girls had shown kindness the previous day by giving food to the village children, and soon a group of youngsters gathered behind them, pleading loudly, Pretty sisters, please give us something to eat. We are hungry. Zhang Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I have nothing left. I really have no food. The village children were not easily convinced. They surrounded Zhang Xian and the girls, begging persistently, Pretty sisters, please give us something to eat. We are hungry. Seeing the children, Yue Zhong frowned. Qi Yang, standing beside him, pulled out a pistol and coldly commanded, Get lost. The sight of Qi Yang's fierce demeanor and drawn weapon frightened the children, causing them to scatter. They were unafraid of the kind-hearted girls but cowered before the armed men. With the children fleeing, Zhang Xian felt a sense of relief and glanced at Qi Yang. Furrowing her brow as she said, Qi Yang, why did you do that? They are just children. You could have scared them off without drawing your gun. Yue Zhong's brow furrowed as he stepped forward and slapped Zhang Xian hard across the face. She was stunned, covering her beautiful face in disbelief. You hit me. You actually hit me. Yes, I did, he retorted. If it weren't for your misguided kindness, we wouldn't have been hounded by those children. It's one thing to share our supplies, and I want to reprimand you for that, but Qi Yang helped you, and you speak to him like that? You're truly despicable. Mind your words. If I hear you speak ill of my brother again, I'll ask you to leave our group. Yue Zhong glared at Zhang Xian, emphasizing each word. Qi Yang had offered his assistance, yet Zhang Xian failed to recognize his goodwill, prompting Yue Zhong's ire. Words can wound deeply, sometimes more than blades. If not for his promise to escort these girls to the survivor base in Longhai City, Yue Zhong would have already left for Nanning with Qi Yang, Lu Wan, and Wang Shuang in search of family. He had no patience for being scolded after helping others. Zhang Xian, with tears in her eyes, lowered her head and began to cry. Though she was not as stunning as Yuan Ying or Chen Yao, she possessed a face above average and had attracted many suitors in college. However, it was her first experience of being struck by a man. Ignoring Zhang Xian's tears, Yue Zhong strode purposefully toward the Dongfeng truck in the square, followed closely by Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, Lu Wan, Guo Yu, and Wang Lan. The other girls trailed behind Yue Zhong, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang. Observing the scenes in Changguang village, the girls began to truly grasp the harshness of the apocalypse and the rarity of Yue Zhong's character. The only girl left, Zhongli approached Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Xian, Yue Zhong and the others have been quite good to us. You shouldn't pick at them anymore. I understand your concerns, but times have changed. Order has collapsed, and zombies roam freely. Look around. People here can barely feed themselves and would kill for a bun. Yue Zhong and Qi Yang work tirelessly to find supplies, ensuring we don't go hungry for a day. Your complaints are unwarranted. Think about it. With that, Zhongli hurried after Yue Zhong, feeling unsafe without him nearby. Wait for me, Zhang Xian, left alone and filled with dread, dared not linger in her sorrow and rushed after them. Yue Zhong's Dongfeng truck was stocked with supplies, and no one dared to touch it. Such acts of theft would have dire consequences if discovered by Wang Guanghu's men. Feeding the zombies was the only fate that awaited them. Wang Guanghu was a formidable figure, and he had stationed 2 armed men beside Yue Zhong's truck. As Yue Zhong and his group approached to retrieve supplies, the guards did not intervene. Once aboard the Dongfeng truck, the girls began to devour bread and boxed milk hungrily. Guiyu also took a piece of bread and a box of milk, savoring the best breakfast she had had since being captured in Changguang village. As a captive of Wang Guanghu, Guiyu and Wang Lan were mostly fed buns and wild vegetables. Any decent food was a rarity. Only the women who kept Wang Guanghu comfortable could occasionally taste meat. Milk was a luxury, reserved for the 4 leaders and a few minor chiefs. The likes of them had no share. Guiyu ate her bread and drank her milk with a profound sense of satisfaction. She never imagined that a single piece of bread and a box of potentially carcinogenic milk could bring her such contentment. Before the apocalypse, she would have never given such trash a second glance, and would only drink organic milk if it were imported. Now, a mere piece of bread and a box of milk filled her with immense satisfaction, prompting her to reflect on how circumstances could reshape a person. As Guiyu consumed her meal, she carefully observed Yue Zhong. I must seize this opportunity and hold on to him tightly. She was terrified of falling back into the clutches of the 4 leaders of Changguang village. She needed a strong protector. Yue Zhong had garnered Wang Guanghu's attention and possessed the skills to procure abundant supplies, making him the ideal figure in her eyes. As for love, after witnessing a beautiful woman thrown to the zombies while her husband begged Wang Guanghu for mercy, she had abandoned any hope of romance. The apocalypse had altered her. Once innocent and a bit rebellious, Guiyu was now beginning to develop a cunning nature. After inspecting the supplies in the Dongfeng truck, Yue Zhong descended and announced to the girls, from today forward, we will implement a food rationing system. We cannot eat as freely as before. Throughout their journey, due to ample supplies, Yue Zhong had not restricted the girls' consumption. This rationing was a first. The girls felt some resistance and confusion, but after Yue Zhong had just reprimanded Zhang Xian, the others fell silent, unwilling to challenge him. At that moment, Ji Qingwu spoke up. Why? Among the girls, only Ji Qingwu, Lu Wan, and Chun Yao could engage Yue Zhong on equal footing. Yue Zhong explained, we have consumed quite a bit of supplies during our journey without gathering any. Now, we must share half of our provisions with Wang Guanghu. We need to stay in Changguang village for at least 3 days, and we cannot predict how long it will take to reach Longhai City afterward or what challenges we may face on the road. I must reserve enough supplies for any unforeseen circumstances. Yue Zhong was aware that Ji Qingwu was asking on behalf of the other girls, so he responded clearly. There were significant supplies in the 2 Dongfeng trucks, but they would have to relinquish one to Wang Guanghu. With over 10 people in their group, if they did not ration their food, they would quickly run out of provisions. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's explanation, the girls began to feel slightly reassured. Within the storage ring of Yue Zhong lay a considerable amount of supplies, yet these were merely his emergency provisions, which he would only resort to in dire circumstances. In a solemn tone, Yue Zhong declared, from this day forth, during our stay in Changguang village, we shall prepare our own meals. The main combatants will receive 3 bowls of rice, 2 slices of luncheon meat, and 1 slice of ham for each meal. Laborers will be allotted 2 bowls of rice and half a sausage, while non-laborers will receive 1 bowl of rice. The Dongfeng truck was laden with several large bags of rice, which offered a more filling alternative to packaged food of the same volume. This time, Ji Qingwu remained silent, well aware that their current situation was less than favorable. If they did not retain some reserves to respond to emergencies, they would be in serious trouble at the first sign of crisis. Having been stranded in Changguang village for 3 days, the consequences of lacking supplies were indeed unimaginable. With Ji Qingwu refraining from dissent, the other girls also dared not voice their opinions, and thus the matter was settled. Before long, the large dog arrived at the square, eyeing the others who were eating bread and drinking milk. Swallowing hard, he respectfully addressed Yue Zhong, Brother Yue. I'm here. Yue Zhong casually discarded the bread wrapper and milk carton into a trash bag, responding, Good da, let's go. The large dog fixed his gaze on the black trash bag at Yue Zhong's feet and inquired, Brother Yue, can I have this? Sure, but what do you want it for? Yue Zhong handed the black bag to the large dog, puzzled, as the other girls turned their curious gazes towards him. With a proud expression, the large dog revealed his survival ingenuity. There are crumbs of bread left on those wrappers, and if I cut open the milk carton, there will still be some milk inside. Hearing this, the girls felt a pang of sadness. Yue Zhong, intrigued, asked, Large dog, aren't you from the countryside? How can you be so short on food? In cities, even ordinary families typically have supplies for several days, if not weeks. Changguang village, being rural, should have an even greater stockpile. Yue Zhong had heard that in their region, families usually retained a year's worth of food. The large dog replied with a bitter smile, Our village does not cultivate crops. We operate a farm stay. Catering to tourists, we have a few pigs, chickens, and fish, but every household has a little food stored. Then one day, a myriad of zombies suddenly appeared, killing many people. Everyone either fled or hid away. Eventually, Brother Hu and his men arrived. They exterminated all the zombies in the village, but they took away all the food, pigs, and chickens. When we escaped, none of us carried much food with us. We had no choice but to forage for wild vegetables and roots to survive. Yue Zhong pointed to the fields outside the village, asking, Why is no one planting crops there? If you sow some seeds, you could harvest food in a few months in the fields beyond the village. Only women and children were foraging for wild vegetables, with no one engaged in farming. Continuing down this path was untenable. Relying solely on reserves with no one dedicated to agriculture would eventually deplete even the largest stockpile. Without dedicated farmers, the food crisis would soon become overwhelming. The large dog sighed, Brother Hu brought many seeds from a nearby shop, but none of them have sprouted despite being in the ground for so long. Yue Zhong felt a weight in his heart. Without a solution to the food production problem, humanity's future would become increasingly dire. While food and supplies were scattered across various locations, each retrieval diminished the overall quantity. Furthermore, food that sat for too long would spoil, leaving even fewer edible resources. Casting aside his doubts, Yue Zhong ventured deeper into the village. Within the village, aside from the armed men, everyone wore a gaunt expression. Their eyes devoid of hope, resembling mere walking corpses. Outside the village lay fields where many men, women, and children searched for edible wild vegetables and roots. The children who had once clung to Zhang Xian and her group were now also scouring the fields for something to eat. The apocalypse had forced these once innocent children into premature maturity as they struggled for survival. The surrounding zombies had been eradicated by Brother Hu and his men, allowing the villagers to venture out in search of food. Suddenly, a lewd voice echoed around a corner. Yue Zhong's brow furrowed as he approached. Inside a brick house, a short, armed man shouldered an 81-style rifle, leering at a woman and a young girl while brandishing two large steamed buns. The older woman, in her 30s with a curvaceous figure and striking features, wore a white shirt and jeans, exuding a certain charm. The younger girl, merely 11 or 12, gazed at the armed man with fear. Her eyes darting towards the enticing buns, having gone many days without food. The beautiful woman, biting her lip, pleaded, Brother Su, I'll stay with you. Please spare Shanshan. She is still so young. Su's expression darkened, his voice turning icy. Li Xian, you ought to be grateful. It's a blessing for you and your daughter that I'm interested in you. Don't push your luck. If you provoke me, I won't hesitate to end you both and dispose of your bodies in a ditch. In this world, if you die, no one will come to your aid. Despair filled Li Xian's heart as her protector had vanished while searching for supplies. Without him, Su Wei, who had long coveted her, had come to claim her. Su's eyes glinted with cunning as he shifted tactics. Li Xian, if you and your daughter join me, I promise you both won't go hungry as long as I have food. With this mixture of coercion and allure, Li Xian found herself at a loss. Before the apocalypse, a mere phone call would have sufficed to put someone like Su in his place. Yet now, she felt utterly powerless against him. Her heart raced as she clutched her daughter, torn between fear and desperation. In Changguang village, there was no law. Even if Su killed them, no one would come to their defense. She could sacrifice herself, but she refused to cast her daughter into the fire. Su's gaze turned greedy as he eyed Li Xian and her daughter, Zhou Shanshan, continuing his threats, My patience is limited. As his words hung in the air, Su unbuckled his rifle, placing it at his feet to both relax and intimidate Li Xian. Her fear mounted, her teeth clenched as she trembled, utterly unsure of what to do. Just then, a voice called from outside, and Yue Zhong strode in. Upon seeing him, Su's expression shifted dramatically, gripping his rifle tightly as he glared at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, what do you want? Shanshan's eyes fell on Yue Zhong, who fixed his icy gaze on Su, questioning, What do you think you're doing? Su, intimidated by Yue Zhong's presence, stepped back a couple of paces, summoning his courage to assert, "I'm negotiating with them. 2 buns for a day with them. This is a voluntary transaction, and even if it reaches Brother Hu, I'm not afraid." Lu1, standing beside Yue Zhong, couldn't help but mutter, "Shameless." The other girls were equally astonished by Su's audacity. At that moment, Qiyang glanced at Yue Zhong, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. Yue Zhong shook his head at Qiyang, aware that now was not the time to confront Wang Guanghu. Any conflict would lead to a life-or-death struggle. Yue Zhong retrieved 2 compressed biscuits from his pocket, coldly addressing Li Xian and her daughter. "Here are 2 compressed biscuits. I'll buy both of you with these. Follow me, and as long as you complete the assigned tasks, you won't starve. Accept it if you wish. Otherwise, walk away." Without hesitation, Li Xian rushed forward to take the biscuits from Yue Zhong's hand, exclaiming, "I'm willing, I'm willing." Before the apocalypse, Li Xian had been a capable and seasoned woman. Seeing the young, seemingly untroubled girls around Yue Zhong, she sensed that he retained a vestige of humanity even in these dire times. Witnessing her chance slipping away, Su's eyes darkened with resentment as he cast a venomous glance at the skeletal figure beside Yue Zhong, muttering a threat before leaving in disgrace. "Yue Zhong, you're ruthless. I won't forget this." Once Su departed, Zhou Shanshan eagerly nibbled at the compressed biscuit. At her tender age, she had already come to comprehend the arduousness of procuring food. Though she was on the brink of starvation, she did not devour the compressed biscuit all at once. Zhou Shanshan delicately placed her small hand beneath the biscuit, nibbling it while extending her tiny tongue to lick the crumbs that had fallen onto her palm. Evoking both cuteness and pity in this village, some individuals remained behind. A few children watched from a distance, their eyes filled with envy as they observed Zhou Shanshan consuming the biscuit. Yue Zhong approached a large warehouse-like structure, from which the sounds of women's moans, cries, and men's raucous laughter and curses emanated. Upon hearing these sounds, Guiyu and Wang Lan displayed expressions of fear. Deguzi glanced at the chicken coop, licked his lips, and explained to Yue Zhong, "That is the chicken coop. The women there, as long as they are under Tiger Brother's command, can be played with at will." Yue Zhong turned away and walked in another direction. His strength was limited, and it was already a formidable task to protect those he cared for. He did not wish to know what transpired inside. Otherwise, he feared he would succumb to impulsiveness. Arriving at the edge of the village, he pointed toward a small creek formed by a tributary of the Leijiang River and asked Deguzi, "There's a river over there? Isn't there? Why don't you go there to catch some river delicacies?" The creek had fish and shrimp. With a little ingenuity, the villagers should have been able to procure some for sustenance. How could it be that everyone appeared so pallid and starved? Deguzi smiled wryly and replied, "Brother Yu, some have indeed considered that. However, ever since the zombies appeared, that river has been home to over a dozen giant pythons. If anyone approaches the river, they come ashore to devour them. More than 10 individuals have already perished in the jaws of those pythons. Till this day, if it were not for the dire need to survive, no one would dare approach that river." Tiger Brother and his men also attempted to hunt those pythons, but after losing 4 men, they abandoned the pursuit. Yue Zhong inquired, "Then how do you fetch water?" Deguzi explained, "There are several protruding shallow areas beside the river where we obtain water. Those shallow areas also have small fish and shrimp, but no one dares to venture into them. Each time, we fetch water and flee at once." Yue Zhong glanced at the river, contemplated for a moment, and then turned back toward the village. His current goal was to secure the arms from the munitions depot and then escort Zhang Li and the other girls to the gathering place in Longhai City before returning home to search for his family. Wishing to avoid further complications, Zhang Li, take some people to cook a large pot of porridge and remember to add plenty of water. Upon returning to the Dongfeng truck, Yue Zhong instructed Zhang Li. After speaking, he turned to Deguzi and said, "Deguzi, notify the villagers that children under 16 can each receive a bowl of porridge from me at each meal. You and your wife can also come to collect a bowl each. Make sure they bring their own bowls." Deguzi was momentarily taken aback, then his face brightened with joy as he repeatedly thanked Yue Zhong. "Thank you, Brother Yu. Thank you. On behalf of the villagers, I express my gratitude to you. You truly are a good person." With that, he dashed back to the village. Most members of the team had no objections to Yue Zhong's decision. They had witnessed the dire plight of the children in this village, who were even more wretched than refugees fleeing from the ravages of war. Like a gust of wind, soon the children of the village came rushing over, crowding around. Qiyang glanced at the children and coldly commanded, "Form a line. Those who do not queue will not receive porridge. Each person can only take 1 bowl. No more. If anyone is caught taking extra, do not bother coming again." Listening to Qiyang's words, The children quickly lined up, none daring to cut in. After each received a bowl of white porridge from Zhongli, they carefully began to sip. The harsh realities of life had instilled in them a newfound appreciation for every morsel of food. "Mom, you drink." A boy of about 13, having taken a couple of sips from his bowl, raced over to a woman who appeared emaciated and handed her the remainder of his porridge. "Little Lei will drink too." The woman's eyes brimmed with tears as she embraced her considerate son, cautiously taking a sip, tears falling freely. This poignant scene tugged at the heartstrings of onlookers. Qian Si, accompanied by several armed men, observed the scene while munching on white steamed buns, scoffing. "What fools! So much rice, enough to feed several comely women, and he chooses to feed those useless little brats. What a fool!" One armed man beside Qian Si quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Brother Yu has some skill, but his intellect pales in comparison to yours, fourth brother." Qian Si burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" One of the armed men cast a disdainful glance at Qian Si, then looked toward Yue Zhong with a complex expression. Noticing this, Qian Si's face darkened as he coldly asked, "Xiao Ming, do you take issue with what I said?" Xiao Ming, still young and spirited, could not suppress his conscience and blurted out, "Fourth brother, Yue Zhong is doing a good deed. Even if you do not wish to help, you shouldn't mock those who do." Qian Si's face darkened instantly, and he retorted sarcastically, "Xiao Ming, I never expected you to be so noble. If you're so noble, why don't you share your food with them? How can you be so noble yet indulge with us in exploiting women?" An armed man jeered. "He is just a hypocrite." "Exactly. He is a hypocrite. What a show-off." The other armed men joined in the mockery, isolating Xiao Ming, who had long been viewed with disdain by his peers. Xiao Ming's face flushed crimson, fists clenched, teeth gritted, silently enduring the isolation and insults from his companions. He had aligned himself with Wang Guanghu's faction not out of ambition, but merely to survive. Despite his conscience still intact, he had indeed participated with others in the exploitative activities within the chicken coop. Driven by both physiological needs and a desire to avoid alienation, he found himself in a predicament. Li Si, observing the situation, stepped forward and patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder. "Everyone, let us not make a fuss. We're all brothers." Xiao Ming was just caught up in the moment. "Xiao Ming, apologize to everyone and let us put this behind us. After the apology, we'll still be good brothers." Upon Li Si's intervention, the others fell silent. Xiao Ming, suppressing his humiliation, blushed and said, "I'm sorry. Fourth brother, I was wrong. To survive within this small team, Xiao Ming had no choice but to comply with Li Si. Otherwise, he feared his days would be numbered. Ha ha, no problem. We're still good brothers." Li Si laughed heartily, but inwardly he had already signed Xiao Ming's death warrant, plotting to eliminate him at the first opportunity. The task of scavenging for supplies was perilous, and deaths occurred regularly. As one of the leaders, it would be exceedingly simple for Li Si to orchestrate Xiao Ming's demise. Guiyu approached Yue Zhong hesitantly and quietly asked, "Master, you just sent those children away. Why are you now providing them with porridge?" Others nearby perked up their ears, having begun to grasp the significance of food. They were surprised that the seemingly cold-hearted Yue Zhong would offer porridge to the children. Yue Zhong responded nonchalantly, "I sent them away because I dislike being coerced. As for why I'm giving them porridge, it's simply because I want to." Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, Guiyu appeared deep in thought. Ji Qingwu approached Yue Zhong and said, "Yue Zhong, our supplies are dwindling. Allow me to go in search of resources." Yue Zhong gazed into Ji Qingwu's clear, bright eyes and after a moment of silence said, "I, Lu Wan, Chen Yao, and you will go together. Qi Yang, you and Wang Shuang will stay here to guard." Yue Zhong had initially intended to fight alongside Qi Yang. The more they battled, the stronger they would become. However, Ji Qingwu was currently at level 8, just 2 levels shy of reaching level 10, which would mark a significant leap in her power. The difference between a level 10 and a level 9 enhancer was immense. After reaching level 10, she would gain a skill point to enhance previously learned abilities. After Yue Zhong had fortified his ability to summon special skeletons, the once fragile bones could now withstand bullets, significantly increasing their combat efficacy. Had Yue Zhong not upgraded to level 10, a round of gunfire would have shattered those bones. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's arrangement, Ji Qingwu did not object. She indeed felt a pressing need to grow stronger. When she first met Yue Zhong, if one excluded the combat prowess of the skeletons, Yue Zhong's strength was even beneath hers. Yet after countless life and death struggles, his power had far surpassed hers. Leaving her with a complex sentiment, Qi Yang also nodded in agreement. Yue Zhong cast a glance at Deguzi, you know this area well. You should come with us. We will share the spoils of any resources we find. Deguzi replied excitedly. All right, brother Yue. Yue Zhong was equipped with a Type 79 submachine gun, a Doku 2 at his waist, 3 replica Tang swords, and was accompanied by the special skeleton, White Bone. A formidable presence was unmistakable. Despite the myriad dangers lurking outside, the prospect of venturing forth to procure resources alongside such a powerful individual filled Deguzi with an eager resolve. Once arrangements were finalized and a message was relayed to Wang Guanghu, Yue Zhong led the group in their vehicle towards the unknown. Guided by Deguzi, the truck navigated a secluded path, and before long, elegant houses came into view. Deguzi gestured around, introducing Yue Zhong to the area. This is Mashan village. The nearby villages have all been cleared by Tiger Brother and his team, leaving only this. It is said that mutated zombies roam here, moving at speeds several times faster than ordinary zombies. Tiger Brother has lost several men here, encountering fierce resistance, and thus did not return. Yue Zhong surveyed the eerily silent environment and spoke gravely. I understand. Stop the vehicle. Qin Yao promptly halted the truck. Yue Zhong sprang from the rear, scanning his surroundings. Deguzi followed suit, perplexed. Yu Gu, we haven't even entered the village yet. Yue Zhong replied. Once we enter the village, it will be problematic. The narrow path restricted the truck's mobility. Should they encounter agile and formidable creatures akin to hunters, remaining inside the vehicle would be tantamount to courting death. Ji Qingwu also leapt from the truck, brandishing her replica Tang Dao, vigilantly surveying the area. Chun Yao joined her side. Leading the way, Yue Zhong advanced towards Mashan village. Just as they neared the village entrance, an S1 zombie shot forth from the shadows like a bolt of lightning. Watch out, Yu Gu! Deguzi's heart raced with dread as he shouted. Realizing the S1's speed exceeded his understanding of zombies, had it been him, he would have surely been unable to evade its strike. As the S1 lunged at Yue Zhong, he effortlessly swung his blade, a chilling arc of light slicing through the creature, cleaving it in two mid-air, with putrid blood splattering everywhere. Incredible! Deguzi's eyes widened in astonishment at Yue Zhong's nonchalant display of power. It was his first encounter with someone so formidable. The commotion attracted the attention of the zombies within the village, who began to stagger out, forming a small horde that advanced towards Yue Zhong and his companions. Among the over 100 zombies, there were 2 S1s and 3 L1s. Yu Gu, we should flee, Deguzi gasped, his legs trembling at the sight of the horde. Him, no matter how powerful Yue Zhong was, he could not possibly handle such a multitude of zombies. Ignoring Deguzi's plea, Yue Zhong assessed the approaching horde and instructed Chun Yao, eliminate that L1. Qin Yao's magical prowess was immense, but her spells were limited in number. Thus, she targeted higher-level creatures to gain experience. Using her magic on ordinary zombies would be a waste. Chen Yao began to chant an intricate incantation, summoning a magical array at her fingertips where a fire element coalesced. While she prepared her spell, the 2 S1s charged towards Yue Zhong. At that moment, Ji Qingwu activated her skill, darting like a wraith to intercept one of the S1s, delivering a precise strike that severed its head. The second S1 seized the opportunity to pounce on Ji Qingwu. Just as it was about to grasp her, Yue Zhong stepped in, blocking her side and cleaving the S1 in half with a swift stroke. Blood sprang forth. After donning his level 3 protective gear, Yue Zhong's abilities had surged, his agility now rivaling that of an S1 without the need for any skills. Meanwhile, Yue Zhong's skeletal companion charged into the horde, wielding a massive bone axe, mercilessly dispatching the zombies. As they approached, the zombies were effortlessly cut down, their limbs strewn across the ground. Finally, Chun Yao completed her spell, launching a fireball that struck one L1 directly in the head, resulting in an explosive impact that sent its skull flying. A surge of spiritual light enveloped Qin Yao, filling her with joy as she realized she had leveled up by 3 levels to 5. The more formidable the creature, the greater the spiritual essence contained within. Hunting higher-level zombies was indeed the fastest path to advancement. After Ji Qingwu felled an S1, she too ascended to level 9, seamlessly navigating the horde and dispatching zombies with her replica Tang Dao, resembling a Valkyrie of slaughter. The remaining 2 L1s were swiftly eliminated by Ji Qingwu, whose skills had only grown stronger since the apocalypse. Previously, she had faced danger against the L1s due to her lack of a powerful weapon, but now, armed with the replica Tang Dao, she found them no match for her prowess. Yue Zhong walked alongside Ji Qingwu, occasionally striking down ordinary zombies, but the experience gained from such kills was minimal, requiring the slaying of hundreds to gain a single level. How impressive! They possess such extraordinary abilities. Deguzi marveled at the trio as they effortlessly cut through the zombies. Disbelief etched across his face. The horde in Masan village had instilled fear even in Wang Guanghu, yet it was dispatched with such ease by Yue Zhong and his companions, altering Deguzi's perception of their strength. Just as the last of the zombies were being vanquished, a figure leapt from a nearby house, akin to a leopard, lunging towards Ji Qingwu. Engrossed in her slaughter, she was unable to evade the creature, which moved faster than an S1. Yue Zhong, standing beside her, kicked a zombie aside and swung his blade at the figure just as it was about to reach Ji Qingwu, at the last moment. A claw intercepted Yue Zhong's blade, propelling the creature into a leap atop the rooftop of a house. Yue Zhong focused intently, revealing a creature resembling a domestic cat but the size of a tiger, a level 15 mutated cat. A monster born from a household cat infected by the virus, possessing formidable evolutionary potential and exceptional agility. Ji Qingwu stepped back, extricating herself from the horde, coldly scrutinizing the mutated cat from her vantage point. Ordinary zombies posed little threat to her now, yet engaging a creature like the mutated cat required vigilance against the surrounding zombies. A careless moment could lead to infection. The skeletal warrior continued its solitary assault, effortlessly dispatching the remaining zombies. The mutated cat observed Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu with a cold gaze, sensing their strength, before vanishing into thin air with a series of agile leaps. Before Yue Zhong and Ji Qingwu could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground trembled beneath the thunderous sound of hooves. Two massive, horned yellow cattle, each larger than ordinary bulls with long, sharp horns and crimson eyes, charged towards them. Level 17 mutated bulls, devoid of special skills. Chun Yao, Deguzi, take cover, Yue Zhong bellowed, drawing his 79 type submachine gun and firing at the two level 17 mutated bulls. While his marksmanship left much to be desired, the sheer size of the bulls rendered them easy targets, with bullets piercing their flesh and creating gaping wounds. Unlike zombies, these mutated creatures retained a sense of pain, and the bulls, enraged by Yue Zhong's assault, abandoned the weaker Deguzi and Chen Yao, charging furiously at Yue Zhong with a speed rivaling the most elite steeds. As the bulls bore down upon him, a glint of determination flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes. Just as they reached him, he activated his shadow step skill, catapulting his agility to an extraordinary level. In that moment, the terrifying speed of the mutated bulls slowed considerably in his perception. With deft precision, he sidestepped beside them, aiming his weapon at their heads and preparing to pull the trigger. Accompanied by two tremendous sounds, the skulls of the two mutated bulls were violently punctured, creating fist-sized holes. With immense inertia, they crashed into the adjacent brick houses, only collapsing to the ground and perishing within the rooms. The bullets from Toxic Sting 2 were specially designed. Upon contact with the target, they not only penetrated the body but also exploded, exhibiting formidable power. After the two level 17 mutated bulls fell, two glowing orbs of essence emerged from their bodies and entered Yue Zhong's, prompting the melodious sound of an upgrade notification to resonate within his mind. 1 point in agility, 1 point in stamina. Yue Zhong swiftly made his choice. In the world of martial arts, speed is unparalleled. If one's speed reaches an apex, it can be terrifying. Had Yue Zhong not employed the shadow step skill, his sudden surge in agility would not have made it so easy to dispatch the two level 17 mutated bulls. Having vanquished the bulls, Yue Zhong approached their massive carcasses, captivated by the two pairs of sharp, elongated horns protruding from their heads. He felt a stir of curiosity and moved closer, using a replica tang knife to begin the arduous task of cutting the horns. The hide of the mutated bulls was remarkably tough, presenting a challenge even for the replica tang knife. After considerable effort, he finally extracted the pair of horns. Unlike ordinary bull horns, these mutated specimens were nearly a meter long and tapered sharply, resembling natural spears. Yue Zhong grasped one of the horns and thrust it into the bull's hide, easily piercing through where the replica tang knife struggled. Mutated bull horns, a material suitable for weapon crafting, requiring a specialized blacksmith to forge them into weapons within the divine and demonic system. What does this mean? Yue Zhong furrowed his brow, lifting a horn and stepping into the remaining group of zombies. With a swift thrust, the mutated bull horn pierced a zombie's skull as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The zombie fell without dropping any equipment or essence. It seemed that without utilizing weapons or skills from the divine and demonic system to slay zombies or monsters, no enhancements would be obtained. A flicker of realization dawned upon Yue Zhong. He casually placed the 4 mutated bull horns into his backpack. Without a dedicated blacksmith, these horns were merely sharper versions of ordinary weapons. With the threat of the mutated beasts eliminated, the remaining zombies were swiftly dispatched by Ji Qingwu and Bai Gu. Yue Zhong began to clear the battlefield. Among the more than 100 zombies, Only a few special evolved ones yielded 6 white treasure chests, while the rest dropped mere survival coins. The 2 level 17 mutated bulls he defeated, however, rewarded him with a skill book and 200 survival coins. The level 2 skill book, Firearm Manipulation, Skill Description. This skill is passive. Upon learning it, you will acquire firearm skills comparable to those possessed by rigorously trained warriors, if you are already proficient in firearm manipulation. This skill will elevate your abilities even further. Yue Zhong gazed at the skill book with intense desire. Without hesitation, he learned it. What a splendid skill! This is precisely what I need. Initially, he had contemplated transitioning to a soldier class in the Temple of Transition for this very skill. However, upon realizing that the Dark Knight class suited him better, he had made that choice. Now, with this skill book before him, there was no reason not to learn it. A black light shimmered and coalesced into a firearm-shaped rune within Yue Zhong's consciousness. As the rune formed, insights regarding firearm manipulation flooded into his being. He handled the Type 79 submachine gun. It felt as if he had been wielding it for years, capable of disassembling and reassembling it at will. Once the outside world calmed, Deguzi and Qin Yao emerged from one of the nearby houses. Witnessing the scattered remains of zombies, Deguzi felt a wave of nausea. It was his first time witnessing such a massacre. In contrast, Qin Yao remained largely unfazed. Having hunted larger hordes of zombies alongside Yue Zhong, the sight of fallen undead had become commonplace for her. Yue Zhong glanced at Deguzi and said nonchalantly, "Deguzi, come with me to gather supplies in this village. I will allow you to take 1/5 of what you load onto the truck." Deguzi's eyes sparkled with unparalleled excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, brother Yue." Initially, he had only expected a couple of buns as a reward for his efforts, but now, with Yue Zhong offering him 1/5 of the supplies he helped transport, his motivation surged immensely. He was eager to prove his loyalty. Yue Zhong, along with Baigu, cautiously searched through each house in the village. With the emergence of formidable mutated creatures such as the mutated bulls and cats, if their numbers increased further, even Yue Zhong might have to retreat. The infection in Mashan village was severe, with evolved zombies and mutated beasts lurking, which deterred survivors and left the area rich in resources. Bags of rice, cured meats, sausages, potatoes, beverages, everything one could desire was found in a lavish villa. Yue Zhong even discovered a laptop equipped with a solar charger. After filling the Dongfeng truck to its brim, Yue Zhong and his party finally departed from Mashan village. They have returned. Upon arriving back at Chongguang village, the community erupted in excitement, with nearly all the villagers converging upon them. Incredible! It's all packed, they marveled. Where did they acquire such plentiful supplies? The survivors of Chongguang village gazed at the loaded truck with envy and jealousy. The armed individuals among them, led by Hu Gu, watched with longing eyes as the truck brimmed with resources. In a time of extreme scarcity, even a single bun could sway a woman for the night. The significance of that fully loaded truck was immense. To gather such supplies, Hu Gu and his men would need considerable luck and likely suffer losses, if fortune was not on their side. Returning empty-handed was a common occurrence. Now, with only 4 individuals, including the universally recognized useless Deguzi, managing to secure such a bounty, the strength of Yue Zhong's group was evident. The Dongfeng truck rolled into the square. After disembarking, Yue Zhong addressed Deguzi, as agreed. "You may collect your share of the supplies." "Thank you, brother Yue." "Thank you," Deguzi exclaimed, his face brimming with joy as he eagerly clambered onto the truck to retrieve his portion. In the most opulent villa of the village, Qianxi reported to Wang Guanghu honestly.at that moment, in the villa's reception room. Only the 4 leaders of Chongguang village were present. Wang Guanghu pondered for a moment before speaking to Qianxi. "You may leave now." Turning to the others, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Hu Gu, Yue Zhong's power is formidable. Allowing him to stay here may lead to his overpowering us one day, seizing our positions. He should be sent away," Zhang Xiang said, his expression dark. He harbored deep jealousy and apprehension towards Yue Zhong. He was aware of Mashan village's reputation. The last time Wang Guanghu had ventured there with over 20 armed men in search of supplies, they had expended considerable ammunition and lost several comrades without even breaching the village. Lei Zhan remained silent, his gaze flickering as he contemplated something. After a moment, Chen Yin slowly replied, "Yue Zhong is indeed powerful. However, his heart is not with us, and he poses no threat." Wang Guanghu remained inscrutable as he replied, "I understand. Xiangzi, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, take a few men to Mashan village to scour for supplies. A village's resources surely exceed 1 truckload." Zhang Xiang beamed, "Thank you, Hu Ge." In villages that had been cleared of zombies, the potential for resources was immense. Simply driving over would typically yield a truckload of supplies. making it an exceedingly lucrative endeavor. After assigning Zhang Xiang this task, the four leaders discussed further matters before Zhang Xiang and Chen Yin departed the villa. Hu Gu, why grant Zhang Xiang such a lucrative task? Am I not suitable for it? Lei Zhan could not contain his curiosity after Zhang Xiang left. His relationship with Wang Guanghu was far closer than that of Chen Yin and Zhang Xiang, making him Wang Guanghu's most trusted confidant. Wang Guanghu smiled slightly. Let Zhang Xiang handle that piece of fat meat. He can forget about the arms in the armory. Realization dawned on Lei Zhan, and he chuckled, Hu Gu, you're brilliant. In a world transformed, strength reigns supreme. Possessing weaponry equates to wielding immense power and authority. Wang Guanghu had risen to become the leader of Changguang village precisely because he commanded a larger following, more firearms, and abundant ammunition. If only Lei Zhan possessed half of Yue Zhong's strength, Wang Guanghu mused, casting a light-hearted smile at Lei Zhan while inwardly reflecting on his thoughts. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Amidst the rising mist, Lu Wen, swathed in a pristine white towel, revealed ample, healthy, and resilient skin, complemented by her strikingly bright, expressive eyes and her curvaceous figure, embodying the essence of a captivating and alluring young beauty. Gazing upon Lu Wen, Yue Zhong felt his heart flutter slightly, exclaiming inwardly, beautiful. A charming smile graced Lu Wen's lips as she stepped into the bath, leaning into Yue Zhong's embrace, a fragrant aura emanating from her that enveloped him. Yue Zhong instinctively wrapped his arms around Lu Wen, her supple skin gliding against him like silk. As mist swirled around them, Lu Wen's eyes glimmered with a haze of desire. She turned to embrace Yue Zhong, pressing her lips against his, their tongues entwining in a passionate dance. After a prolonged moment, they broke apart, Lu Wen breathlessly blushing, her cheeks tinted like delicate rose petals. She leaned closer to Yue Zhong's ear, whispering seductively, Yue Zhong, I am yours now. Love me a little more. Yue Zhong, ignited by his desires, lifted Lu Wen effortlessly, pinning her against the wall, plunging into her without hesitation. A fleeting frown crossed Lu Wen's brow as a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Yet, with a sultry whisper, she assured him, Yue Zhong, I am now yours. Love me more. Yue Zhong, intoxicated by the exquisite sensations of her body, succumbed to the moment, in the misty confines of the bath, the sounds of their breaths and moans intertwined, echoing the depths of their passion. The following day, as Yue Zhong lay in bed, he inquired of Lu Wen, how do you possess such an array of charms? Lu Wen, nestled against him, cast a playful glance and replied, there's plenty online, don't you like it? Yue Zhong chuckled, kissing her forehead, I do. The younger generation today, possessing far more channels to acquire information than Yue Zhong's, was exemplified by Lu Wen's vivid personality and knowledge that surpassed that of her peers. Like a content kitten, she curled up in Yue Zhong's arms, murmuring, I'm tired. Let us sleep with that. They both drifted into slumber. The next day, Yue Zhong continued to lead a group in clearing the wreckage on the highway. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang drove towards Mashan village with 8 armed companions in 2 jeeps. He understood that Wang Guanghu would not share the substantial arms depot with him, and thus he sought to gather resources from Mashan village instead. Upon entering, one armed soldier gazed in awe at the remnants of the zombies strewn across the ground, exclaiming, incredible! Did 3 people really do this? Another soldier, equally astonished, remarked, there are over 100 zombies here, including the elusive shadow zombies. How did they manage this? The shadow zombies, known as S1, were the bane of Wang Guanghu's faction, exhibiting incredible speed and resilience against bullets unless shot in the head. The last time Wang Guanghu visited, several of his brothers had been captured by S1 and subsequently infected. With impatience, Zhang Xiang kicked one soldier and barked, what does it matter how they did it? Go gather the supplies. The soldier, silenced, hurried towards a nearby house. Yes, Brother Xiang. Look at this cured meat. It must weigh 2 pounds. What a windfall. Another exclaimed, inspecting a large vat of rice. This jar holds at least dozens of pounds. The armed men scurried through the house, their cheers echoing as they discovered more resources, much to Zhang Xiang's delight. Suddenly, a swift, leopard-like mutated cat leapt from a house, tackling one armed soldier and severing his throat in an instant. A tiger! There's a tiger! Shouted another soldier, terror-stricken as he aimed his weapon at the creature and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The others, similarly alarmed, abandoned their supplies, hastily drawing their weapons to fire at the mutated cat. A hail of bullets filled the air, but the creature swiftly leapt onto the roof, evading most shots, sustaining only a few wounds. Unlike ordinary creatures, the mutated cat, with its crimson eyes and enhanced fury, accelerated towards Zhang Xiang's group. Retreat. Get to the vehicles. Zhang Xiang yelled, scrambling into the car. The mutated cat's speed posed a grave threat, and Zhang Xiang knew they were no match for it. The driver swiftly started the vehicle, speeding away as the soldiers leaped into the car. "Brother Xiang, wait for me," cried a soldier who was a moment too slow, his voice laced with despair. Ignoring him, Zhang Xiang urged the driver, "Faster! We need to get out of here." In a fit of desperation, the abandoned soldier fired wildly at the departing jeeps, his bullets going astray. Just as he prepared to reload, the mutated cat pounced, biting through his throat, blood splattering everywhere. After dispatching the soldier, it glanced at the fleeing jeeps before tearing into the fallen soldier's gut, feasting voraciously. "Damn it! Such monsters still exist," Zhang Xiang muttered, shaken as he glanced back. He had lost 2 brothers, a significant blow to his already diminished strength. Leaving him distraught in this post-apocalyptic world, the strongest would prevail, and losing members of his force had serious implications for him. As he contemplated the events of the day, resentment brewed within him towards Yue Zhong. "Damn Yue Zhong! It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I will kill him." Upon returning to Changguang village, Wang Guanghu promptly dispatched someone to assess the resources. Upon reviewing Zhang Xiang's inventory, he furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is this all the supplies you managed to gather?" Zhang Xiang's men had indeed found plenty, but the attack from the mutated cat had forced them to abandon most supplies, resulting in a meager haul. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiang explained, "Brother Hu, there's a creature resembling a tiger in Mashan village. It attacked us, and I lost 2 brothers." Wang Guanghu regarded Zhang Xiang thoughtfully, replying, "You've worked hard today. Go rest. Tomorrow you should take a day off to unwind." Zhang Xiang offered a grateful smile, "Thank you, Brother Hu. I'll head back now." Once outside, however, his expression darkened, revealing his troubled thoughts. Wang Guanghu observed Zhang Xiang's retreating figure, contemplating what lay beneath the surface. The following dawn, Wang Guanghu gathered 36 armed men in the square. Approaching Yue Zhong and his companions, who were enjoying breakfast, he warmly inquired, "How are you? Are you ready, Yue Zhong? How many will you take with you?" Yue Zhong gestured toward Qin Yao and Ji Qingwu, declaring, "They are prepared, Brother Hu. I'll take these 2. Ji Qingwu was on the brink of reaching level 10, and the skill point gained from that advancement would significantly enhance her power. Wang Guanghu frowned, glancing at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang. "Are just the 2 of them enough? Should we take Qi Yang and Wang Shuang as well?" In his view, men were typically stronger than women, and he harbored doubts about Ji Qingwu and Qin Yao's abilities. Yet Yue Zhong reassured him, "There's no need to worry. If the 3 of us aren't enough, bringing Qi Yang and Wang Shuang 1 make a difference." "Very well, let us set off," Wang Guanghu declared, leading Yue Zhong and the group onward in their vehicles. They first veered into a small village before navigating along a narrow path that wound into a forested hill. After entering the mountains, a winding path revealed a small military camp to the group. Yue Zhong gazed at the modest barracks, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. It was evident that without a guide, finding this place would have been virtually impossible. He was determined not to overlook the arsenal within, as those weapons would prove invaluable against both human foes and the hordes of zombies and mutated beasts. Upon catching sight of the camp, Wang Guanghu ordered the convoy to halt. He approached Yue Zhong and said, "Brother Yue, the camp is right there. We cannot draw any closer. Those beasts have keen hearing, and if we advance further, they will undoubtedly come charging at us. Follow me." Yue Zhong addressed Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, gripping the poison spike 2 in one hand and a replica tang knife in the other, while the special skeleton, Bone, cautiously trailed him towards the camp. Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao closely followed behind as they progressed. Yue Zhong suddenly inquired, "Chen Yao, have you already mastered the skill of plant manipulation?" He recalled how Ji Qingwu had acquired a level 3 skill book on the subject. Knowing that Ji Qingwu was focused on melee combat, he assumed she had bestowed that precious skill book upon her friend Chen Yao to provide her with the means of self-preservation. In the realm of the demon and god system, magic wielded immense power, yet its casting conditions were stringent. Therefore, lacking a life-saving skill made solo survival exceedingly difficult without supplementary abilities. Chen Yao nodded, affirming, "Yes, when the skill book dropped, you were watching, so I have nothing to hide." Yue Zhong asked, his tone serious, "To what extent have you developed your plant manipulation abilities?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao replied, "I can manipulate ordinary grass to grow wildly and ensnare enemies. Regular humans cannot break free." Despite her level 3 skill, Chen Yao's enhancement was insufficient, limiting her ability to wield its true potential. Had she possessed greater enhancement, plant manipulation would undoubtedly have been a formidable skill. Yue Zhong nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. The four of them stealthily approached the military camp, taking cover in the grass. Yue Zhong lay low, peering into the camp from a distance. Inside, he spotted a dozen zombies clad in military attire, standing motionless with guns slung over their shoulders. But where were the mutated dogs? He scanned the area, intent on gauging their strength before making any plans. If the mutated dogs were level 30 or higher, he would not hesitate to retreat. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with four such formidable beasts. As he continued to scrutinize the surroundings for any clues, a sudden gunshot and the revving of an engine erupted behind him. Not good. We must flee. They are coming. Yue Zhong's expression shifted, and he sprinted back with urgency, followed closely by Qin Yao and Ji Qingmu. In the midst of their frantic escape, a massive mutated dog, as powerful as a lion, sprang forth from the nearby brush, lunging at Yue Zhong with its gaping maw. Just as it was about to pounce on him, Bone, who had been trailing closely, leapt forward to shield him. The mutated dog sank its teeth into Bone's shoulder, shattering it to pieces, bone shards scattering everywhere. After undergoing skeletal enhancement, Bone's form was impervious to bullets, yet it was still reduced to fragments by the mutated dog's bite, showcasing the creature's terrifying strength. Had Yue Zhong been bitten, even with protective gear, he would have sustained severe injuries. At that moment, as Bone's shoulder was brutally mangled, Yue Zhong raised the poison spike too and fired 3 shots at the mutated dog. The bullets struck its skull, exploding it into a gory mess, and a surge of essence flowed into Yue Zhong's being. Beside the fallen beast, a skill book, 2 white treasure chests, and 100 survival coins appeared. Yue Zhong swiftly collected the items into his backpack and cast a glance at Bone, who had sacrificed its right arm to protect him. As long as Bone's head remained intact, it could regenerate the lost limbs. However, if its bones were completely destroyed, it would not be able to reconstruct them. Bone approached the fallen mutated dog, inserting its hand into its skull to activate the bone utilization skill. Forcefully extracting the spine, it began integrating the dog's bones into its own body, radiant black light shimmering as it absorbed them, resulting in an increase in size. Congratulations! Your special skeleton has successfully utilized the bone utilization skill to absorb the mutated dog's skeleton. Strength 10. An unusual voice resonated within Yue Zhong's consciousness. After absorbing the mutated dog's bones, a layer of skeletal armor expanded across Bone's form, enveloping it entirely. Without lingering, Yue Zhong hastened forward. And upon his emergence before the convoy, he was met with a scene of utter carnage. Everywhere lay disemboweled human corpses and dismembered limbs, while 3 massive mutated dogs, akin to lions, prowled among the remaining 12 armed individuals, hunting them down. The terrified expressions of the armed men were palpable as they struggled to track the dogs' rapid movements. A jeep lay overturned in the road, blocking their path, while a Hummer sped away in the distance. Wang Guanghu, clutching a Type 79 submachine gun, shouted fiercely at the 3 mutated dogs, "Don't panic. Hold your ground and shoot. Anyone who dares to flee will be shot down first." The level 20 mutated dogs possessed incredible agility and sustained combat prowess, their sharp claws capable of tearing through steel. Upon witnessing the 3 surviving mutated dogs, Yue Zhong's perception skill instantly relayed their information to him. Under Wang Guanghu's command, the armed men continued to fire, repeatedly repelling the dogs' assaults. The mutated dogs were not invulnerable. The 7.62mm rounds from the Type 79 could indeed inflict damage. Wang Guanghu spotted Yue Zhong from afar and called out, "You, come save me. If you rescue me, I'll reward you with a few beautiful women. I have even more stunning beauties than Guayu at my place." Yue Zhong glanced at Wang Guanghu, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind as he maneuvered to the side to approach Wang Guanghu's group. Charging head-on would expose him to stray bullets, which could easily prove fatal. Though his level 3 protective gear could withstand gunfire, his head remained vulnerable. A single bullet could end his life. One armed man pulled the trigger, only to hear an ominous click. No bullets fired. Panic surged through him as he frantically checked himself. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the armed men ceased fire. The rapid-fire Type 79 had exhausted their magazines. In that moment, the 3 mutated dogs seized the opportunity, darting in a zigzag pattern. Leaping into the fray, one claw swiped through the air, severing the heads of 3 armed men, blood gushing forth. Seeing this, the remaining armed men could no longer hold their ground, scattering in all directions. Each man harbored the singular thought. It mattered not if they could outrun the mutated dogs, as long as they could outpace their comrades. Wang Guanghu ceased his resistance and fled towards the woods. With only a few dozen meters separating him from Yue Zhong, Wang Guanghu realized that staying behind would mean Yue Zhong could not save him even if he arrived. Just a few steps into his escape, a mutated dog pounced on him like a tiger, sinking its teeth into his neck and severing it. Thus, this ambitious tyrant met his demise at the jaws of the mutated beast. As Yue Zhong sprinted forward, he calmly unshouldered the Type 79 submachine gun, aiming at the remaining mutated dog. Having learned firearms manipulation skills, Yue Zhong's marksmanship rivaled that of seasoned veterans, within a distance of 20 meters. He unleashed a flurry of bullets, puncturing the dog's body with gaping wounds. Enraged, the mutated dog abandoned its intended prey and charged at Yue Zhong in that instant, as the dog closed the distance to 5 meters. Yue Zhong activated the shadow step skill, his speed surging to an extraordinary level. In this state, he evaded the dog's lunge with ghost-like agility, then swiftly struck its neck with his blade, decapitating the beast in a single, fluid motion. The headless corpse of the mutated dog charged forward for a brief moment before collapsing to the ground. A burst of ethereal light erupted from its body and entered Yue Zhong's being. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. Absorbing the essence of 2 level 20 mutated dogs and the accumulated experience from previously slaying zombies finally allowed Yue Zhong to break through to level 18. He allocated 1 point to agility and 1 to stamina. With a thought, he activated his enhancements and, like a wraith, lunged towards the remaining 2 mutated dogs, in his shadow step state. Yue Zhong's agility far surpassed that of the 2 mutated dogs, allowing him to mercilessly hunt them down. Without the shadow step skill, even with multiple enhancements and the speed boost from his reinforced gear, he would only be equal to the 2 mutated dogs. Although they were both level 20, the mutated dogs were significantly weaker compared to the boss-level hunter. Unlike the zombies, which had completely lost their cognitive abilities, the mutated beasts retained their faculties, making them even more formidable foes. Seeing Yue Zhong eliminate one of their companions, the remaining 2 mutated dogs abandoned their pursuit of the surviving armed personnel and flanked Yue Zhong from either side. A cold glint flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes as he accelerated with fervor. Resembling an arrow soaring towards the 2 mutated dogs, the moment of contact with one of the mutated dogs, he slightly angled his body and swept his imitation tang knife along the creature's body. The mutated dog was cleaved in 2, blood and entrails spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity, the other mutated dog lunged at Yue Zhong like a bolt of lightning. Yue Zhong bent slightly, darted forward, and sliced the imitation tang knife across the neck of the attacking mutated dog. Severing its head cleanly, the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Impressive. So monstrous. How can he be so strong? The remaining 6 armed personnel looked on in awe and admiration as Yue Zhong single-handedly dispatched 3 mutated dogs. They were well aware of the terror posed by the 3 mutated dogs. 26 armed personnel had fallen, yet none had taken down a single mutated dog. Yue Zhong's prowess was evident. The 3 slain mutated dogs dropped a skill book, a cyan treasure chest, 3 white treasure chests, and 300 survival coins. Yue Zhong strode over and collected the items into his backpack. After Yue Zhong had slain the 4 mutated dogs, Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao finally arrived at the scene. Ji Qingwu's enhancements also focused on agility, but her need to protect Chen Yao slowed her considerably. Yue Zhong approached the corpse of Wang Guanghu, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Guanghu, a formidable figure, had maintained order among the armed personnel in Changguang village. With his death, the balance in Changguang village was shattered. Yue Zhong's intention to leave quietly was also disrupted. He looked at the 6 armed personnel who had gathered around and declared sternly, "From this moment on, you are all under my command. You will follow my orders. Do you understand?" The 6 armed personnel exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. They had not anticipated that with Wang Guanghu's demise, Yue Zhong would seek to recruit them. One brave armed man retorted, "You are not the leader of Changguang village. What gives you the right to recruit us?" No sooner had he spoken than the skeletal figure beside Yue Zhong lunged forward, swinging his axe like a whirlwind, cleaving the armed man's head clean off, blood splattering into the air. The remaining 5 armed personnel were struck with terror, gripping their submachine guns tightly yet daring not to make a move, even hesitating to aim their weapons at Yue Zhong. Witnessing the execution, Chen Yao furrowed her brow and glanced at Ji Qingwu, who shook her head in response. Yue Zhong fixed his cold gaze upon the 5 armed personnel, stating, "Disobedience will lead to your demise. You now have a choice. Join me and follow my orders, or perish here." "I will follow your orders, Yu Gu. I am willing to be your subordinate, Yu Gu. I am willing to serve you." The remaining 5 armed personnel clamored, eager to align themselves with Yue Zhong. With their leader Wang Guanghu dead, their sole desire was to survive. To follow a powerful figure like Yue Zhong in this apocalypse was indeed a stroke of fortune. Drive! We are returning to Changguang village, Yue Zhong commanded as he swiftly entered a jeep, instructing one of the armed personnel acting as a driver. The jeep that had been overturned by the mutated dogs was pushed aside by the skeletal figure. A convoy of 2 jeeps and a Dongfeng truck headed towards Changguang village. Boss, tiger is dead, tiger is dead. A subordinate of Zhang Xiang burst into Zhang Xiang's room, exclaiming loudly. Inside Zhang Xiang's room, 3 beautiful women dressed in black hollow leather crouched on the floor, diligently attending to him. What? Tiger is dead? Zhang Xiang, initially disturbed from his enjoyment of instructing the women, was taken aback by the news. Kicking one of the kneeling women aside as he pressed for more details. Qin Yuan, are you certain? Did you see it with your own eyes? I am sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Yuan replied, his gaze falling upon one of the alluring women in black leather. The mutated dogs attacked us from behind. Lin Yu and I managed to escape. The last thing I saw was a mutated dog pouncing on Tiger and biting his neck. Qin Yuan was a man Zhang Xiang had bribed to stay close to Wang Guanghu. Zhang Xiang's face lit up with joy as he patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder, saying, Good, you did well. Qin Yuan, once this matter is settled, those 3 women will be yours. Qin Yuan beamed, Thank you, big brother, thank you. With that, Zhang Xiang hurriedly left to gather his 7 trusted subordinates, arming them fully and rushing to the small villa where Lei Zhan resided. Lei Zhan was exercising when he noticed Zhang Xiang and his men burst in. Frowning, he inquired, Zhang Xiang, what is going on? Lei Zhan's 2 trusted aides aimed their guns at Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's eyes reddened as he cried out, Brother Lei, Chun Yin betrayed Tiger. He and Yue Zhong joined forces to kill him. This is Qin Yuan, who accompanied Tiger. If he had indeed risked his life to return and inform me, we would still be in the dark. Brother Lei, you must avenge Tiger. Upon hearing this news, Lei Zhan was instantly furious. What? Chun Yin dared to betray Tiger? He glared at Qin Yuan, coldly demanding, Qin Yuan, tell me, is what Zhang Xiang said true? If you lie, I will feed you to the zombies. Qin Yuan sobbed, Brother Lei. What Xianggu said is true. Lin Yu and I witnessed it. You must avenge Tiger. In a fit of rage, Lei Zhan seized a nearby Type 79 submachine gun and 2 pistols. Storming out, Damn it, Wang Yuan, Li Juwei, follow me. I will skin Chun Yin alive and throw him to the zombies. His 2 aides followed closely behind. After Lei Zhan left, Zhang Xiang instructed Chun Yuan, take a few men and capture Qi Yang and the women brought by Yue Zhong. Qi Yang must be captured alive. Injuring him is acceptable. As for the other women, capture them alive if possible. If not, killing them is fine. Understood, boss. Qin Yuan nodded and hurried off with 3 men towards Qi Yang's location. Zhang Xiang hastened after Lei Zhan. Qi Yang, are you there? It's Deguzi. Inside the small villa where Yue Zhong's group was staying. Deguzi barged in, frantic. Qi Yang emerged from the villa and asked, What happened, Deguzi? Qi Yang was aware that Deguzi was Yue Zhong's informant in Changguang village. They had no roots in the village. And Deguzi, a local, was their only source of intelligence. Deguzi urgently replied, Tiger is dead. I got this news from a friend. Qi Yang's expression turned grave as he addressed the women in the yard, who were stretching and preparing to cook and do laundry. Wang Qian, Zhang Xian, close the door immediately. Everyone retreat to your rooms. Wang Shuang, Officer Su, grab your guns. With that, Qi Yang picked up a Type 79 submachine gun and tossed 3 magazines to Deguzi, saying, Thank you, Deguzi. After this, you will be one of us. Here as some protection, Deguzi accepted the submachine gun and magazines, quickly darting into the villa. He was only good at relaying messages. He dared not fight. Wang Qian and Zhang Xian promptly shut the door and retreated inside. Soon, intense gunfire erupted throughout Changguang village. Qin Yuan arrived at the villa, shouting, Open the door, listen, everyone inside. Come out. Xianggu wants to see you. If you don't come out on your own, don't blame me for being rude. Qi Yang coldly retorted, Get lost. Before Yue Zhong's return, no one was allowed to enter that door. Qin Yuan, in a fit of rage, shouted at his 3 subordinates, Smash it! The 3 henchmen raised their guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the lock, reducing it to fragments before kicking the door open. Qi Yang, armed with a Type 79 submachine gun, crouched in a corner. As the door burst open, he calmly pulled the trigger. The Type 79 spat fire, striking down 2 unprepared armed men. One was shot in the head and died on the spot, while the other had his leg shattered. Qi Yang, a soldier by profession, possessed the skill of firearms manipulation, making his shooting prowess rival that of seasoned veterans. Qin Yuan was taken aback and immediately dropped to the ground. Rolling aside, another armed man darted to the opposite side of the door. It hurts? "Help me!" cried the one with the broken leg, writhing in agony. "Damn! So fierce!" Chen Yuan cursed, glancing at the villa, uncertain about what to do. The armed men in Changguang village were a rabble without rigorous military training, mere civilians wielding guns. Lacking heavy weaponry, Chen Yuan was at a loss on how to assault the villa guarded by Qi Yang. A stalemate ensued. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang launched an attack on Chen Yan's forces in collaboration with the two major factions of Changguang village. Caught off guard, Chen Yan's faction suffered heavy losses, with 4 brothers dead. Forcing Chen Yan, Chen Si, and 2 other armed men to retreat into a small villa for defense, As Zhang Xiang commanded the assault on Chen Yan. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it! How come Chen Yuan hasn't brought anyone yet?" Compared to Chen Yan, Zhang Xiang was more wary of Yue Zhong. He had calculated various factors before daring to seize power in Changguang village, believing that capturing Qi Yang and Lu Wen would force Yue Zhong to yield. Aside from Wang Guanghu, Zhang Xiang dismissed Lei Zhen and Chen Yan. Wang Guanghu always brought his strongest armed forces with him, making Zhang Xiang hesitant to act recklessly, relegating himself to being Wang Guanghu's subordinate. Zhang Xiang understood that even if he killed Wang Guanghu's women, it would not intimidate him. Thus, he endured. Once Wang Guanghu was dead, no one could suppress his ambition. As both sides engaged in fierce gunfire. The distant roar of an engine echoed. Zhang Xiang's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't anticipated Yue Zhong's swift return. Is Yue Zhong back already? He thought. According to his estimates, even if Yue Zhong had defeated the 4 mutated dogs, it would have taken considerable time, ample enough for him to seize control of Changguang village. At that point, with hostages in hand, he would not fear Yue Zhong's threats. Yue Zhong returned, damn it, he dared to kill brother who? I must avenge him. Lei Zhen's eyes turned crimson as he roared, leading his 5 trusted subordinates towards the village entrance. Wang Guanghu had shown great kindness to Lei Zhen, who was resolutely willing to do anything for him. Zhang Xiang glanced at the hot-headed Lei Zhen, chuckling coldly to himself, "Fool, follow me." After pondering for a moment, he directed his 8 subordinates towards the villa where Yue Zhong resided. "Something's happening. Stop the car. Get out and prepare for battle. Shoot anyone who points a gun at us." Yue Zhong heard the intense gunfire from a distance and frowned, commanding the driver to halt. The driver quickly stopped, and 5 armed men, along with Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu, disembarked. This jeep was not bulletproof, and charging ahead would undoubtedly make them excellent targets in the vehicle. Yue Zhong's abilities could not be fully utilized. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he issued a menacing command to Baigu. "Go and eliminate everyone armed. Except for those who have followed me." Yue Zhong's close friends and women were in Changguang village, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Upon receiving Yue Zhong's order, Baigu's eyes ignited with a fiery determination as he charged towards Changguang village like a whirlwind. Yue Zhong pointed at a tall, ordinary-looking man in his late 20s among the 5 armed men and declared, "Lu Yan, I appoint you as the captain of my direct squad. You will lead this team. Once we enter the village, eliminate anyone who points a gun at us, and take advantage of the chaos to loot supplies. Kill any women who attempt to steal. I will clear out those bastards first." Lu Yan's heart leaped with joy, his chest swelling with pride as he replied, "Yes, brother Yu. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, kind-hearted and soft-natured, possessed qualities that were commendable before the apocalypse. However, they were utterly unfit to execute Yue Zhong's orders, lacking the decisiveness required to follow his commands. Hence, Yue Zhong could only assign this task to those armed men who had previously followed Wang Guanghu. He did not concern himself with their reliability, knowing he had no one else to rely on. Yue Zhong moved swiftly, following Baigu as they rushed onward. "Fire!" Baigu shouted as they approached Changguang village. Lei Zhen barked orders to his subordinates, and 6 armed men wielding Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns opened fire at the approaching Baigu. Baigu, agile as a monkey, zigzagged to evade the bullets. Some stray shots merely embedding themselves in his bone armor without causing injury. With nearly 3 times the physical capability of an ordinary person, Baigu closed the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Leaping before Lei Zhen, with a swing of his axe, he decapitated Lei Zhen, blood spraying everywhere as the headless corpse fell to the ground. An armed man beside Lei Zhen, splattered with his blood, screamed in terror, pulling the trigger in a frenzy towards Baigu. Baigu swiftly dodged most of the bullets, then swung his axe, decapitating the armed man, blood erupting into the air. Since being summoned by Yue Zhong, Baigu had been accustomed to slaughtering zombies and now specialized in severing the heads of other prey. Monster! Monster! The terrifying and ferocious presence of Baigu, combined with the loss of their leader, shattered the morale of the armed men. causing them to flee in panic. In a desperate attempt to lighten their loads, they discarded their Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns, truly illustrating a disgraceful retreat. Baigu resolutely followed Yue Zhong's orders, resembling the Grim Reaper harvesting lives, as he executed the remaining armed men who had not discarded their weapons. In mere moments, all those armed men were slain. While Baigu dealt with the armed men, Yue Zhong darted into Changguang village, heading straight for his villa. After Baigu finished eliminating the enemies, he dashed towards Yue Zhong's location. Not long after Yue Zhong departed, Lu Yin arrived at the village entrance with 4 team members. Brother Yue is indeed formidable. Lu Yin and his team observed the decapitated bodies of other armed men and felt both fear and relief, grateful for their correct choice. The 5 of them carried guns, picking up the weapons that had fallen to the ground while mercilessly executing those who attempted to loot amidst the chaos. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Why haven't you taken this place yet? Zhang Xiang arrived at the entrance of the villa where Yue Zhong's group resided. Seeing Chen Yuan hiding at the door, his anger boiling over as he berated him. If he could not capture Yue Zhong's friends or women to leverage against him, his plan to seize Changguang village could very well collapse. Chen Yuan, with a pained expression, replied, Xiang Gu. Qi Yang has a gun, and 2 of our brothers were taken out by him. We can't break in. Zhang Xiang, with a fierce expression, pointed a gun at Chen Yuan's head and shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Get in there and eliminate Qi Yang immediately, capture everyone else. Otherwise, I'll shoot you myself. Zhang Xiang then roared at the other armed men. You all, charge in. If we don't capture the people inside, we're all dead, yes. Xiang Gu. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, turning to charge into the door. One by one, the armed men surged into the entrance like a tide. Qi Yang, hidden in the shadows, opened fire the moment Chen Yuan and his group rushed in, emptying a magazine and unleashing a barrage of bullets that felled 3 of the intruding armed men. Chen Yuan was also hit by a bullet but rolled away to safety. Seizing the moment when Qi Yang's gun was empty, the remaining armed men returned fire towards Qi Yang's position while advancing into the courtyard under the cover of fire. Qi Yang rolled away, retreating into the villa. Although his level 2 protective gear could withstand small caliber bullets, it was not invincible. A shot to the head could still be fatal. Hiding in the room upstairs, the girls were terrified beyond measure, never imagining they would encounter a gunfight. Such scenes were only witnessed in films and television before the apocalypse. Armed men burst into the courtyard. A yellowish magical glow appeared on the ground. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long spike erupted from the earth, impaling one of the armed men, blood gushing from the spike's tip. This unexpected emergence of the spike sent the armed men into a state of panic as they scrambled for cover. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yang unleashed a barrage of gunfire, taking down 2 armed men before rolling to safety. Just as he moved, a hail of bullets rained down on his previous position, riddling the wall with holes. Zhang Xiang, gritting his teeth as he stared at the villa, thought to himself, Damn it! I never expected Qi Yang to be so formidable. Qi Yang's designated profession was that of a soldier. Possessing the skill of firearms manipulation, his marksmanship far surpassing that of the ragtag group led by Zhang Xiang. Due to a lack of ammunition, each of Zhang Xiang's subordinates had previously fired fewer than 100 rounds. Their accuracy utterly lacking. Charge in, eliminate him. Zhang Xiang roared, leaping from cover and rushing towards the villa. Delaying any longer would spell disaster. With only 5 men remaining, they had the advantage in numbers, but further hesitation could lead to trouble. Who do you intend to eliminate? A chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind Zhang Xiang. A wave of dread washed over him, and he immediately rolled to the ground. In the next moment, a volley of bullets struck the 5 armed men, instantly killing 2 of them. Yue Zhong, wielding a Type 79 submachine gun in one hand and a replica Tang knife in the other, darted into the courtyard like a cheetah, swiftly infiltrating behind the armed men. With a single stroke, he severed the head of one armed man. Baigu, ever his shadow, followed suit, cleaving the final armed man's head clean off. In the vast courtyard, only Zhang Xiang remained, his face a mask of terror as he dropped to his knees. Pleading with Yue Zhong, Please, don't kill me, Yue Zhong. I'm willing to surrender. I'll be your dog, just spare my life. I'll offer all my beauties to you. I beg you, please don't kill me. Although Zhang Xiang appeared arrogant, he was fundamentally terrified of death, and upon sensing danger, he instantly sought Yue Zhong's mercy. Yue Zhong shot him a cold glance, then swung his replica Tang knife, severing Zhang Xiang's head. The head rolled on the ground, eyes wide with horror and fear. Yue Zhong, you've returned. Qi Yang emerged from the villa, relief flooding through him at the sight of Yue Zhong. The pressure from Zhang Xiang's group had been considerable, as their armed presence posed a greater threat than ordinary zombies. Yue Zhong spoke in a low voice. Yes, I need to handle some matters. Keep watch here. No one is permitted entry except for our people. Qiyang nodded in agreement. Without delay, Yue Zhong raced outside. The 4 leaders of Changguang village represented the strongest armed factions within. Wang Guanghu's forces had been decimated by 3 mutated beasts, while Lei Zhen and Zhang Xiang's forces fell to Yue Zhong's hand, leaving only Chen Yan's faction to eye in front of a civilian house. Yue Zhong discovered Lu Yin and his group. Surrounding them were 5 unarmed men. Brother Yu, you've arrived, Lu Yin greeted, gesturing towards the 5 men. They were formerly under Lei Zhen and Wang Guanghu. How shall we deal with them? The 5 men regarded Yue Zhong and Bai Gu with trepidation, some having witnessed Bai Gu's terrifying rampage. Yue Zhong fixed a cold gaze upon them, stating, from this moment, you are my subordinates and must obey my orders unconditionally. Disobedience will lead to death. Now, pick up your weapons and fight alongside me. Do you understand? With the knowledge that loyalty would be enforced through fear. The 5 men felt a wave of relief wash over them, quickly grabbing their weapons. Yes, brother Yu. Survival was their utmost priority in such chaotic times, and they cared little for whom they served. Not everyone would throw themselves into the service of Wang Guanghu. Their allegiance to him and Lei Zhen was merely for the sake of survival. Lu Yin, take your team to guard Wang Guanghu's villa. Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, you 2 will secure Zhang Xiang's villa and prevent any disturbances. The rest will follow me. Yue Zhong quickly assigned tasks, having deemed Lu Yin's team somewhat reliable after their trials. He sent the trustworthy ones to stabilize the situation while keeping the unpredictable armed men close at hand, confident in his ability to suppress any insubordination. Under the guidance of one subordinate, Yue Zhong swiftly located Chen Yin's hiding place. Upon reaching the villa where Chen Yin was concealed, he offered no terms of surrender but simply commanded Bai Gu, go in and eliminate everyone with firearms. The 4 leaders of Changguang village wielded considerable influence, and without a foothold in the village, Yue Zhong found it difficult to manage Chen Yin should he choose to surrender. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to eliminate him and all other leaders, ensuring no one remained capable of opposing him. Previously, Yue Zhong had avoided conflict with Wang Guanghu and others for the safety of Qiyang and Lu Wan, but that did not mean he condoned their methods. With this opportunity at hand, he was unperturbed by the prospect of dispatching Zhang Xiang and his ilk. Bai Gu sped towards the villa where Chen Yin was hidden. Chen Yin, being astute, paled upon seeing Bai Gu. Realizing the peril, the skeleton? Yue Zhong has returned. He is here to kill me. Chen Si and the remaining 2 loyalists fired at Bai Gu, who moved with the swiftness of lightning through the hail of bullets. Even when struck by a few rounds, nothing could impede his skeletal form. Like a reaper, he advanced into the villa, swinging his axe to dispatch one armed man. As Chen Si changed magazines, he unleashed a furious barrage at Bai Gu. Shouting, damn you, die! Bai Gu nimbly leapt aside, avoiding the gunfire, and with a single swing of his axe, severed Chen Si's head. Chen Yin, realizing the danger, attempted to flee. Bai Gu lunged forward, cleaving Chen Yin in 2. Blood and innards spilling across the floor. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Another armed man cried, terrified, dropping his Type 81 rifle and raising his hands. Bai Gu fixed his fiery, soul-consuming gaze on the armed man, moving with agility through the villa, smashing doors while searching for armed foes. Follow me. Upon hearing the gunfire cease within the villa, Yue Zhong led his 5 newly acquired subordinates towards Chen Yin's lair. Entering the villa, they were met with the gruesome sight of Chen Yin and his men, decapitated and bisected. The 5 subordinates felt an immense sense of relief, knowing that had they not surrendered, they might well have met the same fate. The man spared by Bai Gu crouched on the ground, hands raised, too fearful to move. Yue Zhong glanced at the 5, coldly instructing, search for supplies and bring out any survivors inside. No violence is permitted, understood? Yes, brother Yu. The 5 responded with a shiver of apprehension, then entered the villa to commence their search. 5 women were soon escorted out by Yue Zhong's newly acquired subordinates, their expressions a mix of terror and uncertainty regarding their fate. Yue Zhong surveyed the women, noting their pleasing appearances, each one as attractive as Wang Lan. An armed man excitedly reported to Yue Zhong. Brother Yu, in the second room on the right on the second floor, we discovered a large cache of rice, flour, liquor, and other provisions. That must be where Chen Yin hid his supplies in this apocalyptic world. Resources and food were of paramount importance. Yue Zhong commanded, leave 2 men here to guard the supplies. The rest will accompany me. Yes, brother Yu. The 2 armed men acknowledged, taking their positions. Yue Zhong felt no concern for their potential escape. Outside the village lay the dangers of zombies and mutated beasts. Even if those armed men attempted to flee with the supplies, their chances of survival would be slim. What is going on over there? The chicken coop. Shortly after departing Chen Yan's villa, Yue Zhong noticed the door to the chicken coop wide open, 3 men hastily entering within. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and led a group of people towards the chicken coop. Upon arriving, he was immediately struck by a nauseating stench. As he stepped inside, he was met with a shocking scene in the room, which spanned approximately 100 square meters. A layer of yellowed straw covered the floor. 10 or so emaciated women were either numbly lying or sitting on the ground, devoid of any vitality. Resembling the dead. 7 men were surrounding 2 women who still exhibited some semblance of life. Engaged in unspeakable acts, the men's lewd laughter and gasps, intertwined with the women's cries, echoed throughout the coop. How despicable! As he witnessed this abhorrent spectacle, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes. He stepped forward and swiftly struck one of the men with his blade, severing the man's head cleanly. Blood erupted from the man's neck, splattering onto the woman beneath him and the men nearby. Startled by the warm spray of blood, 2 of the men immediately shrank back in terror, kneeling on the ground to plead, "Please spare us. Please spare us." The remaining 4 men, equally horrified, joined their pleas. "Big brother, please spare us." With an icy voice, Yue Zhong commanded his 3 subordinates, "I have said before, anyone who dares to assault a woman must die. Execute them all." "Yes, brother Yue," the 3 subordinates replied, promptly opening fire on the 6 kneeling men. The men were immediately riddled with bullets, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yue Zhong's heart grew heavy as he surveyed the room, filled with women who had been tortured beyond recognition. This was the apocalypse, a frenzied world where the darkness of humanity, unrestrained by any system, magnified the despair for the future. He recalled the saying, "Better to be a dog in peace than a man in chaos." Although he had heard this phrase before, he had never truly felt its weight until now. After entering university, Yue Zhong had calmed somewhat and read extensively, including memoirs of high-ranking Kuomintang generals. Stripping away the feudal superstitions and self-aggrandizing praise, one could still glean the societal conditions of that time. One general had recounted how, after his army was scattered in a warlord conflict, the defeated soldiers rampaged without restraint, committing acts of arson, murder, and assaulting women. Even he, a high-ranking general, was forced to retreat at gunpoint when attempting to intervene in a case of rape, illustrating the madness and depravity that arises when humanity is stripped of order. Yue Zhong stated flatly, "Leave 1 person here to guard. No one is permitted to enter without my command." "Understood," one subordinate acknowledged. Just as Yue Zhong turned to leave, a weak voice called from the ground. "Yue Zhong, is that you? Please, save me." He turned to see a pale woman, her body smeared with a viscous substance, pleading with him. He approached her a few steps and asked, "Who are you?" Tears of regret streamed down her face as she weakly replied, "I am Li Manny." After fleeing from the school bus that fateful night, she had evaded capture, escaping from Lijiang City, only to be discovered by Wang Guanghu and brought back to Changguang village. Li Manny was only passably attractive, but had recently angered Wang Guanghu and was subsequently relegated to the coop, where she endured humiliation. Yue Zhong summoned a subordinate and handed him 2 pieces of candy, instructing, "Take care of this woman." "Yes, brother Yue." The subordinate hesitated, having previously been involved with Li Manny. Yue Zhong, understanding the situation, said, "Let bygones be bygones. I do not wish to pursue the past. Just ensure she does not perish. She was merely a classmate of mine." Most of the women in the coop had suffered at the hands of armed men, and Yue Zhong knew he would have to eliminate them all to avenge them. However, such a course of action was impossible for him. The subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. "You can count on me, brother Yue, that I will take good care of her." Yue Zhong nodded and strode towards the exit. Li Manny was not someone he could save. He could only do this much for her. He had other matters to attend to and could not linger by the side of a woman who had chosen to leave him. As she watched him depart, tears of gratitude mingled with regret streamed down her face, and she weakly whispered, "Thank you." Li Manny deeply regretted her choice to flee Lijiang City with Zhao Zhen. Had she remained by Yue Zhong's side, she would not have faced such a tragic fate. After executing a few robbers who took advantage of the chaos, the situation gradually stabilized. Most people were timid and hid in their homes, with the instigators being only a small minority. "Brother Yue, these are the women kept by Wang Guanghu." When Yue Zhong arrived at Wang Guanghu's villa, Lu Yin excitedly led a group of women to greet him. There were 11 women, each possessing above-average beauty and figure. Among them was one particularly striking woman with a voluptuous figure and delicate features, exuding an air of subtle arrogance and allure. making her stand out among the others. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is that woman? She seems familiar." Lu Yin responded eagerly, "Brother Yu. That woman is the famous star Lei Yuqing, the lead in the widely acclaimed drama duoji Gij. She is also Wang Guanghu's favorite." Lei Yuqing, glancing at Yue Zhong with a mix of allure and pride, was a stunning woman whose celebrity status added to her charm. Her adeptness in navigating the affections of men had captivated Wang Guanghu, who had devoted most of his attention to her. Confident in her ability to enchant a young man like Yue Zhong, she stood out among Wang Guanghu's women, possessing the only qualities that could rival Guo Yu's grace and beauty. Seeing Yue Zhong's gaze upon her, she smiled coyly, accentuating her ample bosom, presenting her most beautiful side. Having witnessed the apocalypse's brutality, she understood that only by securing the protection of a powerful figure could she survive. Whether that figure was Wang Guanghu or Yue Zhong was of little concern to her. Yue Zhong merely glanced at Lei Yuqing before turning his attention back to Lu Yin, saying, "Understood. Leave 2 people to keep an eye on them and await further orders." Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, Lei Yuqing's expression changed, but she lowered her gaze, offering no resistance. Not defying the strong was one of the survival rules she had learned in this harsh world. The women who had opposed Wang Guanghu had been subjected to unimaginable torment, caught between the inability to live and the unwillingness to die. After a long day of searching for supplies, suppressing looters, consolidating his subordinates, and assigning new tasks, Yue Zhong finally managed to restore a semblance of peace to Changguang village. That night, in the villa once inhabited by Wang Guanghu, a grand banquet was laid out. Among the guests were the survivors Yue Zhong had rescued from Leijiang City and several newly appointed subordinates. The banquet was spread across the villa's courtyard in rooms where Yue Zhong, Wang Shuang, Lu Wan, Qi Yang, Ji Qinggu, Chen Yao, De Guzi, Lu Yin, and Xiao Ming sat together. Wei Yu stood behind Yue Zhong, serving him as his personal attendant. De Guzi, Lu Yin, and Xiao Ming, all promoted by Yue Zhong, each commanded 2 armed subordinates. Wang Shuang was also appointed as a team leader, overseeing 2 armed men, while Qi Yang commanded 5. The banquet featured fragrant dishes such as white-cut chicken, stir-fried river snails with chicken, steamed grass carp, stir-fried river shrimp, wild vegetables, steamed buns, and white rice. These ordinary dishes, once commonplace before the apocalypse, had become a lavish feast, surpassing even the luxury of abalone and bird's nest in the pre-apocalyptic world in Changguang village. The supply of chickens and ducks was dwindling, with only about 20 remaining. Thus, Yue Zhong knew that such a banquet would not be an everyday occurrence. As everyone sat at the table, they indulged heartily, savoring every bite without much conversation. Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, having fought alongside Yue Zhong, were experiencing meat that was not canned for the first time since the apocalypse. They lost their modesty. Devouring their meals eagerly, De Guzi, Lu Yin, and Xiao Ming were equally voracious, acutely aware of the rarity of chicken and fish in these dire times. They relished this opportunity, consuming their food with abandon. Knowing such feasts would be infrequent in the future in the courtyard banquet, there was merely plain rice and stir-fried wild vegetables. Each person's bowl contained a slice of luncheon meat and a piece of white-cut chicken. Zhang Xian idly stirred her rice, expressing her discontent. Why do they get to enjoy white-cut chicken, while we are left with just a single piece of luncheon meat? Wang Feng raised an eyebrow and retorted sarcastically, "You should be grateful. Those sitting over there are powerful enough to contend with zombies. Having luncheon meat to eat is already a considerable fortune. Do you wish to eat that corn porridge with wild vegetables?" Upon hearing the mention of corn porridge and wild vegetables, everyone couldn't help but glance towards the last seat at the banquet. There sat Li Manny, who had cleaned herself and changed into fresh clothes. Though she appeared somewhat haggard, with her head bowed, she ate the rice grain by grain, devoid of the arrogance she once displayed when criticizing Yue Zhong. Some things only become precious after they are lost. For Li Manny, this bowl of rice had transformed into a delicacy. Zhang Xian continued to stir her rice, feeling a bit aggrieved. It's just unfair. Others may be lacking in skills, like Lu Wan and Chen Yao. Yet they get to feast while we are left with plain rice. Zhang Xian was aware that their situation was far superior to that of the villagers from Changguang village. However, human greed knows no bounds. In comparison to Lu Wan and Chen Yao, their living standards still felt lacking. Yuaning shot Zhang Xian a glance and coldly remarked, "Lu Wan is Yue Zhong's woman. Chen Yao has Ji Qingwu backing her. Naturally, they can indulge. There is no fairness in this world." Was there ever fairness before? Though Yuaning felt discomfort at not being able to attend the inner banquet, her disdain for Zhang Xian was even stronger. Whatever Zhang Xian said, she felt compelled to counter. Zhangli interjected, "Let us refrain from speaking too much." Zhangli was far more sensible than Zhang Xian and Yuaning. She did not wish for anyone to suffer for privately discussing Yue Zhong, especially after he had killed numerous people in the recent battle in this world. People can change, and who knows if Yue Zhong might transform into a tyrant like Wang Guanghu? Under Zhang Li's persuasion, the two women exchanged glances and fell silent. Zhang Xian, while eating, quietly scanned the hall for Yue Zhong's figure. As Yue Zhong dined, he contemplated his future plans. He had never been a leader before. But now, having disposed of the 4 leaders of Changguang village, he had inherited their power, which also weighed heavily on his shoulders. The future of the hundreds of residents of Changguang village now rested upon him. Just the issue of feeding these hundreds was a colossal challenge. The previous leaders had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, enough food for a dozen people to eat heartily for years. However, if several hundred people were to eat freely, those supplies would dwindle in mere months. This dire situation is why Wang Guanghu had only ensured his inner circle could feast, providing other survivors with mere moldy rations. The seeds planted in the ground were failing to sprout, exacerbating the food crisis. The role of a leader is not easily assumed. To be a conscientious leader is even more challenging, while being a tyrant would be somewhat more comfortable. Yue Zhong chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he pondered. If he were to rule like Wang Guanghu, disregarding the future and the lives of others, he could live quite luxuriously. However, that did not align with his character. After satisfying their hunger, 3 beautiful women emerged from the side to clear the remnants of the meal. Now, let us begin discussing our future. Here is my proposal. Our group will be divided into formal members, reserve members, and external personnel, each with distinct benefits. Formal members will receive half a pound of rice daily, reserve members 3 taels, and external personnel 1 tael. As for the other residents of Changguang village, they will receive 2 servings of porridge each day to sustain their lives. We can employ the villagers of Changguang village using rice's currency for their services. To improve our circumstances, we must leverage our abilities and work diligently. Yue Zhong discovered a wealth of rice and various supplies in the homes of the 4 former leaders, allowing him to use rice's currency. Currently, the most pressing need in Changguang village was food. He entrusted the most significant responsibilities to those he could trust. Luwen would oversee the allocation and safeguarding of supplies, with Deguzi assisting her. Deguzi beamed, thumping his chest with confidence. Yes, brother Yu. I will ensure the supplies are well guarded. Deguzi had performed admirably by informing Yue Zhong of crucial information, and Yue Zhong felt obliged to reward him. Without Deguzi's timely warning, several survivors rescued from Leijiang City might not have made it. The management of supplies is a coveted position, and with this role, Deguzi would command respect from the entire Changguang village community. Qiyang, you will lead the first combat team, specializing in resource searches. Ji Qingwu, you will head the second combat team. Wang Shuang, you are in charge of the third combat team. Lu Yin, the fourth. Xiaoming, the fifth. Team members, you will recruit new members tomorrow. Newly recruited members will be classified as external personnel. After slaying 5 ordinary zombies, external members can advance to reserve members. Reserve members who kill 20 ordinary zombies can then become formal members. Each team leader will be classified as a formal member, enjoying the corresponding benefits. Besides you, the remaining members will initially be designated as reserve members. They must achieve sufficient merit before advancing. Yue Zhong glanced at Chen Yao and instructed. Chen Yao, organize an internal affairs department. Select some personnel to handle various tasks. Chen Yao lacked the combat prowess and capabilities of Ji Qingwu, and Ji Qingwu did not want Chen Yao involved in perilous battles. Chen Yao possessed strong organizational skills, prompting Yue Zhong to delegate all miscellaneous duties to her, allowing him to focus solely on combat and decision-making. Chen Yao looked at Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, will you stay here? Are you not going to the Longhai City base? At her words, all eyes turned to Yue Zhong. This matter directly impacted their future, and they were eager to hear his response. Yue Zhong replied solemnly, I will indeed go to the Longhai City survivor base. I must see it for myself. However, before I go, I must ensure the proper settlement of the hundreds in Changguang village. I will not leave until they are secure. Nearly a month had passed since the world began to change, and Yue Zhong did not harbor grand ambitions at this moment. If the Longhai City survivor base could accommodate the survivors, he would not mind relocating all the Changguang village survivors there and returning home to search for his family. In times of great calamity, a strong government or institution becomes the object of reliance for the people. Chen Yao fixed her determined gaze on Yue Zhong and said, I understand. Please assign me to the second combat team. I wish to contribute my abilities in battle. Those endowed with strength could navigate this world more adeptly. Chen Yao had grasped this truth over the past few days. In the apocalypse, only strength remains loyal, and one's own power is the most reliable source of support. Very well, Yue Zhong acknowledged with a slight frown, respecting Chen Yao's choice. After all, Both she and Ji Qingwu had previously braved great dangers alongside him in Leijiang City. However, this left a gap in the oversight of miscellaneous tasks, as Yue Zhong did not wish to waste time on laundry or cooking. Just then, standing beside Yue Zhong, Guiyu suddenly spoke. May I oversee the miscellaneous tasks? I will do a good job. In this harsh apocalypse, Guiyu had developed a bit of cunning. She had resolved to seize her opportunity with Yue Zhong and continuously elevate her status in his eyes while enhancing her own value. Becoming the overseer of miscellaneous tasks would be her first step toward this goal. Yue Zhong regarded Guiyu for a moment before nodding. All right, you may give it a try and I will allocate 6 external personnel to you. Do your best. For now, you will be classified as a reserve member, and if you perform well, you may advance to formal member status. Guiyu's bright eyes sparkled with a sweet smile. Yes. Master. Her smile was both beautiful and endearing, prompting Wang Shuang to steal a few more glances at her. Yuan pouted, muttering, "Little vixen." Thus, through Yue Zhong's straightforward discourse, a remarkably simple organizational structure emerged in Changguang Village. Yue Zhong did not intend to claim dominion here. Changguang Village was merely a temporary refuge for him. His aim in establishing this rudimentary organization was to ensure that the hundreds of survivors could survive with a semblance of dignity. Yue Zhong instructed, Guiyu, after becoming the overseer of miscellaneous tasks, please seek out any survivors among them who possess skills in reloading ammunition, mechanical vehicle repair, modifications, or blacksmithing. If you find any, bring them to me. While Yue Zhong and the other empowered individuals were capable enough to handle small groups of zombies, they would require firearms for firepower support when confronting larger hordes. Otherwise, sheer exhaustion could overwhelm them. Guiyu nodded slightly, committing Yue Zhong's words to memory. Indeed, Yue Zhong declared, let us conclude for today. Everyone, return and rest well. The group promptly rose to leave. After returning to the villa, Yue Zhong indulged in a refreshing shower and comfortably reclined on his bed. From his storage ring, he retrieved 2 skill books, 1 azure treasure chest, and 5 white treasure boxes, all obtained from the 4 mutated hounds he had slain. The first skill was level 3, agility solidification, a passive skill that permanently increases agility by 10 points upon learning. The second skill was level 3, telekinetic manipulation, an active skill requiring the consumption of 4 points of mental and physical energy to activate, which then expends 2 points of each every 10 seconds. This skill allows the user to control non-living objects, manipulating their weight and size based on the user's mental and physical strength. The third item was a level 3 artifact, Fireball Ring, which grants 6 to mental stats and possesses the skill. Minor Fireball Technique, usable once daily. As Yue Zhong gazed at the 3 skill books, a spark of fervor flickered in his eyes as he mused. These are splendid treasures. Unfortunately, I can only learn 3 active skills for now. I should bestow the telekinetic manipulation skill upon Qi Yang. Without hesitation, he chose to learn agility solidification and adorned himself with the Fireball Ring. Upon mastering the skill, a new rune appeared in his consciousness, gleaming and pulsating, emitting black rays that continuously reinforced his physique. The following morning, Yue Zhong set forth with Qi Yang, Lu Yin, and Wang Shuang towards the armory. Ji Qingwu remained behind at home. When they arrived within sight of the armory, they halted. After disembarking, Yue Zhong instructed Qi Yang and the others to guard the vehicle while he stealthily approached the armory. Could it be that I haven't been devoured? This suggests that no large mutated beasts are nearby. Yue Zhong mused as he examined the 3 mutated hounds he had dispatched the previous day. Relieved to find their remains untouched, he cautiously advanced toward the military camp, scrutinizing the area from various angles until he was assured of the absence of any mutated creatures before proceeding closer. Upon reaching within 100 meters of the camp entrance, he unslung his Type 81 rifle and aimed at a zombie 100 meters away, pulling the trigger. The gunfire echoed, and the zombie's head erupted with a sanguine hole, collapsing lifelessly. After acquiring the marksmanship skill, Yue Zhong's proficiency had transformed, allowing him to rival veterans with years of rigorous training. His accuracy against stationary targets was remarkable. Attracted by the gunfire, a dozen zombies clad in military uniforms staggered toward Yue Zhong. He retreated while firing, bullets piercing through the zombies' bodies. After expending 20 rounds, he had only managed to decapitate 3, with the remaining shots landing on other parts of their bodies. Though he had developed considerable skills through the system's enhancement, utilizing powerful abilities drained his energy, compelling him to master firearms for survival in various environments. Once he finished firing, Yue Zhong swiftly drew his replica Tang knife and dashed into the throng of zombies, dispatching them with swift precision. As the glint of his blade flashed, heads flew, and blood splattered, leaving the small group of zombies decimated. He collected over 20 survival coins dropped by the slain zombies and strode toward the military camp. Just as he entered, a cerulean specter flashed toward him like a bolt of lightning. Yue Zhong, taken aback, barely managed to sidestep, failing to activate his shadow step skill in time, and felt a claw rake across his chest. The force was formidable, warping his protective gear and sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Had he not been wearing level 3 armor, his heart might have been ripped from his chest. At that moment, the skeletal warrior beside him swung its axe with a whistling sound, aiming a lethal strike at the cerulean specter. The specter evaded the blow with a swift movement and lunged at Yue Zhong again. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yue Zhong activated his shadow step, barely keeping pace with the specter. He executed a powerful kick, sending the specter hurtling several meters away. As the specter flew back, Yue Zhong finally discerned the creature that had nearly claimed his life. It was a diminutive being with grayish-blue skin and robust legs, devoid of decay. Its eyes bloodshot. It was a level 30 Type 2 agile evolutionary infected, possessing ghost-like speed and the skill to infect living beings. Damn it, a Type 2 zombie. The speed of their evolution is alarming. Will humanity even survive? Yue Zhong cursed under his breath, raising his weapon to fire at the S2. As he pulled the trigger, the creature darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the shot, which instead struck the baroque wall, leaving a fist-sized hole. The S2 zigzagged toward him like lightning. Its incredible agility rendered Yue Zhong's elite shooting skills ineffective. Observing the S2's rapid movements, he summoned his protective shield. The skeletal warrior transformed into a beam of light, enveloping Yue Zhong in a suit of bone armor, complete with a skull emblazoned on the chest and sharp bone spikes protruding from the elbows and knees. In the blink of an eye, the S2 was upon him, striking his head with devastating force. The bone armor absorbed much of the impact, allowing Yue Zhong to endure the pain and retaliate with a powerful elbow strike to the creature's abdomen, piercing it with the sharp spikes. Yet, the S2 showed no signs of injury, clawing at Yue Zhong's head and back, leaving scratch marks on the armor. Seizing the S2, Yue Zhong hurled it to the ground and stomped on it. Drawing his tang knife to sever its head. As the head rolled away, a surge of luminous energy entered Yue Zhong's being, alongside a skill book, an azure box, 2 white treasure boxes, and 400 survival coins. You have leveled up to level 19. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. You have leveled up to level 20. Please allocate 2 enhancement points. 1 skill point. The melodious chime of leveling up resonated in Yue Zhong's mind. Enhancing 4 points in stamina, he quickly decided. Now possessing 5 active skills, each activation demanded substantial stamina and mental energy. Without sufficient stamina, he couldn't employ multiple skills simultaneously. He opted to enhance the skill of summoning elite skeletons, focusing on maximizing one skill before diversifying to others for optimal utilization of his precious skill points. Upon making his choice, the luminous energy merged into his consciousness, illuminating the rune for summoning elite skeletons, which began to evolve and acquire a new skill, bone manipulation, enabling the skeletons to wield their bones with greater cunning, extending their attack range to 200 meters. The cooldown for the skill bone utilization was reduced to 1 day. And he learned a new skill, camouflage. This skill enables specialized skeletons to disguise themselves as larger beings. The specialized skeleton, bone, is at level 15, with attributes as follows: strength, 34/10, agility, 34/10, muscle activity, 34/10, vitality, 32/34/10, spirit, 34/34/10, intensity, 56/10. It possesses the following skills: bone utilization, bone reinforcement, bone manipulation, and disguise. In a fused state, Yue Zhong can also harness the capabilities of the bone. With a mere thought, a sharp bone spike extends from the palm of his right hand. Another thought causes a sharp spike to erupt from the bone armor at his forehead, as he stretches his hand forward. The spike from his forehead retracts, while a slender, sharp bone spike emerges from his palm, extending up to 200 meters. After evolving, this skill proves to be quite formidable for ambushes. Yue Zhong, excited by the control he has over the bones that continuously sprout from the armor, ponders that if, during a battle, a bone spike were to suddenly shoot out from one's chest, it would be utterly unexpected. After testing his newly acquired ability, Yue Zhong calms his thoughts and collects the treasures scattered on the ground into his space ring. Proceeding towards the military camp. The duration of the fusion protection technique is only 15 minutes. He must swiftly search the camp. If an S2 lurks within, he would have no choice but to flee immediately. The speed of an S2 is exceedingly rapid. Even in shadow step state, Yue Zhong would be slightly slower. Without the fusion protection technique, he would not dare to confront such a creature head-on. After thoroughly searching the military camp and finding no other hidden S2s or dangers, He returns to fetch Wang Shuang and the others, guiding them into the camp to commence a resource search. Level 4 skill, secondary agility solidification. To learn this skill, one must first master the agility solidification skill and enhance it 3 times. Upon acquiring this skill, it permanently increases agility by 40 points. Level 3 treasure, high-speed leather boots, agility 8. Though the skill is excellent, he is unable to learn it at this moment. After donning the black high-speed leather boots, Yue Zhong regretfully places the skill book for secondary agility solidification back into his space ring. The other 2 white treasure chests are empty, devoid of any contents. Just as Yue Zhong is inspecting his spoils, Lu Yen rushes out from a storeroom, his face alight with joy, shouting, Brother Yue! Brother Yue! We struck gold, so much military gear. There's an abundance of arms inside. Upon seeing Lu Yen's exuberant expression, Yue Zhong quickly enters the storeroom. The room is filled with an array of firearms, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, the Type 56 light machine gun, the Type 53 heavy machine gun, the Type 67 heavy machine gun, the Type 81 submachine gun, the Type 79 submachine gun, and the Type 81 rifle, among various models of vintage weaponry. The sheer number of firearms in this storeroom is sufficient to equip an entire battalion. Yue Zhong gazes at the cache with ecstatic eyes. We hit the jackpot this time. When Wang Guanghu first arrived at Changguang village, he had only a handful of followers, due to a lack of desire to recruit more, but rather the insufficient arms and ammunition that hindered him. With this storeroom's firearms, Yue Zhong need not worry about weaponry when recruiting subordinates. Regardless of how outdated the firearms may be, their usability suffices. Where are the bullets? Yue Zhong asks Lu Yen, grabbing him by the arm. Without ammunition, these weapons would merely be heaps of scrap metal, incapable of posing any threat to zombies. This way, Lu Yen, brimming with excitement, leads Yue Zhong to another section of the storeroom. There, neatly arranged boxes await, one of which has been pried open, revealing a perfect stack of bright orange bullets within. Fantastic! Yue Zhong exclaims, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Compared to the bullets he acquired at the police station, this bounty is monumental. With the bullets from this storeroom, he can truly splurge. Do we have cannons? Yue Zhong inquires eagerly. Artillery is crucial in any war. Possessing a fully operational heavy artillery unit would render the zombies in the city utterly powerless. A single barrage would annihilate them. Lu Yen offers a wry smile. Brother Yue, we don't have cannons, but we do have some shells and parts, likely salvaged from 2 cannons. Yue Zhong feels a twinge of disappointment. The absence of artillery in this arsenal is disheartening. This armory has been designated for obsolete weapons, tasked with the safekeeping and destruction of various firearms, ammunition, and artillery discarded by the PLA. The most advanced weaponry is absent here. Only outdated arms remain. Yet even these discarded weapons elicit excitement among Yue Zhong and his companions as they haul the firearms and ammunition, knowing their combat capabilities will significantly rise. The persistent concern of inadequate ammunition has been resolved, particularly with the presence of the Type 53 heavy machine gun and Type 67 heavy machine gun. The firepower of Yue Zhong's small faction has surged dramatically. Within this decommissioned weapon storage, there are also some dismantled artillery mechanisms. Yue Zhong does not overlook these and dismantles all the machinery he can, transporting it back to Changguang village. As military supplies are transported into Changguang village, some observant survivors notice the various firearms in the vehicles and begin to murmur among themselves. One survivor whispers, "Did you hear? Brother Yue and his crew have obtained a massive cache of arms, several trucks worth." Another survivor, skeptical, responds, "What? Arms? Is that true?" The first survivor insists, "Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes." A realization dawns on another survivor. Then they must be recruiting. Quickly, the survivors move towards the square, where recruitment typically occurs. At that moment, Deguzi, accompanied by 2 guards, arrives at the square and sets up a stall. He surveys the crowd, relishing the eager, pleading gazes of the survivors, and calmly announces, "We're recruiting. Choose me, choose me. I can do anything. Pick me. Just give me a gun, and I'll go out with you to scavenge for supplies." As soon as Deguzi finishes speaking, the survivors swarm towards the square, clamoring loudly. They yearn for survival and sustenance, having endured hunger for far too long, willing to do anything for a meal. Deguzi looks at the former white-collar workers and elites, individuals he once deemed far superior, raises an eyebrow and commands, "Form a line. Queue up properly, one by one. State your name, background, and skills clearly and cutting in line. Anyone who does will be dismissed." At Deguzi's shout, the survivors obediently form a long queue. Providing their names and backgrounds to him in no time, Yue Zhong successfully recruits 60 subordinates, assigning them to various positions. If he wished, he could easily recruit over 100, as long as he ensured their meals. The several hundred residents of Changguang village would be at his disposal. Of the 60 recruited, 50 are men assigned to combat teams, while 10 are women placed under Guoyu and Li Mani's leadership. Li Mani, chosen by Guoyu as her aide, previously served in the student council and possesses experience in organizing personnel for tasks. After all they have been through, Li Mani has matured, striving to prove herself useful, unwilling to be abandoned again. "What's your name?" Yue Zhong inquires in the living room of the villa in Changguang village, addressing a young man of average height with a somewhat pallid complexion, appearing around 27 or 28 years old. "Brother Yue, I'm Dazhong. I was a mechanic at a repair shop," the young man replies cautiously, glancing nervously at Yue Zhong. "I in the past, the tyrant Wang Guang who ruled Changguang village." Quick to take lives over trivial matters, leaving Dazhong uncertain of Yue Zhong's temperament and reluctant to overstep. This Dazhong is one of the talents Guoyu recruited for Yue Zhong. A vehicle maintenance specialist. "What kind of vehicles can you repair? Can you fix trucks?" Yue Zhong asks. Dazhong lists several vehicle types. "I can fix Hummers, Jeeps, BMWs, and Santanas. I can also repair trucks." After a pause, Dazhong hesitantly adds, "However, if you need me to fix something major right now, I might not be able to do it, as I currently lack the necessary tools." After a moment of silence, Yue Zhong inquires, "If I provide you with a blueprint and parts, could you assemble a cannon?" Dazhong is taken aback by Yue Zhong's question, shaking his head vigorously. "I can't. I've never worked with that before. I wouldn't know where to start." Yue Zhong glances at Dazhong and responds, "Very well, you're qualified. For now, you will be considered an external staff member. Once I procure the tools for repairs, and you have demonstrated your capabilities, I shall promote you to a reserve member. Should you perform well, I will elevate you to a full-fledged member. For now, you may leave. In the shortest time possible, present me with a plan for modifying the Dongfeng truck." "Thank you, Brother Yue. Thank you, Brother Yue." Daley, overjoyed, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yue Zhong before striding away. Competition within Changguang village is exceedingly fierce. Merely becoming an auxiliary member is quite an achievement, as it spares one from the dire necessity of foraging for tree bark and roots. After Daley departed, Yue Zhong reclined on the sofa with his eyes closed. At that moment, Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang were both leading teams to scavenge for supplies, provided they did not encounter terrifying entities like the S2. Their strength was sufficient to clear small hordes of zombies. Wang Shuang, Xiao Ming, and Lu Yin were responsible for maintaining order and conducting shooting training within the village, without formidable leaders to guide them. These squads struggled against the relentless zombie swarms. Their marksmanship was lacking, necessitating rigorous training. Food. The scarcity of food remains a pressing issue. With his eyes shut, Yue Zhong's mind was consumed by thoughts of sustenance. Currently, the most critical shortage in Changguang village is food. The seeds sown have yet to germinate, and every morsel consumed diminishes their already meager rations. Yue Zhong could barely manage to ensure his subordinates were fed. Furthermore, he dispatched some porridge daily to the survivors in Changguang village, preventing them from succumbing to starvation. That moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and a pair of delicate hands began to massage Yue Zhong's shoulders. Guoyu's slightly magnetic voice floated into his ears. "Master, do you have any worries you would like to share with me? Confiding your troubles can alleviate your burden, if it pleases you. Allow me to help shoulder your concerns." Upon opening his eyes, Yue Zhong beheld the youthful, beautiful visage of the little girl, Guoyu, kneeling beside him, administering a soothing massage. He reached out and embraced Guoyu, inhaling the subtle fragrance of the girl, her vibrant and warm presence dispelling his inner turmoil. This adorable girl, a gift from Wang Guanghu, was not only sensible but also obedient, endearing herself to Yue Zhong immensely. Holding Guoyu close, he closed his eyes and murmured, "Food. We are in dire need of supplies. The seeds scattered have not sprouted, and without locating a substantial grain store, sustaining several hundred individuals for an entire year, even with extreme rationing, seems an insurmountable challenge. Being a leader is no simple task. Being a competent leader is even more daunting." The thought of the future for the hundreds in Changguang village weighed heavily upon him. Guoyu suggested, "Master, since the seeds have not germinated, why not consider fishing? I recall there is a small creek not far from Changguang village that connects to the Leijiang River. If we catch some fish, it could alleviate the pressure of our food shortage." However, Yue Zhong replied casually, "There are formidable mutated beasts guarding that area. We cannot fish there." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yue Zhong paused. Then, embracing Guoyu, he planted 2 gentle kisses on her soft, unblemished cheek and exclaimed, "Thank you, little Yue. You have sparked a realization within me. If there are mutated beasts guarding the area, we must eliminate them." Previously, Yue Zhong had not intended to linger long in Chongguang village, and he had not given much thought to the mutated beasts in the creek. After assuming leadership of the village, he had been preoccupied with acquiring more food, and the creek had unwittingly formed a mental barrier in his mind. Releasing Guiyu from his embrace, Yue Zhong strode purposefully outside. After his departure, Guiyu touched the spot he had kissed. A smile gracing her lips, she was determined to gradually fill Yue Zhong's heart with her presence. There it is, Big Dog pointed to the slope leading to the small creek that connected to the Leijiang tributary. Directing Yue Zhong's attention, standing atop the elevated ground, Yue Zhong gazed intently at the creek, assessing the terrain. The creek spanned approximately 20 meters, with schools of small fish darting about, and occasionally a larger fish would breach the surface. Creating ripples across the water, from a distance, there appeared to be nothing amiss, and one would hardly suspect that man-eating beasts lurked within its depths. Bring it here, Yue Zhong commanded, and Big Dog promptly handed over a struggling live chicken tethered with a rope. Yue Zhong cautiously approached, halting 20 meters from the creek's edge. He employed a replica tang knife to swiftly sever the chicken's throat, crimson blood flowing forth as the creature writhed in his grasp. Yue Zhong observed the creek intently, then hurled the live chicken into the water. It floundered desperately, its blood staining the surrounding water. After a brief struggle, he began to pull the rope, methodically reeling the chicken back toward the bank. Just as the chicken was about to reach the shore, the once tranquil surface of the water erupted in turmoil as a wave surged forth, darting toward the hapless chicken like a bolt from a crossbow. Realizing the imminent danger, Yue Zhong quickly yanked on the rope, yanking the chicken back onto the bank just in time. Water splashed as a massive, yellow-scaled python, its head enormous and capable of swallowing a human whole, surged from the creek, its gaping maw aimed at the chicken. Yue Zhong pulled the chicken toward him, while the monstrous yellow python emerged from the water, thrashing its colossal body as it advanced. 33rd level mutated water snake. Possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities. Its strength is sufficient to crush an elephant and can effortlessly reduce a car to scrap. Yue Zhong gasped upon reading the information about the mutated water snake. He was uncertain if he could contend with such a formidable foe. However, there was no time for hesitation. The python, measuring over 20 meters in length, was remarkably swift on land, only slightly slower than the S2. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong cast aside the rope and, brandishing his 79 submachine gun, unleashed a barrage of bullets at the mutated water snake. The dense hail of gunfire struck the massive creature, denting its scales, but the bullets ultimately fell futilely to the ground. The formidable mutated water snake was impervious to the bullets. Yue Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first encounter with a mutated beast that could withstand gunfire. Unlike the swift S2, which fell to bullets, this water snake's scales rendered it invulnerable, stirring a tempest of dread within him. Although the bullets failed to pierce the creature's defenses, they inflicted considerable pain, eliciting a fierce glint in its eyes as it opened its gaping maw, exhaling a foul stench as it lunged towards Yue Zhong. In a flash, Yue Zhong activated his shadow step skill, deftly sidestepping to the left, narrowly evading the python's strike. In the process, he drew forth his replica tang knife and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's head. The python's scales were covered in a peculiar fine layer that secreted an unusual liquid. Yue Zhong's blade merely slid off the surface, leaving a white mark without breaking through the armor. His strike, rather than incapacitating the mutated water snake, only served to enrage it further as it swung its head like a battering ram toward him. Despite its massive size, the mutated water snake moved with surprising speed, and even in his shadow step state, Yue Zhong found it impossible to evade. With a flicker of thought, he activated his body fusion protection skill, allowing the surrounding bones to coalesce into a formidable shield. Extending his arms to brace himself, the mutated water snake collided violently with Yue Zhong's arms, propelling him backward as if struck by a small car. He coughed up blood, hurtling through the air like a rag doll. The snake, undeterred, twisted its massive form and lunged after him, its cavernous mouth poised to strike. Yue Zhong, sensing the imminent danger, pointed towards the ground as two bone spikes erupted from his back, embedding themselves into the earth. The spikes extended, propelling him upward and allowing him to narrowly evade the python's lethal bite. However, the spikes shattered upon impact, and Yue Zhong plummeted back to the ground. As he fell, he gestured towards the mutated water snake, conjuring a magical circle from his fireball ring. In the next instant, a small fireball surged forth from the circle, striking the creature's head with a resounding explosion. The mutated water snake recoiled in agony, one eye blackened and charred, writhing in torment as its massive body convulsed. Yet, a single fireball was insufficient to claim its life. Yue Zhong's figure flickered like a ghost. Darting in front of the mutated water snake, with a powerful thrust, bony spikes protruded from his back, lifting him to the serpent's head. He drew forth a venomous dart and fired 6 shots at the creature's brain. The 6 venomous projectiles pierced the mutated water snake scales, embedding themselves deep within its skull, where they exploded violently. In an instant, 6 fist-sized blood holes appeared in the serpent's head. The mutated water snake thrashed its massive body in a frenzy before ultimately collapsing to the ground in defeat. Stepping back a few paces, Yue Zhong extended a hand, sending a sharp bone spike shooting into the serpent's head through the blood holes. He stirred the organ within, reducing it to a pulpy mass. A luminous essence then erupted from the creature's body, merging with Yue Zhong, and the melodious sound of a level up echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have reached level 21 and gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations! You have reached level 22 and gained 2 enhancement points. All points allocated to strength. After making his choice, Yue Zhong felt a piercing pain in his arms as he glanced at the fallen water snake. A bitter smile gracing his lips. What a formidable mutated beast. Thankfully, my body has been somewhat reinforced. Otherwise, that collision could have easily resulted in a fracture. The impact from the mutated snake was immensely powerful. And although the bone armor and protective clothing absorbed most of the force, the residual impact nearly shattered his arms. Without the enhancements from his protective gear and the passive skill of body reinforcement, the collision could have been fatal. Next to the fallen serpent, a skill book and a survival coin worth 200 appeared. Yue Zhong approached and picked up the skill book, a surge of information flooding his mind. Level 3 skill, danger perception. Passive skill. Learning this skill will greatly enhance your premonition of danger. The effectiveness of this perception depends on your mental strength. With a thought, the skill of danger perception integrated into his consciousness. Coalescing into a misty rune, Yue Zhong called out to Big Dog, "Come out. Help me carry it back." "Yes, brother Yue." "Everyone, follow me. Let us load this onto the truck." Big Dog excitedly rallied his team. Together with Big Dog, 7 individuals, along with a skeleton, managed to hoist the 20-meter-long mutated water snake onto the vehicle. "What is that? What is that creature?" As the truck carrying the serpent rolled into the square, it caused a sensation. The survivors of Changguang village stared in awe at the mutated water snake, many witnessing such a creature for the first time. Upon disembarking, Yue Zhong saw Guiyu approaching. He addressed her directly. "Go find a few fashion designers. I want to make some clothes from this snake's skin." Guiyu gazed at the colossal serpent, a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. "Understood, master. By the way, this creature is a mutated beast, right? How do you plan to handle its meat?" Yue Zhong's gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes on Guiyu. "What do you mean?" Guiyu met his gaze with her beautiful eyes. "I think we should find someone to taste the mutated beast's meat and see if there are any adverse reactions. If not, it could provide us with an additional food source." The existence of mutated beasts transcended humanity's prior understanding of wildlife. It was astonishing that a creature could survive multiple gunshots. Yue Zhong had always sought food that humans consumed before the apocalypse, and he subconsciously felt averse to the idea of consuming mutated beast meat. Uncertain of the consequences, looking at the charming Guiyu, he gently ruffled her hair. "I understand. Make arrangements to find 10 people for a taste test. Those willing to participate will each receive 10 pounds of rice as a reward. If the meat proves non-toxic, they will also receive 10 pounds of snake meat. If this trial goes smoothly, we'll have it for dinner tonight." Guiyu beamed with joy at Yue Zhong's praise, her heart swelling with happiness as she flashed a sweet smile. "Thank you, master." For the past few days, Guiyu had only been able to eat after serving Yue Zhong. Sharing a meal together signified his acknowledgement of her identity and status. She was no longer merely a gift from Wang Guanghu, but a person with a semblance of dignity, an achievement she cherished far more than receiving an expensive LV bag from her father before the apocalypse. Yue Zhong entered Zhang Xiang's villa, where a dozen individuals had already brought the massive corpse of the mutated water snake inside. He waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates, and began to examine the 20-meter-long serpent. Drawing a sharp replica tang knife, Yue Zhong struck the serpent's body, but despite the enhanced strength behind the blow, he was unable to cut through the tough scales. What a remarkable specimen! A fiery glint sparked in his eyes. If he could craft clothing from the serpent's skin, his defensive capabilities would rise significantly. After a moment's contemplation, he activated the skill Magic Flame. A surge of scorching energy erupted from within him. Coalescing into 5 fiery tendrils atop his fingers, he thrust his index finger into the serpent's head, Igniting its scales and allowing his finger to penetrate the armor, with a firm pull, he carved a long gash into the serpent's body, effortlessly slicing the 20-meter-long skin in half to reveal the flesh within. First, let us extract the gallbladder. Yue Zhong observed the serpent, using the replica Tang knife to breach its gallbladder region. A small, crimson orb, no larger than a marble, materialized from the gallbladder. As he held the orb, an irresistible urge to consume it surged within him, and before he knew it, he had swallowed the small red sphere. As it entered his abdomen, waves of warmth cascaded through his body, continuously modifying and enhancing him. You have gained vitality 8, strength 2. An enchanting notification echoed in his mind. Is it truly possible to gain enhancements from consuming such substances? I wonder if the mutated beasts I previously hunted possess similar traits. Excitement surged within him as he eagerly cut the mutated water snake's flesh into pieces, searching for more of the red orbs. However, despite his thorough search, he found none. After washing his hands, Yue Zhong summoned Big Dog and instructed, "Gather a few people and bring back the corpses of the mutated beasts outside the armory." Big Dog, curious, inquired, "What do you need those for?" Yue Zhong replied, "If the meat from mutated beasts is edible, those could serve as food as well." Big Dog quickly praised, "Brother Yue, you truly possess foresight and exceptional insight." "I'm on it." He then led a few individuals out. After sending Big Dog off, Yue Zhong proceeded to Changguang Village's makeshift shooting range. A simple shooting range had recently been established, where Yue Zhong and Qi Yang practiced their shooting daily. Those not on missions were also required to train there. Bang, bang, bang. Yue Zhong wielded an 81-style rifle, firing 6 shots at a target 100 meters away. All 6 bullets struck the target, with one hitting the bullseye. The skill of firearm manipulation is indeed practical. Someone like me, who was once a novice, can suddenly shoot so proficiently overnight. As he observed the target from a distance, he reflected silently, before acquiring the skill of firearm manipulation. His accuracy at such a distance would have been astonishingly low. Setting down the rifle, he noticed Guiyu standing beside him, handing him a bottle of purified water. After taking a sip, he inquired, "How did it go?" Guiyu, glancing at Yue Zhong's profile, replied, "We've found volunteers for the taste test and the fashion designers, but the serpent's skin is challenging to process. A kitchen knife cannot cut through it." "I understand that. Let's go." Yue Zhong lowered his weapon and, accompanied by Guiyu, made his way to the villa where Zhang Xiang had resided. Inside the villa stood 4 women and 8 men, who, upon seeing Yue Zhong enter, respectfully greeted him with, "Brother Yue. This is Judy, the chief fashion designer at SIFM's flagship store in Leijiang." Guiyu introduced a strikingly elegant woman dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, her fair skin radiating poise. Yue Zhong glanced at Judy and recognized her as one of the women who had been forcibly taken by Zhang Xiang. Judy looked at Yue Zhong and cautiously said, "Hello, Brother Yue. What kind of clothing would you like? A vest, perhaps, or a shirt?" Before the apocalypse, she was a proud and successful woman, but after the world had changed, she fell into the hands of Zhang Xiang. Having experienced the harshness of the new reality, she became wary, no longer daring to defy those in power. Yue Zhong replied to Judy, "A full-body leather outfit and long pants. Is that possible?" Judy took pen and paper, sketching quickly, and presented a draft to Yue Zhong. He pointed to Guiyu and instructed Judy, "Make one for her first based on my measurements and hers. Draw the lines, and I will handle the cutting." Judy cast a somewhat envious glance at Guiyu and respectfully replied, "Yes, Brother Yue." Having endured the brutal apocalypse, she understood the rarity and value of materials. Yue Zhong's willingness to craft such an outfit for Guiyu was akin to providing her an additional layer of protection, potentially saving her life in dire situations. Guiyu was delighted by Yue Zhong's words, her eyes glimmering with affection as she looked at him. Judy took out a ruler and assisted Yue Zhong. After measuring Guiyu's figure, she began to draw on the large piece of snake skin. Meanwhile, the 8 men, who had been nervously consuming the meat of the mutated water snake, were securely chained as instructed by Yue Zhong. He sat in front of them, wielding a replica Tang knife, ready to strike should any of them show signs of mutation. The men felt immense pressure, fearing they would transform and meet their end at Yue Zhong's hands. The virus released by the divine system had a maximum incubation period of 1 hour. After 24 hours of monitoring the 8 men, with no abnormalities detected by Yue Zhong, he concluded that the mutated beast's meat was indeed safe for consumption. "You may leave now." After the monitoring period concluded, Yue Zhong had the promised supplies handed to the men, gesturing for them to depart. "Thank you, Brother Yue." Among the 8 men, 7 left with 10 kilograms of rice and 10 kilograms of mutated snake meat, their faces beaming with joy. The provisions were sufficient to last them for over 10 days. and as long as they were willing to part with some food, entertaining a few women would pose no challenge. Yue Zhong noticed a slender young man, approximately 24 or 25 years old, and frowned. "Why haven't you left yet? I've given you the promised supplies. There's nothing more." The young man suddenly knelt before Yue Zhong, exclaiming, "Brother Yue, my name is Lin Jun. Please let me follow you. I can forego these supplies. Allow me to join you in battle as your subordinate." Yue Zhong glanced at Lin Jun and replied coolly, "If you wish to fight alongside me, go register with the leaders of each team. Even if you plead with me to accept you now, you will start as an auxiliary member." Lin Jun forced a smile. "I've already tried, but they wouldn't take me, saying I don't meet the criteria, too short, too thin, and lacking strength." With limited resources, Yue Zhong could only recruit a certain number of subordinates. Naturally, each combat team preferred strong and tall members, while those who were frail and weak were not considered. Moreover, recruiting from survivors was relatively simple. Most were eager to join Yue Zhong's ranks, as they felt less apprehensive about shooting zombies than engaging in close combat. Yue Zhong scrutinized Lin Jun, asking directly, "What skills do you possess?" Without hesitation, Lin Jun responded, "Before the mutation, I was a locksmith. I can open any lock within a minute." Yue Zhong raised an eyebrow. "Any lock? Quite a claim. Can you open an electronic lock with a pupil scanner in under a minute?" Lin Jun awkwardly replied, "No, I can only manage regular locks, like those on security doors or in hotels." Yue Zhong fixed his gaze on Lin Jun. "Very well, I will accept you, but you will start as an auxiliary member. However, do you understand our rules?" Lin Jun excitedly affirmed, "I understand. I have committed the rules to memory. In this transformed world, being able to align with a formidable force ensured at least survival from starvation." Becoming an auxiliary member under Yue Zhong was already a source of envy among the hundreds of other survivors in Changguang village. Despite searching through the corpses of the mutated dogs and cats he had hunted, Yue Zhong was disappointed not to find a glass-like blood bead. Once he confirmed that the mutated beasts were edible, he distributed large portions of snake and dog meat to all his subordinates. And even the other survivors in Changguang village received a bowl of meat soup. Everyone was jubilant, as if celebrating a festival. After recuperating, Yue Zhong used live chickens as bait, hoping to lure out another mutated water snake. For several days, he tested the small creek, but failed to catch another mutated water snake. Once he confirmed their absence, he organized a group to fish in the creek. The fish resources there were abundant, and they would haul in dozens of pounds with each net. With the addition of river fish as sustenance, the looming food crisis in Changguang village was alleviated, though not entirely resolved. "Tomorrow, I will head to the Longhai City gathering place. Who will accompany me?" After dinner, Yue Zhong gathered everyone he had rescued from Leijiang and inquired. Most of the survivors he saved were neither his subordinates, nor had they joined his organization. Compared to Yue Zhong, they held more faith in the Longhai City government, which had organized a survivors' base. None of them felt compelled to join Yue Zhong's ranks, and he didn't pressure them. "I will go. I will go." As soon as Yue Zhong's words fell, a chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted. Almost everyone expressed their eagerness to join him. Yue Zhong glanced at them and turned to Qiyang, saying, "Qiyang, you stay here to oversee things. I don't trust anyone else." Qiyang, steady and powerful, was an essential ally for Yue Zhong. Only with him in charge of Changguang village could Yue Zhong leave with peace of mind. If Yue Zhong departed, the village could easily descend into chaos once more. Though Yue Zhong didn't regard his holdings in Changguang village highly, they represented hundreds of lives, and if chaos erupted, many would perish before order could be restored. "Understood." Qiyang nodded in agreement. "Those of you who wish to accompany me to the Longhai City base, I have no objections. I promise to take you there. However, I must clarify one thing. Once we arrive at the Longhai City base, your safety and food supply will be entirely in the hands of the Longhai City government. Is that acceptable?" Yue Zhong surveyed the survivors he rescued from Leijiang, speaking slowly. Most of these survivors lacked any skills, making them burdens. Yue Zhong welcomed their departure. Handing them over to the Longhai City government would significantly lighten his responsibilities. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's words, the girls hesitated. They had witnessed a glimpse of the apocalypse's cruelty in Changguang village, yet they were uncertain about the conditions at the Longhai City survivors' base. If Yue Zhong abandoned them, their futures were uncertain. While the girls pondered, Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up, "I want to stay, brother Yue. I want to stay here and help you clean the rooms. Is that okay?" Yue Zhong looked at Zhang Xian, a charming girl with a doll-like face, and smiled gently. "Of course. If you wish to stay, I will assign you as a reserve member." Zhang Xian glanced at Qiyang, her expression resolute. "I will stay too." Wang Qian exchanged glances with Zhang Xian, then gritted her teeth. "I will stay as well." Yue Zhong observed the silently contemplative Qiyang and smiled lightly. that S2 reserve member positions. Yuan shot a glance at Zhang Xian, then turned to Yue Zhong, stating earnestly, I want to stay too. I want to stay too. To Yue Zhong's surprise, even Zhang Xian, who had often been at odds with him, requested to remain. Aside from these 5 girls, the rest remained silent. Yue Zhong addressed them, in that case, you will pack your things tonight, and we will set off tomorrow. After the group dispersed, Yue Zhong and Lu Wen enjoyed a relaxing bath together. After the passionate encounter, Yue Zhong held Lu Wen and Guo Yu closely in the bath. Lu Wen nestled in Yue Zhong's embrace, clinging to one of his arms and playfully said, Brother Yue Zhong, can I go with you to Longhai City? I can't bear to be apart from you for so many days. Yue Zhong, gazing fondly at the adorable Lu Wen, kissed her gently and smiled. But what about here? This is our foundation. Don't you want to oversee it as the lady boss? Lu Wen, hugging Yue Zhong's arm, playfully rubbed her soft figure against him and insisted, with Qi Yang here. Everything will be fine. Please take me with you. Feeling the softness of Lu Wen's skin, Yue Zhong's heart stirred. He affectionately patted her head, saying, all right, delighted. Lu Wen cheered, planting 2 kisses on his cheek. Guo Yu also clung to one of Yue Zhong's arms, her beautiful eyes wide with anticipation as she asked, Master, can I accompany you? I will help you manage all the affairs. All right, Yue Zhong replied, casting a charming smile at the exquisite Guo Yu, who resembled a porcelain doll. He leaned down and softly kissed her forehead. Guo Yu had been diligently managing various tasks and taking care of Yue Zhong's daily needs. He had grown quite attached to her youthful charm. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's consent, Guo Yu beamed with gratitude. On the highway leading to Longhai City, a small convoy comprised of 2 dongfeng trucks, 2 jeeps, and a Hummer sped along. Suddenly, from a side road, 8 men clad in a mishmash of clothing and armed with various outdated firearms burst forth, closely pursued by 2 swift S1 beasts. Amidst their desperate cries for help, the last man in line was caught by one of the S1, leaving a massive claw mark on his arm. His face turned pale as he fought to escape the creature and continued to dash ahead. Yue Zhong commanded Wang Shuang, seated in the passenger seat. Stop! Eliminate them! Wang Shuang immediately slammed on the brakes, halting the Hummer. The vehicles behind came to a stop as well, and 12 team members armed with 79-style submachine guns leaped out, aiming their weapons at the 8 men with outdated firearms. De Guzi stepped forward, bellowing at the fleeing men, drop your weapons and come over here. Otherwise, we will open fire. For Yue Zhong, the first step in dealing with armed individuals was to disarm them before offering assistance. Allowing them to join his ranks without proper precautions was far too perilous. The 8 men, upon seeing the uniformity of 79-style submachine guns in Yue Zhong's team, exchanged fearful glances and hastily discarded their weapons while pleading. Don't shoot. Please save us. Compared to the monstrous S1, the human group seemed far more reassuring. As Yue Zhong exited the vehicle, wielding a replica Tang sword, he swiftly confronted the 2 S1. With a couple of graceful movements, he effortlessly severed their heads, causing their lifeless bodies to collapse, dropping 2 survival coins and a white treasure box. Impressed, the 8 survivors gazed at Yue Zhong in awe as he dispatched the relentless S1. He collected the survival coins and the white box, then approached the survivors, inquiring, Who are you? Though Yue Zhong possessed a storage ring, he preferred to carry a backpack in public to avoid drawing attention. The storage ring was a level 6 treasure and could incite envy, leading to unnecessary trouble. De Guzi, acting like a loyal aide, growled at the survivors. This is our commander, Captain Yu. He is asking you questions. So answer honestly. If you're not truthful, I'll execute you. A burly young man quickly replied, We are a supply search team from the Longhai City survivor base. My name is Wang Hai, and I am the team leader. Thank you for saving us. Yue Zhong fixed his gaze on Wang Hai and stated, Wang Hai, I need to know the current situation at the Longhai City survivor base. Tell me everything you know. If you provide me with the information I seek, I will return your weapons and men. However, if I discover you have deceived me, you will face the consequences. Understood. Wang Hai's heart raced as he relayed everything he knew about the Longhai City survivor base. On the day of the world's mutation, Longhai City similarly fell victim to the so-called divine calamity, with most inhabitants transforming into zombies. Approximately 70% of the city's leadership succumbed to the virus, becoming undead. Fortunately, a military unit stationed nearby, albeit with many infected personnel, managed to eradicate the zombies under the command of a captain named Lei Cheng, reclaiming the military camp. The remaining leadership of Longhai City, led by Mayor Chen Jianfeng, joined forces with Lei Cheng's troops, who organized a counterattack on the sparsely populated Qingyuan County. With modern firepower at their disposal, the newly mutated zombies stood no chance against the well-structured military. After 2 days of fierce combat, the zombies in Qingyuan County were eliminated. Chun Jianfeng then established the Longhai City Survivor Base, gathering survivors from various areas. As per Wang Hai's knowledge, nearly 4,000 survivors had congregated in Qingyuan County. With new groups of refugees arriving daily, Wang Hai cautiously asked, "Are you an enhancer, Captain Yu?" Curious, Yue Zhong responded, "Are there many enhancers in the Longhai City base?" "Approximately several dozen." Wang Hai replied, "I in a world where luck and strength were never in short supply." Yue Zhong did not arrogantly assume he was the sole enhancer. However, the knowledge of dozens of others existing did weigh heavily on him. Wang Hai then inquired, "Captain Yu, do you wish to enter the Longhai City Survivor Base?" "Indeed," Yue Zhong confirmed. Wang Hai explained, "Currently, the base has implemented a new regulation. Anyone entering must surrender all items obtained from the demon system, including the weapons and ammunition from your convoy. Such a thing exists?" Yue Zhong frowned and instructed Deguzi, "Give Wang Hai 10 kilograms of rice." Nodding, Deguzi quickly retrieved the rice from a dongfeng truck and tossed it to Wang Hai, saying, "A gift from Captain Yu." "Thank you, Captain Yu, thank you," Wang Hai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. This outing had incurred significant losses, but 10 kilograms of rice was a small consolation. Food was also scarce within the Longhai City Survivor Base. Just then, a terrified scream pierced the air. Yue Zhong turned to see one of Wang Hai's team members tightly bound by Yue Zhong's men, while Wang Shuang, holding a replica Tang sword, kept a vigilant watch. The man bore a long claw mark on his arm. "Wait!" Wang Hai shouted, approaching the injured man with a heavy heart. "Old Li, those infected by zombies have no hope of survival. If you have any last words, now is the time." Looking at Wang Hai, Old Li's eyes brimmed with tears as he expressed, "Wang, it doesn't matter if I die, but what will happen to my wife and son?" Wang Hai solemnly replied, "We will do our best to care for them. You can rest easy." The rest of Wang Hai's team felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Old Li was a kind and well-liked member of their group, and no one wished to see him perish. Yet, those infected by the virus were doomed to become zombies. It was an undeniable truth. Even enhancers, once infected, would succumb to the same fate. With his eyes closed, Old Li resolutely said, "Come on, give me a swift end." Wang Hai glanced at Yue Zhong and asked, "Captain, may we handle this ourselves?" Yue Zhong nodded, and Wang Shuang sheathed her replica Tang sword. Wang Hai aimed his pistol at Old Li's head and declared, "Old Li, farewell." With the sound of a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in Old Li's head as he collapsed to the ground. Deguzi approached Yue Zhong, asking, "Captain, what shall we do now? Are you still planning to go to the survivor base in Longhai City? If the supplies belonging to Yue Zhong and his group are confiscated by the Longhai City base, they would be like a toothless tiger, vulnerable to exploitation." Dazhong hesitated, contemplating a return to Changguang village. Yue Zhong calmly replied, "Let us go." He approached Wang Hai and said, "Wang Hai, you and your group may leave now. Thank you, Captain Yu. Thank you, Captain Yu. When you come to the Longhai City base, I will make sure to host you well." Wang Hai exclaimed joyfully. After speaking, he hurriedly left with his 6 team members, fearing Yue Zhong might change his mind. Compared to the ever-evolving zombies, ordinary humans are much easier to deal with. Consequently, many individuals began hunting their fellow humans to seize supplies. Few, like Yue Zhong, who rescued them without confiscating their essential firearms, exist. "Lin Jun, come here." After a moment of contemplation, Yue Zhong called a teammate over. Lin Jun approached, eagerly inquiring, "Captain Yu, do you have any instructions?" Being new to the team and eager to prove his worth, Lin Jun was keen to showcase his abilities. Yue Zhong fixed his gaze on Lin Jun and asked, "Are you familiar with the area around Longhai City? Is there a place near Qingyuan County where we can effectively hide the supplies from our convoy?" Lin Jun, hailing from a small county near Longhai City, was familiar with the terrain, which was why Yue Zhong had brought him along. After thoughtful consideration, Lin Jun replied, "Yes, I remember a small village called Shixiang nearby, which has a cave. Shixiang has very few residents, only a dozen households, and the land is barren with little to no supplies. There shouldn't be many people around." Dazhong, Yue Zhong spoke in a low voice. "What is it, Captain Yu?" Dazhong approached. "Select a few individuals to accompany me while you stay here to keep watch. Also, our destination this time must remain undisclosed to any of the women." "Understood," Yue Zhong instructed firmly. Those women wishing to reach the Longhai City survivor base had been excluded from his circle of trust. After all, once they arrived, they could leave, and anything could happen in the future. Dazhong nodded. Selecting a few individuals to follow Yue Zhong, who drove a dongfeng truck loaded with various supplies and ammunition into the distance. "Where's Yue Zhong going?" Chen Yao couldn't help but ask as she watched him depart. Dazhong cast a cold glance at Chen Yao and replied, "Chen Yao, it seems that Captain Yu's whereabouts are not for you to question." Dazhong harbored disdain for those rescued by Yue Zhong who still chose to leave. Chen Yao was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a response from De Zhong in Changguang village. He had always treated her and those accompanying Yue Zhong with great respect, never before exhibiting such coldness. Frowning, she retorted, "What kind of attitude is that?" "I'm just concerned about Yue Zhong," Da Zhong replied coolly. "Once you arrive at the Longhai City survivor base, you will no longer be one of us. It would be best if you refrained from inquiring about Captain Yu's movements." Chen Yao was about to say more when Ji Qingwu tugged at her sleeve. Shaking her head, "Yao Yao, since we decided to leave Changguang village for the Longhai City survivor base, we have, in fact, become outsiders. Their caution towards us is entirely justified, considering their safety." Ji Qingwu's words stirred a myriad of emotions within Chen Yao, leaving her unsettled. While she wished to remain by Yue Zhong's side, she yearned to return to a well-ordered society under the government's rule. In that orderly society, she was cherished like a princess, while beside Yue Zhong, she was merely an ordinary beautiful woman. Not having a romantic relationship with Yue Zhong, she naturally chose to return to the safety of the Longhai City survivor base. Ji Qingwu observed Chen Yao's internal conflict in silence, though she personally leaned towards staying with Yue Zhong. Chen Yao was not only her close friend but also belonged to a family that had served Ji Qingwu's for generations. Ji Qingwu's grandfather had been Chen Yao's grandfather's bodyguard. In their generation, the Ji family had become a subsidiary power to the Chen family. Thus, for both public and private reasons, Ji Qingwu felt compelled to stay with Chen Yao. Under Lin Jun's guidance, Yue Zhong successfully located the cave, concealing the Dongfeng truck laden with supplies and ammunition before returning to the group. Continuing along the highway, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Qingyuan County survivor base. Qingyuan County is a small town not far west of Longhai City, known before the apocalypse for its well-preserved ancient city walls and buildings, catering to tourism. From a distance, Yue Zhong spotted the city walls of Qingyuan County. Those walls, rendered ineffective in modern warfare, regained their purpose against zombies and mutated beasts. "Stop!" Just as Yue Zhong's group arrived at the city gate, four armed soldiers approached, commanding them sternly. As they disembarked from their vehicles, the soldiers promptly seized their means of transport. Several officials in work attire approached, one of whom introduced himself to Yue Zhong, saying, "I am Qin Zhiguang, responsible for welcoming survivors. You are allowed to bring your personal belongings into the Longhai City survivor base. Renminbi, gold, and diamonds can be exchanged for food vouchers here." "How much is the exchange rate for renminbi and gold for food vouchers?" Zhao Li, who had a box full of cash and gold to ensure a stable life in the Longhai City survivor base, asked eagerly. Chen Zhiguang replied nonchalantly, 100,000 renminbi for 1 pound of food vouchers. 1 pound of gold for 10 pounds of food vouchers. 1 pound of diamonds for 10 pounds of food vouchers. Zhao Li frowned, her authoritative demeanor surfacing as she addressed Chen Zhiguang. "What? 100,000 renminbi for a single pound of food vouchers? That rate is utterly unreasonable. I demand to see your superior." "I am Zhao Li, the chairwoman of the Dolphin chain fast food restaurant." Having amassed significant assets before the apocalypse, Zhao Li was a notable figure in society. While she had been cautious among Yue Zhong's team, she now exuded confidence in the government-controlled stronghold. Chen Zhiguang shot her a derisive glance and replied, "No need. I am the leader. Whether you wish to exchange or not is entirely up to you. Once inside the base, you will be begging me to make an exchange, but I may not assist you." Without sparing Zhao Li another glance, he addressed Yue Zhong's group, stating, "In the Longhai City base, the possession of weapons is prohibited, so you must surrender all your weapons. Any weapons or equipment obtained from the divine system must be handed over, or you will be charged with the crime of harboring dangerous items. Now, men, follow me to the left, and women, to the right. We will search your personal belongings." Afterward, Chen Zhiguang led the men of Yue Zhong's group into a small room, while a female government worker escorted Zhao Li to another small room. "Wait, I want to exchange. I need food vouchers." As Chen Zhiguang turned to leave, Zhao Li panicked, rushing towards him with her box of cash. Unaware of what the base would be like, she felt desperate. Without food, survival would be impossible, and she needed to exchange for food vouchers to ensure both her and her child's safety within the base. Chen Zhiguang glanced at her with a glint of desire in his eyes, coldly smirking as he handed her a small piece of paper, saying, "I am not in the mood to help you exchange right now. If you want to exchange for food vouchers, come here alone tonight." Upon examining the note, Zhao Li's face turned pale. The address on the paper made her realize Chen Zhiguang's intentions. Ignoring Zhao Li, he entered a small room with Yue Zhong's group. How could this happen? Zhao Li clutched the note, her expression fluctuating between anger and fear. She had hoped that arriving at the Longhai City stronghold would lead to an orderly life. However, even a mere government worker had begun to leer at her, filling her with dread and confusion about the future. Inside the small room, Chen Zhiguang and 3 staff members began to rummage through the personal belongings of Yue Zhong's group. The 4 staff members were quite unscrupulous, brazenly pocketing cigarettes and candies brought by Yue Zhong. The role of welcoming survivors was a lucrative one, allowing these workers to profit significantly from the survivors. Dazhong noticed Chen Zhiguang slipping a pack of his cigarettes into his pocket and immediately protested. "Wait, that's mine." Chen Zhiguang scowled, glaring at Dazhong. "What do you mean it's yours? This is mine. Don't make baseless accusations. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation and have you thrown in jail." Dazhong, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What you're doing is no different from robbery." Chen Zhiguang cast a cold glance at the large man and sneered. "What? Can't stand it. If you can't, then get the hell out. I worked hard to host you all, and without any profit, who would bother? If you have the guts, go ahead and file a complaint." The other 3 staff members chuckled in agreement. Even before the apocalypse, complaints against civil servants rarely yielded results, let alone in the chaotic aftermath, where as long as no major incidents occurred, the authorities had no interest in such trivial matters. The large man wanted to retort, but a glance from Yue Zhong silenced him. Seeing the man quiet down only inflated Chen Zhiguang's arrogance. His eyes fell upon the rings in Yue Zhong's possession, and he brazenly demanded, "You, take off those 2 rings. They were mine, which I accidentally dropped. Hurry up and return them to me." A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Yue Zhong's eyes as he replied icily, "Are you certain they are yours?" Feigning magnanimity, Chen Zhiguang asserted, "Of course, if you return them, I shall overlook your theft of my rings. In our Longhai City base, theft is a serious crime. Those caught can be shot on the spot. I'm compassionate and cannot bear to see bloodshed, so I will let you off." Yue Zhong let out a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with malice as he unleashed a fear-inducing aura upon Chen Zhiguang. In an instant, a terrifying malevolence emanated from Yue Zhong, enveloping Chen Zhiguang. His face paled, and suddenly, the spark of life vanished from his eyes. He envisioned himself ensnared by a towering demon, sawed apart by a chainsaw. His blood and entrails spilling forth, the agony of being bisected eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from him as he collapsed to the ground, crying for mercy. "Help! Save me!" Chen Zhiguang's eyes turned crimson as he lay prostrate. Frothing at the mouth, his body drenched in cold sweat, struggling in torment as if fried in oil. The 3 staff members, witnessing his pitiful state, turned pale, hastily producing various supplies while repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry. We had no idea you were an enhancer. Please forgive us." They understood they were no match for a being of such power, especially one like Yue Zhong, who could inflict suffering without even a touch, an ability they had never witnessed in the Longhai City base. Yue Zhong, not wishing to kill, withdrew the fear aura, allowing Chen Zhiguang to recover. Struggling to his feet, he cast a fearful glance at Yue Zhong, no longer daring to provoke him, and stammered, "Brother, please fill out this form first. After 2 hours of quarantine here, arrangements will be made for your work and accommodation based on your abilities and specialties." Yue Zhong took the form and noticed it was filled with numerous intricate questions. Chen Zhiguang cautiously explained, "The most critical information on this form pertains to your professions and abilities before the world changed. Your jobs and resources will be allocated accordingly. Enhancers will receive favorable treatment, allowing them to join the military or government sectors." Having experienced Yue Zhong's formidable abilities, Chen Zhiguang dared not further irritate him. Although even enhancers were not permitted to kill indiscriminately in the Longhai City base, Yue Zhong's peculiar powers could easily eliminate him without a trace. Chen Zhiguang emphasized, "Your profession and abilities are crucial. They will determine your future treatment in this new world where the law of the jungle prevails." Chen Zhiguang understood the stakes well. He could not afford to oppose an enhancer like Yue Zhong and could only seek to appease him. Yue Zhong tossed a pack of cigarettes to Chen Zhiguang, saying nonchalantly, "If we wish to stay together, what can you do?" "Thank you, brother Yue," Chen Zhiguang exclaimed, a spark of joy flickering in his eyes. Cigarettes were a rare commodity in the base, difficult for ordinary people to acquire. After pondering, he replied, "If you all want to stay together, then simply declare yourselves unemployed. However, this will adversely affect your benefits." The individuals entering the Longhai City base were a mixed bag, including numerous small factions. Chen Zhiguang had witnessed many groups unwilling to part ways, as unity provided strength against bullying. Taking Chen Zhiguang's advice, Yue Zhong and his companions filled an unemployed under profession and abilities point 2 hours later. They exited the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wan and Chen Yao also left their quarters. "Brother." Upon seeing Yue Zhong, Lu Wan rushed to him, wrapping her arms around one of his. "Will you join her side?" While the other girls stood across from Yue Zhong, their gazes filled with complex emotions. Today, they would part ways to face an uncertain future. Chen Yao approached Yue Zhong, her expression intricate as she spoke softly. "Yue Zhong, I must leave that if you encounter any difficulties in the Longhai City base, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. The Chen family held considerable influence in Longhai City, and with her identity revealed, she was assured of reuniting with her relatives there. Yue Zhong regarded her seriously, replying, "Take care." He valued Chen Yao, a girl of remarkable abilities and striking appearance. Yet, he understood that everyone has their own aspirations. Thus, he was mentally prepared for her departure, feeling neither profound disappointment nor sorrow. Goodbye. Chen Yao scrutinized Yue Zhong one last time before her gaze shifted to Guo Yu and Lu Wan, a fleeting complexity dancing in her eyes. She left with Ji Qingwu. Zhao Li approached Yue Zhong, beseeching Chen Zhiguang, "Brother Chen, please help me exchange some food stamps? I beg you." Zhao Li had realized that the Longhai survivor base was not as idyllic as she had envisioned. Her identity as a chain restaurant CEO held little weight here. She found herself having to humble herself before a minor civil servant whom she had once looked down upon. Chen Zhiguang glanced at Zhao Li and waved dismissively. "No time, get lost." As a receptionist at the Longhai survivor base, Chen Zhiguang had encountered many wealthy individuals. Despite Zhao Li's previous status, she was nothing now. Zhao Li's face turned pale, despair flashing in her eyes. Without food stamps, her stack of currency would merely be worthless paper. She understood how few days she could survive in the Longhai City base without sustenance. "Help her," Yue Zhong interjected, casting a glance at Chen Zhiguang. "Yes, brother Yu." Chen Zhiguang immediately replied respectfully, summoning a staff member to instruct. "Xiao Lin, take this woman to exchange for food stamps." Xiao Lin regarded Zhao Li with disdain and coldly stated, "Follow me. Thank you." Zhao Li bowed in gratitude to Yue Zhong before following Xiao Lin out. "Brother Yu, please follow me. I will take you to your accommodation," Chen Zhiguang said, all smiles as he led Yue Zhong. In this brutal new world, Chen Zhiguang wielded his civil servant status to assert dominance over ordinary survivors, yet he was insignificant compared to the powerful figures within the Longhai survivor base. Lacking a substantial background, he sought someone strong to align himself with. Yue Zhong, with his mysterious powers and formidable followers, was precisely the ally Chen Zhiguang desired. If he could become a confidant of such a powerful figure, his standing in the Longhai survivor base would be solidified, and he would have support against any oppression. As they walked through the streets, Chen Zhiguang earnestly apologized, "Brother Yu, today's incident was my fault. I failed to recognize your stature. That I apologize for any offenses caused. Please forgive me." Yue Zhong replied nonchalantly, "Let bygones be bygones." Chen Zhiguang, eyes filled with hope, asked, "Brother Yu, may I stick with you? I may not have much power in this base, but I have knowledge of many small matters. You can ask me anything you're uncertain about." The large man scoffed at Chen Zhiguang's blatant flattery. "Your face is truly thick." However, Chen Zhiguang seemed unfazed, continuing to gaze at Yue Zhong with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Zhong finally replied, "All right." Though Wang Hai had provided a rough overview of the Longhai survivor base, many intricate details remained unspoken. Chen Zhiguang was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking Yue Zhong. Under Chen Zhiguang's guidance, Yue Zhong and his companions arrived at their residence, a dilapidated 5-story building resembling a makeshift village. Each floor contained 3 rooms, furnished with nothing but a bed and a toilet. Outside were ordinary self-built homes, a few trees, some abandoned farmland, and a small pond. Chen Zhiguang, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm sorry, brother Yu. The unemployed survivors can only reside in such remote urban villages. Chen Zhiguang is not an official of high rank, thus he cannot arrange a suitable living space for Yue Zhong." Yu nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Having been occupied all day, the group felt hunger pangs and descended the stairs, making their way outside. Shortly after exiting, they spotted a large pot in an open area nearby, where several workers were distributing relief meals. A long queue of dozens of people awaited their turn for a meager portion. A stout man wielded a ladle, serving each individual a spoonful of gruel, which barely contained any rice, mostly consisting of water. Upon witnessing this, the Guzi couldn't help but complain, "Is this fit for human consumption? It's just water." In Changguang village, the Guzi relished daily meals of rice. Even the gruel there would not be so scant. The portly man serving the gruel glared at the Guzi and mockingly retorted, "If you don't want it, then scram. You'll learn your place after a few days of hunger." The other survivors gulped down the watery gruel, licking their bowls clean while casting greedy glances at the pot. This relief meal was more akin to rice soup than actual porridge, yet it represented a glimmer of hope for the survivors. Chen Zhiguang apologized to Yue Zhong, saying, "Brother Yu, I'm sorry, but this is the only relief meal available here." Yu glanced at the pot of gruel and, showing no interest, asked Chen Zhiguang, "Is there a market here? I wish to purchase some items." Chen Zhiguang promptly replied, "Yes, Please follow me. As they traversed the survivor base in Longhai City, the sight of emaciated faces told of their dire hunger. At various locations, long lines formed at relief stations for gruel. Under Chen Zhiguang's guidance, Yue Zhong arrived at a bustling street lined with an array of goods, where the vendors appeared slightly healthier than those residing in the urban village. There was a rice shop where government-issued food stamps could be exchanged for rice. Government employees received their wages in food stamps, and the military followed suit. Chen Zhiguang pointed to a shop at the street's end guarded by 4 armed soldiers and explained, "This is Phoenix Street, a place where various sundries are sold. As long as you have food or food stamps, you can acquire many items here." After listening to Chen Zhiguang's explanation, Yue Zhong led the group into the street. "Boss, how much for these pots and bowls?" Yu inquired at a sundry shop, eyeing the assortment on the floor. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon seeing Yu, and he hurriedly replied, "1 liang of food stamps for a pot, 1 liang for 20 bowls, 1 liang for a kitchen knife, and 1 liang for 3 iron basins. You can also exchange other food items." Chen Zhiguang pulled Yu aside and smirked coldly, "Boss, this is outrageous. Your prices are exorbitant. Let us move on to the next shop." Just as Yue Zhong pretended to leave, the shopkeeper panicked, calling out, "Don't go. I can make it cheaper. I can make it cheaper." Yue Zhong pointed to a complete set of pots and bowls and declared, "We'll take them all for 5 bags of instant noodles. Otherwise, you can keep them for yourself." The shopkeeper, gritting his teeth, agreed, "Deal." In Qingyuan County, food was scarce, and items like pots and bowls held little value. With few buyers, 5 bags of noodles would afford the shopkeeper a hearty meal. Yu waved his hand, and Deguzi produced 5 packs of noodles to hand to the shopkeeper. Lin Jun and others took the pots and bowls in hand. "Boss, I have good stuff. Come buy from me. Boss, come take a look." The vendors eagerly beckoned as they witnessed Yu's generous purchasing. "Captain Yu, there are tools for repairing vehicles over there," Mechanic Chen Dalei exclaimed. His eyes gleaming at a stall filled with tools. A skilled mechanic, he had discarded all his belongings while fleeing to lighten his load. Realizing he needed to demonstrate his worth to remain in Yue Zhong's team, he sought US approval to buy the tools for 4 bags of instant noodles. "Boss, come buy from here. I'll give you a discount." The vendors grew increasingly enthusiastic at US spending. Currently, food was the most coveted item in Longhai City's base. The street was not bustling, as most were focused on filling their stomachs rather than spending precious food on sundries. Unlike Changguang Village, Longhai City offered a variety of tools that were scarce in the village. ASUS group continued along. A young girl in extremely short denim shorts and a slightly discolored white t-shirt, exuding youthful energy and possessing a fair degree of beauty, rushed in front of them and pleaded, "Big brother, would you like to have some fun with me? I was a high school girl before. Just one night for a bag of instant noodles. I haven't had a proper meal in a week. Please, have mercy." Yue Zhong, taken aback by the unexpected scene at the government-controlled survivor base, felt a complex array of emotions. Guiyu and Lu Wen watched the girl with a mix of sympathy and relief, grateful for their encounter with Yue Zhong. Otherwise, they feared they might find themselves in a similar predicament due to hunger. Chen Zhiguang glanced at the girl blocking their path, then turned to Yue Zhong, stating, "Brother Yu, don't pay her any mind. For a bag of noodles, you could have a 3-way with a pre-apocalypse high school girl. If you're interested, I can take you to find a place. Big brother, I'm willing to do anything. I'm open to any kind of fun. Please, just play with me." The young girl dropped to her knees before Yue Zhong, begging Yu, not sparing her a glance, simply led his group past her. As he walked by, the girl felt a slight bump against her, and upon reaching down, she discovered a piece of compressed biscuit. Gripping it tightly, she cast a long glance at Yu's retreating figure, filled with envy towards Guiyu and Lu Wen, before disappearing into a narrow alley, sobbing and consuming the biscuit. "Brother, why didn't you just give her the biscuit directly?" Lu Wen curiously asked Yu, having seen him discreetly toss the biscuit to the girl despite his indifference. Yue Zhong replied solemnly, "If I had given it to her directly, it might have been snatched away by someone else within minutes." Chen Zhiguang added, "Lu Wen, as brother Yu said, the security here is indeed poor. Robbery and sexual assault are met with immediate execution upon capture, yet such crimes still occur frequently. When driven by extreme hunger, people can commit heinous acts. Even if the consequence is execution, many succumb to despair, choosing to act on their darkest impulses. Big brother, come have some fun. 1 liang of food stamps for the night." Not long after leaving the young girl, a dozen women, looking relatively clean yet gaunt, surrounded Yue Zhong and his group, offering themselves for sale. It appeared that Longhai City's base was not a sanctuary after all. Witnessing these women, stripped of dignity and desperate, he began to waver in his previous resolve. Initially, He had hoped to find order in the Longhai City survivor base, a place where people did not resort to such measures for sustenance. He envisioned entrusting all survivors to the base and then seeking his family in Nanning with a few trusted companions. Yet, the reality of Longhai City's survivor base was far from his expectations. Chen Zhiguang, ever the opportunist, noticed Yue's furrowed brow, his expression darkening as he shouted at the approaching women, "Get away! Don't come any closer. If you keep pestering us, I'll make sure each of you ends up in a cell." The women who had gathered around glanced at Chen Zhiguang's staff uniform, their eyes reflecting a flicker of fear, and they quickly retreated. The stature of government officials was far beyond that of these women, who were willing to sell themselves in such a post-apocalyptic world. Offending any government worker was an unwise choice. Yue Zhong surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. He noticed that both sides of the road were filled with women, their faces pale yet meticulously groomed. Some had even donned a touch of makeup. The women who attempted to barter their beauty and bodies for food numbered more than 100 at a cursory glance. What lay beyond that point? Not far from Phoenix Street, Yue Zhong spotted several soldiers guarding a street, effectively sealing it off. Inside that street, people were well-dressed and appeared radiant, evidently untouched by hunger. Yue Zhong even saw a fashionable and attractive woman leisurely walking with a small lion dog. The street was orderly, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Outside, the scene was starkly different. Faces were haggard, and individuals would sell themselves for a mere piece of bread. The contrast between the inside and outside of the street was like night and day. Two disparate worlds. Chen Zhiguang cast an envious glance toward the special district and spoke slowly. That area is the special district. Only the families of high-ranking government officials and military leaders are allowed entry. The supplies there are the best. We ordinary civil servants barely manage to scrape by for a meal each day. Meat and vegetables are simply out of the question. However, those within the special district live without worry, with an uninterrupted supply of meat and vegetables and a variety of goods at their disposal. Even the dogs there eat better than those outside. The saying "the wealthy's gates are filled with the stench of meat," while the roads are littered with the bones of the frozen dead, is indeed fitting. After casting one last look at the special district, Yue Zhong turned to lead his companions away. Just as they were about to leave Phoenix Street, a young man clad in a military coat and black leather boots, exuding arrogance, approached with 7 thugs wielding machetes, blocking their path. The brash young man in the military coat cast a disdainful glance at Yue Zhong and shouted, "Hey, you must be new here. This is my territory. If you want to trade here, you'll have to pay me a protection fee. Hurry up and hand over half of your food to me." Behind him, the 7 thugs pointed their weapons directly at Yue Zhong and his group. Seeing the imposing military coat, Yue Zhong frowned and asked Chen Zhiguang, "Aren't weapons prohibited in the base? How do these people have knives?" Chen Zhiguang forced a smile and replied, "Brother Yue, rules are dead, but people are alive. If you have connections, acquiring a gun in the base isn't a problem in the black market. As long as you have food, you can procure anything. This brat is called Ho Jinbiao. He's a subordinate of the Ice King, Zhang Yun, one of the 4 powerful figures in the base. Few dare to provoke him." Chen Zhiguang pleaded with Ho Jinbiao. "Jinbiao, give me some face. How about you forego the protection fee?" Ho Jinbiao sneered. "Chen Zhiguang, who do you think you are to ask me for favors? Out of respect for your government position, get lost. Otherwise, if you don't pay the protection fee, I'll deal with you too." Chen Zhiguang turned pale at Ho Jinbiao's reprimand. His identity as a government worker only allowed him to bully ordinary survivors in the base. In front of those backed by powerful individuals, he was nothing. It was precisely for this reason that he sought to align himself with Yue Zhong, who exuded strength. After mocking Chen Zhiguang, Ho Jinbiao's gaze fell on the women. Lu Wan and Guo Yu, standing beside Yue Zhong, a lewd glint flashed in his eyes as he reached for Guo Yu's chest, leering, "What a pretty little thing. Let me enjoy you a bit, and I'll make you my bride here." "Ha ha!" Lu Wan and Guo Yu's faces changed, and they quickly stepped behind Yue Zhong. Seeing Ho Jinbiao's shameless demeanor, a cold glint flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Ho Jinbiao's groin, unleashing immense strength that crushed his manhood. Ho Jinbiao screamed in agony, writhing on the ground in pain. "How dare you resist the Ice King? Kill them, damn it! Kill that little brat!" Upon witnessing Ho Jinbiao's excruciating defeat, the 7 thugs with machetes turned pale and charged aggressively at Yue Zhong. He merely stood still, watching as they approached. Just as the thugs swung their machetes, the skeletal figure disguised as a human, like a whirlwind, charged into their midst, delivering blows with 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. In mere moments, the 7 thugs were left with broken ribs, spitting blood on the ground, their machetes falling aside. Chen Zhiguang, Witnessing Yue Zhong's effortless dispatch of Hou Jinbiao's group felt exhilarated. A master. So powerful. In this brutal world governed by the law of the jungle, only the strong could survive. The weak had no choice but to follow the right strong. Captain Yu, should we kill them? Lu Yin, standing beside Yue Zhong, asked, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Having followed Wang Guanghu and then Yue Zhong, his hands were stained with blood, and he no longer valued the lives of others. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, the 7 thugs were overcome with fear. They had taken lives before, but they were still hesitant to kill in broad daylight. Qin Zhiguang was startled by Lu Yan's ruthlessness and quickly exclaimed, "Brother Yu, we can't kill. Killing in public is a serious crime. The base will definitely send people to suppress us." Yue Zhong surveyed the area, noticing the fearful gazes of the onlookers and 3 policemen in uniforms observing from a distance. After the world changed, order had collapsed, and extraordinary beings like the enhanced ones had emerged in the Longhai base. Unless a murder occurred, the police were reluctant to intervene in conflicts between factions. With a cold gaze, Yue Zhong looked at the 7 thugs lying on the ground and commanded the skeletal figure. "Break their right arms, then let them go." Without their right arms, the thugs would be unable to seek vengeance against Yue Zhong again. The skeletal figure obeyed the command, stepping forward to seize one thug's arm and forcefully twisting it until it shattered. "Ah!" The thug let out a miserable wail, clutching his broken arm in pain. The others attempted to flee, but they were no match for the skeletal figure, each having their right arm broken, emitting cries of anguish. Watching the thugs writhing in pain, Qin Zhiguang couldn't help but shudder. Had he not acted swiftly to align with Yue Zhong, he wondered what fate might have befallen him. Leaving behind a scene filled with the anguished cries of the defeated thugs, Yue Zhong and his group departed, returning to the urban village. Soon after, a group arrived to carry away the incapacitated Hou Jinbiao and his thugs. In a beautiful villa in Jingshan Garden, Qingyuan County, a handsome man in an open-collared white shirt and casual pants, around 27 or 28 years old, leisurely savored a rare abalone and bird's nest porridge. 2 remarkably beautiful women in kipeos stood respectfully by his side. This young man was Zhang Yun, the leader of the Ice King faction in Qingyuan County. A middle-aged man of average build, dressed in a black suit with a poker face, approached Zhang Yun and said in a low voice, "Boss, I have something to report." Zhang Yun waved his hand, dismissing the 2 beautiful women, who retreated immediately. Frowning slightly, Zhang Yun asked, "Zhao Xiong, what is so urgent that you come to me at this time?" Zhang Yun despised being disturbed during his meal. Zhao Xiong, his trusted aide, knew this well, yet he still came, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Zhao Xiong replied solemnly, "A new group arrived at the base today. The one called Yue Zhong kicked Hou Jinbiao in the groin and ordered his men to break the right arms of Hou Jinbiao's underlings." Zhang Yun's expression changed, and he slammed his hand on the table, cursing, "Damn! Someone dares to touch my people. That Yue Zhong truly does not know his place. Zhao Xiong, have you found out where they're staying?" Although he was one of the 4 powerful figures in Qin County, Zhang Yun had been an ordinary thug before the apocalypse. It was only after he had killed his first zombie with a makeshift weapon that he obtained a skill book granting him the formidable ice powers. Through various fortuitous events, he became the Ice King of Qingyuan County. The legendary aura of a strong man was nowhere to be found in him. Zhao Xiong reported. "They all reside in the urban village of Shiera District." Zhang Yun, with a hint of indifference, said, "Have Ma Tai kill that person named Yue Zhong tonight." After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xiong inquired further, "What about Lu Jinbiao and his subordinates?" Zhang Yun replied with a sinister smile, "Eliminate them. If Ma Tai fails to kill Yue Zhong, send someone to report it tomorrow. Claim that Yue Zhong and his group are openly committing murder." Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Xiong cautioned, "Boss, won't that be a bit unwise?" Zhang Yun's merciless demeanor could easily lead to a situation where he would be abandoned by his own. Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not killing them. Should I be their doctor instead? You know the situation well. We have neither the food nor the medicine to treat them. If we had food, we could recruit as many as we wanted. Why waste resources on such useless individuals? Do as I say and leave. In this base of Longhai City, as long as there is food, it is easy to find people willing to serve. People are the least valuable commodity, apart from a few trusted confidants." Zhang Yun regarded Qin Jinbiao and his group as mere expendables. Their deaths were inconsequential. Seeing Zhang Yun in this state, Zhao Xiong understood that Zhang Yun yearned for the company of beautiful women. So he silently withdrew. He feared that continuing the conversation would incite Zhang Yun's jealousy. Meanwhile, after Yue Zhong and his group returned to the urban village, they immediately started a fire to cook. After a flurry of activity, their dinner was quickly prepared. Steaming rice, marinated snake meat, canned luncheon meat, and canned vegetables comprised their meal. Qin Zhiguang, gazing at their feast, felt his mouth water. What a sumptuous spread. Although serving as a government worker, he had not eaten meat in nearly 2 weeks. Most canned meats had been confiscated to supply the special zone, leaving them barely scraping by, making meat seem like an unattainable luxury. Yue Zhong, noticing Chen Zhiguang's drooling, remarked, "Stay and share a meal with us. Thank you, brother Yue." "Thank you, brother Yue," Chen Zhiguang exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude while eagerly devouring his share. Observing Chen Zhiguang's ravenous appetite, Deguzi muttered, "Looks like a starving ghost reborn." Ignoring Deguzi's taunt, Chen Zhiguang continued to eat, finishing 4 bowls before he finally set down his chopsticks, feeling utterly stuffed. After satisfying his hunger, he turned to Yue Zhong, expressing his concern, "Brother Yue, the Ice King Zhang Yun is powerful but holds grudges. After crossing him today, he won't let you off easily. You must be cautious." Yue Zhong replied coolly, "I understand. I will take my leave now. You should rest well tonight." With that, Chen Zhiguang departed. As night fell, the entirety of Qingyuan County, apart from the special zone and a few villas still aglow, was shrouded in darkness and silence. Within that obscurity, a shadow moved stealthily, blending seamlessly into the night. The figure quickly approached the building where Yue Zhong's group resided, scaling the walls with an almost otherworldly quietness, akin to a gecko, until it reached Yue Zhong's window. Cautiously, it peeked inside, its eyes shimmering faintly with a greenish glow. On this moonless night, devoid of any light, even those inside the room could not discern the shadow lurking outside. "Have you seen enough?" Just as the shadow was peering in, Yue Zhong suddenly appeared at the window, fixing a cold gaze upon it. The figure's owner was momentarily taken aback, swiftly drawing a pistol and aiming it at Yue Zhong. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yue Zhong struck with a fist, delivering a blow that sent the shadowy figure crashing against the wall, falling heavily to the ground, spitting blood before succumbing to death. Ma Tai, relying on his night vision and wall-climbing skills, rarely failed in his assassinations under the cover of darkness. Yet this time, before he could showcase his abilities, he was swiftly dispatched by Yue Zhong. Despite possessing the ability to climb, falling from the 5th floor was beyond his survival capacity. Yue Zhong descended to the ground, glancing at Ma Tai's corpse with a slight frown. An assassin? Could it be from the Ice King's faction? They arrived quite swiftly. "Brother, what happened?" Luwen approached, her expression tinged with fear as she looked at Ma Tai's body. Guoyu, too, came to Yue Zhong's side, her eyes wide with concern. Earlier, Yue Zhong had instructed Luwen and Guoyu to leave the room. Causing a stir of unease, Yue Zhong replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just an assassin sent by the Ice King." Lu Yin and others soon arrived, and after donning gloves, Lu Yin searched Ma Tai's body, retrieving 2 items before presenting them to Yue Zhong. "Captain Yue, these are the assassin's belongings. Tier 2 item, Swift Dagger, grants 5 agility when wielded." Beyond the Swift Dagger, Ma Tai also possessed a pair of enhanced boots. Yue Zhong accepted only the dagger, telling Lu Yin, "Keep the boots as a reward for you." Lu Yin, elated, exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain Yue." The various equipment dropped by the demon and god system, once equipped, could significantly enhance a person's abilities, a fact well known among Yue Zhong's subordinates. However, only by using weapons from the demon and god system to defeat mutated beasts and zombies could such gear be obtained, making the equipment rare and precious. With the enhanced boots, Lu Yan's strength would drastically improve. Lu Yan ordered his men to place Ma Tai's body into a sack and dispose of it in a nearby pond. After completing these tasks, Yue Zhong instructed his team to secure the area before returning inside with Lu Wen and Guoyu to rest. At 4 in the morning, in a modest dwelling, Zhao Xiong glanced at his watch, furrowing his brow as he pondered, has it failed? It seems that this Yue Zhong is far more troublesome than anticipated. Typically, Ma Tai could swiftly complete his assassinations. The fact that he had not returned by 4 indicated a failure. Those who offended the Ice King rarely escaped Ma Tai's clutches in the cover of night. It appeared that a second plan would need to be executed. The following morning, just after Yue Zhong and his group finished breakfast, 3 uniformed police officers approached. A middle-aged officer with a cold expression stepped forward and sternly addressed Yue Zhong. "Who is Yue Zhong?" Yue Zhong met his gaze and replied coolly, "I am." The middle-aged officer, brimming with righteousness, declared, "You must come with us. You are suspected of committing murder at the base. If you resist, we have the authority to shoot you on the spot." Yue Zhong frowned, asserting, "I did not kill anyone. I merely taught those people a lesson." "You can verify it on Phoenix Street." One officer, frowning, suddenly drew his gun, cursing as he pointed it at Yue Zhong. "Stop talking nonsense. Just come along quietly. One more word, and I'll shoot you." Instantly, a cold glint flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes as he activated his fear-inducing technique. In an instant, The armed officer found himself trapped in a nightmarish world filled with torture and horror, where dozens of zombies gnawed at his flesh. "Help! No! Don't bite! Help!" the officer screamed in agony, his face etched with terror as he collapsed to his knees. "What have you done?" The middle-aged officer and another officer were taken aback, reaching for their firearms. White Bone, standing beside Yue Zhong, swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful punch to the middle-aged officer's face, sending him reeling. He then launched a kick to the abdomen of the second officer, propelling him several meters away, writhing in pain. The bloodied middle-aged officer rose, glaring at Yue Zhong. "Yue Zhong, you are assaulting a police officer. You are opposing the party and the government. If you do not cease your violence, you will be executed by the government." Yue Zhong did not even bother to glance at the bloodied officer, directing his attention to the one who had drawn his weapon. "Who sent you here? Speak plainly about the situation, and you might just escape the depths of hell." It was Zhao Xiong from the Ice King's faction. He reported that 8 members of their group were killed by you. "We are here to apprehend you. Once we capture you and confiscate your weapons, you will be executed in your cell. Afterward, he promised us each 100 kilograms of food tickets and a beautiful woman." The police officer, shrouded in fear, knelt on the ground with terror written in his eyes, loudly revealing the inside story. Under the grip of fear, his mind was transported to another realm, where dozens of decaying corpses, their eyes bulging and bodies festering with sores, voraciously gnawed at his flesh. Such horror was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. "Pan Chong, what are you saying?" A middle-aged officer, witnessing his colleague divulge crucial details, erupted in furious shouts. Yue Zhong coldly surveyed the 3 officers and commanded Lu Yin, "This is disgraceful. Is this how you conduct yourselves as police? You bring shame to this profession." Lu Yin, confiscate their guns and slap them. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many former police officers had succumbed to the virus, transforming into zombies. The police force at the survivor base in Longhai City consisted mostly of temporary recruits, with only a few being actual officers or armed police from before the world fell apart. This mix created a corrupt and chaotic environment rife with nepotism. Lu Yin scoffed, leading 2 others to disarm the 3 provocative officers before seizing their hair and delivering a series of resounding slaps to their faces, leaving them swollen. The remaining survivors in the urban village looked on with glee, harboring no fondness for those who wielded power over ordinary people. Yue Zhong glanced at the 3 officers, whose faces were now swollen, and coldly ordered, "Get lost. I never want to see you again." The 3 officers, blood trickling from their mouths as they stared in fear at Yue Zhong and his entourage, rose and attempted to flee without uttering a word. "Everyone, take cover." Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger surged through Yue Zhong, prompting him to shout and swiftly dart behind a building. Just as he vacated his initial position, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the ground where he had stood moments before. Luo 1, Guoyu, and Lu Yin had already sought shelter upon hearing Yue Zhong's command. The onlooking survivors erupted into chaos, fleeing in panic. Amidst the turmoil, a seemingly ordinary and tattered survivor surged toward the 3 officers, moving at a speed 3 times that of an average person, drawing a handgun and firing 3 close-range shots to their heads. Caught completely off guard, the 3 officers collapsed into a pool of blood, their eyes wide with horror and disbelief at their unexpected demise. Such ruthlessness. Yue Zhong observed the fallen officers, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Ice King Society dared to openly assassinate police officers in their attempt to frame him, exhibiting utter lawlessness. Activating his combined protective technique, he donned a suit of bone armor formed from concentrated bones and surged forward, aiming for the disguised Ice King Society enforcer. Seeing the armored Yue Zhong charging towards him, the enforcer immediately turned to flee. Having already used his skills once to execute the police, he lacked the strength for a second. As Yue Zhong pursued, he sensed another wave of danger and began to zigzag to evade potential attacks. In a nearby building, a sniper struggled to target the rapidly moving figure of Yue Zhong in mere seconds. He closed the distance to the enforcer, positioning himself behind him and reaching out. The enforcer rolled away and pulled out a Type 54 pistol, firing multiple shots at Yue Zhong. With a slight shift of his body, Yue Zhong maneuvered behind the enforcer and delivered a swift chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. Just as Yue Zhong prepared to capture the enforcer, a gunshot rang out and a sniper bullet pierced the enforcer's skull, splattering blood. Yue Zhong turned to the distance, sensing the sniper's withdrawal after the execution. Clever tactics. After stripping the enforcer of his equipment, Yue Zhong swiftly returned to the urban village. Upon arrival, he retrieved prepared firearms and ammunition from his storage ring and commanded, "Prepare for immediate evacuation." We will destroy any armed forces that stand in our way. The three officers lay dead at their doorstep, with the killer now beyond reach. Given the Ice King Society's influence in Longhai City, they would soon face a large-scale assault from armed police and military forces. Remaining there would guarantee a dead end. Despite his enhancements and equipment, Yue Zhong feared that the others would likely perish in Longhai City. Surrendering would relinquish control of their lives to others. Following Yue Zhong's orders, everyone swiftly armed themselves with Type 79 submachine guns and followed him into the open. All survivors retreated into their homes, peering out through cracks in their doors as Yue Zhong and his group advanced. Armed and resolute, the urban village where Yue Zhong and his group resided was not far from the entrance of the Longhai City base. Clad in bone armor, Yue Zhong led the charge toward the entrance. "Who are you? Halt, or we will open fire," shouted the 4 soldiers stationed at the base entrance. The soldiers atop the walls aimed their domestically produced 12.7mm heavy machine guns at him. As Yue Zhong approached, he unleashed his incredible speed, darting towards the soldiers in a zigzag motion. The 4 soldiers stationed at the entrance immediately raised their Type 03 automatic rifles, opening fire on Yue Zhong. Despite his rapid movement, several stray bullets struck him, but the bone armor absorbed the impact. Ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the reinforced armor. Only the heavy 12.7mm rounds could threaten it, a monster. The soldiers' eyes widened in shock as they witnessed the bullets ineffective against Yue Zhong. A sight they had never encountered before. In just a few breaths, Yue Zhong reached the 4 soldiers, delivering a swift chop to each, rendering them unconscious. After neutralizing the 6 soldiers at the entrance, Lu Yin quickly took control of the area, seizing the 2 heavy machine guns and placing them on a nearby truck. They also commandeered an armed jeep parked close by. Lu Yin pointed at the 6 incapacitated soldiers and asked, "What should we do with them, Captain Yu?" Yue Zhong glanced at the soldiers and replied sternly, "Bind them tightly and toss them into the truck. Prepare to leave immediately." With nearly a battalion of soldiers stationed at the Longhai City base, their small group stood little chance against a well-trained military force, especially considering the opposing side's resources and weaponry. Under Yue Zhong's orders, Lu Yin and the others swiftly loaded various supplies onto their vehicles. They sped away from the base in a Dongfeng truck, an armed jeep, and 2 Humvees. As Yue Zhong sat in the armed jeep, he cast a distant glance at the Longhai City survivor base. Coldly thinking, Ice King Society. I shall remember this. It seemed everything would hinge on his own capabilities. This encounter with the Ice King Society and the events witnessed at the Longhai City survivor base profoundly altered Yue Zhong's mindset. Severing his last thread of hope in the government, shortly after escaping the base, 2 Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles appeared on the highway, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. The 2 Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles, equipped with the ZPT-90 25mm automatic cannons, could effortlessly shred the armor of these fleeing vehicles. Yue Zhong spoke to Wang Shuang in a low voice, urging him not to panic. They may not know we've escaped from the base. Just drive straight ahead. Wang Shuang's body trembled slightly as he obeyed Yue Zhong's command and drove forward. Stop. As the 2 convoys drew near, a voice from one of the infantry fighting vehicles blared over the intercom. Stop. Yue Zhong reiterated to Wang Shuang. With a press of the accelerator, Wang Shuang brought the vehicle to a halt. The armed jeep also came to a stop, followed closely by the vehicles behind it. Dressed in military attire, both Yue Zhong and Wang Shuang stepped down from their vehicle, and the others followed suit. Young second lieutenant emerged from the infantry fighting vehicle and approached Yue Zhong's group. The lieutenant glanced at Yue Zhong, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "I am Su Jingong, platoon leader of the 3rd Company, 2ND platoon. Which unit are you from?" A glint of cold light flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes as he activated his skill. Shadow Step. His speed surged, and in a single bound, he leaped over Su Jingong, delivering a precise chop to the lieutenant's neck, rendering him unconscious in that fleeting moment. As Su Jingong fell unconscious, Yue Zhong grasped him and stepped into a 10-meter radius of the 1st infantry fighting vehicle. Unleashing his skill, fear. Instantly, a monstrous aura of dread and mental pressure enveloped the area, overwhelming the soldiers inside the armored vehicle. The fear was so intense that all within succumbed, falling unconscious. Meanwhile, a skeletal figure, disguised in a human form, wielded a massive bone axe and charged towards the 2nd infantry fighting vehicle at a speed 3 times that of a human. The 2nd vehicle momentarily halted. But within the next instant, its array of weaponry unleashed a barrage of fire upon the skeletal warrior. The cannon shells and bullets formed a frantic curtain of fire, capable of easily demolishing a light armored vehicle. Despite the skeletal figure's best efforts to evade, it was still struck by several rounds from the cannons and machine guns mounted on the vehicle. The ZPT-90 was armed with a 25mm automatic cannon and a paired 7 62mm machine gun. The machine gun rounds merely left slight marks on the skeletal figure, while the 25mm cannon shells blasted gaping holes into it. Within mere moments, the skeletal warrior's chest and right arm were obliterated by the cannon fire, causing it to roll off to the roadside, narrowly avoiding complete destruction. Seizing the opportunity as the second infantry fighting vehicle focused its fire on the skeletal warrior, Yue Zhong, moving with ghostly swiftness, darted around to within 10 meters of the second vehicle and activated fear once more. As the skill took effect, the immense dread and mental pressure surged into the vehicle, causing all the soldiers inside to faint from terror. Seeing both infantry fighting vehicles grind to a halt, Yue Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The formidable ZPT-90s posed a significant threat. If they had opened fire, few in his fleeing convoy would have survived. Employing a strategy of stealth, combined with his swift movements and the powerful fear skill, he had managed to capture the two vehicles without shedding blood. Liu Yin took the opportunity to open the doors of the infantry fighting vehicles, escorting the unconscious soldiers out. Each of the two Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles housed 9 soldiers, totaling 18 captured men brought before Yue Zhong. Upon regaining consciousness, Second Lieutenant Su Jingong looked at his captured comrades and then fixed his gaze on Yue Zhong. Asking in a deep tone, "Who are you?" Yue Zhong replied coolly, "I am Yue Zhong, a survivor who just escaped from the Longhai City base. I am also one of the so-called enhancers you speak of." Su Jingong pressed on, "What do you intend to do with us?" Yue Zhong stated firmly, "I wish to learn about the troop distribution of the forces stationed at the Longhai City base." Su Jingong stared at Yue Zhong and replied resolutely, "You will not extract any information from me. I will not betray my comrades." "You may as well kill me." Yue Zhong glanced at Su Jingong, whose eyes reflected a willingness to die, and smiled faintly, "You have spirit. However, not everyone shares your resolve. Take him away." Two of Yue Zhong's team members approached and dragged the tightly bound Su Jingong to the vehicle, securing him thoroughly. After Su Jingong was taken away, another soldier was brought before Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong regarded the young soldier, who had a buzz cut and dark skin, and asked, "What is your name?" The young soldier hesitated before responding, "My name is Wu Guang." Yue Zhong coldly stated, "I want to know the troop distribution of the forces stationed at the Longhai City base. If you tell me, you will live. If not, I will execute you. I have over 20 captives. Surely, one of them will be willing to speak." To Yue Zhong's surprise, Wu Guang readily nodded and began divulging the information about the troop distribution at the Longhai City survivor base. "All right, I will tell you. At the survivor base in Longhai City, Captain Lei Cheng initially commanded nearly 200 professional soldiers, about 2 companies. After securing Qingyuan County, over 50 well-trained soldiers perished. However, there are plenty of survivors, and Captain Lei soon recruited over 500 young men into his ranks, bringing his total force to approximately 600. Yet, despite this increase, the combat capability of Lei Cheng's forces has not significantly improved. During the offensive on Qingyuan County, ammunition and shell supplies were severely depleted. The current stockpile is nowhere near what it was when the barracks were first reclaimed. Furthermore, at the Longhai City survivor base, there are only 10 infantry fighting vehicles. With the 2 you have captured, you now hold 1/5 of the base's armored strength. Yue Zhong scrutinized Wu Guang and inquired, "Why are you so willing to share this information with me?" Wu Guang let out a bitter laugh. "Captain Lei and his cronies spend their days indulging in pleasures within the Longhai City base, leaving all the dirty and arduous work to us. My comrades are already fed up with it. If it weren't for the need to make a living, who would willingly serve him? Besides, Lei Cheng lacks any real capability. If it weren't for his influential father, he would never have become a captain. The real capable one was squad leader Zhang Yi, who commanded the offensive on Qingyuan County. But after we reclaimed it, squad leader Zhang inexplicably died. This incident has left my comrades disheartened." Having expressed his grievances, Wu Guang stopped referring to Lei Cheng with respect, instead calling him by his name. The military is not as glamorous as portrayed. Many capable officers occupy high positions, while many others ascend through connections without merit. This has been the case throughout history. Yue Zhong looked at Wu Guang and declared, "All right, from now on, you all belong to me. You will start as auxiliary personnel. Liu Yin, starting today, you are the leader of the armored squad. Wu Guang, you and your comrades will be incorporated into the 1st Armored Squad, tasked with teaching Liu Yan's team all knowledge regarding operating infantry fighting vehicles. Wu Guang, you are appointed as the vice captain of the 1st Armored Squad, with the status of a reserve member. Though the infantry fighting vehicles possess tremendous power, Yue Zhong's side lacks professional soldiers. He could only swiftly integrate Wu Guang and his comrades into his team to impart their knowledge of operating the infantry fighting vehicles. Otherwise, even with the 2 infantry fighting vehicles under his command, he would be unable to harness their formidable combat capabilities." Liu Yan's face lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Yes. The combat power of armored units vastly exceeds that of ordinary soldiers." Although Yue Zhong's armored unit currently consists of only 2 infantry fighting vehicles, their combat effectiveness far surpasses that of other squads. Leading such a unit filled Lu Yin with elation. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Wu Guang also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he and his comrades would be spared in this transformed world. Many have become ruthless to survive and thrive, witnessing daily suicides and the bodies of murdered survivors within the Longhai City survivor base. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Guang turned to Yue Zhong and asked, "Captain Yu, what do you plan to do with squad leader Su?" Yue Zhong raised an eyebrow and countered, "What are your thoughts?" Gritting his teeth, Wu Guang looked directly at Yue Zhong and earnestly said, "I hope you will not kill squad leader Su. Though he may be somewhat rigid, he is a true soldier and a comrade we can trust." Yue Zhong scrutinized Wu Guang for a moment before waving his hand. Bring Su Jingong over. 2 team members promptly escorted Su Jingong back. Yue Zhong regarded Su Jingong with a subtle smile. Gesturing toward Wu Guang as he introduced, "Squad leader Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Wu Guang, vice captain of my armored squad." Su Jingong's expression changed dramatically as he turned to Wu Guang. Questioning in a cold tone, "Xiao Wu, what is going on? Did you betray the party and the nation in order to survive, shamelessly aligning yourself with this rebel? In front of so many comrades. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Upon hearing Su Jigang's inquiries, those soldiers who had been captured by Yue Zhong lowered their heads in embarrassment. Wu Guang's expression shifted, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Unyieldingly, he raised his head to face Su Jigang, articulating each word with conviction. "Squad leader Su, I hold great respect for your character and abilities. There were things I wished to keep unspoken, but since you have brought the matter to this point, I shall voice my true feelings. You accuse me of betraying the party and the nation. Can that scoundrel Lei Cheng truly represent the party and the nation? Just because he was appointed as a battalion commander, must we sacrifice our lives for him? When we were on the front lines, risking our lives battling zombies, where was that scoundrel? He was back at the base. Indulging in revelry with his new mistress, it was squad leader Zhang who commanded us in the heat of battle. And after the fighting, where did squad leader Zhang go? After reclaiming Qingyuan County, it was we who undertook the most perilous tasks. Where was Lei Cheng? He was in the county, consorting with women. His own son brazenly seized several women to bring into the camp. Everyone knows this. Does such a person deserve to represent the nation? He resides in the special zone, indulging in pleasures, while we live in dilapidated buildings. His loyal subordinates feast lavishly, while we subsist on meager cornbread. Simply because we are not his trusted inner circle. For the nation, I am willing to fight alongside foreign troops, even if it costs me my life. But to serve a person like Lei Cheng? Bah! He is unworthy. Wu Guang clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage as he spoke with increasing fervor. The soldiers who had aligned with Yue Zhong for survival lifted their heads, resonating with Wu Guang's sentiments. Su Jigang's expression shifted, his face oscillating between shades of green and white. Wu Guang's words were undeniable truths. However, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Su Jigang, a quintessential soldier, loathed Lei Cheng's character yet felt compelled to execute the orders issued by Lei Cheng. As he was his legitimate superior, Wu Guang saluted Su Jigang for the last time, resolutely stating, "Squad leader Su, I respect your character and abilities. Today, you shall return alone. From now on, we shall follow Captain Yu. If we meet again on the battlefield, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Farewell." Su Jigang, heavily burdened, returned Wu Guang's salute and prepared to leave. "Farewell. Wait, Squad leader Su. I have something I wish for you to convey back to the Longhai City base." Yue Zhong called out to Su Jigang. Turning, Su Jigang looked at Yue Zhong, who spoke slowly. "I am Yue Zhong. The reason I led my men out of the Longhai City base today was due to the Ice King Society plotting against us. We had no intention of opposing the Longhai City base. I hope we can resolve our differences through dialogue." Although Yue Zhong had acquired a cache of arms, most were outdated weaponry, significantly inferior to the armaments of the active military forces at the Longhai City base. In a situation where one is outmatched, Yue Zhong preferred dialogue over conflict. Su Jigang, expressionless, nodded in acknowledgement and turned to depart, heading alone towards the Longhai City base. "I understand." As Su Jigang walked away, Yue Zhong inquired of Wu Guang, "What mission are you undertaking this time?" The deployment of 2 infantry fighting vehicles by the Longhai City base signified the importance of the current mission. Wu Guang, having resolved to pledge allegiance to Yue Zhong, candidly shared the details of his mission. "There is a large granary on the outskirts of Shanglin County, near Qingyuan County. Our task is to investigate the situation there. We deployed 3 infantry fighting vehicles. The mission is to reclaim the granary if there are no significant obstacles. If danger arises, we are to retreat and report back to the Longhai City base for higher command decisions. Upon reaching the granary, they encountered a deluge of mutated rats, each the size of a cat, capable of breaching the thin armor of the infantry fighting vehicles. Despite their determined resistance, one vehicle became ensnared in the swarm, and all comrades within perished. As he recounted the events, Wu Guang's voice grew somber, still burdened by the loss of his fellow warriors. The mention of the granary sparked a glimmer of hope in Yue Zhong's eyes. Reclaiming a well-stocked granary could temporarily alleviate the food crisis. He continued to inquire. How many of Lei Cheng's elite soldiers are there? What is their combat capability? Wu Guang pondered briefly before responding. Lei Cheng commands approximately 2 platoons. Around 70 individuals, all rigorously trained soldiers like USI. In addition to these professionals, he has recruited over 500 survivors as his subordinates, reportedly enticing many enhancers with women. That is all I know. At that moment, a skeletal figure, its chest and right arm shattered, leaped onto the highway, its bones writhing and regrowing from the damage inflicted by a 25mm cannon. Having acquired the desired intelligence, Yue Zhong contemplated for a moment before leading his group towards Changguang village. In a secluded villa within the Qingyuan County Special Zone, a corpulent middle-aged man in military attire berated subjugating. What? One infantry fighting vehicle was consumed by rats, and the other 2 were captured by a single individual? What kind of squad leader are you? How can you be so incompetent? This irate individual was Lei Cheng, the highest-ranking officer in the Qingyuan County military. Known for his volatile temper and lack of gratitude, he had risen to the rank of battalion commander solely due to his influential father, a major general. It was precisely because of such a character that Wu Guang and his comrades had so readily defected to Yue Zhong. A neatly groomed soldier, appearing refined in his military uniform, interjected. Commander Lei, please temper your anger. Didn't squad leader Su mention that the adversary is an enhancer? Enhancers possess a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Clearly, he had some unique power to seize 2 infantry fighting vehicles. This eloquent soldier was Fong Wan, one of Lei Cheng's advisors and loyal supporters. Following the recruitment of numerous survivors into his ranks, Lei Cheng had hastily declared himself a commander, and Fong Wan eagerly obliged. Addressing him as Commander Lei, Fong Wan looked at Su Jigang and asked, "What else did he say?" Su Jigang proceeded to relay Yue Zhong's words in full. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's name, Lei Cheng furrowed his brow. Yue Zhong? Who is he? Fong Wan speculated. He is likely a recent entrant to the survivor base, having clashed with the Ice King Society and subsequently forced out. Yue Zhong had only recently arrived at the Longhai City survivor base, and his reputation was still nascent. Fong Wan lacked extensive information about him and could only make educated guesses based on limited evidence. Lei Cheng commanded Fong Wan, investigate his background. Until they understood the capabilities of their opponent, Lei Cheng would refrain from making any hasty decisions. After all, a single individual capturing 2 infantry fighting vehicles was a formidable feat. Currently, Qingyuan County had a mere 7 infantry fighting vehicles. If Yue Zhong were to seize a few more, the military would lose its most significant deterrent. Meanwhile, Yue Zhong returned triumphantly to Changguang village with 2 infantry fighting vehicles. Their arrival sparked curiosity among the villagers. Is that a tank? A military novice inquired. Fool, that's an infantry fighting vehicle. Another survivor with some military knowledge scoffed. The military novice grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the vehicles. The stronger Changguang village's defenses became, the safer their lives would be. Under Yue Zhong's leadership, the survivors fared far better than they had under Wang Guanghu. At the very least, everyone had access to porridge daily. And with a little effort, they could even catch fresh fish from the river. In contrast, the survivors were quite content with their current existence. In the evening, Yue Zhong summoned all the leaders of Changguang village to the villa. During the day, each team leader had their respective tasks, making nighttime the only opportunity to gather everyone. What has happened? Qiyang asked, casting a glance at Yue Zhong, his voice grave. Given that Yue Zhong had only been away for a few days, it was evident that unexpected events had transpired. Yue Zhong nonchalantly replied, I was ambushed by the Ice King Society at the Longhai City base. I led my men to escape and seized 2 infantry fighting vehicles along the way. Yue Zhong spoke in a deep voice. I have gathered everyone today to hear your opinions. Changguang village is not a place for long-term residents. Our immediate priority is to find a new location to serve as our stronghold. Ideally, this place should be defensible and equipped with various facilities and factories. Changguang village is sorely lacking. We are in desperate need of resources. It pales in comparison to the survivor base in Longhai City of Qingyuan County. Remaining in Changguang village offers no prospects. We are merely waiting for death. Yue Zhong had previously contemplated handing over those survivors to the Longhai City base without much thought. Now, he resolved to rely solely on himself. With an urgent need to relocate immediately and seek out a new base, Big Dog enthusiastically suggested, "What about Town? The population there is small, and it has a small ironworks. There are also several small factories for deep processing of steel. Once we reclaim it and restore production, we will have a wealth of steel products at our disposal." Among Yue Zhong's followers, Big Dog was the most ardent supporter of Yue Zhong's independence. He was even more fervent than Yue Zhong himself, eager to see Yue Zhong's endeavors flourish. After all, if Yue Zhong abandoned his ambitions, Big Dog, with his limited strength, would amount to nothing. Conversely, as Yue Zhong's influence grew, so too would Big Dog's status. With the firearms and ammunition they had acquired from the arsenal, Yue Zhong felt they were well equipped to wage a small-scale war and eliminate the zombies in a small town. After contemplating for a moment, Yue Zhong outright rejected this proposal. No, Town is too close to Lijiang City. Furthermore, it lacks defensible positions. The zombie horde in Lijiang City numbers in the hundreds of thousands. If they were to mobilize and attack us, we would stand no chance of resisting. The horde in Lijiang City had always been a source of vigilance for Yue Zhong. He could not afford to disregard the threat posed by the Longhai City base while attempting to reclaim Town. Wu Guang also proposed, "What about Shulin County? There is a large grain depot there. If we can eliminate the mutated rat swarm and reclaim the depot, we would no longer have to worry about food supplies." To integrate himself into Yue Zhong's faction, Wu Guang was also making an active effort to showcase his abilities. Shulin County? Yue Zhong rested his chin in one hand, lightly tapping the table with the other, then shook his head. "No. If we attempt to reclaim Shulin County and the folks at the Longhai City base attack us from behind, we would be caught in a pincer and could very well be annihilated." In Yue Zhong's subconscious, he had already regarded the Longhai City base as a significant threat. He could not recklessly attempt to reclaim Shulin County while ignoring the potential danger from Longhai City. Others had suggested several towns and counties situated between Longhai City and Lijiang City, but Yue Zhong dismissed each one. What about Town? At that moment, Guoyu, who had been silent beside Yue Zhong, suddenly spoke up. Yue Zhong raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her, as did everyone else in the conference room. Under the gaze of so many, Guoyu's youthful face displayed no hint of panic. She steadily analyzed, Town is backed by Longhua Mountain, and two tributaries of the Lijiang River encircle it, forming a natural barrier. We only need to defend one direction to secure Town. Guoyu continued her analysis methodically. If the zombies breach our defenses, we can still escape to Longhua Mountain for refuge. The two tributaries of the Lijiang River can provide abundant aquatic resources, alleviating some of our food concerns. The only worry is the potential presence of mutated beasts on Longhua Mountain. However, if we can deal with those, we would establish a relatively safe rear base. To the right of Town is Town. In the future, if we gain strength, we can also reclaim Town and obtain the machinery and steel there. From a safety perspective, I believe Town is our best choice. Since Yue Zhong reclaimed Changguang Village, Guoyu had been gathering intelligence about the towns and villages between Lijiang and Longhai City, seeking a suitable place for Yue Zhong to establish a foothold. Yue Zhong turned to Qi Yang and inquired, "Qi Yang, how is the terrain in Town?" Qi Yang had been collecting supplies and observing the surrounding terrain firsthand over the past few days. Qi Yang glanced at Yue Zhong and shook his head. "I have only seen it from a distance." Qi Yang was a cautious individual. He would never speak lightly without direct observation. Yue Zhong fixed his gaze on Guoyu and said solemnly, "Guoyu, find someone who has been to Town. Tonight, we will go and take a look. If the terrain is indeed as you describe, then we will establish our base there, and you will be promoted to a formal team member." "Yes, Captain Yu." Guoyu smiled brightly at Yue Zhong, her beauty captivating. Becoming a formal team member was a testament to her efforts and Yue Zhong's recognition. It also meant she would truly enter the inner circle of Yue Zhong's small faction. That night, Yue Zhong sat in a Hummer, with Guoyu, focused on driving, at the wheel. Driving was not particularly challenging. The main difficulty lay in learning the various traffic rules. Guoyu had worked hard, practicing driving in her spare time, and tonight was her first time behind the wheel. How adorable, sitting in the passenger seat. Yue Zhong scrutinized Guoyu with admiration. Her long, black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her skin was as delicate as milk, evoking a desire to touch it gently. Her youthful face was exquisitely sculpted, radiating a touch of innocence, complemented by her alluring figure. Guoyu's concentration on driving only heightened her charm. Although she had always been by Yue Zhong's side, he refrained from taking advantage of her due to the watchful presence of Luo Wan. However, simply holding Guoyu close brought Yue Zhong immense pleasure. In fact, before the apocalypse, Guoyu had lived a life akin to that of a princess. She was not only beautiful and alluring, but her father was also the mayor, granting her every desire. Had the world not changed, Yue Zhong, an ordinary man, would have been beneath her notice. Without the upheaval of the world, their paths would have remained eternally parallel. The more Yue Zhong observed Guoyu, the more he found her captivating. He gazed at her for a while before turning to look outside. If he continued to stare, he might not be able to resist teasing her. For her purity and cuteness were simply irresistible. The night roads of the apocalyptic world were silent and devoid of light, enveloped in stillness, as a dark night. Yue Zhong's passive skill, night enhancement, allowed him to see distant happenings clearly. Guoyu stopped the vehicle at an intersection and turned to Yue Zhong, asking, "If we turn in here and drive for 2 kilometers, we'll reach Shima Town. Should we drive in?" Yue Zhong looked at the darkened intersection and replied firmly, "Stop." The sound of the engine could easily attract zombies and mutated beasts. Driving in could lead to their attack. Inside the car, Yue Zhong would find it challenging to unleash his full combat potential. Guoyu nodded and parked the vehicle near the entrance to Shima Town. Yue Zhong, Guoyu, and a survivor named Zhang Nan who had escaped from Shima Town made their way towards it. As they walked through the darkness, a shadow suddenly leaped from the bushes, darting towards Yue Zhong. His eyes glinted coldly as he wielded a replica Tang sword, swiftly slicing the shadow in half. Blood splattering. Upon closer inspection, Yue Zhong realized that the fast-moving shadow was a mutated rat the size of a cat. At that moment, another shadow dashed towards the fallen mutated rat. Yue Zhong frowned and kicked at the approaching shadow. It staggered back a few steps. Upon closer examination, he saw that the owner of the shadow was a small child with short black hair, a dirty face, and eyes glinting with hatred, brandishing a sharp dagger. As soon as the child landed, they sprang forward like a whirlwind, dagger in hand, charging towards Yue Zhong. What incredible speed! Yue Zhong was taken aback by the child's astonishing swiftness, rivaling that of an agile mutated zombie. His own agility, having been significantly enhanced, far surpassed that of the S1 zombies. As the black-haired child lunged, Yue Zhong slightly shifted his body to evade the strike, then pressed a hand firmly on the child's back. His immense strength surged forth, pinning the agile child to the ground. The black-haired child, now firmly restrained beneath Yue Zhong, quickly reversed the grip on the dagger and aimed for Yue Zhong's thigh. Noticing the child's ferocity, Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and sat down on the child's back, seizing their hands and bending them back, completely subduing the black-haired child. Guoyu swiftly retrieved a rope from her backpack and deftly bound the child securely. Despite the child's desperate struggles, they remained silent. Yue Zhong regarded the child, whose eyes were filled with fury, and raised an eyebrow. Mute? Suddenly, Yue Zhong lifted his gaze towards the distance, where he spotted 8 figures brandishing torches, advancing in his direction. The unusual behavior of the black-haired child stirred something within him, prompting him to conceal himself and Guoyu, along with Zhang Nan, within a dense thicket of grass. As the 8 men approached, Yue Zhong peered through the foliage, observing that they were all emaciated men, clad in tattered clothing, their eyes glinting with an unsettling light. One tall man, with a pallid complexion, spoke with a frenzied fervor, declaring, "This time, we must capture a few plump lambs for a feast." Another, leaner man licked his cracked lips and inquired, "What if that black-haired lamb dares to obstruct us again?" A sinister-looking man replied gravely, "If he interferes again, we will deal with him together. If he does not perish, we shall meet our own demise." A male survivor leered, "If we can snatch a few lambs this time, I intend to indulge myself thoroughly. That last lamb we devoured was quite the experience. I heard she was a top student from an art academy." Hidden among the grass, Yue Zhong felt a surge of murderous intent upon hearing their chilling words. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had witnessed various cruelties, but the act of cannibalism far surpassed his psychological limits. At that moment, the black-haired child beneath Yue Zhong squirmed in distress, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Yue Zhong's hold. Guoyu, hearing the deranged banter of the survivors, was equally horrified, her grip tightening around Yue Zhong's arm. Since being captured and brought to Changguang village, she had witnessed humanity's brutality and madness in this new world, yet the thought of cannibalism surpassed her threshold of tolerance. The chilling notion that she could have fallen into the hands of those madmen instead of meeting Yue Zhong sent shivers down her spine. "Follow them," Yue Zhong whispered to Guoyu after the 8 deranged survivors had moved on. He turned to the black-haired child he had subdued and said, "Stay quiet, I am not one of them." The child's fury in his eyes subsided slightly at Yue Zhong's words, and he ceased his struggles. "Right here." One of the male survivors pointed to a small cave with a sinister grin. Hearing footsteps, a 9-year-old girl peered out from the cave, but quickly recoiled in terror upon seeing the 8 men, as if struck by an arrow of fear. The survivor's gaze darkened with a predatory glint as he licked his lips, exclaiming, "A girl!" This time, We can truly enjoy ourselves. The 8 survivors rushed into the cave, dragging out a trembling girl and 2 boys. One survivor, his eyes gleaming with madness, exclaimed, 3 little lambs, and one of them is a girl. We can have our fun for a while. Yue Zhong observed silently as the black-haired boy beside him was filled with terror, desperately trying to reach the 3 trembling children. However, Yue Zhong's hand firmly restrained him, rendering him immobile. The boy glared at Yue Zhong with fury, yet he remained motionless. The burly, menacing survivor commanded, "Let us go. If that black-haired lamb returns, we'll have trouble." The others nodded, escorting the weeping children toward Shima town. Yue Zhong quietly followed behind, tailing the 8 survivors. They arrived at a tent on the outskirts of Shima town, where a large pot was set up outside. Scattered around the tent were discarded bones, among which lay 3 human skulls. One survivor fixated on the girl, a depraved light flickering in his eyes as he unzipped his pants, shouting, "Let us get started. Everyone can enjoy themselves first." "All right." The leader of the survivors also displayed a glimmer of depravity. Reaching for the girl, eye in her eyes, fear and despair flickered as she struggled to escape. But the wicked survivor relished her panic, stretching out his hand to seize her shoulder. Just as his hand struck, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet effortlessly pierced his skull, causing the deranged survivor to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Gunfire? Enemies! The remaining 7 survivors were instantly gripped with terror, scrambling for cover. Yue Zhong's expression turned frigid as he emerged from the thicket, brandishing a Type 79 submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the fleeing survivors. With 1 magazine emptied, 3 of them fell into a pool of blood, while the others scattered into the darkness, with cold light in his eyes. Yue Zhong swiftly changed magazines and commanded his companion, the skeleton, eliminate them all. The skeleton surged forward like an unleashed arrow, charging after the 4 survivors. Despite the darkness, Yue Zhong's keen vision allowed him to discern figures from a kilometer away, and he continued firing as he advanced, taking down 2 more survivors. The skeleton, moving at over 3 times the speed of a normal person, rapidly closed the distance to the survivors, and in a flurry of movement, it swung its great axe, decapitating 1 survivor and sending blood spraying into the air. Another survivor, witnessing the gruesome fate of his companion, paled and quickened his pace, filled with regret for not having more legs to escape. The skeleton darted behind the remaining survivor, delivering a swift blow that severed his head cleanly. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." A few of the survivors, still alive but wounded, pleaded with Yue Zhong. Struggling on the ground, "Die." Yue Zhong's gaze remained icy as he approached the survivors, delivering a final shot to each of their heads. Although he was in dire need of manpower, he had no use for those who had lost their humanity. After dispatching the inhumane survivors, he turned to the 3 children before him. The children looked at Yue Zhong, their eyes filled with fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. The traumatic experience inflicted by the depraved survivors had left a profound psychological scar. Even though Yue Zhong had saved them, they still trembled at his presence. Noticing their trepidation, Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and produced 3 pieces of chocolate from his pocket, tossing them to the ground. "Eat that. I am not a bad person. Once you finish, come with me." The sight of chocolate sparked a glimmer of hope in the children's eyes as they eagerly picked up the treats and began to devour them. The girl, holding a half-eaten piece, mustered her courage and approached Yue Zhong, asking timidly, "Uncle, can you let Yao Yao go? Yao Yao? She's a girl?" Yue Zhong paused, glancing at the black-haired child he had captured. He had assumed this fierce little creature was a boy, but now realized that this agile and formidable child was indeed a girl. Yao Yao, noticing Yue Zhong's gaze, shot him a defiant look. Yue Zhong smiled slightly, his right hand wielding a replica tang knife, effortlessly severing the ropes binding Yao Yao, restoring her freedom. Once liberated, Yao Yao boldly approached Yue Zhong, extending her small hand and sweetly demanding, "Return my dagger." Yue Zhong chuckled, tossing the dagger to her. "Sure, but from today onward, you are all under my protection." Yao Yao caught the dagger, shooting Yue Zhong a glance filled with disdain as she began to play with it, her attention drawn to the chocolate in the hands of the other children. Even the most independent of spirits cannot resist the lure of food when hunger strikes. It is the essence of humanity. Yue Zhong noticed Yao Yao as interest and grinned, producing another chocolate from his pocket and offering it to her. She snatched it from his hand and eagerly unwrapped it, taking small bites. After she finished, Yue Zhong inquired, "How is your speed so remarkable? Have you acquired any skill books?" Yao Yao pondered for a moment, then looked at Yue Zhong and extended her dirty little hand. "Skill book? I don't know what that is. I just want food." Yue Zhong once again retrieved a compressed biscuit from his pocket and handed it to Yao Yao. continuing to inquire, "How is it that your speed has become so remarkable? Before the world underwent its transformation, you surely could not have been this swift." After pondering for a moment, Yao Yao replied, "After the world changed, I drank untreated water. Following a fever that lasted a day and night, I transformed into this." Yue Zhong gazed at Yao Yao, silently contemplating whether her adaptation to the virus had led to an automatic evolution. It seemed there were indeed humans who evolved without the intervention of the divine or demonic systems. As Yue Zhong approached the survivor's tent, a nauseating odor assaulted his senses. He suppressed his disgust and lifted the tent flap to peer inside. The stench of decay and a foul odor permeated the air, and he quickly withdrew, feeling repulsed by the mere thought of lingering there. Upon exiting the tent, he ignited it with a lighter, allowing the conflagration to cleanse all sins within. After incinerating the tent, he returned to Yao Yao and asked, "Are you aware of the situation in Shima Town?" Yao Yao, with her sweet, youthful voice, replied without hesitation, "I do not know." Yue Zhong paid little mind to her response, leading the four children, Guoyu, Zhongnan, and others, toward Shima Town. In the darkness of night, visibility was nearly non-existent, and aside from the audacious and agile Yao Yao, the others clung closely to Yue Zhong. Under the cover of night, two mutated cats, resembling lions, sprang forth from the underbrush, lunging at Yue Zhong and his group. In a flash, the skeleton warrior beside him moved with remarkable speed, swinging its axe with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving one of the mutated cats in half, blood spraying in all directions. Yue Zhong, wielding a replica Tang sword, effortlessly dispatched the other mutated cat midair with a swift stroke. As he surveyed the darkened surroundings, Yao Yao's eyes flickered with surprise. She realized that Yue Zhong had not exerted his full strength during their earlier skirmish. With the demise of the two mutated cats, a surge of spiritual light enveloped both Yue Zhong and the skeleton warrior. Nearby, the corpses of the mutated cats yielded a skill book and 2 survival coins, each valued at 20. The skill was high-speed movement, which required 5 stamina points to activate and granted a boost of 15 agility for 30 seconds. After stowing the skill book and coins in his backpack, Yue Zhong used his Tang sword to break open one of the mutated cat skulls, searching for the small red bead found within mutated water snakes, but to no avail. Rising, he pressed onward. Under Zhang Nan's guidance through familiar terrain, Yue Zhong found himself atop a small hill. Overlooking Shima Town, as Guoyu had described, the town was encircled by 2 tributaries of the Thunder River, flanked by mountains, with only one pathway leading outward. It was indeed an ideal location for a base. Furthermore, just beyond Shima Town lay Dian Town, and reclaiming Shima would allow for a strategic foothold to eventually retake Dian, which housed a small steel factory and various steel-related enterprises, facilitating the production of cold weapons. "Let us proceed." After a careful observation, Yue Zhong led the group back along their previous path. Just 50 meters in, a sudden premonition of danger surged within him, prompting an abrupt halt. He pointed to Guoyu and commanded the skeleton, "Protect this woman during the upcoming battle." The skeleton's intelligence was limited, and it would not comprehend a direct reference to Guoyu. Alarmed, Guoyu edged closer to Yue Zhong. Issuing orders to the skeleton, he swiftly retrieved his modified Type 79 submachine gun and unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon a nearby tree. After emptying a magazine, a mutated monkey, standing at 1.5 meters tall and riddled with bullet wounds, plummeted from the branches. Discarding the spent weapon into the grass, Yue Zhong conjured another Type 79 submachine gun, continuing his relentless assault on the treetops. Under his barrage, dark silhouettes leaped from the branches, charging toward Yue Zhong and his companions. Level 17 creatures, mutated monkeys. These creatures possessed agile bodies and sharp claws, and their greatest threat lay in their pack mentality. Yue Zhong's passive skill, enhanced by the night, enabled him to discern that a swarm of more than a dozen monsters was converging upon them. He fired another magazine, eliminating another mutated monkey, but the remaining ones closed in. In an instant, he activated his skill, Shadow Step, and executed 3 swift strikes. 3 blades of light flashed, and 3 mutated monkeys were cleaved in 2, blood spraying profusely. As he dispatched the trio, the remaining mutated monkeys breached his defenses, lunging toward the 4 children, Zhang Nan and Guoyu. Zhang Nan's face paled in terror as the mutated monkeys charged, prompting him to flee in panic. 2 mutated monkeys swiftly intercepted him, their enhanced claws piercing his flesh before tearing him apart. Blood and entrails spilled forth before he could even utter a scream, and in a brutal twist, one monkey leaped onto his shoulder, snapping his neck with a sickening crack. Meanwhile, 7 mutated monkeys descended upon Guoyu and Yao Yao. The skeleton stood guard before Guoyu, wielding its axe with the ferocity of a whirlwind, slicing through two of the charging monkeys. In the chaos, two others flanked Guoyu, their claws reaching for her delicate face. The skeleton swung its axe, severing the head of the monkey on the right, its blood and brain matter splattering onto the ground. As the left monkey lunged, a flicker of fear crossed Guoyu's eyes, causing her to instinctively retreat. Just as the monkey was about to strike, a sharp bone spike erupted from the skeleton's waist, impaling the creature and propelling it 4 meters away. With a swift motion, the skeleton's axe cleaved the other incoming monkey in two. Among the remaining 2 mutated monkeys, one darted toward Yao Yao. With remarkable agility, she engaged in a fierce struggle with her dagger against one monkey, while the other viciously attacked the remaining children, effortlessly decapitating a young boy with a single swipe. Enraged and terrified, Yao Yao found herself cornered, unable to protect her companions. After dispatching the boy, the mutated monkey lunged for another little girl's throat. Just as the impending tragedy unfolded, a gunshot rang out, exploding the monkey's head into a gruesome display. Nearby, Yue Zhong, wielding his replica Tang's sword and simultaneously felling mutated monkeys, remained vigilant, realizing too late that one had slipped past the skeleton's defenses. Distracted for but a moment, he fired a single shot, only to be clawed fiercely by 2 mutated monkeys. Fortunately, the scales of the mutated water snake absorbed much of the damage, leaving only long white marks upon his flesh. Nevertheless, the impact left him reeling in pain. With a decisive swing, he severed the head of one monkey and delivered a kick that sent the other sprawling 7 meters away. Before he could catch his breath, another 4 mutated monkeys charged at him. Focusing intently, he sidestepped 2 of their attacks, beheading one with a swift stroke and firing 2 rounds into the 2 closest monkeys, their heads exploding into a shower of gore. Once more, another 4 mutated monkeys surged toward him. Resolutely, Yue Zhong narrowed his focus, immersing himself in the current battle. As his concentration sharpened, his speed reached its zenith, allowing him to move like a specter amidst the throng of mutated monkeys, his blade dancing like blossoms of blood in bloom, spilling their lifeblood in torrents. Meanwhile, the skeleton continued its relentless assault, swinging its axe and launching sharp bone spikes that pierced the advancing monkeys. Like an unyielding rock, it stood steadfast before Guoyu, slaying any monkey that dared approach. Yao Yao and the remaining 2 children quickly sought refuge behind the protective barrier of the skeleton, sheltered from the chaos. Whitebone stood guard before Guoyu and the other 3, enduring numerous assaults from the mutated monkeys. However, the attacks of these aberrant creatures merely left faint white marks on Whitebone's body, unable to fracture its reinforced bones. The fierce battle raged for a full 30 seconds, during which Yue Zhong and Whitebone together slew 23 mutated monkeys, leaving the small forest littered with their corpses, reeking with the stench of decay. The remaining 5 mutated monkeys seemed to sense that their adversaries were insurmountable foes and promptly fled in terror. Unlike zombies, mutated creatures possess a degree of intelligence. Though ferocious and fearless of bullets, they can feel fear and choose to flee when faced with an unbeatable enemy. If they were zombies like S1 or L1, they would never retreat unless they were completely annihilated. Seeing the 5 mutated monkeys escape, Yue Zhong felt a slight relief. Had another wave of similarly numbered monkeys approached, he would have been forced to abandon Guoyu and flee. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 23 and gained 2 points to allocate freely. Yue Zhong single-handedly dispatched 15 mutated monkeys, and thanks to his immense spiritual light, he finally achieved level 23. Just as the 5 mutated monkeys leapt into the trees, a massive fist crashed down upon one of them, forcefully decapitating it. The remaining 4, horrified, scattered in all directions. A leaf drifted down from a great tree as a colossal shadow descended. Beware! Flee now! Yue Zhong's instinct screamed at the sight of this looming figure, a sense of dread washing over him. Before him stood a black ape, towering over 2 meters, its body covered in needle-like black fur, glaring with crimson eyes and brandishing claws as sharp as blades, each extending 20 centimeters. This was a 33rd level mutated ferocious ape, possessing superhuman strength, agility, and deadly claws. Merely gazing at the mutated ferocious ape, Yue Zhong could feel the palpable killing intent and fierce power emanating from it. The creature coldly regarded Yue Zhong and his companions, as if observing mere ants. Yue Zhong raised his poison dart gun and fired twice at the beast. In that instant, the mutated ferocious ape leapt aside with astonishing speed, evading the shots, which instead struck the tree behind it, splintering it. The mutated ferocious ape moved with the swiftness of the wind, nearly as fast as the speedster S2, dodging Yue Zhong's shots with a fierce gust. It appeared before him in mere moments, striking with a powerful claw. Yue Zhong raised his replica tang knife to block the blow, but the ape's red-eyed fury intensified as it struck. The sheer force of its punch sent Yue Zhong's knife flying, embedding it into a tree. Impressed by its strength, Yue Zhong activated his shadow step skill, retreating swiftly. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned another replica tang knife into his hand. Meanwhile, White Bone, defending Guoyu, unleashed two razor-sharp bone spikes towards the mutated ferocious ape. The ape, with a swift motion, caught the spikes in its massive hand and hurled White Bone aside into a tree. After using Shadow Step, Yue Zhong's speed surpassed that of the mutated ferocious ape. Seizing the moment while the ape was distracted by White Bone, he lunged forward, delivering a swift cut to the ape's waist. The blade, enhanced by Yue Zhong's immense strength, sliced through the ape's skin, inflicting a shallow wound. The mutated ferocious ape, now enraged, roared, its muscles tensing as it clamped down on Yue Zhong's knife, then retaliated with a fierce punch. What a monster! Yue Zhong abandoned his knife and retreated, aiming his poison dart gun at the ferocious ape. Just as he took aim, the beast sensed an imminent threat and swiftly evaded, moving several meters to the side. It instinctively understood the lethal power of the poison dart in Yue Zhong's hand. Such a cunning beast. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow, drawing a Type 79 submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the mutated ferocious ape. Despite the hail of gunfire, the ape's muscular body proved resilient, repelling the bullets that merely pierced its skin without penetrating further. Its muscles could rival steel, rendering Yue Zhong's earlier cut nearly ineffective. The mutated ferocious ape, now more furious than ever, charged at Yue Zhong, bowling through bullets like cannon fire. In a matter of steps, it was upon him, claw poised to strike, with a glint of determination in his eyes. Yue Zhong extended his finger, directing the fireball ring towards the oncoming beast. As the ape closed within 2 meters, a fiery magic circle materialized from his fingertip, launching a fireball that collided with the ape's claw, shattering it. Seizing the opportunity, White Bone fired a bone spike, striking the ape's leg joint and causing it to lose balance. Yue Zhong then fired 3 shots from his poison dart gun at the beast. The mutated ferocious ape, displaying remarkable combat instincts, rolled to evade 2 of the shots, but one struck its right chest, creating a gaping wound. After rolling to its feet, the ape leapt towards a nearby tree. Sensing the looming threat of death and succumbing to fear, White Bone extended its arms, shooting a flurry of bone spikes toward the tree the ape was attempting to escape to, forming a skeletal cage. The ape swiped at the spikes, slicing through them as if they were mere tofu. Yue Zhong seized the moment, dashing forward as the skeletal cage confined the mutated ferocious ape's movements. He reloaded his gun and unleashed a flurry of shots at close range. Each bullet struck, creating fist-sized holes in the creature's body. After 6 shots, the temporarily confined mutated ferocious ape slumped to the ground, lifeless and devoid of vitality. A surge of spiritual light erupted from the fallen beast, enveloping Yue Zhong. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 24. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 25. As the spiritual light entered his body, melodious sounds of enhancement echoed in his mind. All points allocated to physical strength. Yue Zhong made his choice, feeling the spiritual light nourishing and fortifying his physique. He quickly gathered the skill books and white treasure chests dropped by the mutated monkeys and ferocious ape into his backpack. With effort, he used the replica tang knife to sever the ape's head, searching for what he desired within. Found it, he exclaimed, discovering a small white orb nestled within the ape's brain. Elated, he swiftly stored it in his spatial ring. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed the ape's 20-centimeter claws and, moved by impulse, decided to sever one for his collection. Let us go. After completing his tasks, he turned to Guoyu and the others. His voice low, after activating Shadow Step twice and battling the mutated monkeys and ferocious ape, Yue Zhong's stamina had dwindled to a precarious level. Should another creature of this caliber appear, he would be in dire straits. However, for the sake of treasures, a brief delay was necessary. Guoyu and her companions closely followed Yue Zhong as they cast a glance at the slain mutated ferocious apes surrounding the forest. They observed Yue Zhong's silhouette, their eyes shimmering with excitement as they trailed behind him. On their journey, they encountered no further formidable mutated beasts and successfully returned to their vehicle. Guoyu drove towards Changguang village. As they settled into the vehicle, Yue Zhong examined the equipment dropped by the mutated monkeys in detail. The mutated monkey group and the ferocious mutated ape collectively yielded 4 skill books and 8 white treasure chests. Among the skill books, 2 were level 1 fireball spells, 1 was a level 1 ice spike spell, 1 was a level 2 high-speed movement skill, and 1 was a level 3 skill, mighty solidification. The level 3 skill, mighty solidification, is a passive skill that, once learned, permanently increases strength by 8 points. Yue Zhong promptly learned this passive skill, and a radiant light flickered, coalescing into a new rune within his consciousness. As soon as the rune took shape, he felt a surge in his strength. From the 8 white treasure chests, he opened a set of level 1 enhanced armor, a pair of enhanced boots, a pair of strength gloves, and 2 replica tang swords, while the remaining 3 treasure chests were empty. Yue Zhong handed the level 1 fireball and level 2 high-speed movement skill books to Guoyu, saying, "Xiao Yu, these are for you." Upon receiving the books, a flicker of joy and excitement sparkled in Guoyu's beautiful eyes, and she flashed a sweet smile at Yue Zhong, saying, "Thank you, master." As someone close to Yue Zhong, Guoyu understood the value of these skill books. Possessing one could bestow the ability to surpass ordinary enhancers. Her acquisition of these books signified her genuine trust from Yue Zhong, cementing her position as his ally. Seeing Guoyu, a lovely little fox spirit, smile enchantingly, Yue Zhong felt a flutter in his heart, diverting his gaze. He dared not linger on her beauty, lest he succumb to temptation. It seems my charm remains undiminished. He mused. Guoyu, noticing Yue Zhong's slightly averted gaze, pondered for a moment before breaking into a sly smile, feeling elated. Yue Zhong caught a glimpse of the untidy-haired girl, Yao Yao, in the rearview mirror. After some contemplation, he tossed the other skill book, high-speed movement, to her, saying, "This is the high-speed movement skill book. See if you can learn it." Yao Yao received the skill book, glanced around, and attempted to open it, but found it unyielding. Furrowing her brow, she sweetly inquired, "How do I open this book?" Yue Zhong replied, "No need to open it. Just silently will to learn it in your heart, and you will naturally acquire it." Yao Yao closed her eyes, and with a flash of light, the high-speed movement skill book vanished from her hands. Curious, Yue Zhong asked, "Yao Yao, what is the level of your demon system?" Opening her eyes, Yao Yao retrieved a piece of chocolate handed to her by Yue Zhong and replied, "Level 1. Yue Zhong continued, "What is your agility?" 20. Hearing this, Yue Zhong felt a pang of frustration. When he was at level 1 in the demon system, his agility had been double that of Yao Yao's current level. Now, with her at level 1, her potential for growth seemed far superior to his own. Upon returning to Changguang village, Yue Zhong took a shower and lay down on the bed. Flanked by Lu Wen on his left and Guoyu on his right, both adorable girls fast asleep. They had hurried back to the village, and the 2 girls were utterly exhausted, falling asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. Once they were both asleep, Yue Zhong produced the white orb he had extracted from the head of the mutated ape and swallowed it whole. As soon as the orb entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm flow coursing through his body, continuously enhancing him. Congratulations, you have gained 8 stamina enhancement. When the warmth dissipated, a delightful notification echoed in Yue Zhong's consciousness. Excellent, he thought, a satisfied smile gracing his lips before he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, while Qiyang remained at home, Yue Zhong led a large contingent along with an infantry battle vehicle toward Shima town. Although the area had mutated beasts, eradicating them would establish a solid foundation for Yue Zhong's team to build a base. Moreover, the mutated beasts represented a resource. Hunting them would continually provide enhancements for those capable of strengthening themselves. A vast convoy composed of Humvees, military jeeps, and a Dongfeng truck swiftly arrived at the outskirts of Shima town. The rumbling engines attracted the attention of the zombies within the town, causing a horde to stagger out in droves. From the vehicles emerged 5 squads, Wang Shuang's, Xiao Ming's, Lu Yan's, De Guzi's, and Yue Zhong's direct squad, totaling 80 individuals. Each squad was organized with their respective leaders, and Yue Zhong's originally 24-member squad was bolstered by 6 members after Ji Qingwu's departure. Along with Lu Wan and Guoyu, they formed a total of 80 personnel. Yue Zhong coldly surveyed the combatants, stating, "Prepare for battle. Fire will only be permitted upon my command when the zombies are within 100 meters. The families of the fallen will be supported by me, with benefits on par with reserve members. Anyone who flees before receiving a retreat order will be executed on the spot, and their families will lose any preferential treatment. Is that understood?" "Understood," the troops replied in unison, feeling a chill at Yue Zhong's gaze. "Get ready." With Yue Zhong's command, the combatants swiftly moved to their concealed positions. Once he confirmed that everyone was in place, he instructed the skeletal figure draped in blood-soaked cloth. "Enter the town and lure out the zombies." The skeletal being, its eyes ablaze with soul fire, rushed into the town. The zombies, already agitated by the sound of the engines, stumbled out as they caught the scent of blood emanating from the skeleton. The skeleton charged into the town, swiftly dispatching 6 zombies with its axe before leading a throng of the undead towards the town's exit. Under the skeleton's lure, an overwhelming swarm of zombies emerged from the town. Their numbers were staggering, their decaying bodies clad in tattered, moldy clothing, some even crawling with repulsive maggots. The sight was grotesque and terrifying. While an ordinary person might not be fazed by 1 or 2 zombies, the sheer volume of this horde instilled a sense of insurmountable dread. Observing the horde that the skeleton had drawn out, all combatants, save for Yue Zhong, felt a cold sweat trickle down their spines. The zombies they had previously dealt with were mere clusters of a few or a dozen, but now they faced hundreds, even thousands, with only 80 personnel and many of them with less than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The odds seemed grim. Yue Zhong quietly watched the zombies, noticing among the throng an S2, like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing the skeleton. Swiftly closing the distance. 13S1 zombies also surged forth, following the skeleton. Among the ordinary zombies, several L1s pushed through the throng, trampling over their fallen comrades as they advanced. Before Yue Zhong's team could engage, several ordinary zombies were knocked down, becoming stepping stones for the others. Observing the zombies' movements from a distance, Yue Zhong exhaled in relief. Fortunately, there are no intelligent commanding zombies among them. The presence or absence of a commanding intelligence among the zombies represented a significant difference. If an intelligent zombie arose capable of leading the others, humanity would be in grave peril, given their overwhelming numbers and fearlessness in battle. Fire only upon my command, Yue Zhong commanded sternly, darting from his concealed position towards the S2. If the S2 breached their lines, the consequences would be catastrophic. In a flurry of movement, Yue Zhong reached the S2, which, abandoning the skeleton, lunged at him like a specter. In the same instant, the skeleton unleashed a barrage of sharp bone spikes, piercing the S2 multiple times and lifting it into the air. With a swift motion, Yue Zhong wielded a replica Tang sword, severing the S2's head, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. Congratulations, you have reached level 26, gaining 2 enhancement points. After dispatching the S2, a pleasant notification chimed in Yue Zhong's ears. He swiftly collected the skill book dropped by the S2, a blue treasure chest, and a 200 value survival coin before advancing alongside the skeleton towards the 13S1 zombies. The S-type zombies pose the greatest challenge to ordinary individuals. Failing to eliminate them would exert tremendous psychological pressure on the recently formed combat unit. Having been established for less than a month, Yue Zhong's troops lacked the psychological resilience of seasoned veterans. If their morale were not bolstered, the threat of desertion loomed large, even under the stringent military law. The 13S1 zombies, undeterred by the disparity in strength, charged directly at Yue Zhong and his companion, Skeleton. Yue Zhong plunged into the midst of the S1 horde, wielding his replica Tang sword, and with a swift motion, he effortlessly severed the heads of the zombies. Skeleton stood quietly beside him, brandishing a massive bone axe, methodically dispatching any S1 that dared approach Yue Zhong. Together, in a mere 10 seconds, they exterminated all 13 S1. After their swift victory, Yue Zhong and Skeleton turned to flee towards their position. Confronting the entire horde of zombies in the town was beyond their capabilities. Witnessing Yue Zhong and Skeleton return unscathed after vanquishing the S1 and S2 zombies, the morale of the newly formed unit soared. A commander leading from the front undeniably ignites the spirit of his subordinates. However, should Yue Zhong fall, the unit would likely disintegrate instantly, back at their position. Yue Zhong gazed silently at the approaching zombies, his demeanor grave. The 5 squads of soldiers watched the advancing horde, gripping their weapons tightly, paralyzed by fear. As the zombies closed within 100 meters, Yue Zhong commanded in a low voice, "Fire." He understood that allowing the zombies to approach closer would yield better shooting conditions, but most of his comrades trembled with anxiety. If the zombies were permitted to encroach further, they might succumb to the mounting pressure. "Fire." Upon hearing Yue Zhong's command, Captains Lu Yin and others yelled in unison, releasing their pent-up terror through their shouts. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, countless bullets raining down upon the advancing zombies. The zombies, as they approached, fell as if struck by an invisible barrier. Particularly devastating were the rounds from the heavy machine guns, which could sever a zombie in half with a single shot. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and shouted, "Cease fire." It was the first time Lu Yin and the others faced such a massive horde, and in their nervousness, they had emptied their magazines with little accuracy. The zombies were densely packed along the road leading into the town. As long as their aim was correct, they would surely hit their targets. Following Yue Zhong's order, Lu Yin and the others halted their fire and seized the rare opportunity to reload. Within less than a minute, over 1,000 rounds had been expended, causing Yue Zhong some dismay. As the gunfire ceased, most of the zombies that had been shot down began to rise again. Many bore numerous bullet holes yet continued to advance toward Yue Zhong's group. Unlike humans, zombies do not cease their movement unless their heads are destroyed. Even a severed spine does not hinder their pursuit. Aim for the head, Yue Zhong commanded as he raised an 81 type rifle and fired at a zombie, creating a bloody hole in its skull. Since acquiring the skill of marksmanship, he had practiced daily, attaining a 70% accuracy rate at static targets within 100 meters. Upon hearing Yue Zhong's command, the 5 heavy machine guns fell silent, and the remaining soldiers began to take careful shots at the zombies. With a shift to precision shooting, the zombies' advance quickened, as most of the soldiers lacked extensive shooting experience. However, a few professional soldiers in Yue Zhong's ranks demonstrated exceptional marksmanship, accurately dispatching the slowly moving zombies. As the zombies drew closer, one soldier, filled with terror, emptied his weapon into the horde and screamed, turning to flee. The zombies were now only 50 meters away, and fear gripped many of the soldiers. They understood that being scratched by a zombie would lead to infection in an instant. Yue Zhong shot the fleeing soldier, the bullet piercing through his skull, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Yue Zhong surveyed the area, his face contorted with rage, and bellowed, "Whoever dares to flee will be executed on the spot." Witnessing the brutal punishment of their comrade quelled any wavering resolve among the troops. Lu Yin, his face pale with anger, shouted at his men, "If anyone dares to run, I'll be the first to take them down. No need for Captain Yu." The deserter had been one of Lu Yin's subordinates, and his cowardice had brought disgrace upon Lu Yin. Yue Zhong assessed the distance to the advancing zombies and ordered, "Fire with full force." At his command, the soldiers, their palms slick with sweat, unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the zombies. The relentless hail of gunfire shattered the horde, particularly the heavy machine gun rounds, which could bisect a zombie effortlessly. After 2 waves of fire, a significant portion of the zombies fell once more. "Cease fire," Yue Zhong commanded. This time, all soldiers complied. As the gunfire subsided, the remaining zombies began to rise again. However, after several rounds of concentrated fire, many had been eliminated, leaving only a few dozen standing, while nearly 100, with broken backs, crawled toward Yue Zhong's group. Close combat team. Switch to replica tang swords. "Follow me," Yue Zhong proclaimed as he charged into the scattered zombies. His elite squad consisted of 10 warriors, each armed with replica tang swords and clad in close-fitting armor made from mutated water snake skin. When Yue Zhong was absent, Qi Yang had commanded this group, specifically trained for close-quarters combat against zombies, each possessing a reinforcement level of 4 or higher. The 10 members of the close combat team formed small groups of 3. Working in perfect unison to dispatch the zombies, Yue Zhong, alongside Skeleton, plunged into the remaining horde, cutting down every zombie that stood in their path with ease. The other soldiers looked on in awe as Yue Zhong and his elite team carved a swath through the undead. Due to a lack of steel and craftsmen capable of forging cold weapons, Yue Zhong's forces were largely unarmed, making close combat against zombies a daunting task. Soon, they had eradicated the remaining zombies, as the dismembered creatures posed no challenge to Yue Zhong's elite fighters. After defeating this batch of zombies, Yue Zhong collected a skill book on Fireball and over 200 survival coins, continuing to direct Skeleton to lure more zombies out of the town. After several repetitions of this strategy, the majority of zombies in the town had been annihilated, albeit at the cost of substantial ammunition and heavy machine gun rounds. Following the significant reduction in zombie presence, Yue Zhong ordered the squads to advance into the town. Under his guidance, each team pressed forward, with 2 members from Yue Zhong's elite close combat team accompanying each squad to deal with the more resilient zombies. Scattered gunfire echoed through the town, and Yue Zhong strode confidently inward. The primary zombie threat had been neutralized, rendering the remaining few no match for the well-equipped human soldiers. One by one, zombies fell, and the town was gradually reclaimed inch by inch. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the direction of Xiao Ming's team. Yue Zhong furrowed his brow and swiftly led the remaining 2 elite fighters toward the commotion. Arriving at Xiao Ming's location, Yue Zhong witnessed a colossal zombie, nearly 3 meters tall, its skin hardened into black, jagged plates, battling with Xiao Ming's team. The soldiers were frantically firing at the giant zombie, but the bullets ricocheted off its armored hide, proving ineffective against its formidable physique. The level 30 Type 2 Power Evolution Infected, designated as L2, possesses formidable strength and defensive capabilities. It wields the skill of viral infection, allowing it to convert living beings into infected entities. Upon spotting the colossal zombie, a flood of information surged into Yue Zhong's mind. The giant zombie moved at a speed surpassing that of an ordinary human, barreling into Xiao Ming's team like a tank. Seized a regular team member by the head and crushed it with a single, forceful grip, obliterating the skull. Faced with such a ferocious adversary, the morale of Xiao Ming's squad plummeted, prompting most members to discard their firearms and flee in disarray. "Don't run! Fight back! Fight back!" shouted Xiao Ming, his face flushed with urgency, as he continued to fire at the monstrous L2. Yet, his commands fell on deaf ears. Only 2 of Yue Zhong's close combat team members and 3 loyal subordinates remained by his side, firing at the seemingly invincible giant. The rounds from their rifles ricocheted off the L2's black, armored exterior, failing to penetrate its skin. Even Yue Zhong's close combat team was gripped by terror. They stood firm only because their commander had not issued a retreat order, and they were resolved not to abandon him. Yue Zhong paid no heed to the fleeing ordinary team members, and, in a few swift movements, found himself before the L2, wielding a replica Tang sword. He struck fiercely at the creature's waist. Accompanied by a harsh metallic slicing sound, he managed to carve a narrow gash into the L2's side. Despite his augmented strength and the blade's sharpness, he could only make a superficial incision, revealing no bone beneath the black, chitinous layer that was as tough as steel. The L2, perceiving Yue Zhong as a mere insect before it, swung its massive hand down upon him. However, Yue Zhong's agility far surpassed that of the L2. He deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated, slashing at the joint of the L2's arm. The strike produced sparks but did not sever the limb. The L2 retaliated with a sweeping motion aimed at Yue Zhong, who swiftly maneuvered to the front of the giant and unleashed his skill, Magic Flame. A vibrant red flame surged in his right hand. With a powerful downward stroke, he struck the L2's thigh, and the magic flame ignited upon contact, rapidly consuming a large hole in the flesh. As Yue Zhong circled around the L2's leg, the inferno severed it in 2, causing the L2 to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Stepping forward, Yue Zhong placed his foot upon the L2's head, and the red flames erupted beneath him, reducing the creature's head to ashes. With the L2 vanquished, a surge of spiritual light flowed into Yue Zhong's body. And from the fallen creature's remains, a skill book and a blue treasure chest emerged. He swiftly stowed both items in his backpack. After eliminating the L2, Yue Zhong turned his steely gaze toward the members of Xiao Ming's team who had abandoned their commander. Those who had cast aside their firearms and fled were now apprehended by Yue Zhong's direct troops and brought before him. One member of Xiao Ming's team, trembling with fear, knelt before Yue Zhong and pleaded, "I beg your pardon, Commander Yue. Spare my life. I promise to fight valiantly for you in the future. Please allow me to atone for my sins." Another chimed in, "Commander Yue, please let us off this once. We swear we won't falter again. That monster was too powerful. We were no match for it." Staying behind would have been a death sentence, as the fleeing members of Xiao Ming's team knelt before Yue Zhong. Xiao Ming cast a disappointed glance at them and hesitated before suggesting, "Commander Yue, perhaps we should give them another chance." Yue Zhong's cold gaze swept over the 8 members of Xiao Ming's team as he replied, "Regardless of your reasons, you have committed the crime of desertion on the battlefield. Execute them on the spot." Xiao Ming could not help but argue, "Commander Yue, it is not easy to train a soldier. If we execute these 8 men, my team will lose its combat strength. Although they fled, they are all capable men who understand firearms. Recruiting and training new members would be a hassle and take time to build their effectiveness." Yue Zhong regarded Xiao Ming with an icy stare, stating firmly, "The law is merciless. If we cannot enforce military law strictly, what purpose does it serve? Proceed." Upon receiving Yue Zhong's command, his direct troops aimed their weapons at the heads of the 8 deserters and pulled the triggers. With 8 gunshots ringing out, the members of Xiao Ming's team who had fled were all executed. Witnessing this grim scene, Xiao Ming turned away in anguish. The onlooking soldiers felt a chill run through them. Gaining a profound understanding of military law, Yue Zhong glanced at Xiao Ming, commenting coolly, "Xiao Ming, your leadership has proven ineffective. You are hereby relieved of command of the 5th Squad. All members of the 5th Squad will be reassigned to the 2nd Squad. You will be demoted to reserve status." Xiao Ming felt a pang of disappointment. He should have ordered a retreat as soon as he realized the L2 was beyond their capability. His failure to issue that command was unforgivable. However, Xiao Ming was a competent soldier, known for his rigorous training and exceptional marksmanship, boasting a 70% accuracy rate at 100 meters. He nodded in acceptance, replying, "Understood." Yue Zhong instructed him, "Report to the 2nd Squad and assist in clearing the zombies." "Yes," Xiao Ming acknowledged, then led his team toward the 2nd Combat Squad, now under the command of Big Dog due to Ji Qingwu's departure. With the main force in the town decimated, the scattered zombies posed no threat to the well-armed soldiers. A member of Lu Yan's team approached Yue Zhong, reporting, Commander Yue. We discovered survivors who wish to meet you. Yue Zhong inquired, who are they? The soldier replied, they claim to be the mayor of Shima Town. After a moment's contemplation, Yue Zhong instructed, take me to see them. Following the soldier, Yue Zhong arrived at a spacious manor where 5 survivors were being watched by 4 armed soldiers. A portly man, appearing as if he were heavily pregnant, bellowed, I want to see your leader. The armed soldiers stared coldly at the 7 survivors, remaining silent. You wish to see me? Yue Zhong approached the man named Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng pointed to an arrogant young man beside him, declaring, I am Wei Cheng, the mayor of Shima Town. This is Qian Yiming, the son of Secretary Qian from Longhai City. If you escort us to the survivor base in Longhai City, Secretary Qian will surely remember your kindness. Yue Zhong looked at the young man, who exuded arrogance, holding 2 strikingly beautiful women around 21 years of age. Despite being surrounded by armed soldiers, he maintained his composure. Casting a sideways glance at Yue Zhong and arrogantly declaring, are you the leader of this group? I am Qian Yiming. Just get us to the Longhai City survivor base, and my father will make you a great official. The term useless surged to Yue Zhong's mind as he observed the haughty Qian Yiming. At that moment, 2 soldiers brought in 4 ragged, emaciated women of various sizes. Lu Yin addressed one of the more beautiful women, saying, this is our leader, Commander Yue. Speak to him if you have anything to say. Upon seeing Yue Zhong, the beautiful woman's eyes welled with tears, and she fell to her knees before him. Pointing at Qian Yiming as she cried, Commander Yue, please help me kill that scoundrel. Qian Yiming glared at the woman kneeling before Yue Zhong, his eyes flashing with malice as he shouted, shut up. If you dare speak again, I'll make sure you regret it. The woman trembled at his outburst, clutching a small girl beside her, who looked remarkably similar to her, and cried out, Commander Yue, this scoundrel not only raped me but also violated my sister with others. Please help me. Seeing the small girl, who resembled a doll and bore a look of numbness and fear, ignited a spark of anger within Yue Zhong. His gaze turned murderous as he fixed it on Qian Yiming. The latter, perceiving the intensity of Yue Zhong's stare, began to fearfully shout, I merely had some fun with 2 women. What are you looking at? Are you really going to kill me? My father is Secretary Qian from Longhai City. If you harm me in any way, he will not let you off. Escort me to Longhai City, and I will provide you with as many women as you desire. A cold glint flashed in Yue Zhong's eyes as he drew a pistol, aiming it directly at Qian Yiming's head, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding gunshot, a gaping wound appeared at the center of Qian Yiming's forehead, his eyes reflecting a mixture of horror and disbelief as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Who else has touched your sister? A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yue Zhong's eyes as he gazed at the remaining survivors. The woman, filled with venomous hatred, pointed accusatorily at the men among the survivors, exclaiming these scoundrels are all complicit. Terrified, Wei Cheng fell to his knees before Yue Zhong, pleading desperately, Captain Yue, please don't kill me. It was all Qian Yiming's coercion. If I didn't tea-bed that woman, he wouldn't tea-feed me. I was forced. Realizing that even the son of the secretary of Longhai City, Yue Zhong, could execute on a whim, Wei Cheng lost his bravado and knelt before Yue Zhong, begging for mercy for his transgressions. Captain Yue, spare my life. I was also coerced by Qian Yiming. The other male survivors knelt as well, begging for their lives. Yue Zhong's cold command rang out, execute them all on the spot. His direct subordinates swiftly subdued the male survivors, pressing rifles against their heads and pulling the triggers. With 4 gunshots, those 4 men were executed before Yue Zhong's unflinching gaze. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. A beautiful woman who had followed Qian Yiming fell to her knees, pleading with Yue Zhong. Another woman beside Qian Yiming was so frightened that she lost control, a yellowish liquid streaming down her thigh. Having witnessed the atrocities committed by Qian Yiming, the collective execution before their eyes terrified them. Yue Zhong glanced at the 2 women and waved a hand, instructing a team member, take them away. Though both were strikingly beautiful, neither could compare to the charm and grace of Lu Wan and Guo Yu. Yue Zhong had no interest in them whatsoever. The team member complied and escorted the women away. Thank you. The woman who had identified Qian Yiming expressed her gratitude to Yue Zhong, pulling her sister along silently as they turned to leave. Just as they had taken a few steps, the woman suddenly returned to Yue Zhong's side, saying, Captain Yue, I have intelligence to share with you. Yue Zhong turned to her and asked, what intelligence? The woman replied, I have discovered a plant with extraordinary healing properties. Please, follow me. Yue Zhong scrutinized her for a moment before inquiring, what is your name? My name is Zhang Yi, she responded. Yue Zhong cut her off with a terse command, lead the way. Soon, the entire town would fall under Yue Zhong's control, and he harbored no fear of Zhang Yi's potential tricks. She led him through winding paths until they reached the edge of Shima town, where she pointed to a plant with yellow flowers sprouting from a skull, its leaves forming a four-part structure. "This is the plant," she indicated. "I once witnessed two monkeys fighting. After one emerged victorious, but severely injured. It ate a flower from this plant and applied its juice to its wounds. Remarkably, the monkey's injuries healed swiftly." Yue Zhong examined the peculiar flowers rooted in a nearly skeletal corpse, each corpse hosting 7 of these extraordinary blooms. Zhang Yi, steeling herself, bit her finger to draw blood, then plucked a yellow flower from the skull and chewed it, applying the juice to her wounded finger, which she then presented to Yue Zhong. He observed as the self-inflicted wound rapidly healed, the speed surpassing any known remedy. Yue Zhong regarded Zhang Yi with a solemn expression, saying, "Well done. I will grant you and your sister formal positions within my ranks. As long as you adhere to my rules, you may live with dignity within my domain. No one shall bully you. However, the matter of this plant will remain classified. Should you disclose even a whisper, I will show no mercy to you or your sister. Do you understand?" Zhang Yi felt a weight lift from her heart, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Yu." Sharing this secret with Yue Zhong not only filled her with gratitude but also a desire to thrive within his influence. In this apocalyptic world, while the miraculous plant held little personal value, it was of utmost importance to a leader. Yue Zhong turned to his 4 direct subordinates, Guiyu and Lu Wan, instructing, "This matter concerning the plant is not to be mentioned to anyone." "Understood," his 4 subordinates solemnly affirmed. Yue Zhong addressed Guiyu, "Yuer, this flower shall be known as the life-saving flower. After we reclaim the town, gather information about it and report back to me." Guiyu smiled sweetly, responding, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Lu Wan, observing the closeness between Yue Zhong and Guiyu, puffed up her cheeks in jealousy. That night, the scattered zombies outside Shima town were finally cleared. During the process of reclaiming the town, Yue Zhong located over 200 survivors, replenishing his population and transforming his faction into a modest force of over 500. Many of the survivors he found were emaciated and starving. Following the battle for Shima town, Yue Zhong's teams began their transformation into elite warriors through real combat experience. After bathing that evening, Yue Zhong began tallying the spoils of the day. All equipment obtained from the system would be reclaimed and redistributed. From the conquest of Shima town, he had acquired 6 skill books, 30 white treasure boxes, and 1 blue treasure box. The skill books included a level 1 fireball spell, 3 level 1 accelerate spells, 1 level 2 language proficiency spell, and 1 level 3 gravity manipulation spell. The level 1 accelerate skill required 5 stamina points to activate and granted 10 agility points for 30 seconds upon use. The level 2 language proficiency spell was passive, enabling the user to automatically comprehend 3 languages and master their respective scripts. The level 3 gravity manipulation spell was active, allowing the caster to impose gravitational pressure on a single target within a 200-meter range or multiple targets within a 10-meter radius. With the effect strength depending on the caster's mental power, physical strength, vitality, and stamina. Casting this spell consumed 10 stamina points and 10 mental points, with the spell lasting at the cost of 1 mental point and 1 stamina point per second. Yue Zhong contemplated the level 3 gravity manipulation skill book obtained from L2, storing it within his spatial ring. He held the language proficiency skill book, and with a thought, it transformed into a beam of light that entered his mind. "Which 3 languages would you like to comprehend?" A voice resonated in his mind as the book merged with his consciousness. "English, Russian, Japanese." Yue Zhong responded mentally as strands of light intertwined within his mind, coalescing into an arcane rune. Upon its formation, an influx of knowledge surged into his brain, persisting until it settled. Rubbing his temples, Yue Zhong began to open the treasure boxes, starting with the 30 white ones. Soon, all 30 white treasure boxes were opened. Among them, he uncovered 4 replica tang swords, a pair of reinforced boots, and a set of strength gauntlets, while the rest were empty. Yue Zhong mused on the importance of luck when opening white treasure boxes, grateful for the 4 replica tang swords he had obtained, deeming it a decent haul. Finally, he opened the blue treasure box, which emitted a radiant glow, revealing a pair of bronze boots shimmering with metallic luster. Level 3 item, blue acceleration boots. Upon equipping, agility 10. Excellent. Yue Zhong's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the blue acceleration boots, realizing that wearing them would be akin to constantly activating the level 1 accelerate skill. He understood the immense enhancement a quality piece of equipment could provide. After collecting all the gear, Yue Zhong embraced the fragrant Guiyu and drifted off to sleep. The next day, as Yue Zhong dispatched teams to continue clearing zombies from Shima town, He instructed Qiyang to lead the survivors from Chongguang village in their relocation. With a convoy of vehicles, the survivors from Chongguang village began entering Shima town. Yue Zhong himself, accompanied by several subordinates, ventured to a tributary of the Leijiang River outside Shima town, using live chickens with punctured wounds as bait to attempt catching a mutated water snake. After a long day of searching, Yue Zhong had traversed the two tributaries surrounding Leijiang City without encountering the mutant water snake, leaving him slightly disheartened. Just as he was reeling in his line, preparing to depart with his companions, a massive mutant water snake suddenly erupted from the calm waters, its gaping maw aimed at the live chicken in Yue Zhong's grasp. Filled with elation, Yue Zhong swiftly pulled the chicken back to the shore. The mutant water snake, in pursuit of its prey, surged from the water, its enormous body undulating as it chased after the chicken. Once the snake was within 100 meters of the shore, Yue Zhong called out to Guoyu and Lu Wan, "Act now!" The two women immediately activated their skills, entering a state of incantation as an ice magic circle and a fire magic circle began to materialize. Armed with an 81-style rifle, Yue Zhong rushed forward, unleashing a series of shots at the colossal mutant water snake. The bullets struck its scaled hide, ricocheting off, yet the force of the impact still inflicted pain upon the creature. Enraged by the attack, the mutant water snake, the sovereign of this aquatic domain, lashed out with its massive form toward Yue Zhong. As Yue Zhong continued to fire at the snake, he deftly maneuvered to draw it away from Guoyu and Lu Wan. The serpent, swift as lightning, quickly closed the distance. At that moment, the incantations of Guoyu and Lu Wan bore fruit, releasing a fireball and an ice spear that crashed into the mutant water snake's body. The magical assault, despite being mere first-level spells, created two fist-sized blackened and icy wounds on the snake. Letting out a tremendous wail, the snake turned its furious gaze upon Guoyu and Lu Wan. Its eyes filled with wrath as it lunged toward them. In that instant, Yue Zhong activated his shadow step skill, his speed surging as he darted in front of the mutant water snake. Firing 3 shots from his poison-tipped weapon, each bullet struck true, creating 3 additional fist-sized wounds on the creature. The mutant water snake, in agony, retreated toward the water. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Zhong accelerated, positioning himself once more in front of the serpent. The snake opened its gaping maw, ready to bite, but Yue Zhong skillfully tilted his body aside and unleashed his magical flame skill. The blazing crimson fire coalesced in his hand, and with a sweeping motion, he seared a massive gash along the side of the mutant water snake, the flames consuming everything in their path. Charging forward along the snake's flank, he forced his way into its body, causing a torrent of blood to flow from the grievous wound. With such a devastating blow, the mutant water snake writhed in agony before collapsing, a surge of spiritual light entering Yue Zhong's body. Congratulations! You have reached level 26 and gained 2 skill enhancement points. The melodious sound of leveling up echoed within his consciousness. He promptly allocated 1 point to agility and 1 to stamina, swiftly gathering the skill book and survival coins dropped by the mutant water snake. The 3rd level skill, Taming Technique, was an active skill for knights, allowing those who transitioned into the knight profession to learn it without restriction. Upon defeating a non-sentient creature using only his strength, there was a chance to tame it. Activating the skill consumed 10 stamina and 10 mental energy. Without hesitation, Yue Zhong learned the 3rd level skill. Having completed his tasks, Yue Zhong began to search through the remains of the mutant water snake. "Be careful, brother," came the urgent shouts of Guoyu and Lu Wan, snapping him back to reality. A sense of impending danger flooded his mind, and he instantly activated his body shield skill, summoning a radiant light that enveloped him, forming a sturdy bone armor. Above, a colossal bird with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters, gleaming with a metallic blue sheen, descended upon him with terrifying speed. Its massive claws pierced the mutant water snake and directly through Yue Zhong's bone armor, impaling him through the right chest. Yue Zhong felt a surge of pain as he coughed up blood. Level 46 Mutant Azure Feather Eagled, a terrifying mutant beast known for its speed. Before he could process the information, the mutant Azure Feather Eagle snatched him away and soared into the sky. "Brother!" Guoyu and Lu Wan shouted in despair, helpless to save him. Clutching the corpse of the mutant water snake, Yue Zhong endured the piercing wind and the agony of his injury, resolutely remaining still. If he were to fall from such heights, even his reinforced body could not withstand the impact. The Azure Feather Eagle carried him to a towering cliff, where it unceremoniously dropped him and the water snake into a massive nest filled with the bones and remains of various mutant beasts, including 5 intact mutant water snake corpses and a young Azure Feather Eagle, still in its juvenile stage. Yue Zhong quickly assessed his surroundings, and as the azure feather eagle released him, it flapped its wings and soared away, hunting for food to store for its immense appetite. Slamming into the ground with the weight of the mutant water snake's body, Yue Zhong felt excruciating pain from the wound. Blood flowed freely as he struggled to stay conscious. He hastily retrieved a handful of healing flowers from his spatial ring, chewing them vigorously before applying the mixture to his grievous chest wound. Ignoring the bloodied red orb he had extracted from the water snake's corpse, he swallowed it whole. As it entered his abdomen, it transformed into waves of warmth, enhancing his body. You have gained Vitality 7 and Strength 1. After the warmth dissipated, a notification echoed in his mind. Is the effect diminishing? He mused, furrowing his brow. Just then, the juvenile azure feather eagle staggered over, its eyes glinting with malice as it lunged at Yue Zhong with its iron-like beak. Curse it! Yue Zhong's eyes glinted coldly as he evaded the lethal peck. The young eagle's beak struck the water snake's body, easily piercing its hide. Observing the young eagle's prowess, Yue Zhong gasped, charging toward it. The juvenile azure feather eagle, nearly 5 meters in wingspan, struggled against Yue Zhong's weight as he leaped onto its back. His bone armor extended, ensnaring the young eagle, while he rained down powerful punches upon its head. The force of his blows, enhanced by his training, left the creature dazed and thrashing in desperation, as the young eagle writhed beneath him. Yue Zhong felt his still-healing wound tear open once more, blood seeping from the injury. Damn it! If it comes to it, I will kill it. Despite his desire to tame the young eagle, each strike sent waves of pain coursing through him. Just as he prepared to draw his weapon to finish the creature, he landed a decisive blow that rendered the young eagle unconscious, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Upon observing the fledgling sprawled on the ground, Yue Zhong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He leaped down from the young bird and activated his taming skill upon the unconscious creature. A beam of azure light emanated from his forehead, descending upon the fledgling's head and coalescing into a cerulean rune. The moment the rune materialized, the once unconscious bird began to thrash about, its eyes snapping open and fixating intently on Yue Zhong.